she died. Jia Xitong was at a loss. Yesterday she could still read novels and stay up until 4 in the morning. How could she die? She died suddenly from staying up too late. In her mind, a voice said coldly, "After many selections, you are bound to the savior system. Reverse the world ending of the novel Ouchin Demon God, and the tasker will regain life." Ouchin Demon God is a harem stallion novel on her brother's bookshelf, a fantasy old routine. It mainly tells that the male protagonist was originally a genius from aristocratic family, but was later framed and became a waste. He turned black thoroughly in the later period, and would rather betray the world than the world could betray him. On the day he ascended to become a god, he destroyed the world with a flick of his finger, and even the beauties in the harem were not spared. Although the routine is not new, the plot is very exciting. The description of the male protagonist and the 3,000 harems is very erotic, which made the upright socialist successor stay up all night to finish reading it. Before I could recall the specific details, the system's voice sounded again. "The male protagonist has been detected. Please prepare yourself. The first task, survive in the hands of the male protagonist." After saying that, I suddenly felt dizzy. Jia Xitong's vision was white, and he could not see anything in the last second. The next second, he opened the god's perspective, with 360 degrees without blind spots. The dim cave was overgrown with weeds, and all kinds of unknown poisonous insects were crawling in the dead grass and soil. A man in black leaned against the wall and looked very miserable. Jia Xitong's first reaction was not to worry about him, but to worry about herself. After all, how could a normal person have a 360-degree ultra-wide-angle vision? She was about to ask the system when she was suddenly kneaded by a strong force. That's right, knead. It was like a piece of toilet paper was squeezed by an inexplicable force and finally turned into a ball of paper that could not move. Bold. The cold voice was full of murderous intent. The man who was originally leaning against the wall opened his eyes. "Who gave you the courage to enter my sea of consciousness?" The sea of consciousness is the life gate of martial arts. Even if he was seriously injured by a conspiracy, Xiao Xiaoke was not afraid. The man's eyes showed murderous intent, and the notification sound exploded in Jia Xitong's ears like thunder. Yellow warning. The tasker is in a dangerous state at this time, and the probability of being killed by the male protagonist is 70%. Please take measures quickly. Yellow warning. The probability of being killed by the male protagonist has increased to 80%. Please take measures quickly. Orange warning. The probability of being killed by the male protagonist has increased to 90%. Please take measures quickly. Red warning. The probability of being killed by the male protagonist has increased to 99%. The tasker is about to be killed by the male protagonist, and the system determines that this mission has failed. Jia Xitong didn't expect that after reading so many novels, she might not survive the first chapter of Traveling Through Time. The broadcast in her ear was like a death warrant, making her extremely nervous and angry. "Dear host, hello, congratulations on binding to the God system. System 4588 is dedicated to serving you. In a crisis, people's potential is endless." Jia Xitong didn't even think about it, and she changed the system out of thin air. After saying this, she heard the savior system make a buzzing sound, and it seemed that there was a little jam. Beep. After big data calculation, the crisis is temporarily resolved. Congratulations to the tasker for completing the first task and getting a novice gift package. Xitong's nervous mood relaxed for a while, but the word temporarily didn't feel very good. System? The male protagonist's question came from outside. "What is it?" "Hello, dear host. The system is a conscious magic weapon." Jia Xitong thought about it, revised the introduction of the savior system just now, and said it again. "Assisting you to become a god is the ultimate goal of this system. To achieve this goal, this system will provide you with full help. Become a god? A low-quality lie. It is well known that the highest level of cultivation today is the realm of saints, and the god of martial arts is the belief of countless cultivators in Aoqian continent." Jia Xitong's wording obviously couldn't convince him, and the familiar feeling of crumpling paper came over him and disappeared suddenly the next second. "Huh? She's fine," and the male protagonist fainted. Shang Yanting fell heavily to the ground. He was surrounded by coldness. His lips were pale, the blood on his chest had dried up, and only his heart was still beating slightly. Start the next task. Gain the hero's trust value 100. The system's cold voice sounded again. "Isn't this a good time to brush up the trust value?" Jia Xitong hurriedly checked his novice gift bag. Introduction? None. Introduction. For cultivators, it can heal ordinary external injuries and ordinary internal injuries. It cannot bring the dead back to life, cannot remove the inner demon, cannot grow flesh from bones, and cannot make up for the true qi. Usage: how to eat. Burn the talisman into ashes and the effect will be more prominent when consumed with rootless water. Introduction: can hold 5 cubic meters of dead objects. Usage: paste. Directly paste this talisman on the object, and the object will be stored. The reward was quite good. The Juyo talisman could just be used by the male protagonist, but she had no entity. How could she use it? Just as Jia Xitong was thinking, the Juyo talisman disappeared from the sea of consciousness and appeared in the cave. Then the talisman spontaneously combusted and fell into the male protagonist's mouth. Without the rootless water, the Juyo talisman was also effective. The male protagonist's face gradually became red, and his breathing became long and steady. After confirming that he should be fine, Jia Xitong began to check the Talisman Book that was not introduced in the prize. The surface of this book is pure black. It is engraved with complex runes, and because of the long time, it has been worn out and the original appearance cannot be seen clearly. The feeling of simplicity and heaviness comes over. Opening the first page, there are 2 lines of big characters written on it. Overlooking billions of living beings, the talisman commands the heroes in the universe. The pen strokes are strong and powerful, and the tone is so loud I don't know whose work it is, but the tone is so loud. She continued to turn down the second page. Primary chapter, Chapter 1, Solidification Talisman. Paste method, used for steel blades to make weapons indestructible. Weapons below the Yaojin level can be directly upgraded by 1 level. Duration, 25 minutes. To make a solidified talisman, you need 2.5-inch cinnabar paper, a brush, rock ink, and the corresponding brushstrokes, hand gestures, and rune veins. When she turned the page again, it was gone. It was a thick book, and only 2 pages could be seen. The rest was blocked by special techniques. The dream of ruling the world with the system's golden finger was shattered, and glory still depends on oneself. Jia Xitong looked at the male protagonist deeply all night. With a muffled groan, Shang Yanting, who had been unconscious for a long time, sat up, subconsciously covered his wound, and suddenly found that his chest had scabs. He felt a dry foreign body in his mouth and spit out some black paper ash. "Host, you finally woke up." Jia Xitong had been guarding the male protagonist all night, waiting for him to wake up, and then reminded him, "What you vomited out was the Juyo talisman, which I used to save you yesterday." With Jia Xitong's reminder, Shang Yanting remembered what happened yesterday. An unknown thing was in his sea of consciousness at this time, and he frowned slightly. "What is your purpose?" Hearing the male protagonist's question, she had already made up the language. "Hello host, I am System 1588 from a high-level plane. The task of this system is to help the host upgrade and become the supreme god of Iochian continent." This set of rhetoric again. Unfortunately, Shang Yanting never believed that pie would fall from the sky. "What do you want from me?" "The system will be upgraded because of your progress." Jia Xitong tried hard to imitate the tone of the savior system and said to him, "If the host has any doubts, we can sign a contract in the name of the god of martial arts." Shang Yanting pondered for a moment after hearing this and agreed in Jia Xitong's anxious waiting. Okay. To be honest, compared to Shang Yanting's worry that Jia Xitong would plot against him, Jia Xitong was more afraid that he would take his life if he disagreed with him. Verbal agreements are unreliable. It would be great to sign a contract. The setting sun at dusk shone on Shang Yanting's pale face. The Jia Xitong in his mind intervened and provided technical guidance on the traditional contracts of Iochian continent with a rigorous attitude. A few hours later, an equal contract that took into account various emergencies and previous backgrounds, which expanded from dozens of words to thousands of words, was completed under the witness of the god of martial arts. Contract success! At the same time, Jia Xitong heard the pleasant voice of the savior system. Congratulations to the tasker for obtaining the male protagonist's 60 trust points. The current trust value is 6,100. Soul body training is unlocked. The tasker can use the soul body to study the Taoism in the sea of consciousness. 2 good news in a row. If there is a physical body, Jia Xitong will definitely be radiant at this moment. In contrast to Jia Xitong's complacency, the male protagonist, who is known as a genius that is rare in a century, has empty eyes and weak steps. He slowly moved to the entrance of the hiding cave, and the cold wind slapped on his face to make him barely awake. Is that really a traditional contract? It feels like the healing wound on the chest seems to have cracked. As a reader, you cannot believe in the character of the protagonist, but you must believe in his healing ability. The male protagonist stayed in the wilderness for 2 days, and his injuries were basically healed. After avoiding the people who were chasing him all the way, Shang Yanting finally returned to the City Lord's mansion safely. Seeing the 2 words Shang Mao in gold on the City Lord's mansion, Jia Xitong, a fan of the original novel, instantly understood the timeline. The original novel began when the hero had his roots abolished and was expelled from the family. Shang Yanting is still the young master of the Shang Mao family, so now should be before the novel begins. At this time, the Shang Mao family is still the head of the 8 major families. As the young master, Shang Yanting is the center of the power vortex, so it is normal for him to be assassinated. Now that the news of Shang Yanting's return has spread, those forces that still want to make small moves have all put away their hands and feet, fearing his thundering methods. The subordinates who are investigating have also been sent out, and the assassins who are still ambushing in the mountains and forests have either been cleared by their masters or captured alive and tortured. The 3rd day of making a fake system. Jia Xitong felt a little embarrassed in front of this smoky bath. The smoke from the hot spring obscured her perception, but it could not obscure her memories. In the novel, Shang Yanting has sex with several women at night and uses palace secrets. It's all because the author describes it too erotically. Who would have thought that under such a serious and cold appearance, the male protagonist is actually so dissolute? The tasker who will save the world in the future keeps looking down with a 360-degree ultra-wide angle, trying to see something in the smoke. Then she saw... Mosaic? What the hell? The river crab mode has been designed for the tasker. The savior system suddenly appeared, leaving Jia Xitong speechless. Dear system, you should be more generous to your host. As a savior tasker, you should have integrity, courage, and kindness. What a joke! She just wanted to verify whether the male protagonist is gifted, so why is he not upright, brave, and kind? I don't know whether he is upright or not, but the male protagonist suddenly felt a little cold. He quickly put on his underwear and walked out quickly, with thick water vapor on his body. The silk stuck to his back and outlined the extremely tense muscle contours. Under the candlelight, his face seemed to be coated with a layer of light, and the lines of his face carried an alienated and extreme beauty. Before, the male protagonist was too down and out, and she didn't pay attention to his appearance. Now, looking closely, he is indeed the most handsome in the original work. It's a pity that being handsome can't make a living. Jia Xitong sat in Shang Yanting's sea of consciousness and took out the Lu Ji. Dear host, hello, now I will issue you the first task. Collect 1,000 pieces of cinnabar red paper, 5 liang of rock ink, and 2 brushes. Reward for completing the task. As the saying goes, the new ruler takes 3 fires when he takes office, and she has been holding back this fire for several days. Hearing the voice, Shang Yanting's eyes moved away from a book called 5 Continents' Treasures. What do you want these for? I am a system and I must do the task. Jia Xitong answered confidently. Humans should not interfere in the affairs of the system. Everyone in Aoshan continent is martial and productivity is low. Things used by intellectuals, such as cinnabar paper and rock ink, are very expensive. Her request was equivalent to the expenses of an ordinary family for half a year. However, as the lord of a city, the Shang Mao family, it was not a rare thing. Shang Yanting waved and had them delivered, and they were all the best. The cinnabar paper and rock ink were no more than she asked for. But how to get them? The system provides a free equipment warehouse for the tasker, and only talisman-making items can be used. The real system appeared at the right time, and the cinnabar paper and rock ink on the ground were covered with a layer of white light, and then disappeared in an instant. Shang Yanting looked at this scene with his eyes flashing. He picked up the Mi Shu Fu as a reward, and brought it close to the teapot next to him. In a moment, the teapot disappeared, and he thought about it, and the teapot reappeared. A magical instrument of unknown origin and strange means. He looked through various Qibaoji and found no record of a word about the system. Since the oath, the hero's trust value has stopped at 60 and has never moved. But compared to brushing up trust points, Jia Xitong cares more about the Taoji. According to the original description, the Aochan continent fanatically worships the god of martial arts, and other gods of law are declining. Except for the medicine practitioners and weapon refiners who are dependent on martial arts, the sect's skills are barely continued. Talismans, words, spells, arrays, etc. are all classified as side doors. However, the novel also records that ancient martial arts and talismans were once tied for first place, and the practitioners of both were able to move mountains and fill seas. As a fantasy fan who doesn't want to be Long Aochin, after getting the tools, Jia Xitong devoted almost all her energy to the Taoji. From the initial stumbling imitation to the familiarity of the rune patterns of the solidified talisman. When she wasted the 198th cinnabar paper, she was mentally exhausted and excited. Jia Xitong was immersed in an extremely mysterious state. The runes on the Talisman Book have been imprinted in her mind, and her attention is all on the white paper in front of her. The mind controlled the movement of the brush and ink, and she forgot herself as she drew each stroke. The lines on the talisman paper glowed with a bright light. Page 199, success. Jia Xitong breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the solidified talisman in front of her with great success. Although she drew 200 pieces before she succeeded in drawing one, but if she succeeded the first time, she would succeed the second time. In the following days, she spent all her time on this. From the beginning, she could only make one successful talisman after drawing 200 pieces, but now she can make a solidified talisman after drawing about 100 pieces. With more than 1,000 pieces of talisman paper, Jia Xitong drew 11 talismans. The success rate of 1% is indeed a bit low, so a few days later, Shang Yanting heard the voice of system again. Dear host, hello, now I will issue you the second task. Collect 10,000 pieces of cinnabar red paper and 10 tails of rock ink. The reward for completing the task is solidified talismans 2. Although the things required have increased, the male protagonist is also very generous. However, when Jia Xitong got it, she suddenly heard the male lead's words. Have you used up the previous ones? Jia Xitong perked up instantly. He was trying to get a question. If she didn't react and answered, yeah, the male lead would guess that she had a private collection of talismans. Maybe he would think that 1,000 pieces of paper could make 2,000 talismans, and she would live in a hot and miserable exploitation in the future. If she was ambiguous, the male lead would still guess a little and wear down his trust in her. In 1 second, Jia Xitong's brain circuit turned 3 times, and then answered, yes. 2,000 pieces of cinnabar paper, 5 tails of rock ink, and 5 days can synthesize 2 solidified talismans. The male lead pressed on step by step. Do you need 10,000 pieces this time? More raw materials will give you a chance to get more rewards. The reason was perfect. Just when Shang Yanting wanted to ask something, a gentle and sweet voice interrupted the conversation. Brother Yanting. A woman pushed the door open and stood 1 meter away from Shang Yanting, staring at him with eyes full of admiration and love. Brother Yanting, long time no see. Heir misses you so much. This Heir came just in time. Jia Xitong instantly recalled this character in the original novel. Her full name is Song Heir, who almost became the hero's fiancé in the early stage of the novel. It is said that Song Heir has a spoiled, snobbish, and fickle personality. Now she really likes the hero, but later when the hero lost power, she turned around to help the hero's cousin and surrendered to him neatly. She said she would send people to kill the hero, and she did it without mercy. Jia Xitong carefully looked at this fiancé. She has a delicate and lovely appearance with a shy and charming face. From time to time, her big eyes flicker at the hero, like a fluttering deer. Putting aside her bad character, which man can resist such a lovely girl? Male protagonist can resist it. Is there something wrong? Shang Yanting said in a distant tone. Song Heir lowered her head shyly. My father came to visit the master grandfather, so Heir also came to see Brother Yanting. I heard that Brother Yanting was attacked and injured a few days ago, so Heir brought the best medicine in the house. Thank you. My injury has healed. There is a difference between men and women. It is not appropriate for Miss Song to come to my room alone. He summoned the servant who had been guarding the door and asked him to send Song Heir back. Song Heir, who was treated coldly, pouted, but did not dare to refute Shang Yanting's words. She looked at him several times before leaving unwillingly. After Song Heir left, Jia Xitong curiously gossiped. Host dear, do you like her? Song Heir was almost the male protagonist's fiancé, but it was a pity that the author did not write about the emotional entanglement between them. If she liked her, there would be no lack of heart-wrenching. You are very controlling. I am just concerned about the host. Shang Yanting didn't buy it. If you have this time, you might as well synthesize the talisman as soon as possible. See, her guess was right. When the male protagonist knew that she could make talismans, he immediately wanted to exploit her. He didn't give her trust points, but just wanted things for free. Humph! Jia Xitong spitted at the male protagonist, and then, with the dream of becoming Long Aoqian, he re-entered the action of making and drawing talismans. The chattering system on the side was muted, but Shang Yanting was not quiet for long. The voice of the servant came from the door. Young master, the head of the family invites you to the lobby. In the main hall of the Shangmo family, the head of the family with white hair and obvious old age looked at the male protagonist who had just entered. Is Yanting's injury healed? Yanting lowered his eyes and replied, Thank you, grandfather, for your concern. It's almost healed. The head of the Shangmo family, have you made any progress in your cultivation recently? It's okay. To say it's okay is really modest. Now Shang Yanting is already a late martial arts cultivator, only 1 step away from a martial arts master. In the Aoqian continent, The martial arts realm is the threshold for martial artists to cultivate their physique and internal strength. The martial arts master is the watershed for martial artists to cultivate their internal strength and true chi. Some people strive for their whole lives, but their strength cannot break through the martial arts realm. And he has achieved this at the age of only 20, which makes him a well-deserved genius. After learning about Shang Yanting's current level of cultivation, the head of the Shangmo family showed a satisfied look in his eyes. Not only was the head of the Shangmo family very satisfied, but the head of the Song family was also very satisfied. The head of the Shangmo family glanced at the person sitting next to him and smiled kindly. "Yanting, your uncles Song and heir have come from afar. You should do your best to be a good host." "Ha ha ha, I won't go," the head of the Song family said with a smile. "Heir is very curious about the city. Yanting might as well accompany heir for a tour so as to deepen the relationship between each other." As an alliance among the 8 great families, the Shang family and the Song family have long had the idea of marriage to consolidate the alliance. The head of the Song family came to Shangmo City this time. One is to participate in the recruitment of disciples by the great masters of the Holy Capital Academy in 2 days, and the other is to facilitate the marriage between Song heir and Shang Yanting. Unfortunately, one party was not interested. Shang Yanting directly rejected the good intentions of the 2 family heads. "The day after tomorrow is the enrollment of Chengdu College. Master Song and Miss Song are tired from the journey, so they should take a rest and prepare for the enrollment. Every 5 years, Chengdu College will come to the 8 great families to recruit students with potential. Of course, it is not an ordinary recruitment, but to recruit personal disciples for the several deans with the highest martial arts value in the college. Accepting the children of the 8 great families as personal disciples is the hub of the close connection between Chengdu College and the 8 great families. Those who can participate are the young disciples carefully selected by the 8 great families. On the huge arena, qualified disciples gradually gathered. "Brother Yanting, you're here." As Shang Yanting arrived, Song heir came up to him and said, "The assessment will begin soon. Let's form a team for the group battle. Heir is participating in this kind of meeting for the first time, so I'm a little nervous." There were several young men standing next to Song heir. One of them had his eyes glued to Song heir. Hearing her words, he hurriedly stood up and said, "Don't be afraid, heir. I will protect you." Shang Yanting looked over and the man lowered his head again. "Young master, I just think that Miss heir is a guest of our Shangmao family and should be treated with courtesy. This is an entrance test, which is related to your future. It should be fair and the competent ones should be given the chance." Shang Yanting's words attracted many onlookers to agree secretly. The entrance examination is not a dangerous place. What kind of protection is needed? Fair competition, whoever wins should go. Isn't it right? The man in the conversation clenched and unclenched his hands hidden behind his back when he heard the words. He responded and retreated back to the crowd, burying his head to hide the unwillingness in his eyes. The competent ones should be given the chance? Was Shang Yanting mocking him for not being strong enough? The invigilator this time was a vice president of Chengdu College. He looked at the group of young people on the field. Most of them had reached the late stage of martial arts, and one even reached the late stage of martial arts. A look of satisfaction flashed in the vice president's eyes, and he turned around and asked, "Is this Shang Yanting, the young master of the Shangmo family?" The head of the Shangmo family smiled and nodded. Shang Yanting stood aside, neither humble nor arrogant, and let him look at him calmly. "He's a good seedling," the vice president said approvingly. Hearing this, some people became even more jealous. The gong on the ring sounded 3 times. The idle people left the stage and the selection competition was about to begin. There were 27 disciples from the aristocratic families on the field, and the remaining 4 people on the stage remained at the end of the competition. The score was 27-4, and there was one person who was recommended. The smell of gunpowder on the ring was extremely strong before the battle began. Boom! As the dull drum sounded, 27 people on the field immediately started fighting. Shang Yanting stood aside and watched them quietly. Jia Xitong, who had been grinding talismans, felt that the outside world was different from the past and was attracted to watch the excitement. The suppression of realms was the most ruthless. Those who had not yet reached the late stage of martial arts were kicked out first. However, 50 late martial arts disciples could not beat one late martial arts realm. As long as Shang Yanting took action, everyone on the field had to go down. "Host dear, why don't you go up?" "The time has not come yet." Although the people on the field were not as powerful as Shang Yanting, They were all young elites from various families. The struggle was fierce, and if you were not careful, you would be swept off the field. Before long, more than half of the people on the ring had fallen. Being able to become the direct disciple of the vice presidents not only improves the martial arts, but also allows you to directly enter the power center of the Shang Mao family. The rest of the people wanted to compete for the 3 places, so they killed each other red-eyed. The original point-to-point fight gradually turned into a fight to the death. At this time, Shang Yanting made a move. He separated the opponent who was holding a long weapon and was about to chop off the opponent's head, and the opponent who was holding a dagger and was about to attack and cut the throat and knock them off the stage. The clan competition, stop when you are done. Hearing the warning, the people on the field immediately became much more obedient. The male protagonist is not competing at all. He is here to be the disciplinary committee member. After Jia Xitong's observation for so many days, Shang Yanting, apart from his cold personality, is generous, hardworking in cultivation, and dedicated to the family. It is hard to imagine what he encountered later, which would turn him into the cruel, ruthless, resentful, and arbitrary, and paranoid character described in the original book. It's a pity that the reason why Shang Yanting turned black in the original book was hurriedly passed over, and Jia Xitong had no way to warn him in advance. Otherwise, tell him in advance that someone was plotting against him? As soon as Jia Xitong had this thought in his mind, a harsh warning sounded in his mind. Warning: the host cannot reveal the contents of the original book to anyone. Violation will be erased. Warning: the host cannot reveal the contents of the original book to anyone. Violation will be erased. Important things should be said twice. Jia Xitong was shocked by the sharp sound, and suddenly saw a figure sneaking behind Shang Yanting. Host, be careful behind. As soon as the voice fell, Shang Yanting flew up, and in a flash, the man who attacked had fallen to the ground. Not long after, several more people were thrown out of the field by him. Jia Xitong looked closely and found that the attacker was the man who was just paying attention to Song Yuer. The other few people were those who followed the man and had a close relationship with him. Once kicked down, it means that you will have no chance to be the power center of the 8 great families. Not only that, Shang Yanting's attack was very heavy. These people couldn't get up from the ground at all, and were carried away by the doctor. The male protagonist who didn't turn evil is also very cruel. With several people missing, the pressure on the field suddenly decreased. After 3 incense sticks, the result came out. 2 of the remaining 3 people on the field were from the side branches of the Shangmu family. As for Song Yuer, who was about to become Shang Yanting's fiancée, she did not receive any care from Shang Yanting. If Song Yuer wanted to enroll, she could only take the entrance test for the general public of Chengdu College before the start of the school year. The male protagonist did not have any sense of sympathy for women in the early stage, and his emotions were indifferent, which made Tong sigh. Fortunately, Tongzi did not need human emotions. She just needed to be a hard worker. In one breath, 10,000 talismans. On the 12th day of hard work, only a few hundred of the 10,000 talismans were left. The moment another qualified solidified talisman was generated under the pen, the whole book of Lu Ji was glowing. The 3rd page was unlocked. Chapter 2. How to eat. Used for cultivators, can cure ordinary external injuries and ordinary internal injuries, cannot bring back the dead, cannot remove inner demons, cannot grow flesh from bones, and cannot make up for true qi. To make a Zhuyo talisman, you need cinnabar paper and ink made from the juice of Jubiying and actinolite. Just unlocked? How did you unlock it? Jia Xitong looked at the front of him and was silent for 2 seconds. No matter how he unlocked it, the liver was done anyway. A moment later, the voice of Jia Xitong sounded in Shang Yanting's mind while he was meditating. Dear host, hello. Now I will issue you the first task. Collect 10,000 pieces of cinnabar red paper and 10 tails of ink made from the juice of Jubiying and actinolite. Reward for completing the task, solidified talisman Sur 4. Jubiying and actinolite are 2 traditional Chinese medicines, and their value is about the same as rock ink. This breath is the living expenses of an ordinary family for 2 or 3 years. Although it is nothing to Shang Yanting, it is used too frequently. Have you used up all the 10,000 pieces of cinnabar paper before? Almost. The remaining hundreds of pieces will not be used for 2 days. Jia Xitong still used the same excuse as before. There is a high probability of failure in the synthesis process of the talisman. So you have drawn 4 talismans on 10,000 pieces of paper. Have you never thought about your own reasons? What is there to think about? It's just a little profit. It's all hard-earned money. Because the system level is too low now, the success rate is not high. The Liver Emperor began to paint a rosy picture for the male protagonist. When the system level is improved, it can provide more and more useful props for the host. How can I improve your level? Hearing this, Jia Xitong's eyes lit up, and he sincerely reported and hinted, increase your trust in the system to 100-100, and the system can be upgraded. Your current trust in the system is 60-100. Shang Yanting's face sank when he heard this. Can this magic weapon read minds? If the two parties had not made a vow before, he would consider whether to destroy this thing just for this reason. But from another perspective, it is not intolerable for him to have a contract to constrain it not to harm himself, and it has not concealed this matter. Rather than being afraid, he was more curious about what this thing would look like after upgrading. As the saying goes, there is no construction without destruction. Jia Xitong heard the notification sound of the real system constantly ringing, and the hero's trust value dropped and rose, and finally stopped at 65. After half a month, the trust value actually rose. There is only half a month left before the opening of the Saint Academy, and the general enrollment test of the Saint Academy is in full swing. The test location is Qixia Mountain, on the outskirts of Shangmu City. The level of the monsters on the mountain is not high, but there are many of them, which is very suitable for use as a test location. However, saber-toothed tigers appeared in Qixia Mountain recently. The candidates who took the entrance test are basically in the middle stage of martial arts, and the saber-toothed tiger is already in the middle stage of martial arts. If the two meet, the candidates will be like sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. For this reason, Shang Yanting had to go to Qixia Mountain to clean up the saber-toothed tiger to prevent any problems from happening on the territory of the Shangmu family. A big river separates Qixia Mountain from Shangmu City. Except for warriors, ordinary people rarely cross the river. Shang Yanting's big boat on the river slowly stopped. When they arrived at the outskirts of Qixia Mountain, the howling of wild beasts came one after another, and the smell of blood mixed with the smell of earth hit their faces. From time to time, they could hear the screams of candidates echoing in the forest. There were hundreds of candidates in the forest catching the flame wolf. As soon as they went deep into the hinterland of the forest, the group found the corpse of the monster whose heart had been taken out. In addition to the corpse of the monster, there were many scattered and rotten human organs, which showed how dangerous the forest is now. The servants of the Shangmao family surrounded Shang Yanting, moving vigilantly in the jungle, tracking the whereabouts of the saber-toothed tiger. Not long after, there was a fierce battle in the distance. It seemed that they had encountered the candidates who were killing the flame wolf. "Brother Mo Yun, be careful! It's coming to me! Run, run!" The sound of fighting came from the jungle, and there were shadows of people and animals shaking in the distance, and the smell of blood was getting stronger and stronger. "Young master, be careful!" Shang Yanting's followers drew their swords and blocked in front, looking forward cautiously without rushing to help. But those people ran in their direction, followed by two flaming wolves. The flaming wolves looked similar to ordinary wolves, but their bodies were much larger than ordinary wolves. They moved very fast and suddenly pounced forward and fell on the last candidate. "Ah!" The candidate screamed, and the flesh on his face was torn off by the flaming wolf. The companions around him threw all kinds of attacks at the flaming wolves, but they didn't know that doing so was not only useless, but also angered the flaming wolves. Their fur stood up, and flames burned on their bodies. The flaming wolves instantly strengthened their combat power, and tore the people under them into pieces, and pounced in the direction of the crowd. The two flaming wolves were obviously more ferocious and crazy than ordinary flaming wolves. The group was burned by the flames and suffocated by the smoke. The screams and cries for help became smaller and smaller. Just when they were about to be finished, Shang Yanting took out his bow and arrow, aimed at one of the flaming wolves, and pulled the bow to the full. Whoosh! The special arrow feathers cut through the sky and accurately pierced the head of the flaming wolf. With a muffled rumble, the flaming wolf died and fell to the ground. The flames that had gathered around its body burned out, revealing its body. The other one seemed to sense the danger. It looked up, retracted the flames, and quickly jumped into the jungle. "Brother Yanting!" The one who was rescued was actually an acquaintance. Song Yuer arrived before she did. She was protected among the surviving candidates, looking at the male protagonist standing against the light with a pale face and tears. "The flaming wolf was so scary just now. Yuer almost couldn't see you. Did you come here specially to find me?" The guards following Shang Yanting lowered their heads, not daring to tell Miss Song the truth, hoping that Miss Song would not think too much. Facts have proved that Song Yuer not only thinks a lot, but also thinks beautifully. She automatically took the flaming wolf she killed as her own, and also made a request to Shang Yanting. Brother Yanting, you and brother Mo Yun are both close relatives of the Shang family. He didn't get a promotion quota because of you, so you can help him take one as an apology. Mo Yun Gege next to her was looking at the two of them with a pale face at this moment, with no gratitude on his face, but full of a kind of shame and anger of being insulted. Jia Xitong recognized this man at a glance in her sea of consciousness. Wasn't he the one who attacked the male protagonist last time and was thrown down by the male protagonist along with his younger brother? The male protagonist saved him, and he was still so hostile. What crime did he need to apologize for? A spoiled and brainless person and a weak and ambitious person who just wanted to join in the fun, squatted in the male protagonist's sea of consciousness, and gave an accurate evaluation of the two. Shang Yanting ignored Song Yuer. At this moment, he frowned and held the long sword tightly in his hand. The other flaming wolf did not escape because of him. Because of Shang Yanting's attitude, the others couldn't help but quiet down. The wind blew gently around, bringing fishy moisture and faint screams. Everyone felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. The wind blew and the howling sounded. A tiger with long fangs and a body as big as a buffalo pounced on Shang Yanting from behind. It was the saber-toothed tiger he had been tracking along the way. Seeing this giant monster, everyone retreated nervously. They couldn't beat the flaming wolf, let alone the saber-toothed tiger with the strength of the middle stage of the martial realm. The only one who could fight it on the spot was Shang Yanting. He drew out his sword and the transparent blade reflected his calm eyes. Here it comes. One man and one tiger fought together. Both sides are at the martial realm. The saber-toothed tiger is huge and powerful, and every step it takes can cause the dirt to fly and is very powerful. Shang Yanting is agile, holding a long sword and injecting true energy, and a casual chop can leave a deep sword mark on the ground. As a half-step martial artist, Shang Yanting should be even better. He chopped at the saber-toothed tiger's head with a long sword, and with a clang sound, the hilt of the sword made his tiger's mouth numb. No, the expected tiger head did not fall to the ground, but he was knocked to the ground. Ah! With a powerful tiger roar, the saber-toothed tiger was angered. The pressure of a higher realm spread with the tiger roar, making the group of middle and late martial artists behind Shang Yanting pale. Martial artist! The information given before was wrong. The cultivation of this saber-toothed tiger has actually reached the martial artist. Don't look at Shang Yanting as a martial artist who is about to break through. Being a martial artist and a martial artist are different concepts. The two were evenly matched just now, but now Shang Yanting has gained the upper hand. His long sword was pressed against the fangs of the saber-toothed tiger, and the long sword was squeezed and deformed by the fangs of the saber-toothed tiger, and fine cracks appeared on the blade. The servants and candidates who went up to help were directly knocked away and trampled by the saber-toothed tiger. The timid ones have begun to run for their lives. "Brother Yanting!" Song Yuer shouted at him, her face full of worry. But she didn't move forward at all. The young man named Mo Yun retreated in fear, and a trace of malice appeared on his face. If Shang Yanting died now, just as the people around him were thinking about it, Shang Yanting's aura changed. He actually reached the martial artist level? Shang Mo Yun was shocked, but he soon calmed down. The saber-toothed tiger was estimated to have reached the middle stage of the martial artist, and Shang Yanting seemed to have just reached the early stage of the martial artist. Even if he advanced, so what? He was still no match for the saber-toothed tiger. To kill the saber-toothed tiger, he would need a magic weapon of shining gold or above, but the long sword in his hand was only of fine steel grade. Moreover, the long sword, which was about to break, could not kill the saber-toothed tiger. The candidates around were fleeing in a hurry. The servants brought by Shang Yanting were ready to use their lives to hold the saber-toothed tiger back and buy a chance for the young master to escape. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed. The long sword in Shang Yanting's hand was suddenly covered by a burst of light. The fine steel-grade weapon seemed to have turned into shining gold and was smoothly injected with true energy by him and chopped towards the saber-toothed tiger. A sword energy broke through the air and split the saber-toothed tiger's head into two. The extremely smelly smell of blood spread all around. How could this happen? Shang Mo Yun, who was watching everything, was shocked. The people around him cheered with joy after seeing the monster being beheaded. Only the person involved looked at the 5-inch-long red talisman on the hilt of the long sword. Shang Yanting's eyes, which were always calm, showed a trace of surprise. He didn't expect that the talisman given by the system could actually raise the fine steel weapon to a higher level. He quietly peeled off the talisman, and the moment he left the hilt, the solidification talisman automatically burned, and the long sword finally couldn't hold on and broke into several pieces. Obviously, without the solidification talisman, the long sword should have broken long ago. Shang Yanting, who was watching from the side, didn't see the talisman, but caught a glimpse of a ball of fire that suddenly appeared in his palm. His somewhat gloomy eyes narrowed, suspecting that Shang Yanting was hiding an unknown secret. The task of beheading the saber-toothed tiger was completed, and the examination of the Holy City College continued. Shang Yanting, who completed the task, went home and summoned several painters who had good skills and even had some knowledge of talismans. A group of people surrounded the small talisman on the table, looking at each other in bewilderment. The young master said that whoever can draw the same talisman paper as the one above will be rewarded with 10 gold coins. 1 gold equals 100 silver coins, which is enough for an ordinary family to eat for many years. Hearing this, a group of painters quickly spread out cinnabar paper, dipped it in the prepared ink, and copied the talisman drawn by Jia Xitong. It is normal to want to copy it after discovering the great use of the solidification talisman. Unfortunately, drawing a solidification talisman requires corresponding techniques, formulas, and brushstrokes, and every stroke contains morality. Jia Xitong drew more than 10,000 pieces before he succeeded in drawing 100 pieces. It is not something that ordinary people can draw casually. Several painters were locked in the room for several days and finally came out with unshaven beards and black eyes, and no one succeeded. Shang Yanting did not react much to this result. He had long expected that this might be the case, but the facts proved that the system in his sea of consciousness was irreplaceable. As for Jia Xitong, she had a strong sense of crisis about Shang Yanting's behavior at the beginning, but after seeing the result, she was comforted for some reason. It turns out that a success rate of 1% is not that bad. The spirit of the hardworking emperor was rekindled, and Jia Xitong devoted herself to her career again. She also decided not to be so generous to the male protagonist in the future, and would not give even numbers of talismans if she could. So far, the 10,000 talisman papers given by Shang Yanting are almost finished. Just when she finished drawing the 100th Juyo talisman, the Talisman Book emitted a familiar light again. The third talisman in the book has been unlocked. Beginner's Edition, Chapter 3, Throwing Method. Recite the talisman formula, Talisman Self-Ignition, and the talisman paper will explode within a 5-meter radius. It requires cinnabar paper, flaming wolf blood mixed with explosive tortoise shells to grind into powder and make ink. The requirements this time are more than before. Jia Xitong looked at the male protagonist outside. "Hello, dear host. Now I am issuing a task for you. Collect 10,000 pieces of cinnabar red paper. Grind the explosive turtle shell into powder and mix it with the blood of the flaming wolf to make ink. 10 jin. Reward for completing the task. Juyo Talisman, 1, only 1 this time? After all, the male protagonist is a person, and he has the shortcomings of everyone in the world. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality, because the Juyo Talisman is more difficult to synthesize than the solidified talisman." Jia Xitong controlled the voice and painted a pie for him in a sweet voice. "Wait for the system to upgrade, and you can make more and better talismans for the host. The current host trust value 65-100. The system will continue to work hard. Male protagonist, you have to work hard on your own too." Unfortunately, this hint did not have as significant an effect as last time. The stingy male protagonist did not add a single point of trust, just like the otherworldly version of Grandette. Stingy. Fortunately, the Liver Emperor does not value material things, and now she is addicted to making talismans and cannot extricate herself. Many people are hunting flaming wolves now, and wolf blood is easy to find, but there are no exploding turtle shells. Huh? This is the first time that the male protagonist does not have ready-made raw materials. The exploding turtle meat is small and sour and difficult to eat. The whole body has no material for making medicine and refining weapons. It grows in swamps and muddy areas, so no one will keep its shell. "Then can you help me get it?" Jia Xitong asked. "Isn't this completing the task?" Shang Yanting asked back. "How did it become helping you?" "Ah, this." Jia Xitong paused. "Completing the task system can upgrade. Then what is the trust value?" "Completing the task upgrade can unlock the type of talisman, and increasing the trust value can increase the number of rewards. The male protagonist can always find loopholes in her words at some strange points." Jia Xitong inexplicably supplemented the voice again, "And the reason is quite logical." The enrollment test of Chengdu College has not yet ended. It's still not too late to go to the nearby swamp to look for exploding turtles during this time. Because he was curious about what else the system could bring him, Shang Yanting would try his best to satisfy Jia Xitong's requests. The Blackwater Swamp is the largest swamp in Shangmu City. It is rarely visited by people all year round, and there is not even a complete road. In the swamp, 1-meter-long turtles with cracked shells crawled slowly nearby. In addition to being inedible and unusable, the exploding turtle has thick skin and strong defense. Although it is only a mid-level warrior, its shell is comparable to a fine steel weapon. So much so that it is said that every time an exploding turtle is killed, an innocent fine steel sword will be lost. The most important thing is that the shell of the exploding turtle cannot be processed after it dies. Once processed, it will turn into calcium. If it is not processed for a long time, it will turn into calcium oxide. To be honest, the servants who came with Shang Yanting didn't quite understand why the young master was so depressed, so they could only carefully protect their only iron-making weapon and try to take its head with their bare hands. Soon, there were many turtle shells piled up outside the swamp, so many that even the Liver Emperor could use it for a long time. Just as they were about to pack up and go home, there was a sudden puff. A servant was swallowed by the swamp, and the mud buried his head directly. The servants around the man were immediately in a panic. Fortunately, they had prepared a rope when they came. The rope was thrown next to the man, and the servant grabbed the rope tightly and was pulled up. He was covered in mud and lay on the grass gasping for breath. The others used water to wash most of the mud off his body. Under the impact of the water, a fist-sized pile of mud rolled off his body. After a little cleaning, it was found that it was a human-shaped wooden sculpture. I don't know how long it has been buried in the mud. The wooden sculpture can no longer be seen clearly. It has the unique smell of decay in the swamp. The servant who picked it up found that it was not a treasure and threw it on the ground. All this was seen by Jia Xitong with a 360-degree ultra-wide angle. "Dear host, can you pick up the wooden sculpture on the ground and let me see it?" What is special about this wooden sculpture? No. What attracted Jia Xitong was the right hand of the human-shaped wooden sculpture. The whole body was blurry, but the right hand was unusually clear. It was easy to see that it was holding 3 fingers in a clenched fist, with a talisman between the index finger and the thumb. It actually looked a bit solemn. Shang Yanting was staring at the wooden sculpture. It was just an ordinary sculpture. What do you want it to do? What do you want it to do? That's a long story. In her former world, the long history and culture allowed most people to maintain good wishes and simple customs. As the saying goes, those who live by the sea kneel to the Dragon King. Those who live in the mountains worship the mountain god. Those who do business pray to the god of wealth. Those who want to have children worship the god of childbirth. Now, in another world, she hopes to carry forward this long-standing tradition. Maybe, because of my sincerity, the god of talismans can bless me with more successes. Shang Yanting's expression was a little strange when he heard this. The system's attitude is similar to those of martial arts practitioners who fanatically worship the god of martial arts, but the purpose is more obvious than that of martial arts practitioners. Is it the talisman god? I don't know, but it looks like one. Who has ever seen a real god? In their hometown, they just draw an image casually. The most important thing is sincerity. What kind of perverse logic is this? Shang Yanting had a black line on his forehead. But in the end, Jia Xitong still got the wooden sculpture. With many cans of ink made from flaming wolf blood and exploding turtle shell powder, she called the host very generous. She was so generous that she felt embarrassed and decided to give him more talismans next time. In the middle of the night, an unknown bird was crying miserably in the big tree outside. In a dim room in the Shangmo City Lord's mansion, a servant left the room in a hurry. There were many people in the room whispering, plotting some shady plots. At this time, Jia Xitong was sitting in Shang Yanting's Sea of Consciousness, with the newly acquired wooden sculpture in front of her. She carefully cleaned the dirt from every corner of the wood carving, then bowed respectfully to the wood carving, muttering to herself, "Please, great God, bless me to unlock more talismans and increase the success rate of drawing talismans." After the worship, she pressed the wood carving on the talisman to make a paperweight, one god for 2 purposes. Jia Xitong has an immature guess about unlocking the Talisman Book. She drew 100 solidification talismans and unlocked the blessing talisman. She also succeeded in drawing 100 blessing talismans and unlocked the explosion talisman. Now she focuses on the explosion talisman and wants to try whether each new talisman paper can unlock the next page of content after 100 successful drawings. As a hard worker, drawing 1,000 talismans every day is a basic operation. From the beginning, she stumbled, but now she has mastered it easily. Concentrating on making talismans allows her to ignore the changes in time and everything happening outside and enter a state of complete oblivion. The only regret is that the 1% success rate has not increased. Another 1,000 pictures were finished. When Jia Xitong started, the winter sun had just risen outside, and now the lanterns were already hanging high. She looked outside and saw that the male protagonist was meditating and practicing, so she didn't disturb him. Just as she was about to draw a few more pictures, she caught a glimpse of the statue used to press the talisman paper. Huh? She remembered that there was a big stain on the left leg of the wooden sculpture. When she took a quick look today, the stain seemed to have become smaller. Was it her illusion? Jia Xitong took the wooden sculpture and observed it carefully. It seemed to be better looking than when she first brought it back, but the change was not big. The possibility of fatigue from ugliness and the male protagonist's sea of consciousness having a self-cleansing function cannot be ruled out. If she puts so many things in the male protagonist's sea of consciousness, would the male protagonist's brain really not have problems? But where else could she put them if not here? Jia Xitong closed the wooden sculpture in her palm with an apologetic attitude and said sincerely, "If there really is a talisman god, please bless the male protagonist's brain not to become bad because of too many things." This made the fake system seem to have acted like a human, but also seemed not to have acted like a human. Even the real system couldn't stand it and jumped out to explain, "The soul mode is the tasker's soul in the space opened up by the system, and the only tasker who resides in the male protagonist's sea of consciousness." "Oh, you said it earlier." Jia Xitong put the wood carving back after hearing this, picked up the pen and continued to draw talismans. "As long as you don't die, you will work hard to death. The life of a hard worker is so simple and unpretentious." Jia Xitong, who devoted herself to the business of making talismans, did not notice that every time she successfully drew a talisman, a very tiny light would fly towards the wood carving next to her, and the color of the wood carving would also brighten a point. The assessment time of Chengdu College is gradually coming to an end. A total of 100 students were admitted this time, including Song Yuer and Shang Moyan, who were eliminated in the arena competition. Shangmu City is several hundred miles away from Chengdu College. The young disciples recruited now do not have the ability to shrink the ground into an inch or fly with flying tools. The vice president and most of the teachers have left, leaving a few teachers to take the new disciples on the road together. All the hundreds of students outside the city have arrived. The black bristled beasts prepared by the academy are lined up on the road. These black bristled beasts are comparable in size to elephants, but look like hippos. The joints on their heads are covered with black iron, and each one is dragging a wooden cart behind them, which looks particularly spectacular. Ordinary students enter the wooden carts one by one, while the children of aristocratic families have special, independent mounts. In front are the teachers of the academy, followed by the guards sent by Shangmu City, and the team sets off in a mighty manner. The sky was dim on the day of the trip, and the leaves of the trees on both sides of the road were placed on the dead branches. The occasional cry of two crows was drowned out by the passers-by, who came to see them off and watch. It takes half a month to travel from Shangmu City to Chengdu College. On the way away from Shangmu City, Jia Xitong, who had always been immersed in drawing talismans, gradually became nervous. In the original novel, the hero was killed before he reached Chengdu College. His roots were completely destroyed, his cultivation was gone, and the genius became a waste, falling from the clouds to hell. If the hero had been warned in advance, he might have been able to turn the danger into safety. Unfortunately, the system had long said that spoilers were not allowed, and she did not dare to jump on the edge of annihilation. However, she was very generous recently. Although the talisman paper was not used up, the task was assigned to the hero several more times, indirectly giving him a few more talismans. "You have been using up the talisman paper very quickly recently." Shang Yanting knew that the system would take away a large amount of cinnabar paper and various strange inks every once in a while, so he ordered people to prepare a lot when he left Shangmu City. However, only halfway through the journey, all kinds of materials were almost used up. Jia Xitong did not expect that she would be disliked. "Then, I will go slower?" "No, it would be better if it could be faster. It's just tens of thousands of cinnabar papers and ink. The Shangmo family can afford it." Shang Yanting glanced at the 6 solidification talismans, 5 blessing talismans, and 7 explosion talismans placed in front of him. This magical instrument with strange power is not bad. Jia Xitong was relieved after hearing this. She counted her 93 solidification talismans, 95 blessing talismans, and 78 newly drawn explosion talismans. If she succeeded in making 15 more, she would have 100 explosion talismans. The host who always responds to requests is actually quite good. Shang Yanting was extremely cautious on this trip. Someone tested the food for poison, and someone had to survey the surrounding terrain before resting. He was always under the protection of students and guards, as if he knew someone was going to harm him. Maybe he really knew. Yanting, a thin middle-aged man in the uniform of a college teacher, walked in with a kind smile on his face. "Are you used to the wind and rain these days?" This man was one of the teachers escorting this time, Cheng He. As a direct disciple who was about to become the dean's disciple, Cheng He took good care of Shang Yanting along the way and said a few words to him before taking him away. Unfortunately, Jia Xitong couldn't remember such a teacher in the original book after thinking for a long time. It seems that he and the male protagonist didn't have much intersection later. At night, there were more tents on the flat grass. The students had rested, and only a few teachers were awake. The guards were patrolling around. Pa guard passed by the fire and threw something into the fire quickly. The firewood made a crackling sound in the flames, and no one noticed this small movement. Not long after, a colorless and odorless gas drifted to every corner of the camp. It made the people who were originally sleeping soundly sleep more soundly, and the people who were originally on guard fell into a coma collectively. The camp fell into a dead silence until two sharp whistles broke through the air. The grass not far away was suddenly turned over, and a group of assassins who had been lying in ambush rushed into the camp. The target was Shang Yanting. They rushed straight to the tent and stabbed the raised bedding. Cotton and cloth flew up, and the candle reflected the orange knife light. "No one is here?" Several assassins were stunned, and then the tent collapsed. A sword stabbed in from outside the tent and directly cut the necks of the two assassins. There was no one in the tent. Shang Yanting was outside. He had been acting cautiously these days, so how could he be easily fooled? Jia Xitong, who didn't know what happened, could only say in his sea of consciousness, "The host is awesome." Seeing that the plan failed, the remaining assassins suddenly cut the tent open with a knife, and the two sides fought hand to hand. The assassins were all in the late stage of the martial arts realm, which made it difficult for Shang Yanting to deal with them. At this time, footsteps sounded, and besides Shang Yanting, there were still people who were not knocked out. Cheng He rushed over and raised his weapon. "Don't be afraid, young Master Shangmo. I'll help you." Jia Xitong looked at the deliberate concern on his thin face and felt something was wrong. Shang Yanting avoided the drug because he was careful and prepared every day. How did the teacher avoid the drug? Shang Yanting reacted faster. When he saw the weapon flying, he turned around and dodged. The sharp blade flew past his head and cut off a strand of hair on his head. The mastermind behind the scenes actually bribed the teacher of the academy. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Cheng He had nothing to pretend. He was already at the level of the middle stage of Wu Ling, one realm higher than Shang Yanting, and killing him was not a piece of cake. Cheng He immediately took out a pair of iron claw chains and threw them at Shang Yanting to take his life. Shang Yanting waved his hand to summon a silver-white long sword and entangled the iron claw chain. Seeing this, Cheng He narrowed his eyes slightly. Shining golden magic weapon. As a young master, he really has some treasures to save his life. Unfortunately, his body protection 20-point sword is also a golden magic weapon. Shang Yanting has no more powerful magic weapon to make up for the lack of cultivation. There is a natural gap between the martial spirit realm and the martial master realm. He raised his mouth with disdain, and with a flip of his wrist, the iron claws broke away from the iron chain and reached Shang Yanting's chest. A loud bang exploded at his feet. Shang Yanting, who threw 2 explosive talismans, took the opportunity to distance himself. He saw him pinching his fingers, and the true energy in his body condensed into the sword blade, turning into sword energy and slashing at Cheng He. Cheng He hurriedly used his luck to block it, but was still pushed back half a meter by Shang Yanting's sword energy. His chest ached, and there was a rusty taste in his throat. Shang Yanting not only cultivated very quickly, but also could cross levels to hurt people. It is hard to imagine how high his attainments would be in the future if he was allowed to continue to grow. But there was no chance. Cheng He's eyes showed ruthlessness. Now that he had made an enemy of him, he must eliminate this disaster as soon as possible. He sacrificed his own life magic weapon, and his men were merciless and murderous everywhere. Even though Shang Yanting had superb swordsmanship and the blessing of talismans, he was unable to withstand the attack several times. Jia Xitong, who was in Shang Yanting's sea of consciousness, stared at the two people outside, and became more and more certain in her heart, This is it, the turning point of the male protagonist's life when he was abandoned. Dear host, lead him to a place with fewer people. Jia Xitong shouted in his sea of consciousness, and then looked at Cheng He, who was attacking crazily. She aimed at the opportunity, grabbed the explosion talisman that had just been drawn beside her, and threw it all out. As the saying goes, when you are poor, you can intersperse tactics, and when you are rich, you can cover with firepower. Nearly 100 explosion talismans were used at the same time, and there was a loud roar, almost overturning half of the camp. Faced with powerful firepower, even a late-stage martial spirit had to crawl down. As the center of the explosion, Cheng He was already gone after the smoke dissipated. His limbs were scattered on the ground, and the iron chain and iron claws of the life weapon had been separated from the head and tail. Shang Yanting, who was closest to the explosion, was also shocked by the roar in his ears, and his clothes were hanging on his body like rags. Although he had seen many big scenes, he was stunned for a while, and then took out spare clothes from the measly talisman. After changing, leave overnight. Firepower coverage is good, but the consequence is that Jia Xitong's secret of pretending to be poor is exposed. Now the male protagonist is in a hurry to get on the road and has no time to interrogate, but the trust value has been rising and falling all the way, which is enough to prove how rich his spiritual world is at this moment. The key is that he doesn't ask or say anything. Hey, that host! Jia Xitong prepared the words to break the ice. Why don't you stay in the camp and wait for other teachers and students to wake up? It should be safer with more people than him alone. Those people must have a backup plan, and it will be more dangerous there. Shang Yanting took out a map that had been marked long ago and shuttled quickly in the wilderness. This unhurried look made Jia Xitong feel as if he had been prepared for it. Host dear, now I have more important things to do. If you have anything to say, wait until I get back. Shang Yanting has always known that someone will assassinate him on the way to study. The 8 great families united for their own status, but the relationship is not as calm as it seems. Interests are intertwined, power games, everyone wants to ride away, everyone wants to be the head of the 8 great families. The existence of Shang Yanting has already made other families feel threatened. It is their goal to prevent Shang Yanting from becoming the dean's disciple, and killing him is a permanent solution. But other families are plotting against him, and he is also plotting against these families. Not only is he in the academy's team, but the most elite children of other families are also in it. He took the risk to attract everyone's attention and then sent out assassins at this great opportunity to leave those who support the Shang Mao family and kill those who are his enemies. Once this plan succeeds, the Shang Mao family will firmly sit at the top of the 8 major families. The family wants Shang Yanting's life, and Shang Yanting wants to destroy the family's roots. Oh, Jia Xitong was afraid of affecting Shang Yanting's actions, so she kept silent. She listened to the system broadcasting the constantly fluctuating trust value, and she got used to it after a long time. The perspective outside kept switching between various dense forests, and she glanced at her inventory. The explosion talisman has been used up, and a few more successful ones will prove whether the unlocking of the Talisman Book is related to the number of successful talismans. Since the hero has not encountered any danger since dawn, she simply took out the banknotes and prepared to finish drawing the last few. In the upper left, the face of the quietly placed wood carving seemed to be looking at her kindly. Unknowingly, the 100th explosion talisman was finished. Jia Xitong looked at the Talisman Book expectantly. As she thought, the brown surface of the Talisman Book began to glow faintly. However, the light on the book rose higher and higher uncontrollably, forming a light band that bent into an arc in the air and all projected onto the wood carving on the other side. The light of the Talisman Book dimmed, and the light of the wood carving became brighter, like an ultra-high-power light bulb. All the light was absorbed by it. Jia Xitong looked at this scene blankly, and a 10-meter phantom appeared on the wood carving and gradually took shape. Sitting cross-legged, with a solemn and precious appearance, he lowered his head and looked directly at his followers. Every day, he worked day and night, either drawing talismans or on the way to draw talismans. He kowtowed to him 3 times and 9 times every day. Although there was no incense to worship him, he was extremely sincere. Wushu was popular in the mainland, and there had not been such a devout and fanatical believer for a long time. The Liver Emperor moved this almost forgotten god. Jia Xitong was stunned in place, and saw that the phantom held his left hand empty and pointed his right hand at her lightly. Boom! There was a severe tinnitus in her ears, and the sharp sound was like a needle tip piercing her brain. The Taoji was automatically turned without wind, and it turned randomly from the first page to the last page at a very fast speed. With a bang, the phantom collapsed and turned into a light of several feet, which enveloped Jia Xitong and the Taoji. The light circulated around her body, seemingly slow but extremely fast. In the light, she felt the tingling in her brain gradually weakened, just like the comfort of a baby immersed in the mother's womb. As for the Talisman book in front of her, it became newer every time the light passed through it. Ancient runes on the cover gradually appeared, and the damaged parts were brand new. A drop of blood was squeezed out of Jia Xitong's forehead, slowly merging into the Talisman book, and instantly a subtle connection was established between the two. A voice sighed from a distant place. "I hope you can revive the light of my talismans." I don't know how long it took. Jia Xitong opened her eyes suddenly, as if she had just had a dream. The talismans were scattered everywhere, and the Talisman book was in her arms. The smooth cover revealed its original brown color, and the carved runes were now so clear that you could even see the concave symbol in the middle. After the Talisman book absorbed her blood, an inexplicable connection made her feel connected to it, but she couldn't explain it clearly. The outside has changed. What about the inside? Jia Xitong turned the inner page. The first page still had the same sentence. Starting from the second page, the contents of the Solidification Talisman, the Blessing Talisman, and the Explosion Talisman have changed slightly. Take a closer look at the relevant content. Solidification Talisman. For steel blades, make the weapon indestructible, lasting for 2/4 of an hour. Change to for fine steel weapons. Increase the original ability of the magic weapon, lasting for 2/4 of an hour. Blessing Talisman. Can cure ordinary external injuries and ordinary internal injuries. Change to can cure ordinary internal and external injuries, recuperate and replenish true energy. Explosion Talisman. Explosion occurs within a radius of 5 meters. Change to explosion occurs within a radius of 10 meters. Upgrade. The 3 talismans have been improved more or less on the basis of the original ones. Will the talismans unlocked later be upgraded? Jia Xitong subconsciously turned to the next page. Chapter 4. Paste method can store 8 cubic meters of dead objects. Requires dark mace, black grass paper, and Wenyao fish blood. The mixufu given to the hero before could only hold 5 cubic meters of things, but now it has increased by 3 cubic meters. She turned to the next page with excitement. A blank board. Jia Xitong was slightly stunned and quickly comforted herself. After all, upgrades are pie in the sky, and people should not be too greedy. She remembered the last sigh she heard and looked at the palm-sized wooden statue. Thank you, Lord God. I will practice hard and strive to carry forward the talisman. After saying this, Jia Xitong was ambitious. She really wanted to be Long Aoqian's woman. The dream was not over yet, and a series of broadcasts from the real system in her ears quickly brought her back to reality. Please note that the male protagonist's trust has decreased by 10 and the current trust value is 55,100. The male protagonist's trust has decreased by 20 and the current trust value is 35,100. The male protagonist's trust has decreased by 20 and the current trust value is 15,100. The male protagonist's trust has decreased by 10 and the current trust value is 5,100. The trust value of 65 points has suddenly become 5? What happened? She hurriedly called Shang Yanting, but got no response. Looking out, the mountain with a bare side and a straight and sharp edge was rising rapidly. It was not the mountain rising, but Shang Yanting falling. Boom! With a loud noise, the water surface splashed with a splash bigger than the fish bombing team. The clear pond water was quickly dyed red by blood. Jia Xitong could see the panicked fish and messy water plants in the water from his sea of consciousness. Shang Yanting, who fell into the water, had a burst of bubbles coming out of his mouth, and he kept falling like a weight. The hero's trust value has been reduced by 10, and the current trust value is 0,100. A system prompt came late, and the trust value was directly cleared from 65 in just a few minutes. But now there is no time to think about the trust value. Shang Yanting is almost dead. Without a physical body, she can only worry. System, save him! Hello, tasker. The system cannot directly intervene in any plot. If you want to rescue the hero, you need to do it yourself. If I have hands, do I need to call you? With the last word, Jia Xitong's voice rose uncontrollably, and his expression changed from nervousness and anger to incredible, and his eyes were fixed on Shang Yanting's body. He floated up. He slowly moved forward and upward from the bottom of the lake. The water flow around him seemed scientific and unscientific, allowing him to drift all the way to the shore successfully. He can float up even if he sinks. He didn't choke to death even when he spit bubbles. He is worthy of being the hero, and he is stuck here with a bug. Jia Xitong looked at Shang Yanting. At this moment, his whole body was covered with wounds, and the weak rise and fall of his chest could only prove that he was still alive. During her adventure, she didn't know what happened to him. The only thing she could be sure of was that she thought she had reversed the fate of the male protagonist, and the gears of fate invisibly and powerfully put everything back on track. Shang Yanting's body was half soaked in water and half stuck in mud by the lake. There was no good flesh on his body, and his wounds worsened in this terrible environment. The most important thing was that there were knife marks on his wrists and ankles, deep enough to see the bones. This was the third time Jia Xitong fed him the Zhuyo talisman. However, due to the environment, his wounds repeatedly worsened. Shang Yanting would not die, but he would be in pain. I remember that Shang Yanting's injury in the original book was caused by this incident, and he would be in great pain when it rained. Every time he felt pain, his hatred deepened. From a favored child of heaven to what he is now, it would be strange if he didn't become perverted in pain. System, do you really have no way to let me leave your body? Temporary is fine. Jia Xitong couldn't help asking. There are magic tools that can meet the requirements of the tasker. According to the actual situation, the tasker must exchange items. Magic tools puppet clone. Purpose. It can cover the soul power on it and drive the puppet to move. The use time is 2 hours, and the activity distance cannot exceed 10 meters from the soul body. That is, 10 meters around the male protagonist. Price, 10,000 primary talisman optional, can be said to be provided by the tasker on credit, but must be repaid within 3 years. So many? 10,000 talismans, according to her success rate of drawing talismans, need to be drawn 1 million times, equivalent to about 913 times a day. After calculating this data, Xitong couldn't help but take a breath. But people always have to make progress. In 3 years, the skill of drawing talismans must be improved a little. Thinking of saving people and brushing trust points, she gritted her teeth again, changed. A minute later, a furry creature with dark circles under its eyes, gray-brown overall, and circles of patterns on its tail appeared by the river. Jia Xitong spent half a minute to figure out how to use puppetry, and somehow she turned into a little raccoon, commonly known as crisp noodles. Her vision changed from a 360-degree ultra-wide angle to a short and narrow one. She shook her head, not quite used to it, and then manipulated the raccoon's body to get close to Shang Yanting, pulling his arm and dragging him out of the quagmire. It was very strenuous. Crisp Noodle's body and strength were too small, and it took a long time to pull a little bit. 2 hours were spent on this, and Jia Xitong barely dragged Shang Yanting to the clean and dry grass. After this tossing and turning, blood spread from the river to this place. Shang Yanting's wounds that had not healed opened again, and his lips turned black and white. Now Jia Xitong had no other means, so she could only burn a few Zhuyo talismans for him to eat. Just after feeding him the third one, the puppet's time was up. The soul power returned to Shang Yanting's sea of consciousness, and the puppet fell beside him. The next day, the puppet that fell beside him sat up. Shang Yanting spent most of his time soaking in muddy water, and his wounds were repeatedly infected under the dual influence of the Zhuyo talisman and sewage. Jia Xitong manipulated the raccoon to undress him, revealing the wounds on his body and the dried mud lumps. How to deal with the mud and pus on his body? She tore off a piece of cleaner cloth from his clothes, held the cloth in her mouth to the river to soak the clothes, and then came back to clean his wounds. Pus mixed with mud is difficult to clean, and a small piece of cloth gets dirty after just a few uses. In order to clean the wound, she went back and forth many times, and the 2 hours of control time were all used on this. On the third day after falling into the lake, Shang Yanting still didn't wake up. She gently lifted the sunken bark of the dead tree and carefully fed him water, then ran around Shang Yanting on the ground with 4 paws. After cleaning the mud on his body, the Zhuyo talisman was still very effective. The wounds on his body have all subsided and scabbed. The biggest hidden danger is his hands and feet, whose tendons were cut, and he hasn't eaten for 3 days. The Zhuyo talisman cannot grow flesh from bones, nor can it connect tendons and veins, let alone fill the stomach. Just when she was worrying about these, a greater crisis quietly struck. The original book said that after Shang Yanting fell off the cliff, the 8 great families sent people to search under the cliff. At this time, the searchers had come down and were searching along the direction of the water. In the quiet environment, shouting and barking can be heard, and they are getting closer and closer. Jia Xitong, who found something wrong, gave up looking for food and dragged his arm to move, only hating that it didn't become a stronger one when he turned into a puppet. The puppet was almost ineffective, so they hid in a tall reed field. Jia Xitong pulled up the grass around and covered him with it. Now he could only hide him in this way, hoping that he would not be found so soon. After covering him with the last layer of reeds, the puppet time was all used up, and the little raccoon fell directly at his feet. In a coma, Shang Yanting had nightmares again and again. He had calculated everything, but he did not set up defenses against the Shang Mao family. The head of the Shangmu family, his uncle. He joined forces with other families to destroy the foundation of his cultivation, and he also wanted to eradicate the roots. All the friends, subordinates, amiable teachers and elders who had benefited from his kindness became the ones who swung knives at him. The head of the Shangmu family, his grandfather. After everything happened, he treated him as an abandoned child, shielded the culprit and watched coldly, just like how he treated his parents. In just a few days, he experienced the coldness of the world. He had a high fever and suddenly developed a demon barrier. In the reeds, a pair of eyes without any emotion, dark to the extreme, opened. "My lord, bloodstains and torn clothes were found by the river. The traitor is here. Expand the search area. The heads of the family said that they want to see the person alive or the body dead." The voices were getting closer and closer, and the people of the family had already searched the reeds. Night. Torches flickered in the reeds, and there were still a few faint barkings of dogs in the reeds. They also brought hunting dogs. Shang Yanting dragged his heavy body to move. His palms could not exert force, so he could only support his whole body with his elbows. The wound that had not yet fully healed was torn open by his movements. His elbows rubbed against the ground and embedded in the blunt and hard stones on the ground. Woof! A fierce bark came from the reeds. The hunting dog running in the front rushed out of the reeds and bit Shang Yanting's arm, and strangled the hunting dog's neck tightly with his elbow. Unable to exert force with his hands and feet, he pressed all the weight of his body on the hunting dog, and the hunting dog was squeezed to death by him. He threw away the corpse and continued to crawl forward. His elbow was worn out with white bones. There were more and more footsteps and the sound of hunting dogs behind him, but he was exhausted. At this moment, a furry person grabbed his elbow. The time for the puppet was finally up, and Jia Xitong couldn't wait to come out. "Host dear, you hold on." She quickly fed him a blessing talisman and dragged him forward, holding his arm. Shang Yanting ignored the strange little monster in front of him, and only hatred remained in his cold eyes. Another hound caught up and tore at Shang Yanting's legs from behind. His legs were already covered in blood, but he seemed to feel no pain and crawled forward mechanically. Jia Xitong controlled the raccoon's body, and his long hair stood up. He kept picking up stones and throwing them at them, intimidating them to leave. The movement here attracted the attention of the people behind. Found it! Right in front! The pursuers behind were approaching, and Jia Xitong quickly threw out 2 explosion talismans he had just drawn. Boom! The new explosion talisman made the whole ground vibrate, and the soil and weeds flew everywhere. The first batch of pursuers were blown to death, and the pursuers who came to cut the grass and root out all gathered, and the remaining hounds barked wildly in the reed field. All the explosion talismans that Jia Xitong had hoarded before were gone. There were only 7 explosion talismans that he had just drawn, and now there were 5 left. Only when the written words are experienced personally can one know the bloodiness and cruelty in them. How did the male protagonist survive in the original novel? Just as she was racking her brains to recall the plot, her feet suddenly felt empty, and she fell down with Shang Yanting, who was dragging her. Auspicious cave from heaven. The cave was pitch black, and the puppet controlled by Jia Xitong crawled out from under Shang Yanting, touched his face, and put its claws on his neck to feel his pulse that was still beating evenly. After doing this, she lay down next to the male protagonist. Voices and dog barking continued to come from the entrance of the cave, and a man and a beast were tightly dependent on each other in the cave. This is just the surface. Shang Yanting opened his eyes in the darkness and put his arm on the neck of the monster next to him. Although he is now a disabled person, as long as he exerts a little force with his arm, he can break the monster's thin neck. Everyone in the world is hypocritical. All the good things in the world have ulterior motives. He used more and more strength in his arms, with a madness in his eyes that wanted to destroy everything. Everyone above has left. "Host, are you hurt?" Jia Xitong suddenly spoke, bringing the destruction brewing in the darkness to an abrupt halt. "Not bad." "Really?" Jia Xitong lit a talisman and saw the male protagonist in the light of the fire. His face and body were all covered with wounds, especially his arms and legs. He was still breathing, and looked pitiful. She stuffed the talisman paper that had been burned to ashes into the male protagonist's mouth. In addition to the wooden statue, she also developed the Zhuyo talisman, which had 2 uses. Shang Yanting was fed a handful of hairy talisman ash. The dry ash mixed with saliva was difficult to swallow. Then he felt the furry monster leave him. In the darkness, the monster's short limbs appeared in his mind, dragging him away. Shang Yanting raised his head and looked at the sky from the cave entrance. He has become like this now, and I think there is nothing that the system wants. Let's go. Since it helped him once, he will let it go. Hatred and malice poured out in his pure black eyes. From now on, he would rather betray the world and kill everyone in the world. "Host dear, I found food," a voice interrupted. Jia Xitong dragged the hound's body and called him not far away. Just now, she saw the hound's body fall with them, and it was not far away. After a careful search, she found its body. The hound was fat and strong, and it felt heavy to lift it up, and it felt like it could be used to supplement Shang Yanting. The only flaw was that it was too dark in here, and she forgot where Shang Yanting was sitting. "Host dear, please make a sound. I can't find you." I don't know if Shang Yanting was stupid because of hunger. She waited for a long time before hearing the answer. "Behind you." "Oh." Jia Xitong dragged the hound, which was about the size of a raccoon, back to his side. But how to eat it? There was no firewood in the cold cave, and there was no knife to deal with it. Just as she was struggling, she heard the sound of fur tearing and raw meat chewing next to her, eating raw meat and drinking blood. "Sashimi is also. This is how it is eaten," Jia Xitong explained for the male protagonist in her heart. She ignored the voice and sat at the hero's feet to plan what to do next. "Those people chasing you will definitely not give up if they can't find you. Let's rest for a while, and then look for other exits in the Tsar cave. Of course, it's not just about finding an exit. There's also opportunity. The hero's opportunity." Jia Xitong carefully helped Shang Yanting plan and gave him all of her last 5 explosive talismans, and then fell to his legs. The time for the puppet had come. The first thing she did when she returned to her sea of consciousness was to draw talismans. The road ahead was unknown, and she didn't know how many dangers there would be. Now that Shang Yanting's entire cultivation had been abolished, he needed explosive talismans to protect himself. Fortunately, he had stockpiled a lot of materials for drawing talismans. She bowed earnestly to the wooden statue next to her, and then drew in her sea of consciousness until dawn. The cave was extremely dark, and every step forward required a little bit of exploration. This passage was mostly uneven, sharp stones, and animal bones. Shang Yanting had to climb with his broken hands and feet. Every time she hit him, she had to endure severe pain. Her elbows and knees had long been rubbed to a bloody mess. The puppet that Jia Xitong exchanged was also in a miserable state. The puppet could not leave Shang Yanting for more than 10 meters without soul power, but Shang Yanting did not bring it with him. So the puppet was dragged on the ground as if it was tied by a rope, and the hair on one side was worn out. If the puppet was not used for only 2 hours a day and needed to be used in more important places, she really wanted to go down and turn her puppet over. Even if it was bald, at least let the raccoon be bald a little more evenly. But now the most important thing is to think about where the male protagonist's first opportunity is. The author of Aoqian Shenmo is an old snake skin. The focus should have been on upgrading and fighting monsters, and most of the content was about picking up girls and having sex. There was no detailed description of how the male protagonist got those golden fingers. While she was spitting on the original author in her heart, Shang Yanting suddenly stopped. There was a faint sound coming from the depths of the cave, which was the sound of scales rubbing against gravel. It was cold and dense, and it made people nervous for no reason. The sound was getting closer and closer, and 2 red lanterns the size of persimmons appeared and moved quickly. Shang Yanting, whose limbs were disabled, had no way to dodge, and was suddenly rolled into the air by the thick and long snake belly. A giant python! "Host dear!" Jia Xitong came out of the sea of consciousness and controlled the raccoon to grope on the ground. In the darkness, she could only see 2 red eyes swaying around, and the huge snake tail swung over the ground and directly lifted her up. "Shang Yanting!" She shouted his name anxiously. He heard it. Shang Yanting was entangled in the air by the long snake, and with every breath, the long snake shrank a little. His limbs were damaged, and he was unable to break free, and his internal organs were being squeezed together. Was he really going to die here? Thinking of the appearance of those enemies, his eyes turned red. The huge fangs of the long snake had opened, and at that moment he suddenly remembered the explosive talisman in his arms. He stretched out his hand and stuffed all the talismans into the mouth of the long snake. With a loud bang, Jia Xitong heard an explosion, and the snake's head was blown to pieces in an instant. The firelight revealed Shang Yanting's position, and she hurriedly ran under the snake and raised her hands. Shang Yanting fell heavily from a height just behind the puppet raccoon. "Host dear? Damn it! Even if the host deer has become a cripple, he can still kill the snake. Fortunately, she was not in a hurry to take the unused talisman to pay off the debt, and immediately burned a blessing talisman to feed him. When falling from a height, Shang Yanting was injured, coughing up blood and unable to move. The body of the snake was blocked in the cave, its head was blown off, and its body was still wriggling violently. Jia Xitong grabbed Shang Yanting's elbow and carefully crossed the snake. Not far away, she heard the sound of dripping water in front of her. After turning a corner, the scene in front of her stunned her. A pool of water, a pool of glowing water. The faint fluorescence emitted by the lake illuminated the interior of the cave. There were several equally glowing grasses growing by the pond, with thumb-sized fruits on them, which were now red. There was also a snake skin on the ground. The huge snake skin was obviously just replaced by the snake outside. Jia Xitong manipulated the puppet raccoon to survey around, and after confirming that there were no other monsters, she dragged the snake skin on the ground and spread it into a simple mat. She dragged Shang Yanting onto it, and put it down, and went straight to the edge of the pond. Only when you get closer will you find that it is not the water that is glowing, but the stones that cover the bottom of the water. The water is very clear, and there are strange fish swimming in it. Each of these fish is half a meter long, fat and strong, with a bird-like beak, and a horizontal glowing pattern on the fins on their backs. If fish can be raised in this water, then that person should be able to drink it. Jia Xitong thought to herself, stretched out her claws to scoop up some water from the pond, and moistened Shang Yanting's lips with the last bit before it all leaked out. Is this water drinkable? After feeding, she observed it for a while. After making sure that Shang Yanting was not poisoned, she reached out to the pond again to scoop water. The fish in the pond saw her coming and slowly gathered around. Jia Xitong looked at the silly fish by the water and thought of the koi waiting to be fed in the World Park. Suddenly, Jia Xitong stretched out her paw to say hello. Suddenly, a strange fish rushed over with lightning speed and bit the raccoon's paw. The fish was very strong, and Jia Xitong was almost dragged down. She reacted quickly and fell backwards suddenly, throwing it to the shore before the fish pulled her down. The strange fish's slender teeth had already embedded in the raccoon's paw. She didn't expect the fish in the water to be so ferocious. And, dear host, I caught a big fish! Shang Yanting was awakened by it, and he opened his eyelids and looked over tiredly. Looking at the little beast dragging a strange fish that was bigger than its body, she caught a glimpse of the claws that were bitten by its teeth. Aren't you in pain? It's the puppet that's injured. My real body is in your sea of consciousness, so I can't feel it. After saying that, she placed the big fish at his feet and then looked at the plants growing around the pond. The fruits by the pond gave people a sense of ripeness. With a gentle pinch, the peel on the surface cracked, and the juice inside instantly flowed out and wet the raccoon's fur. Unfortunately, the puppet can't smell and doesn't need to eat. She picked the broken fruit and threw it into the pond. The fish in the pond seemed to have not eaten for 800 years and swarmed in the moment the juice was thrown. The thumb-sized fruit was quickly scraped clean, leaving no juice. She stood on the shore and observed for a moment. No fish died after eating the fruit. If fish can eat it, people should be able to eat it too. Jia Xitong picked a small fruit and fed it to Shang Yanting. Host dear, try this. She did it faster than she said it, making it impossible for the delicate male protagonist to refuse. The sweetness exploded in his mouth, and the juice flowed down his throat and turned into a warm current, and his dantian, which was in pain all the time, got a little relief. Shang Yanting's frown relaxed a little because of the relief of pain. I can eat it. Jia Xitong looked at Shang Yanting in the light coming from the bottom of the lake. After a few days of hard work, he was as thin as a bag of bones. The original cold and noble appearance of the young master of aristocratic family disappeared, and his whole body was shrouded in gloom. In the past few days, he has not spoken once on his own initiative. She used to think of him as a character in a book, but now she thinks of him as a person. As the only friend in the other world, a feeling of heartache followed. Jia Xitong touched his wounded hand with another clean, furry paw and comforted him. Don't worry, your hands and feet will be fine. You are the man who will become a god in the future. Shang Yanting's eyelids moved slightly, looking at the ugly little beast with tangled fur next to him, and there was a little more ripple in his dead eyes. The furry paw on the back of his hand was suddenly loosened at this moment, and he watched the little beast pick up the fish next to him that had rolled its eyes. One fruit is not enough. I'll get you some fish. The scales of the fish are hard. The meat taken out is very tender, like jelly. After eating it, Shang Yanting also felt a warm current filling his body, but the effect was slightly inferior to that of the red fruit. Shang Yanting looked at the pond. Could it be a place of natural treasures? When Jia Xitong fed him the first piece of fish meat, he resisted the intense desire in his body and dodged. What's wrong? Jia Xitong looked at the meat on the paw. Is it poisonous? Shang Yanting's eyes showed complex emotions. He closed his eyes and returned to indifference after a moment. The fish in this lake and the red fruits beside are all extraordinary. He told the monster in front of him what he found. No matter what its purpose is, just leave after getting these. He doesn't need people to pity him, nor does he need anyone to accompany him. Take the things and leave, don't follow him anymore. Extraordinary? Jia Xitong stuffed the fish meat in his claws into his mouth. Extraordinary, just eat more. Sure enough, even if there is no clear record, the male protagonist can find his own adventure. Jia Xitong fed him the fish meat in 2 or 3 bites, and then quickly ran to the edge of the pond to count. There are still 11 small red fruits by the pond, and 21 fish in the pond. Shang Yanting looked at the back of the little beast picking fruits, and a hint of irony appeared in his eyes. So, what is he expecting? The world is bustling with profit. No one will treat him sincerely. As long as there are some temptations, these people will reveal their true colors. Damn it! Shang Yanting's eyes were suppressed and stubborn, with a madness that wanted to destroy everything. Host dear. Jia Xitong turned around with the red fruit she had picked, stretched out her furry claws, and fed him another red fruit. The sweetness exploded on the tip of her tongue, flowing into her heart with warmth. Host dear, why do you look like this? Is the fruit bad? She looked at his twitching face a little nervously. The male protagonist is not so easy to be poisoned to death, right? No. Shang Yanting found it difficult to describe his current mood. Jia Xitong looked at him, and only felt relieved when his expression gradually eased, and then put all the fruits in her arms in front of him. I feel that this little fruit is ripe, and I'm worried that it will go bad, so I picked them all. Host dear, try your best and try to eat it before it goes bad. After she said that, her whole person. The raccoon fell to the ground with a thud, and the puppet's use time was up. He was the only one left in the cave. With both hands disabled and no one feeding him, it would be difficult for him to eat a fruit. 1, 2. Suddenly stopped and looked indifferently at the neatly arranged fruits and dirty puppets beside him. His emotions were surging. After a long time, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He would never trust anyone again. At the same time, Jia Xitong heard the long-lost system voice. Congratulations to the tasker for gaining 1 trust point from the male protagonist. The current trust value is 1? Huh? Jia Xitong, who was about to draw the talisman, was stunned when she heard the system voice, but calmed down when she heard the increase in trust value. After all, she had raised Shang Yanting's trust value to 65, so a mere 1 point was nothing. The ancient said, aim high. Her goal is to boost the male protagonist's trust value, correct the male protagonist's wrong worldview, become a free person as soon as possible, become the Dragon Aochan of another world. Thinking about it makes her a little excited. Now that there is no raw material for drawing the Mixu talisman, Jia Xitong has counted all the talismans and talisman raw materials she still has. The explosion talisman is definitely the least, with only 2 newly drawn ones. The solidification talisman has at most 93 pieces left. The blessing talisman has 76 pieces left, and Shang Yanting has used them a lot in the past few days. Among the raw materials for the talismans, there is not much rock ink and cinnabar paper. The only thing that is sufficient is the ink made from the blood of the exploding turtle and the flame wolf. As for the current situation, Jia Xitong is going to use all the cinnabar paper on this, and she can probably draw about 100 pieces. She opened the Talisman Book to draw talismans, and suddenly found that there was more content in the middle and back of the book. Talisman, Book Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures. Chapter 1s. Habits, grown in places with extremely rich spiritual energy, accompanied by Wu Ding silverfish. The leaves are wide and thick like a palm and grow 1 inch in 100 years. Function, its fruit can heal root damage. Its stems and leaves are the main materials of Wu Ding paper, which is a good product for making talisman paper. Chapter 2, Wu Ding silverfish habits. Lives in places with extremely rich spiritual energy, where there are often Wu Ding secret grass. Adult fish are 1 meter long, ferocious and carnivorous, and die when out of water. Function, its meat can heal root damage. It has the blood of Yonglong, and the essence from its dorsal fin is a good material for making ink. Wow! Jia Xitong was shocked after reading the whole thing. The male protagonist is worthy of being the male protagonist. Even the things he doesn't use are treasures. She looked outside and saw several Wu Ding secret grass and Wu Ding silverfish by the pond with shining eyes. By the way, Shang Yanting's foundation was damaged and he couldn't practice. In the days to come, Jia Xitong planned to pick all the fruits to feed Shang Yanting. Catching fish is a little more difficult than picking fruits. If you are not careful, you will go from catching fish to being caught. Although the fish is big, Jia Xitong arranged one for each of the 3 meals a day. Wuding silverfish is the easiest to catch at the beginning. As soon as Jia Xitong put down his claws, the fish came up. But as his companions became fewer and fewer, the silverfish began to become smarter. Jia Xitong's way of fishing also changed from claws to tails, and he even cut the meat of the dead snake outside to seduce. "Host deer, eat fish!" Jia Xitong dragged the fat and strong big fish back and heard the familiar system voice again. The male protagonist's trust value increased by 1 point. For several consecutive days, Shang Yanting's trust value often increased by 1 or 2 points, and now it has 7 points. She skillfully separated the fish with her claws and placed the meat in front of him. Shang Yanting has now begun to train his wrist to do some small things. At this time, he endured the severe pain and trembled with his fingers to pick up the fish in front of him. Often, the fish fell from his hands halfway. He would try again and again until he put the fish into his mouth. "Wow, host deer is great." Jia Xitong would praise him generously at this time. Shang Yanting looked at the little beast in front of him. Its fur was all tangled, and one side was bald. Its limbs were all covered with bite marks, and its tail was broken at 1/3 of the way. He knew that it was bitten by a fish. Even his blood relatives would betray him for the sake of profit, so why would it be so good to him? These fish, as well as the fruits before, can cure the root. If you take them outside, every fish and every fruit will be in short supply. Once the root is destroyed, the possibility of cure is almost zero. Medicines that can cure the root would be treasures fought over by countless people if they were placed outside. What would happen to it when it knew that the food it gave it every day was a priceless treasure? Shang Yanting was malicious and eager to see the surprise and anger of this system, after knowing that he had missed the treasure for a useless person, to tear off its hypocritical kindness and prove that it was no different from ordinary people. "I know. That's why I told you not to waste it." Jia Xitong skillfully broke the biggest bone of the whole fish, revealing the bone marrow inside. "You've eaten so many fish, are you feeling better?" He said this in a shameless way, and the bone marrow, as white as jade, seemed to mock his suspicion. Shang Yanting was stunned, and it took him a long time to find his words. He said in a dry voice, "You won't get anything by following me. My value now is not even as good as a fish. You have those weird methods. You can find a more powerful master, so you don't have to waste all your time on me. Let's go. You are different. I won't hate you." He closed his eyes after he finished speaking, with some relief but also some unwillingness and resentment. Jia Xitong was a little shocked after hearing this. To be honest, this is the most words Shang Yanting has said since he fell off the cliff. What a good protagonist. He still cares about others even in such a miserable situation. "I won't leave." Jia Xitong put his dry, hairy paw on the back of his hand and gently leaned against him to comfort him. "Host deer is super awesome. Maybe you won't believe it. The whole world exists around you. The current predicament is a kind of suffering. Your future is bright, and there will be many people who love and respect you. Although those people were killed by your snap of fingers in the end. But that was the original work. At least Shang Yanting is very good now. He must influence the male protagonist, and he will be the first in Aotian continent in the future, and he will be the second." Jia Xitong leaned beside him and thought happily until the puppet's usage time ran out and returned to the sea of consciousness. Shang Yanting watched the little beast beside him lose its strength, and the body leaning against his arm gradually tilted. For the first time, he stretched out his hand, ignoring the severe pain and taking the little bear into his range. He gave it a chance. It chose him. He will give it everything it wants within his ability, but the condition is that it must never betray him. Otherwise, it will pay the price for its choice. Shang Yanting stared at it with his dark pupils, and his elbow gradually tightened. The big snake outside the cave was about to crush the weak puppet, but suddenly he quickly let go. The empty cave was extremely quiet, and one could even hear the sound of the silver fish swimming in the pond to grab food. "Absolutely, you can't betray me," and suppressed voice sounded quietly, and several silverfish gathered on the shore scattered in panic. On the other side, Jia Xitong heard the system broadcast. "Congratulations to the tasker for gaining 50 trust points from the male protagonist, current trust value 57,100. 50 points added at a time." As expected, the male protagonist is a pitiful person who has been betrayed and lacks trust. Just a heart-to-heart talk gave her so much trust. believe in true love in the world. Jia Xitong sighed and decided to treat him better in the future. They stayed here for 5 days, and Shang Yanting's ordinary injuries had almost healed. But his hands were only enough to hold some light objects, and his legs were still unable to move. The red fruits had been eaten long ago, and there were only 6 fish left in the lake. Jia Xitong was already thinking about finding a way out. But Shang Yanting suddenly suggested going into the pond to take a look. At first, Jia Xitong was against it. The water in the pond was clear and the bottom was visible. It looked shallow, but it was actually deep. His hands and feet were disabled, and it was really dangerous to go down. "Didn't you say I was amazing?" Shang Yanting looked at the pond. The pond that can breed wooting silverfish and wooting secret grass may be the greatest opportunity itself. I am in this state now. If I want to practice, it is against the will of heaven to change my fate. If I don't give it a try, how can I have a chance? Jia Xitong was stunned when he heard this. Yes, if there was no danger where he was, he would not be the hero. In order to get him into the pond safely, Jia Xitong fished the remaining 6 fish in advance. Shang Yanting climbed into the pond step by step with great difficulty. The water in the pond was warm. The moment Shang Yanting entered the pond, he sank into the water and couldn't float up at all. Jia Xitong had used up the puppet's time when fishing, so she could only look at Shang Yanting nervously in his sea of consciousness. He held his breath the moment he entered the water. After sinking to the bottom of the water, he used his palm to feel for the glowing stones below. These were actually spirit stones. Spirit stones are important and precious cultivation resources. In the Ocean continent, a piece of spirit stone is worth at least 100 gold coins, and no one below the level of a martial artist is worthy of using spirit stones for cultivation. Shang Yanting used to be the young master of the Shangmao family. After reaching the level of a martial artist, he only earned 10 spirit stones a month, and the bottom of this pool was full of large pieces of spirit stones. How many are there? It is precisely because of this that Shang Yanting is more certain that there are even greater opportunities in this pool of water. He groped piece by piece. Because of lack of oxygen, the blue veins on his neck protruded. The god of martial arts favors the male protagonist. In the center of the pool, a black box is embedded in it, which looks extremely abrupt among the entire piece of spirit stones. Open it. A book in the box floated in the water, with 3 big characters on the cover. Shu Yuan Jue. The book kept floating in the water, and Shang Yanting had reached the limit of holding her breath. Just when she was extremely nervous, the male protagonist suddenly crossed his legs and made a gesture of 5 hearts facing the sky in the water. He was practicing? Practicing in the water? The originally calm pool of water began to flow, forming a vortex with him as the center. The spiritual energy of the spiritual stones in the pool also gathered under Shang Yanting, and the entire pool of water was undergoing drastic changes. All the spiritual energy rushed towards him, rude and reckless. A large amount of spiritual power made Shang Yanting's mortal body unable to digest. The skin began to crack, like a balloon about to explode, and every inch of skin was suffering from the pain of excessive spiritual energy. Even Jia Xitong in the Sea of Consciousness felt this change. She saw a stream of slender white gas appear in Shang Yanting's Sea of Consciousness, rushing around in the Sea of Consciousness, constantly disappearing and reorganizing, and becoming more and more. Finally, there were so many that Jia Xitong could not hide. A wisp of qi penetrated her soul and body, and her soul and body instantly became warm and comfortable. She instinctively tried to capture this qi. At this time, Shang Yanting was glowing all over, and Jia Xitong's soul and body also began to glow. The Taoji kept turning pages like crazy, and the content appeared in the blank space, the Taoji Basic Practice chapter. Jia Xitong did not read these contents, but they appeared in her mind at the same time as they appeared in the Taoji. Jia Xitong learned the knowledge in her mind, pinching the formula, chanting the spell, breathing, absorbing and controlling the rioting spiritual energy around her. Shang Yanting's most intuitive feeling was that the pain was gradually easing. The excess spiritual power was constantly being digested, and the spiritual energy that was originally running rampant in the body gradually became organized. Shang Yanting followed the rules of Shu Yuan Jue and got into a good state. There is no time in cultivation. Every time the spiritual energy ran a small cycle in his body, the spiritual stone in the pool would dim a little, until all the spiritual energy was absorbed by him. I don't know how many days I have been in the pond. Shang Yanting suddenly opened his eyes. His foundation is back. It is even more solid and solid than before. Shang Yanting stood up from the water and moved the edge of the lake with difficulty. Going ashore, he bowed seriously towards the center of the lake. This, Shu Yuan Jue, is the method of repairing the foundation, which gave him hope of practicing again, thanks to the senior who put the secret book here. On the other side, Jia Xitong in the Sea of Consciousness also ended her passive practice. Although I don't know what I was doing just now, I feel that I have become stronger. At this moment, she especially wanted to bow to Shang Yanting. Sure enough, there is meat to eat by following the male protagonist. He upgraded, and I also upgraded. Although I don't know what the upgrade method is anyway, it's good. Shang Yanting repaired his foundation and there was nothing left, so he was ready to leave. Host, are you leaving just like that? Jia Xitong, who had just woken up from practice, was shocked. Those grasses and fish are gone? This is really a waste. Is the male protagonist in the original work also wasteful like this? Dear host, hello. Now I'm issuing a new task for you. Collect natural treasures. Wooding, secret grass, all collect natural treasures. Wooding silverfish. Dorsal rewards. Zhuyo Talisman, upgraded version 2. Explosion Talisman, upgraded version 2. Solidification, upgraded version 1. Hearing the familiar voice, Shang Yanting's steps to the outside suddenly stopped. The fruiting plants and scraped fish scales are all treasures, but this so-called reward. The talismans you gave me before did not require the completion of the task. What does it mean? Do you still want to get something for nothing? The little angel who had not abandoned me a few days ago was asked this question, awakening her nature as a black-hearted intermediary. It's like this, dear host. The previous talismans were advanced to you. You currently owe the system 500 explosion talismans, 100 Zhuyo talismans, and 10 solidification talismans. Do I need so many things? Shang Yanting looked at the content above and questioned. Dear host, the system only charged you a small amount of interest. Besides, the puppet raccoon also made her bear a debt of 10,000 talismans. It's a fair price. Looking at falling into the cave, it can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Shang Yanting ate 2 kinds of natural treasures and had to rebuild his foundation. Although his cultivation could not be restored, he regained the opportunity to practice. Even his hands and feet with severed tendons can move. Although his legs can't walk too long or too fast, and his hands can't hold heavy objects. As for Jia Xitong, she gained more on this trip. The rhizome of the Wuding secret grass belongs to her. The fins of the Wuding silverfish also belong to her. The Talisman Book has also been upgraded. Not only has the overall effect of the talismans been improved, but also the chapters on natural treasures and exercises have been added. With the help of Shang Yanting, her soul body has inexplicably gained a lot of spiritual power. In short, it's right to follow the protagonist. Original chapter. He fell into the cold cave. He was wrapped in the belly of a giant python. When he broke open the snake's belly, rubbed his knees, and found the immortal fruit that repaired his foundation, he was delighted. The strange fish in the pond ate him alive, and the violent spiritual power tore him apart. My body and soul were cut into pieces in hell. No one saved me. The exit of the cave was hard to find. It took Shang Yanting 2 full days to get out of it. He carried a bag made of snake skin on his back. Jia Xitong strongly requested that it be used to carry her treasures, and held the dirty puppet raccoon in his arms. He walked very slowly. When the raccoon was just picked up by Shang Yanting, Jia Xitong was flattered. She repeatedly said that the puppet would catch up by itself, but Shang Yanting still didn't put it down. He couldn't use force in his palms, but his arms were extremely stable. However, he had to rest for a while after walking for a while. It took them 3 full days to get out of the dense forest and reach the nearest town. It was early in the morning. The people who went to work walked in groups of 3 or 2, side by side, chatting about recent major events. Have you heard that the new young master of Shangmu City is about to marry the eldest daughter of the Song family? Didn't the 2 families have the intention of marriage for a long time? But it's a pity for the previous young master of Shangmo. I heard that he was truly unparalleled and glorious. What a pity. He was a ruthless person who designed to kill the most promising disciples of the other 7 great families. Yes, he also wanted to assassinate his own uncle. He was so cruel and murderous that even his own grandfather wanted to kill his own relatives for the sake of justice. Anyway, now the new young master of Shangmu and the eldest daughter of the Song family have all become direct disciples, and his bright future has been ruined. It's always evil that will be punished. The news that the young master of Shangmo was abolished had long spread throughout Dongshu country, and even a small town knew about it. Jia Xitong frowned slightly when she heard the discussion of passers-by. Shang Yanting was not just good to the Shangmo family. It must be that the Shangmo family did something to let him down, otherwise he would not have been so thoroughly blackened in the original book. She subconsciously looked at Shang Yanting. He was in a good mood and listened to the whole story without changing his expression as he entered the city. The town was obviously not as prosperous as Shangmu City. Most of the houses in the town were low thatched huts. The people here wore coarse cloth and linen, and covered their bodies with animal skins. Shang Yanting walked on the road in tattered clothes, and surprisingly he blended in. There was no proper market in the town. People just set up stalls and sold things along the way. Shang Yanting also followed their example and found a place to sit down, then took out the things in his backpack. Of course, what he was selling was not Jia Xitong's natural materials, but various herbs he collected on the road. The purpose of coming to the town was to heal his hands and feet, and making money was the first step. Shang Yanting had read a lot of books since he was a child, so he had naturally seen various herbs. He sat on the ground like the merchants next to him, waiting for people to come forward to ask for prices. In the morning, there was no one. In the afternoon, there was no one. The people around him were about to close their stalls, and he hadn't sold a single herb in front of him. Jia Xitong was very worried. She sincerely suggested, "Dear host, why don't you hawk your wares?" He won't. At this moment, the neatly arranged herbs in front of him were kicked away. 3 skinny men in ragged linen clothes stood in front of the stall and looked at Shang Yanting with ill intentions. "You're new here, right? You've been setting up the stall for a day. It's time to pay the stall fee." Shang Yanting frowned as he looked at the herbs that were kicked away. "This place is not yours. Why are you paying? You are standing on our territory now. Pay the protection fee quickly." The leading man stepped on the stall and said arrogantly, "Brothers, show me what valuables he has. If he doesn't give it, they will rob him." Unfortunately, they robbed the wrong person. Although his hands and feet were disabled, the other injuries on his body had long been healed. He started from scratch, but with the early stage of martial arts and the body skills he practiced since childhood, he would not lose to 3 pointy-eared, monkey-cheeked, and less than 7 feet tall trash. Shang Yanting stood up, bent his legs and elbows, and, with his agile body, he knocked the 3 men to the ground. The vendors around were quite pleased to see the 3 men being beaten up. Several of them were local hooligans who always bullied the weak and feared the strong on this street. Seeing that Shang Yanting was a newcomer, they observed for a day before daring to come up and pick a fight. Unexpectedly, the other side was a tough guy. The 3 fled in embarrassment. The surrounding people's favorable impression of Shang Yanting suddenly increased, and some people even came over kindly when they saw that he hadn't sold anything for a long time. "Young man, are you selling herbs?" "That's right. If you sell herbs, you should go to the drugstore in town. No one here knows about herbs. You've come to the wrong place, young man." "Thank you." After that, he left with his bag on his back. As the sun set, following the stall owner's words, Shang Yanting found the so-called drugstore, but the drugstore was about to close. The boss carefully checked the types and appearance of the herbs. "It's okay, I can give you 20 coins in total." "So low?" Shang Yanting frowned when he heard this. He used to spend 1 tael of silver to buy these herbs. These herbs are not rare, and the appearance is average. Giving you 20 coins is already high. The boss put the herbs aside and touched the snake skin used to hold the herbs. "This mugwort python skin is good. Young man, if you want to sell it, I can give you 20 taels. You can get it at about the same price in a big city." "I picked so many herbs with great effort, but they are not as valuable as the snake skin I brought out for the grass and fish fins required for the system." Jia Xitong squatted in the sea of consciousness. Hearing the boss's words, he remembered Shang Yanting's hard history of finding herbs in the jungle these days. It was a bit pitiful, and he wanted to laugh at him. Anyway, he finally had money. They found an inn in the town to stay. After being in the mountains for so long, they finally had a place to live. At night, the crude big barrel was filled with hot water. Shang Yanting sat in the barrel, and the steaming hot air made his handsome and fair face flush. After restraining his gloomy and extreme emotions, he showed a sense of nobility even if the surroundings were simple. Except, there was a gray and unidentified creature in the barrel. Although Shang Yanting's neck was all mosaics in the river crab mode, Jia Xitong still curled up in his sea of consciousness and dared not move. "Host dear, I feel better now. It's just a puppet. There is no need to be so delicate. Do you know that you stink?" Shang Yanting reached out and took the bristle comb prepared by the store and combed out the tangled hair on the raccoon. He said disgustedly, but his hands moved laboriously but carefully. After changing 2 barrels of hot water, the male, protagonist, and the puppet were clean. The raccoon's limbs and tail were all scarred by fish bites, and the fur on the left side was worn off with large patches of baldness. Shang Yanting placed it on the bed and stared at it for a long time, with a look of disgust on his face. It's so ugly. Jia Xitong was stunned when she heard it. It was because of him that it became like this. She was about to refute when the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the tasker for gaining 5 trust points from the male protagonist. The current trust value is 6,200. The next day, Shang Yanting asked along the way and found the best doctor in the town. Look, smell, ask, and palpate. After all, the doctor frowned. Young master, this injury, I can't cure it. Although his outer wounds healed well, his inner tendons and veins were all broken. It is a miracle that he can walk and lead a simple life now. If he wants to recover as before, it will take a god. Shang Yanting was not too surprised to hear this result. He stood up, said thank you, and got up to leave. The old doctor looked at his slow back and sighed slightly. What a good young man, handsome and well-mannered, but it's a pity that his hands and feet were crippled. Jia Xitong knew that Shang Yanting's legs would be fine, but Shang Yanting would inevitably feel a little disappointed when he heard the doctor's words. In order not to let him feel uncomfortable for too long, she issued him a new task. Hello, dear host, you have a new task. Collect 1,000 pieces of dark mace black grass paper and 5 tails of Wenyao fish blood ink. Task reward. Shang Yanting paused when he heard it. He was about to return to the inn and turned to buy medicine. Pharmacy, here you are again, young man. The shopkeeper put down his work and greeted him. What are you going to sell this time? I want to buy 1,000 pieces of dark mace black grass and 5 tails of Wenyao fish blood. The shopkeeper was stunned when he heard Shang Yanting's words. This is a big business. Although the shop has it, it's not as much as you said. For such a large quantity, the shop needs several days to prepare, and you need to pay a deposit of 1/3. The shopkeeper used the keyboard to calculate. 10 pieces of dark mace black grass for 1 tael of silver, 1 tael of Wenyao fish blood for 10 taels of silver, a total of 200 taels of silver. You need to pay 67 taels as a deposit. Shang Yanting finally came out empty-handed. Dear host, we are so poor. Jia Xitong began to miss the young master Shang Mao, who used to be so rich. The town is just a temporary stop. Shang Yanting bought a carriage, dry food and other luggage in the town to prepare to leave. 2 days of accommodation cost 50 wen, dry food and other luggage cost 30 wen, the carriage cost 2 taels of silver, and a black iron plate cost 1 tael. At this time they still had 17 taels and 20 coins. Host, where are you going? Jiao Cheng. Shang Yanting read out the name of this place. It is not far away, not in the sphere of influence of the 8 great families, and there is a famous doctor in Dongshu country, which is the most suitable place for them at present. It took them 5 days to finally arrive. The thick and old city walls and towers caught their eyes. The soldiers in armor at the city gate were checking the people coming and going. Shang Yanting took out the iron plate that he bought for 1 tael of silver and passed through smoothly. There were groups of gray buildings in the city, and the ground was paved with flat stones. There were many shops and hawkers, which was much more prosperous than the small town. It was much more prosperous, and the prices were much more expensive. Sir, accommodation is 100 coins per night. In addition, I have to pay an additional 10 coins per day to take care of your horses. Shang Yanting paid for 5 days, and there was only 16 taels and 470 coins left. Money is really needed everywhere. Jia Xitong felt more and more the importance of silver. And she heard that the miracle doctor would charge 500 taels of silver for a consultation. Host dear, how do you get the money for the treatment? Sell you. Huh? Jia Xitong was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses and realized that he was joking. I'm in your sea of consciousness. How can you sell me? Your treasures are sold. This sentence scared Jia Xitong. Host dear, calm down. Host dear seemed unable to calm down. This bastard really walked into the pawn shop. She yelled in her sea of consciousness many times, but it was useless. She saw him take out a talisman from his backpack. Please look, boss. This is what I want to pawn. The clerk showed a trace of disappointment in his eyes when he was pawning something. Talisman. The last time someone pawned a talisman was more than 20 years ago. What can I say about this thing? It's like chicken ribs. It's useless to eat, but it's a pity to throw it away. But everyone who came in was doing business, and the clerk motioned to sit down. I wonder how much you want to pawn? 200 taels of silver. Shang Yanting slowly quoted the price. Jia Xitong was shocked. Is the talisman she drew so valuable? After hearing the professional ethics of Yuan Xian, the clerk couldn't hold back. 200 taels of silver? Young man, there is no talisman worth 200 taels in this world. No matter whether your talisman can illuminate or soothe sleep, it is only worth 20 coins at most. The clerk's movement attracted the attention of other people in the store. Although the talisman has disappeared in Aotian continent for hundreds of years, there are many people who know it among the people present. Someone actually wants to sell a talisman for 200 taels of silver. Is it made of gold? A man dressed in rich clothes sneered and exposed the liar in public. 200 taels of silver? Just a talisman is not worth even 20 coins, okay? More people were attracted by the movement here and gathered around with the mood of watching the excitement. The richly dressed man had a condescending look on his face. He rubbed the ring on his thumb with his right hand and caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure coming down from the upstairs. Seeing that the goddess in his mind was looking at him, Cao Jiji continued to show off his knowledge and superiority in front of everyone. Everyone, let me introduce you. The study of talismans disappeared completely hundreds of years ago. Now these talismans are all scams. This man wants to use the scam to sell 200 taels of silver in the pawn shop. After hearing what he said, everyone looked at Shang Yanting with a different look. This man looks handsome, but you can't tell that he is a liar. You can't know a person's heart from his face. He dares to sell a 20-cent item for 200 taels of silver. That's right. After hearing Cao Jiji's introduction, everyone talked a lot. Seeing the effect, Cao Jiji smiled slightly, then turned around and stretched out his hand to the goddess. I originally wanted to bring Miss Shi to play, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Please forgive me. Jia Xitong watched this greasy man pretending to be cool the whole time. Especially his expression at this moment, it was really a greasy mother opening the door to greasy to the extreme. She was about to say that the host should personally give him some color to see, only to hear Shang Yanting respond in a cold tone, 200 taels of silver, not a penny less. Cao Jiji, who was about to leave, paused. Really? He couldn't stand this kind of man who relied on his face to pretend to be cool, but was actually useless. Cao Jiji looked at him from head to toe, and then his eyes fell on the talisman he was holding. Tell me, why do you dare to sell this talisman for 200 taels of silver? This is a solidification talisman. Shang Yanting answered calmly. It can upgrade fine steel weapons to shining gold. Liar! Shining gold magic weapon, any one of them is worth 100 gold. That is only the master level of the casting master can make. If a talisman can turn a fine steel weapon into a shining gold magic weapon, then what is the use of a casting master? Okay, I'll buy you a talisman. Cao Jiji sneered and took out 200 taels of silver notes. If this talisman can't turn a fine steel weapon into a shining gold weapon, I want you to take off your clothes and stand at the door and shout, I'm a liar 3 times. Shang Yanting frowned slightly. He just wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to make too much noise. Cao Jiji thought he was guilty. Why, you don't dare. As he said that, he threw down 2 fine steel weapons, determined that Shang Yanting didn't dare to try. At this time, Shang Yanting picked up a sword and stuck the talisman on the hilt. When the solidifying talisman approached the long sword, a suction force made it stick to it very firmly. The long sword itself emitted a flash of light, and the people around him only felt a flash before their eyes. The next second, Shang Yanting raised his knife and slashed. There was a crisp metal touch sound, and another fine steel weapon was cut off from the blade. For a moment, the surroundings were silent. The fine steel weapon actually cut off another fine steel weapon. Is this true? Cao Jiji's expression changed from contempt to astonishment. He looked at the talisman in surprise and couldn't believe it for a moment. Shang Yanting put down the knife. You can ask someone else to try. This is actually true. The talisman that can upgrade fine steel weapons to golden magic tools only costs 200 taels of silver. The people who came to their senses surrounded Shang Yanting. Sir, do you still have such talismans? Sir, I am willing to pay 300 taels. Sell it to me. At this time, the pawn shop people hurriedly controlled the situation and invited Shang Yanting to a separate room. How can this be? Seeing this, the original customers were displeased and chased after him, and everyone forgot about the protagonist who was looking for trouble. Cao Jiji looked a little embarrassed. He held the sword and looked at his goddess. Thank you, miss. Mr. Cao, I'm a little tired. Let's stop here for today's trip. The woman bowed slightly to him, went out and got on her carriage. Young master? Seeing Cao Yunji alone, his servant hurried over. It's unlucky to have failed to stand up to the object of admiration and be humiliated. Cao Yunji kicked the servant twice to vent his anger, and then got in the car. In the car, he gently stroked the long knife with the curing talisman. You know, the Yaojian magic weapon is not only expensive, but the most important thing is that there is no market for it. Although the goddess's trip was abandoned halfway, at least she spent 200 taels of silver to get a Yaojian magic weapon. It just so happened that he was still lacking a Yaojin magic weapon. Now that he got one, his father must praise him. Cao Yunji gently caressed the talisman on the knife, and suddenly remembered that the knife was transformed into a golden weapon because of the talisman. Then he took off the talisman. As long as he had it, wouldn't any fine steel weapon be transformed into a golden weapon? He did it as soon as he thought of it. He rubbed his fingers and blew a breath on his fingertips, then pinched a corner of the talisman and pulled it gently. The whole talisman was taken off by him intact, and then burned up. The change was so fast that Cao Yunji was still smiling at his own cleverness. On the other side, the pawnshop manager hurried down from upstairs and greeted Shang Yanting with a smile on his face. This man looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He was not tall, thin, with a goatee on his mouth, a warm smile, but a shrewd look in his eyes. "Please take a seat, sir. How many such talismans do you have?" Shang Yanting calmly took a sip of tea. One to upgrade the weapon level, and another that can heal ordinary internal and external injuries, as well as replenish the martial artist's true qi. The price is also 200 taels of silver. As he spoke, he also mentioned the restrictions on the use of the talisman. The steward fell into deep thought after hearing this. "Sir, 200 taels of silver for a talisman is not a small amount of money. Moreover, each talisman can only be used once, and 200 taels of silver is really a bit expensive. If this thing is really useful as you said, I am willing to buy it for 150 taels of silver each, a total of 450 taels of silver. I think these talismans are also extraordinary. Young master is now anxious to sell them, and he must be in a hurry to use the money. I am willing to give you 50 more taels to make a good relationship. What do you think?" "Yes." Shang Yanting nodded slightly, but one talisman was bought by a young master just now. The situation was urgent at the time, and he didn't know the restrictions. Qi is worried that he will encounter unnecessary misunderstandings in the future. "This happened in our store. When young Master Cao comes to our door one day, we will explain it to him clearly. Don't look at him as just a steward. Being able to open a pawn shop in such a big city, there is a lot of power behind it. Cao Yunji is just a dandy boy. If the matter is really investigated, the Shi mansion will have to give some face to his boss behind him." 4 talismans were sold for 700 taels of silver just like that? Jia Xitong was shocked that the talismans she drew were so valuable. A steel weapon worth only 100 taels suddenly possessed the power of shining gold. Although there was a time limit, it was enough to shock the pawnshop manager. Shang Yanting left slowly with a look of shock on his face. Today, he was the biggest winner. "By the way, dear host, where are your previous talismans?" She remembered that before Shang Yanting fell off the cliff, she gave him a lot, and the only Mishu talisman. "It's all used up." Shang Yanting answered calmly. "Lie! Can the Mishu talisman be used up?" Thinking of the dark past of Shang Yanting during her adventure, she stopped asking questions and counted her own treasury. The raw materials for drawing talismans had been used up by her. She did save a lot of talismans. Upgraded version of Explosion Talisman, 11 sheets. Solidification Talisman, 93 sheets in the old version, 2 sheets in the upgraded version. Juyo Talisman, 76 sheets in the old version, 3 sheets in the upgraded version. According to the price Shang Yanting just sold, she must have hoarded 27,750 taels of silver in the talisman paper. So much money. Make a fortune. Host dear, are you going to buy me the dark mace blackgrass paper and Wenyao fish blood ink? Jia Xitong thought of the new talisman drawing materials and was obsessed with them. The leg is not cured yet. Doesn't it only cost 500 taels of silver to cure the leg? You just happen to have 200 taels left. She planned it all for him. Do you think you need to buy medicine after the consultation? Shang Yanting asked Jia Xitong. He seems to be really poor, but he has money. How can he satisfy his desire for talisman drawing materials without exposing his wealth? Then do you want to borrow money? 1,000 sheets of dark mace grass paper and 10 taels of Wenyao fish blood ink, only 200 taels of silver. Just borrow 2 talismans. It's not all used up yet. Jia Xitong thought of a small loan. Finding the system impatient, Shang Yanting suddenly felt a little nasty and didn't want it to fulfill its wish immediately. No, wait and complete this task. It really grasped the Liver Emperor's soft spot. Host dear, you go. It's just 2 talismans. You owe 610 talismans. Do you still need these 2? I'm not in a hurry for you to pay it back. The system chattered all the way in his mind. Listening to its mumbling voice, Shang Yanting's brows were relaxed, and suddenly he felt that the journey from the pawn shop to the residence of the miracle doctor was no longer so difficult. The miraculous doctor's mansion is made of mahogany and green tiles. The beams of the house were all painted with auspicious clouds and cranes in kingfisher feathers and gold powder. 2 large stone lions covered with gold foil were placed at the door, and the servants guarding the door stood in 4 rows. Many people came to seek medical treatment. Those who could afford 500 taels of silver to see a doctor were all dignitaries. Shang Yanting was inconspicuous with 500 taels in his pocket, so he had to line up at the end, from afternoon to evening. It was not until the sun was setting that the servants of the divine doctor's mansion hung lanterns at the door, and it was Shang Yanting's turn. Finally, I met the divine doctor. This man looked to be no more than 30 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, a cold expression, and a sense of arrogance. This divine doctor is so young. Jia Xitong looked at him and sighed. She thought he was an old man in white clothes. Shang Yanting could not deny it. This man was already over 50 years old, and he looked young just because he had the secret to keep his youth. "What are you treating?" "There's something wrong with my hands and feet." Shi Qingshan sat up, examined him, and finally concluded briefly, "It's curable." Jia Xitong sat up instantly after hearing this. Although the miracle doctor looked arrogant, he was still quite capable. "The treatment cost is 5,000 taels of silver." The next sentence of the miracle doctor instantly brought Jia Xitong back to reality. "In addition, you need to prepare the 3 medicines, weed crab, gentian, and traceless Buddha's Ganoderma." Jia Xitong had never heard of any of them, but it didn't stop her from knowing that it must be very expensive. Ordinary people may not be able to earn 500 taels of silver in 20 years, but in front of the miracle doctor, they get the word curable. Now the treatment fee is 5,000, and you have to spend money to buy medicine. And since Shang Yanting entered the room, the miracle doctor looked at Shang Yanting's clothes for a while, and looked at him with a bit of a nose. To be honest, Jia Xitong felt that the miracle doctor was bullying her a little bit. "Thank you, doctor." Shang Yanting bowed to him. "I will come to visit you after I have collected these 3 medicines." "Yes." Shi Qingshan nodded slightly and reminded him, "These 3 medicines are extremely rare. There will be an auction at Wanbao Pavilion in the city in half a month. You can go and have a look." "Thank you, senior." Before leaving, Jia Xitong couldn't help asking, "Dear host, don't you think this doctor is a profiteer?" "He is." Shang Yanting looked back at the doctor's mansion. Carved golden doors, colorful roof ridges, floating jade towers, flying pavilions. If he didn't love money, how could a small city satisfy his extravagant desires? The next day, a man holding a strange little beast slowly walked into the largest pharmacy in the city. Jia Xitong looked around the pharmacy with little interest, and then saw the medicine jar with Wenyao fish blood and the drawer of Anjian Shuang Cao. Unfortunately, Shang Yanting didn't come to buy this. "Boss, I want 10 taels of Wenyao fish blood and 1,000 copies of Anjian Shuang Cao." "What?" Jia Xitong suspected that he had heard it wrong. "Host dear, aren't you buying medicine? Then I'm backing out?" "No." Jia Xitong hurriedly stopped him. "This is simply great. Host dear is the best host in the world." The shopkeeper on the side felt strange looking at Shang Yanting, who was talking to himself. However, in front of big business, let alone customers talking to themselves, he can even perform magic. "Excuse me, sir, where should I put these things for you?" The shopkeeper asked politely on the side. "Please keep them for me for the time being, and someone will come to pick them up later. It's not enough to have raw materials alone. You must find someone to process these 2 things into real paper and ink. Next, you have to find someone who can handle these things. This is not difficult. Just find a shop that sells pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. Basically, these shops are family businesses, providing one-stop services from making to production, from sales to after sales. Shang Yanting found a paper-making shop that was known as a century-old shop. He specially checked the quality of the paper and ink before handing them over to the shop. "Don't worry, sir. We will process these materials well. It will take about 10 days. Shang Yanting nodded when he heard this. "Thank you, sir." The middle-aged man waved his hands when he heard this title. "I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it." He was just a craftsman. How could he be worthy of the word sir? Jia Xitong, who was eavesdropping in the sea of consciousness, was alert. She suddenly remembered the treasures she brought back from the cave. "Host dear, can my Wuding secret grass and Wuding silverfish fins be processed?" Shang Yanting returned to the inn after hearing this and took out a little of each. "Sir, can these 2 also be made into paper and ink?" Wuding secret grass had been picked for many days, and the rhizome was still green, as if it had just been picked. Fish fins turned gray after the Wuding silverfish died, with a faint fishy smell. The middle-aged man gently touched the cut-off part of the root of the Wuding secret grass with his fingers, and then broke off a small piece for careful inspection. Then he picked up the fish fin and smelled it, and licked it with his tongue. After observing for a while, the middle-aged man's brows gradually frowned. "Sir, these two things are a bit special." He shook his head and put the fish fin back. "I have been making paper for half my life, and I think there is no one better than me in the whole city. Although the grass you gave me is strange, I am willing to try it, but I dare not guarantee you the ink-making skills." He paused and continued, "But I have a good friend whose ink-making skills are among the best in Dongshu country. If you believe me, I can take him to him for a try. Then I'll trouble you, sir." After arranging everything, Shang Yanting slowly walked back. Jia Xitong, whose wish was fulfilled, was secretly happy while carefully calculating the money Shang Yanting had left. Now it cost 200 taels of silver to buy the materials for the painting of Mixu Fu, and it cost another 15 taels of silver to send them for processing. Adding the 500 taels of silver spent yesterday, the money was gone in an instant. Now Shang Yanting only had 1 tael and 450 coins left. "Dear host, you gave me all the money to buy materials. What about your legs?" "The money to buy medicinal materials is not enough. This money is not enough even if I don't use it." Shang Yanting looked at his wrist, where the scab had not fallen off. It was difficult to treat his hands and feet. Apart from the 5,000 taels of silver mentioned by Xingxian, the real big money was on 3 kinds of medicinal materials. Each of the medicines he prescribed was expensive and scarce. Not only that, the doctor also specified the place to buy. The inside story between the two is very easy to understand. It is just a collaboration between the two parties. The doctor prescribed the medicine, and Wanbao Pavilion collected it and took the opportunity to raise the price. Originally, the price of each medicinal material was as high as 1,000 taels, and the price at the auction in Wanbao Pavilion would at least double. According to Shi Qingxian's price, it would cost 20,000 taels of silver to cure my leg. 20,000 taels of silver. Even for the 8 great families, that is not a small amount. Shang Yanting knew that this money could not be collected in a short time, and he was already thinking of other ways. Jia Xitong also began to calculate quietly. 20,000 taels of silver, converted into talismans, requires 134 pieces. The particularly fat middleman gradually began to want to make large loans. Seeing the kindness of the host's relatives, she was willing to lower the interest rate. If Jia Xitong had a physical body, her expression at this moment would probably be unfathomable. The simple host didn't know the financial resources of the system. Since he bought materials for himself, Jia Xitong decided to give him a surprise on the day of getting the materials. However, in the following time, the fake system and her host stayed in the inn every day. Poor people were not worthy of going out, so they could only practice in the inn. Here it comes again. When the male protagonist was practicing, that special feeling appeared again. The Lianji was automatically opened again, and the content on it was synchronized to Jia Xitong's mind again. In the past few days, Shang Yanting spent all his time practicing except for basic food, accommodation, and transportation. Xuyuanjue is different from ordinary practice methods. Other people's practice methods all start from internal strength, and they can practice true qi only when they reach the martial realm. But Xuyuanjue starts directly from true qi. Since the foundation was reshaped, Shang Yanting can be regarded as a blessing in disguise, and even his potential is better than before he was abandoned. Super high comprehension, a foundation that is rare in 1,000 years. Re-walking the path of practice, it takes others a year or even several years to go from the early stage of martial arts to the middle stage of martial arts. But he arrived in a few days. Jia Xitong inexplicably felt that her soul power had become more solid, and she was passively carrying the spirit. However, she had not yet figured out the benefits of being carried. The 10th day of using materials to make talisman paper. The owner of the paper and ink shop had been waiting in the original place. Thousands of white papers were placed in the store, and were not eye-catching, but the talisman paper made of dark mace and black grass had a fragrance. The little raccoon, the controller of Jia Xitong's soul, happily looked around the batch of talisman paper and ink. The boss looked at the strange-behaving little beast, carefully avoided it, and saluted. "Shang Yanting, sir, the dark mace and black grass paper and Wenyao fish blood ink are all here. Can you please wait a moment, and the remaining 2 kinds of paper and ink will be sent to you immediately." "Okay." Shang Yanting sat aside and waited, when an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. "Shopkeeper, how much paper is this batch of paper? Please help me pack it up." A cold female voice came, and she was talking about Jia Xitong's dark mace and black grass paper. "Someone wants to steal my paper?" Jia Xitong looked at her. "Sorry, these papers belong to this gentleman," the shopkeeper explained hurriedly. Upon hearing this, the woman turned her eyes to Shang Yanting. "Sir, I wonder if you can sell these papers to me. No, I'll pay double the price. Sorry. The woman was treated coldly many times, and her brows were slightly frowned. How dare you? At this time, the maid next to her stood up. My lady is Shang Yanting, the daughter of the miracle doctor. Where did you come from, you country bumpkin? Don't be ungrateful. Who? Shang Yanting. When Jia Xitong heard this name, he was full of energy. The host's first concubine, Shang Yanting, the daughter of the miracle doctor. In the original novel, when the male protagonist arrived in Zhaocheng, he was penniless and extremely down and out. How could he have the money to find a miracle doctor to treat his illness? Later, because his daughter fell in love with the male protagonist, the miracle doctor found that the male protagonist had a very good foundation and was very talented, and helped with the treatment with the attitude of finding a potential son-in-law. However, Shixian's appearance is average among the beauties in the male protagonist's harem, and her personality and ability are not outstanding. In addition, the male protagonist is forced to be with her. Most fans have an average feeling for Shixian. Jia Xitong is one of these fans. Although she has an average feeling for Shixian, she is looking forward to the sex scenes. The original author, this old snakeskin, never disappoints readers in sex. Her attention fell on Shixian's face. With a duck-egg face and willow leaf eyebrows, her appearance can only be called above average. With a set of expensive clothes, she can barely be called a temperamental beauty. Temperamental beauties are also beauties, and she is the daughter of a miracle doctor, the female supporting role in the article. The host will not sell out her material for the beauty to smile, right? She is so scared. Rui, don't be rude. Shixian leaned towards Shang Yanting with the attitude of a lady from a noble family. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take away what others love. I'm sorry, sir. After that, she took her maid and prepared to leave. Jia Xitong's heart was relieved a little. However, before the two of them walked out of the door, they happened to meet the boss, who brought down the paper and ink made of Wuding secret grass and Wuding silverfish fins. Although Shixian's ability was mediocre, she grew up immersed in a pile of medicines and was extremely sensitive to smells. Just by passing by, she could smell the difference of the treasures of heaven and earth. She turned around and wanted to ask the boss how to sell this thing, but in a blink of an eye, the boss was in front of the young man again. Young master! Shixian turned around and stopped Shang Yanting. Are these still yours? I am willing to buy them at a high price. Come again? The little raccoon's fur stood up when he heard it. Shang Yanting glanced at the monster under his feet. Sorry, I won't sell any of them. I'll give you 500 taels of silver. 1,000 taels, 10,000 taels. The conditions were so attractive. What if the male protagonist couldn't hold on? Jia Xitong manipulated the little raccoon to hug his thigh. Host kiss! She was so afraid that his position was not firm enough. Shang Yanting looked at the little raccoon at his feet, stretched out his hand and picked it up from the ground. Sorry, I won't sell it, no matter how much you offer. Not everything can be bought with money. Shixian wanted to say something, but when she looked up, she was frightened by his dark eyes and couldn't help but take a step back. However, when she looked back, his expression was just a little cold, and he looked polite. Ignoring Shixian, Shang Yanting had people put all these things into his carriage. 1,000 pieces of dark mace grass made 179 pieces of dark mace grass paper. Wenyao fish blood made 5 taels of ink. Wuding secret grass made 20 pieces of talisman paper and 1 tael of ink. With the cover of the carriage, Jia Xitong collected all the materials for drawing talismans to prevent anyone from coveting her materials for drawing talismans again. To be honest, Shang Yanting was too generous today. She was going to give the host a little sweetness. It's just money. She has it too. Hello, dear host. In view of your good performance, the system can provide you with an advance payment function. The maximum amount you can advance is Solidification Talisman, 90 pieces. Blessing Talisman, 50 pieces. A total of 140 basic talismans. Hearing this voice, the carriage stopped suddenly, and the route back to the inn was instantly changed. Location, pawn shop. Seeing Shang Yanting again, the pawn shop manager hurriedly came up to him. Sir, please come in. This time, he directly invited Shang Yanting into the room. I wonder what treasure you want to pawn this time? Do you want to keep the 2 talismans from before? Yes, yes! The manager nodded repeatedly after hearing this. The talismans bought from him before were indeed useful, but unfortunately the quantity was too small. How many do you have for sale? We are willing to buy them all. 140 pieces. A total of 21,000 taels of silver is not a small amount. However, after the manager reported this, the transaction between the 2 parties was very refreshing. If you have this kind of talisman paper in the future, please consider us first. The steward said with a smile, and gave him a ticket to the auction in 5 days. There is no other meaning. Just welcome him to come in and sit down when he is free. The steward said it very enthusiastically. If he didn't know that the pawn shop was opened by Wanbao Pavilion. In any case, Jia Xitong has the raw materials, the ticket to enter the auction, and the money to treat Shang Yanting's legs. Everything is going in a good direction. Host dear, let's go eat something good to celebrate. You can eat. Shang Yanting looked at the little beast in his arms. I can't, but you can. We have been poor these days, and you have become thin from hunger. Jia Xitong said while lying in his arms. There is a kind of thinness that the system thinks you are thin. Shang Yanting heard this remark. Why haven't you come out of the puppet yet? He changed the subject. Huh? Jia Xitong was stunned. That's right, today's 2 hours seem to be particularly long. Congratulations to the tasker, you have reached the early stage of the Talisman Apprentice, and the Talisman cultivation has officially begun. The time the puppet can be used is related to the strength of the tasker's soul power. According to estimates, your current soul power can control the puppet for 4 hours, and the range of activity has expanded to 20 meters. The voice of the real system sounded in her ears, explaining Jia Xitong's doubts in a timely manner. Wow, she knew she had become stronger. What is a Talisman Apprentice? Is it similar to a martial arts apprentice? The level of Talisman cultivation is similar to that of martial arts cultivation. Who is stronger, a Talisman cultivator or a martial arts cultivator at the same stage? Due to various different factors, it cannot be compared. Okay. Jia Xitong automatically attributed it to herself. After all, the talisman she drew killed a martial arts master. Shang Yanting was almost beaten to death, and he couldn't sell it even if he learned it. The Talisman cultivator won. Jia Xitong was very happy, and once again felt that she was destined to become Long Aochin. After being hidden for so long, the benefits of becoming a talisman disciple finally came to light one by one. The most important thing is, of course, drawing talismans. In the past, Jia Xitong would feel a kind of inexplicable blockage every time she drew talismans. No matter how skilled she was in talismans, the success rate of making talismans was only 1%. However, this time, she had just started practicing, and she had already successfully drawn the Mi Shu Fu within 100 pieces. After countless practices, this success rate was increased to 180. A total of more than 800 talismans, she successfully drew 9 Mi Shu Fu. Hello, dear host. Congratulations on your successful collection of Dark Mei Swan Chuan Cow paper and Wen Yao fish blood. Now you are rewarded with 2 Mi Shu Fu upgraded version. The fake system, in a good mood, once again showed its generosity to her host. You've upgraded? Yeah. Jia Xitong controlled the little raccoon to express his excitement. Due to the host's active completion of the task, the talisman function has been initially upgraded. The host's current trust value is 62. Keep working hard. Shang Yanting looked a little strange when he heard this, and then closed his eyes and refused to answer questions about trust. Then, Jia Xitong heard the system voice ringing in her mind. Please note that the male protagonist's trust has decreased by 1, and the current trust value is 6100. Please note that the male protagonist's trust has decreased by 1, and the current trust value is 6100. Listening to the decreasing trust value, Jia Xitong was dumbfounded. Just when she thought love would disappear, the trust value began to rise again. Congratulations to the tasker for gaining 2 points of trust from the male protagonist, and the current trust value is 5500. Congratulations to the tasker for gaining 2 points of trust from the male protagonist, and the current trust value is 5700. Congratulations to the tasker for gaining 2 points of trust from the male protagonist, and the current trust value is 63,100. It went up and down, and finally it was 1 point more than before. She glanced at the male protagonist, who seemed cold and focused, and guessed how many rich inner dramas he had performed in just 2 minutes. Jia Xitong climbed onto the bed and manipulated the little raccoon to squat beside him, looking at his cold expression. Forget it, it's not the first time. The room was unexpectedly silent for a long time until Jia Xitong found a new topic. Dear host, yeah, if you have a very precious and rare thing, would you choose to use it? That depends on what you want to use it for. Well, using it may get a very powerful talisman, or it may destroy it. When she finished speaking, Shang Yanting immediately realized that she was talking about the Wuding secret grass and the Wuding silver fishfin ink. Putting these things in her hands and heart itched. But when she thought about the concept of failure, she was afraid of wasting them. Paper and ink of the level of natural treasures. If she couldn't draw a talisman, she would be heartbroken, so tangled. Jia Xitong started to be tangled after drawing the Mixu talisman. If it were me, I would choose to try. Shang Yanting thought for a moment and expressed his opinion. The best engravers have the first time to use the best jade materials, and the top casters also have the time to waste the best materials. It is useful when it can add value to you, whether it is the value of success or the value of failure. This made the wavering Jia Xitong have a choice. If the male protagonist fails to restore his foundation, it will be fatal. She failed to make talismans, but she lost a few pieces of talisman paper. Talisman cultivation is also cultivation. Opportunities and risks coexist. In one word, do it. Looking back on the journey of making talismans, she can draw a total of 4 types of talismans: solidification talisman, Juyo talisman, explosion talisman, mixu talisman. It is definitely not possible to do it without thinking. The probability of success is much higher if you choose a talisman and fight hard. Wooding secret grass and wooding silverfish both have healing properties. According to their characteristics, Jia Xitong chose talisman. As a talisman that Jia Xitong has drawn tens of thousands of times, the method of drawing Juyo talisman has long become a physical memory. The brush is dipped in the ink made by wooding silverfish, and the speed is much slower than usual. The first one was ruined because of nervousness. The second one was also ruined. The third one gradually got better, but when drawing talismans with natural materials and treasures, the feeling of blockage became more obvious. This one was also ruined. Originally, she planned to try 10. However, once she got the hang of this thing, it was like playing a game to kill monsters. Damn, it's addictive. Every failure would arouse her desire to win. After passing the first level, she wanted to try the second level until she reached out to take it again, and the touch of the bottom awakened her reason. Only the last 3 talismans are left. Still drawing? If not, the last 17 will be wasted. If she draws, she might waste 20. Xitong finally chose the latter. For the third to last one, she hypnotized herself not to feel bad while being cautious. With the failure of the previous dozen, she made it all the way to the end. The inexplicable feeling of blockage that caused the failure of drawing the talisman appeared again. So what if it's blocked? Just go for it. Jia Xitong wants to squeeze out the little spiritual power in her soul. Shang Yanting also felt the turbulent spiritual power in his sea of consciousness and thought that something went wrong with his practice. He quickly sat in meditation on the spot to clear the chaotic true qi. The feeling of cultivation came again. The pitiful spiritual power of Jia Xitong's soul began to operate in an orderly manner, and the true qi from the outside world was constantly input. There was only one last bit of talisman left in the pen, and the spiritual power supplier Shang Yanting frowned and sweated. As the initiator of the whole incident, Jia Xitong was also very uncomfortable. The soul body was eager to draw spiritual power from the surroundings. The talisman under the pen was like a hole that could not be filled at all, until the last stroke. Snap! The pen in his hand shattered at the moment of finishing the last stroke. The next second, the talisman under his hand emitted a dazzling light, and even the wooden sculpture next to it was brighter. The Juyo talisman drawn with natural materials and treasures was successful. At the same time, the male protagonist who encouraged her to give it a try was backfired. At the moment when the spiritual power stopped rioting, he spit out a mouthful of old blood, as if the true energy in his body was drained. Host, what's wrong with you? This scared Jia Xitong. It depends on what you did. Shang Yanting reached out to wipe the blood from his mouth and calmed down his breath. His strength, which was about to advance to the martial realm, dropped directly. At this moment, the true energy in his body was empty, and he seemed to have regressed. This system was messing around in his sea of consciousness. If it were in the past, it would have been destroyed by him long ago. Jia Xitong, who was still immersed in the joy of the success of the talisman, reacted instantly. Did I disturb you by synthesizing the talisman? No, it almost killed me. This plain language was full of irony. The room fell into an awkward silence. Well, the talisman was successful. Jia Xitong said dryly, and then broke the awkwardness with a benefit. A talisman made of natural materials and treasures. Do you want it? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the system's prompt. Hello, Tasker. You are currently in arrears of 10,000 basic talismans, and the advanced Juyo talisman can offset 100 basic talismans. Yes! The voices of the male protagonist and the system sounded one after another. Now she has 3 choices for this advanced Juyo talisman. First, pay the debt to the system. Second, keep it for yourself. And third, give it to Shang Yanting. Obviously, the first 2 are most beneficial to her. But Shang Yanting helped her get started with talisman cultivation, and he contributed half of the success of the advanced Juyo talisman. The most important thing is that he is still a poor man who is not loved by his father and mother. Besides the fake system and real readers, who else cares about him? Jia Xitong chose the third one. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Advanced Juyo Talisman. The Advanced Juyo Talisman is equivalent to 100 ordinary Juyo Talismans. You currently owe the system 500 Explosion Talismans, 260 Juyo Talismans, 100 Solidification Talismans, a total of 900 ordinary talismans. Shang Yanting paused as he got the Advanced Juyo Talisman. How much do I owe? 900 ordinary talismans. Who taught you numerology? Oh, it's okay to increase the interest on such a good thing. He didn't care that his cultivation had been reduced by her, and he didn't care about the trivial matter of counting a few dozen more talismans. Shang Yanting wrote down all the grudges in his little notebook. The two of them tacitly didn't talk about this sensitive topic, and focused on the Advanced Juyo Talisman. It happened that Shang Yanting was also injured internally. The true energy in his body was weak, and he had an excuse to take it. Light it up and eat it. The moment it entered his mouth was filled with a mixture of grass and fishy smell, and even his nasal cavity was filled with this smell. The next second, Shang Yanting fell on the bed and the wood made a bang. His body was unconscious, but he was conscious. After eating the Juyo Talisman, a warm current first filled his dry roots at a very fast speed. The spiritual power in his body increased rapidly, and his tendons and veins expanded passively. The spiritual power that was originally like a trickle, and always blocked in his hands and feet, is now like a wild horse galloping. Especially the severe pain from the broken tendons and veins is like cutting his tendons and veins again. The spiritual power washed his tendons and veins over and over again, widening his tendons and veins. A large amount of spiritual power was blocked at the broken wrists and feet, and it was urgent to find an outlet for dredging. Jia Xitong saw Shang Yanting sweating all over, and his body was shaking constantly. According to the law of fantasy male protagonists, Shang Yanting is because her Juyo Talisman is going to be upgraded, right? Looking at his black lips and pale face. To be honest, she didn't envy him at all, but felt a little pitiful for him. It's not easy to be the best in the world in the future. It's better to be a system. Usually, you just need to make a profit and upgrade while lying down occasionally. When you feel guilty, you can manipulate the little raccoon to wipe the sweat off the host and give him some loving care. Shang Yanting was unconscious for 2 whole days. The accumulated spiritual power finally broke through the barrier and poured down like a flood. After experiencing extreme pain, the limbs felt a kind of comfort that they had never felt after falling off a cliff. A low groan came from the bed. Today he finally woke up. Shang Yanting's eyes suddenly opened. His eyes exuded a terrifying light, and his face showed unbelievable joy. "Ah, host, you are finally awake!" An untimely voice sounded. At this time, the little raccoon was holding the handkerchief for wiping his face with his claws, and shouted urgently, "The auction is today. If you don't get up, the medicine for the treatment will fly away." As soon as he finished speaking, the little raccoon was lifted up. "No need." Shang Yanting looked at his wrist at this moment. The scar was still there, but the tendons and veins had recovered as before. He looked at the ugly little beast and stroked its bumpy fur several times with his hands. "I'm healed now. Thank you for the talisman. Wow!" The little raccoon raised his paws and cheered. Although Shang Yanting usually seemed to be not insistent on healing his hands and feet, he was actually very anxious. Now that he could be cured, she was really happy for Shang Yanting. But besides being happy, she felt as if she had overlooked something. It shouldn't be a very important thing. She didn't dwell on this and mentioned today's auction again. "Are you still going to the auction?" "Yes." Now that his limbs were healed, he still lacked a handy weapon. When Shang Yanting washed up and went out, the auction had already begun. The auction was held in the most luxurious restaurant in Zhaocheng, with a total of 4 floors. The exhibits for the auction were in the center of the lobby on the 1st floor. It was crowded around, but they were all casual guests of average status. From the 2nd floor onwards, they were VIPs. The higher the floor and the better the location, the more distinguished the person sitting inside. The ticket that the pawn shop manager gave Shang Yanting was on the 2nd floor. The location was a bit remote, but the view was pretty good. At this time, a pretty good martial arts technique was being auctioned below, and it was bought by a middle-aged martial artist in the hall for 400 taels of silver. When the next item, Gentiana, came on the stage, many people bid for it. As Shang Yanting expected, the price of Gentiana soared from the original 800 taels of silver to 4,800 taels, exceeding its original value by nearly 3,000 taels. Are you crazy? Who is bidding like this? These bidders must have a problem with their brains. With these 4,000 taels of silver, wouldn't it be nice to buy a superior martial arts technique? The guests in the hall discussed it. Some customers who had been here many times sneered, You don't know, but every few days, some medicines in Wanbao Pavilion will be sold at double the price. Wait, maybe there will be a fool who bids even higher. On the other side, Shi Qingxian, who was sitting on the fourth floor, held a teacup in his hand, his expression calm, and his servant ran up to ask, "Sir, are you going to raise the price?" No one raised the price when it was 400 taels of silver, and the rest were all raised by themselves. Now that no one is willing to take over, they have to buy it back themselves. Tell the people below to stop. This gentian grass belongs to Shi Qingxian, and if he buys it back himself, he will have to pay a large commission to Wanbao Pavilion, which is definitely a loss. But he is not worried at all, because he sent someone to inquire about it a few days ago. A handsome boy with a strange little beast and clumsy hands and feet pawned something for 20,000 silver in the Wanbao Pavilion pawn shop. This person must be the young man who asked him to see a doctor that day. It is not impossible to buy one of the 3 medicines. Shi Qingxian blew 2 sips of tea and said to the servant kneeling at his feet with a calm expression, "Continue bidding in the next round. If anyone follows, I will directly increase the price of Wuzong Budaji to 4 times. Please invite the next item, Wuzong Budaji, starting price 1,500 taels of silver." As Wuzong Budaji came on stage, many people bid up. Among them, the most participants were people on the 2nd floor, followed by people on the 3rd floor, and a few individual customers in the lobby on the 1st floor. Soon, Wuzong Budaji was bid up to 2,000 taels of silver. This was beyond the purchase range of most buyers. No one in the lobby on the 1st floor bid up, and buyers on the 2nd and 3rd floors continued to bid. The scene soared to 3,000 taels of silver. The speed of bidding finally slowed down. There were fewer people bidding on the 2nd floor, and those on the 3rd floor continued. 3,500 taels of silver. There was an uproar downstairs when they heard the price. No one expected that 2 herbs in a row would be so popular. The traceless Budaji is the rarest and most expensive of the 3 medicinal ingredients, but its price is already the top at 3,000 taels of silver. Fewer and fewer people are willing to bid for it. After all, no one wants to be a sucker. 3,800 taels. 3,800 taels of silver. Who wants to bid more? The auctioneer raised the gavel and asked, 3,800 taels of silver once, 3,800 taels of silver twice, 3,800 taels of silver. A second before the auction hammer fell, a clear voice rang out, 4,000 taels. Jia Xitong, who was squatting on the table with a raccoon body and looking outside, turned his head sharply. "Host dear, what are you doing? Aren't the injuries healed?" Shang Yanting picked up the tea in front of him and took a sip, and his voice sounded in his ears slowly. "Just wait and see." The outsiders started bidding again. 4,100 taels. Shang Yanting bid quickly and decisively. 4,200 taels. 4,300 taels. 4,400 taels. Fewer and fewer people dared to bid, and in the end, only Shang Yanting and an unknown buyer on the 3rd floor were left. The price was still rising. Breaking 5,000, breaking 6,000, breaking 7,000, breaking 8,000. 8,900 taels at a time. 9,000 taels. Listening to the bidding from both sides above, people in the hall began to exclaim, "I can't understand this world anymore. Let's go, let's go. What's the point of practicing martial arts? I'm going home to grow herbs. Damn, this is the price of a golden weapon. Still increasing. 9,500 taels." Shang Yanting called out the price again. He was really wild, as if he was spending in revenge after being poor for many days. The other side was also wild, and directly added another 200. 9,700 taels. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" Some of the bystanders have already pinched their chins. These people really don't take money seriously. It won't be higher. They shouldn't raise the price anymore. The casual customers on the 1st floor even started to place bets, guessing who will be able to buy this traceless Budaji, what the final transaction price will be, and whether it will exceed 10,000. Even the organizers didn't expect that the entire auction would reach its climax here. 11,000 taels. Shang Yanting directly raised the price by 1,300 taels. The audience below was boiling. Fuck! A quasi-gold weapon. The 2nd floor has no martial ethics and directly raised the price by 1,000. It's stable. It's stable. I don't believe the 3rd floor dares to raise the price again. The 3rd floor really didn't dare to raise the price again, so he ran to the 4th floor to find his boss. 11,000 taels of silver, close to 4 times the original price, is enough. Add another 1,000 taels, Shi Qingxian said calmly, with a confident attitude. Because he knew that Shang Yanting had 20,000 silver in his hand, he was willing to spend more than 10,000 silvers to buy the traceless Budaji, Even though he didn't get the gentian, he must have prepared the gentian. It's very likely that he only needs this one herb. Moreover, if the traceless Buddha Ji is sold at a price 4 times higher than its own price today, his herbal medicine will surely usher in a surge in price in the future. If not now, when will it be? 12,000 taels! Screams and whistles came from downstairs. Even the auctioneer couldn't help but take a closer look at the traceless Buddha Ji next to him. 12,000 taels once. The auctioneer started counting. Everyone looked at the second floor. 12,000 taels twice. Shi Qingshan turned 2 white marbles in his right hand, feeling a little nervous, but his eyes revealed confidence. This was his estimate of Shang Yanting's low price. As long as the auction is successful, the price of traceless Buddha Ji will increase in the future. The 20 or so plants he has in his hands can all be sold at a sky-high price. 12,000 taels of silver. The auctioneer called out the last word very slowly, and the auction hammer in his hand did not fall for a long time. Why haven't you called out yet? The confidence in Qingshan's eyes gradually disappeared, and he sat up straight, and his hands on the white marble were no longer able to move. Why stop? Why don't you knock? Don't knock. Will the second floor raise the price? Hurry up and argue with him. I'm buying it for you to win. Knock! The audience began to make a noise, which embarrassed the auctioneer on the stage. Even so, he still managed to hold on for half a cup of tea. 12,000 taels of silver for the 3rd time. Congratulations to the distinguished guest on the 3rd floor for winning this treasure. As soon as the voice fell, thunderous applause came from downstairs. The 3rd floor is awesome. The 3rd floor is generous. I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot. Everyone was a little excited because of this, but Shi Qingshan's face was as black as charcoal, and the white marble in his hand was cracked. The last medicine merchant Yanting certainly didn't want it, and in the end it was only sold for 1,600 taels, a normal price that was slightly higher than normal. The audience, who were originally waiting to eat melons, were a little uncomfortable watching the buyer suddenly calm down. The situation calmed down so quickly that there was even a sigh from the audience. Qingshan was so angry that he flipped the table and left. Shang Yanting's mouth curled up slightly when he saw this, and he gently took a sip of the bitter tea that had already cooled down. Jia Xitong squatted beside him and looked at him, and suddenly a sentence appeared in his mind. He is so coquettish! Without malicious bidding, the auction finally got back on track. None of the next items were worth more than 10,000, and there were very few that were worth more than 5,000 taels of silver. To be honest, the treasures of Wanbao Pavilion this time were originally items worth 1,000 taels of silver. Because of the fierce bidding just now, the auction, which was only halfway through, was a little sluggish. The person in charge of Wanbao Pavilion hurriedly discussed and brought up the ranking of the original finale in advance. This is the Qianyuan sword, the sword of the master of casting, Zan Shuning. A martial artist who has a golden weapon will be like a tiger with wings. A martial artist at the level of a martial artist will be able to cut iron like mud with this sword. As he said this, he pulled away the black cloth covering the top, and the long sword was completely black, shining coldly. Starting price, 7,000 taels of silver. 8,000 taels? Someone directly added 1,000 taels. 8,500 taels. 8,600 taels. At this time, people were bidding one after another. Shang Yanting looked at the long sword below with a satisfied look in his eyes. 17,000 taels. As soon as the price was announced, the auction fell into silence. Many people looked upstairs. Damn, is this going to cause trouble again? It's not true. Golden weapons are hard to come by. Shang Yanting came here for it, and the highest value of this sword is this number. If the price keeps increasing by hundreds or thousands, it will easily give those who were originally undecided about buying a sword a hint that this item must be very valuable because it is so popular. Thus, they will raise the price of the Qianyuan sword unconsciously, so they directly raise it to a price that most people will be afraid of and will lose money if they bid again. This is a psychological warfare. Yaojin magic weapon. Qianyuan sword, 17,000 taels once. 17,000 taels twice. 17,000 taels 3 times. Dong, the moment the auction hammer fell, the auctioneer's back was sweating. This was the first time he felt that an auction was so tormenting. The person was taught a lesson, and the item was bought. In the following time, Shang Yanting seemed extremely calm. There were still 4,000 taels left from the 21,000 taels for the talisman. Jia Xitong began to plan to wait for him to go out and stock up some materials for herself. Unexpectedly, she could realize the freedom of drawing talismans again so soon. Oh, and she had to buy a pen. The next item is a pen. Jia Xitong had just thought in her heart, and the voice of the auctioneer downstairs continued the next second. This was made by the Yi, master of casting, Huo Shun, and is called Golden Saint. Although it is not a golden magic weapon, the tip of the pen is made of the young hair of the martial spirit-level magical beast, the green-eyed golden crystal beast, and the body of the pen is made of the natural treasure, Holy Spirit bamboo. Starting price, 3,800 taels of silver. After the whole venue was silent for a while, it was cold again. Although the pen was made of good things and was made by a master of casting, it is still a pen, not a weapon. If there is a weapon made of a whole Holy Spirit bamboo, 18,000 taels would not be too expensive. But spending 3,800 taels on a pen is either a big mistake or crazy. The brush is about to fail to sell. An auction was cold 3 times, and the auctioneer encountered the Waterloo of his career. "Ah, dear host, I want that!" Jia Xitong, as a little raccoon, screamed like a groundhog. 3,800 taels. Shang Yanting shouted the price at the last moment of the failure to sell. "Wow, dear host!" Jia Xitong cheered. Shang Yanting listened to the voice in his mind and smiled. When the auction was over, the 2 items they had bought were delivered. The Chanyuan sword was somewhat similar to the Yaojin weapon Shang Yanting had used before. He picked it up and swung it twice with the right amount of weight and length, and the true energy flowed smoothly through it, which was quite good. Jia Xitong also received his own brush. The tip of the brush was very special and was black in itself. The bamboo of the brush body had been carefully carved and polished, and it was as shiny and smooth as jade. It was so comfortable and smooth in the hand. The whole body was filled with the smell of money. Jia Xitong immediately returned to the sea of consciousness after receiving the Golden Saint pen and flirted with his new love. Shang Yanting stroked the little raccoon, which was only left with a shell, and walked out slowly with it in his arms. On the other side, in the center of the 4th floor of the auction venue, a middle-aged man was sitting and looking at the backs of the man and the beast leaving from the main entrance with a look of wisdom that saw through everything. The pen was a temporary addition to the auction, and its purpose was to test Shang Yanting. Before, he was able to produce hundreds of talismans with good effects. Now he is willing to spend more than 3,000 taels of silver to buy a pen made by a master. All these signs show that he must be a talisman cultivator, a rare and useful talisman cultivator. The man called his subordinates. "Go and give that Mr. Shang an invitation letter. The pavilion master of Wanbao Pavilion, Liang Ting, invites you." Shang Yanting had just walked out of the auction and was blocked in a narrow alley. 3 young men in shorts and with sinister faces surrounded him, holding various weapons in their hands. "Boy, you are very arrogant." "Damn it! Hand over all the valuables on you." The leading man vaguely showed his exaggerated muscles and slowly walked towards Shang Yanting. Xie Qingshen was fooled in the auction, so he naturally couldn't get rid of this bad temper. He knew that Shang Yanting was only a mid-level martial artist, and the people he had brought were also mid-level martial artists, and the leading man was even a late-level martial artist, so he had to teach him a lesson. Jia Xitong observed in her sea of consciousness. "Host dear, they look so fierce." She found her remaining 11 explosive talismans. Shang Yanting glanced at the 3 people, and the spiritual power in his body quietly operated. A cold light flashed in the alley, and the 3 people fell silently. Although he was a mid-level martial artist, he had been training his body since he was a child. Moreover, the first step in cultivating the source of the art is to breathe in and out spiritual energy. The strength of a mid-level martial artist is stronger than that of an average late-level martial artist. Killing to silence the witness, decisive and fierce. A subtle sound came from the end of the alley. Shang Yanting immediately looked up. "Who?" A figure appeared in front of him and bowed slightly to him. "I am Liang Wanxi, the manager of Wanbao Pavilion. I hurriedly chased here to invite you to have a chat with my master." He didn't just arrive, he actually came for a while. As the manager of Wanbao Pavilion, Liang Wanxi is at the early stage of the martial realm. Seeing 3 people besieging Shang Yanting, he wanted to help him later and let Shang Yanting owe him a favor. Unexpectedly, a cultivator in the middle stage of martial arts was stronger than the late stage of martial arts and killed the person directly. A potential genius who practices both talismans and martial arts with unlimited future possibilities. For this reason, his attitude became more respectful. The 4th floor of Wanbao Pavilion. As the largest force in Zhaocheng, this place is more gorgeous than the divine doctor's mansion. A fat man with a round head and a big brain sat in front, looking at the visitor with a smile on his face. "Mr. Shang, please sit down." Liang Ting. Jia Xitong knew this person. In Aotin Shenmo, he went from being the richest man in a small town to the richest man in the country, and then to the richest man in the whole continent. The novel does not describe the appearance of this man in detail, but only says that he is smooth and has good relationships with everyone. He went from an unknown ordinary person to the richest man in the world. Outstanding ability, but also a smiling tiger. It's a pity that he was slaughtered by the male protagonist as a resource library in the middle and late stages of the article. If Jia Xitong didn't know how the original novel described him, he would have been fooled by his fat head, big ears, and simple face. He himself was also very good at using this appearance. After Shang Yanting entered the room, he revealed his plan and looked at him with an honest look. "We are willing to pay 200 taels per month. Please provide us with 100 solidification talismans and 100 blessing talismans every month. And as long as you don't want, we will not expose your identity as a talisman practitioner." 200 talismans a month? Shang Yanting leaned against the expensive shark silk, seemingly asking him, but actually asking Jia Xitong. Making money. If you work hard, you can still get about 300 talismans a month. Hello, Tasker. It is necessary to remind you that you currently owe the system 10,000 primary talismans. 10,000 primary talismans must be repaid within 3 years. Otherwise, the monthly interest rate will increase at 5%. If the debt cannot be repaid within 5 years, the tasker's credit value will be declared bankrupt and the task will fail. 10,000 talismans, paid for 3 years, which means a monthly payment of 277. She has to draw at least 9 talismans a day to repay the loan. With the current success rate of 1 out of 80 pieces of talisman paper, at least more than 800 pieces must be drawn every day to reach this goal. Jia Xitong thought she was about to run wild on the road to wealth, but she was suddenly awakened by the system's voice. "Host dear, I can't do it." Her little money flew away, but life is indeed more important than money. At most 30 basic talismans per month. Shang Yanting got too much from it in the past few days and almost forgot the day when the system made a talisman with 10,000 pieces of talisman paper. Hearing her words, he was not surprised. "Boss Liang, I can only take out 20 of this kind of talismans per month." "Don't you have a few more?" Lang Ting sat up and asked. "No." Shang Yanting answered very affirmatively. "Sorry, my ability is that limited." 20 is also fine. Liang Ting nodded slightly and compromised. "But please continue to provide us with 1 year. The method of drawing talismans has long been lost, but 1 year was enough time for him to send people to study the drawing methods of these 2 talismans. In addition, I would like to ask you to think of Wanbao Pavilion first if you have new talismans to sell. The price and other things can be negotiated. If you need help in the future, Wanbao Pavilion will do its best." "Of course," Shang Yanting nodded with a warm smile. "In addition, I do have a tricky matter. I want to buy a prop that can change my face. I wonder if Wanbao Pavilion has it?" Wanbao Pavilion recently received a batch of new and strange things, and there happens to be a mask called Thousand Faces Ghost. Liang Ting raised his hand and asked someone to bring the mask up. "The only function of this thing is to change your appearance. The price of the purchase was 80 taels of silver. If you need it, you can take it at the original price. However, long-term use will cause redness and itching on the face at the very least, and disfigurement at the worst. You must be cautious when using it, Shang." "Thank you." The two of them talked back and forth, and although they didn't open their hearts, they talked very speculatively. Coming out, Shang Yanting had a mask in his hand. It was already dark outside. The lights at the doorsteps of each house were dim, and pedestrians were in a hurry on the road. Shang Yanting was alone on the empty street, and he had gone the wrong way. Jia Xitong reminded him, "Dear host, you should go to the left when you return to the inn." "That's right." Shang Yanting did not stop and walked further and further away and finally arrived at an abandoned broken courtyard. The beggars living inside heard the noise outside and stood up one after another, thinking that someone was trying to grab their territory. The leading beggar roared first, "Everyone grab your weapons!" A dozen beggars walked out aggressively with various sticks. Then, they were hit in the face by copper coins. "Beggar?" Shang Yanting leaned against the pillar at the door, playing with 2 silver ingots in his palm. Under the moonlight, his expression was gentle and trance, his voice was clear and vicious. "Tomorrow, I want everyone in the city to know the news that the miracle doctor Shi Qingshan and Wanbao Pavilion maliciously raised the price of medicine and bought and sold it for 12,000 taels, okay?" The leading beggar was the smartest and quickly understood what he meant. Although Wanbao Pavilion and the miracle doctor are the biggest forces in Zhaocheng, the barefoot are not afraid of the ones wearing shoes. If they make this money, they can just go to another city to beg. "No problem." Shang Yanting nodded slightly and threw the silver in his hand to him. Watching Shang Yanting, Jia Xitong suddenly remembered something she had forgotten. The protagonist's harem. The harem. Shang Yanting came to Zhao Cheng, and treating his hands and feet was an opportunity to open the first harem. If she healed him, Shaixian would have no chance to play. Not only did he not play, but now the protagonist wants to mess with his former father-in-law. What a sin! The reader has destroyed the protagonist's harem. Original. When I climbed out of the abyss, I thought I could embrace the light. Fools spit on me for killing my relatives. People cursed me for a bad death. My hands and feet treated by quack doctors suffered in the dark night, and suspicion and murderous thoughts grew like weeds. I hid my broken body and rotten soul, and approached the world with a hypocritical attitude. Everything can be fooled. Everyone deserves to die. The next day, the news that a herb in Wanbao Pavilion was auctioned at a sky-high price, and that the miracle doctor Xie Qingshan raised the price and ended up buying the sky-high price medicine himself, spread throughout Zhaocheng, causing heated discussions. Really? Dr. Xie left just after auctioning the herbs yesterday. I was wondering how it happened. He's so rich and still does this kind of thing? You're wrong. He's so rich because he does too many things like this. Wanbao Pavilion is not a good thing either. It actually allowed Xie Qingshan to do this kind of thing. In one day, the reputation of the doctor plummeted. All the dirty things he had done in the past were spontaneously dug up by the people with sharp eyes. The reputation of Wanbao Pavilion was also implicated. But this is none of Shang Yanting's business. Shang Yanting has now healed his hands and feet and obtained a Yaojin-level weapon. Now Zhaocheng has nothing he needs. It's time to set off for the next place, Chengdu Academy. Although he got the Shuyuanjue by chance, the Shuyuanjue only has the cultivation method, not the secret of the moves. Now he uses the martial arts of the Shangmo family, which makes people feel sick. And the higher the martial arts, the more restraining factors will be generated when upgrading. If you want to become stronger, you can't do it without a teacher. As the highest martial arts school in Dongshu country, Chengdu College has the best martial arts teachers and the most complete martial arts books in the country. No matter before or now, he must go. Before going, he specially purchased new luggage for the journey. Dear host, I want 50,000 sheets of cinnabar paper, 1,000 sheets of dark mace and black grass paper, and 5 tails of each of 4 kinds of ink. Jia Xitong also took the opportunity to start stockpiling supplies for himself. After the auction, Shang Yanting only had 200 taels of silver on him. Later, Liang Ting gave a deposit of 1,000 taels for 20 talismans, a total of 1,200 taels of silver. Jia Xitong knew that 99% of this was her own money, so she started to buy without any burden. She took a fancy to the small porcelain bottles on the roadside stalls. Beautiful, not expensive, buy it. A giant straw raincoat, curious, collectible, buy exquisite pastries, beautiful, a little expensive, buy 5 roast ducks on the roadside for 100 coins. Promotional price, buy. A complete white tiger skin. You don't need these. Shang Yanting rubbed his eyebrows. Didn't you notice that our little carriage has nothing but wooden boards? How domineering it would be to put a tiger skin in it. Jia Xitong thought of the skinny horse they had when they came here before. I also want to buy 2 bundles of good feed for Xiao Huihui. When we came here before, it seemed that he was a little constipated. In the end, he bought not only tiger skins and horse feed, but even horse laxatives. Until the 2 Mixufu were almost full of these useless little things, he finally arrived at his destination, the weapon shop. This weapon shop is not small. There are so many kinds of weapons on display that even the walls are full. The waiter who was watching the shop saw him come in and greeted him warmly. What would you like to see, young master? Shang Yanting, a long sword and a set of armor. Dear host, don't you already have a sword? A golden magic weapon is not enough for him? If you are lucky enough to have something beyond your ability, it will be taken away if you don't hide it carefully, he said, glancing at the puppet raccoon in his arms. Oh, you are only in the middle stage of martial arts now, and it is indeed easy to be robbed if you hold the golden magic weapon. Jia Xitong nodded. The host is still thoughtful. The male protagonists of the upgrade fantasy all take the route of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and being low-key and slapping in the face. Shang Yanting chose a set of fine steel long sword and armor among many weapons. Young master has a good eye. The clerk carefully took the weapon down. This is the best weapon in our store, and it costs a total of 800 taels of silver. After all, he has been a nobleman for more than 20 years. How can his eye be bad? However, the nobleman stood there without any expression. After a moment, he chose a fine steel suit of slightly worse quality, but only 600 taels of silver. The nobleman actually bowed to the price. Dear host, We have 1,200 taels of silver. Jia Xitong reminded him. Guess how much we spent on the road? A lot? She thought of the little things she bought. How much money do we need now? Otherwise, let's go and return all the things. After all, no matter what, we can't let the child suffer. It's okay. Shang Yanting stroked the little raccoon's head with his palm. I said I would give you everything you want, as long as you don't betray me. The entrance examinations of the major cities of Chengdu College have long ended, but Chengdu College has a traditional admission test that is open all year round and can be participated by all cultivators under the age of 25. After the enrollment of Chengdu College, the traditional test will usher in a wave of registration climax. Those candidates who were eliminated in the city entrance examination but pretentious will choose to take the traditional test again. As they got closer to Chengdu College, Shang Yanting met more and more candidates. Although they didn't say it was intentional, everyone unconsciously gathered together to act and spend the night. It was about 3 days away from Chengdu College. When they thought of the holy place of study getting closer and closer, everyone couldn't help but get excited. Even giving up buying supplies in the small towns along the way, saving time and getting to the holy city college as soon as possible. The temperature outside dropped sharply late at night. Cold wind blew into the interior of the carriage or ox cart, waking up the students who had been tired and running all day. What kind of weather is this? The candidate who had dressed himself up like a ball came out shivering. I put on all the clothes I brought, and it's still so cold. I thought I was the only one who was so afraid of the cold. Another candidate came out of the carriage. One after another, many people came out because they couldn't stand the cold. These people spontaneously collected wood around and lit a fire. After a while, outside came the sound of discussing exercises, praising each other, and the collision of swords and spears. It was so lively. However, this kind of liveliness only lasted for half an hour, and it started to rain outside. Winter is always cloudy and rainy. It's not heavy, but it gets colder and colder, enough to wet the wood and clothes. The people who had originally relied on the bonfire to warm themselves had to return to their carriages. Some people's carriages and ox carts were submerged, and they could only wear straw raincoats to endure it. Everyone hoped that the rain would stop, but it rained all night. Until noon, there was still no sign of it stopping. The air was getting more and more humid, and the single-layer wooden carriage and the curtains made of cloth had become damp and icy due to absorbing moisture. However, there were no cities or villages on the next journey, and the martial artists who were studying drove slowly in the rain, all trying to endure it. At such a moment, Shang Yanting came out. He came out with the supersized Big Mac collector's raincoat that Jia Xitong bought for curiosity. The raincoat was spread out, covering the roof perfectly. The place where it was extended was like an eaves, just covering the position where he drove the horse. A small voice of "fuck" came from the surrounding carriages. In just a few minutes, Shang Yanting received countless, envious eyes. The drizzle soaked the surrounding wood, and the beasts in the jungle disappeared. The students who had been relying on hunting to feed themselves had no fresh meat to eat. They squatted in the carriage every day, wearing autumn clothes that were difficult to keep out the cold, covered with damp quilts and chewing dry brown rice. Happiness is all about contrast. Shang Yanting ate the exquisite pastries which Jia Xitong used to collect, and suddenly felt that they were not so sweet. The roast duck with a shiny skin, bought because it was affordable and saved money, suddenly did not feel greasy. Although the complete tiger skin was expensive, it was really warm. He lay in it with the bald little beast in his arms at night, feeling the warmth from the thick plush and dry quilt, listening to the teeth chattering around him because of the cold, and he slept very well. Because of the sudden drop in temperature and heavy rain, except for Shang Yanting, the original 3-day journey was delayed. The huge building complex of the academy was built in the mountains. The Holy City Ladder, which is said to have 20,000 steps and is towering on the ridge, is the first checkpoint. Shang Yanting lodged Jia Xitong's little gray cat at the foot of the mountain and climbed up with the little raccoon in his arms. The ladder to heaven is to cultivate one's mind. Only after completing the ladder can one be qualified to enter the next round of tests. When they first stepped onto the ladder, there were many people around, many of whom were in groups, talking and laughing. However, after a few hundred steps, fewer people were talking, and the expressions on everyone's faces became solemn. After 1,000 steps, the number of people around began to decrease, and some people stopped and sat on the steps to rest. As they climbed higher and higher, they met the first person who turned around and walked down. After the first, there was the second, third, and fourth. Jia Xitong found that each of their expressions had the same characteristics, extremely tired and painful. "Host dear, please put me down." She looked at Shang Yanting. At this time, his face looked okay, but his clothes were wet with sweat, and there was a fine sweat on the tip of his nose. Shang Yanting put down the little raccoon in his arms upon hearing this. "If you are tired, don't try to be stubborn. Puppets don't get tired." Jia Xitong glanced at the package he was wearing to hide his identity. "Take it off too. I'll carry it for you." Shang Yanting smiled softly and then really tied the package to the back of the bald little beast. The package was only a palm shorter than the little raccoon's body, and the posture of carrying it was a little funny. The most important thing is that it needs to stand up to go up the stairs, which is much more difficult than human walking. After climbing more than a dozen stairs, Shang Yanting picked it up again. "Alas, the shape limits my performance." Jia Xitong sighed in Shang Yanting's sea of consciousness. "I really want a puppet with a tall stature and flexible limbs. I'll find you a better one later." "Really?" Xitong turned her head after hearing this. "I want an octopus puppet with legs all below the head, and I can draw 8 talismans at once." Shang Yanting listened to her description and imagined a monster with a raccoon head and 8 legs below the head. "How should I put it? It's a bit disgusting. I'll try my best." "Host, please be generous. Following the male protagonist, will she be able to make a good-looking puppet in the future?" Jia Xitong happily returned to her sea of consciousness and didn't cause him any trouble. Looking at her latest brush, she felt so awesome when she thought about having 8 tentacles working at the same time in the future. Alas, that's not right. If she can make a puppet again, why doesn't she become a human being? 20,000 steps. It takes a whole day to climb. Shang Yanting climbed up from the bottom of the mountain, and it rained heavily halfway, and all his clothes were wet. The temperature on the top of the mountain was extremely low, and his clothes began to freeze after standing for a while. However, there was no time to rest. 30% of the people were eliminated from the ladder, and the remaining 70% lined up in a long queue. At the front of the long queue was a 3-meter-high boulder that was pure black and smooth. At this time, the candidate in the front punched the center of the black stone, and the surface of the black stone instantly cracked into spiderweb patterns. Looking closely, the spiderweb cracks were actually light patterns. A middle-aged man next to him read out the results with a cold expression. "Zhang Shan, strength level C, failed." The candidate could not hide his disappointment when he heard it. Unfortunately, no one would comfort him, and it was directly the next person's turn. "Li Yong, strength level D, failed." "Wang Ji, strength level C, failed." More than a dozen people failed in a row, making the people in the queue behind nervous. Until a strong man punched the stone, the pattern on it was 1 times larger than the previous person. "Liu Minao, strength level B." The teacher who was recording took out a black token and pointed to the tall stone door behind him. "You passed, go in." Liu Minao, who took the token, showed a happy face and walked into the gate with his head held high in the envious eyes of the candidates. About 1 candidate in every 30 can pass the strength test. It was finally Shang Yanting's turn. Jia Xitong was watching in the front row. He clenched his right fist and hit the stone hard. The light pattern on the surface of the black stone was the largest he had seen in such a long time, causing people around him to exclaim, "Okay, strength level A." The teacher who was recording next to him nodded slightly. His brows relaxed a little. He handed the token to Shang Yanting and reminded him, by the way, "This is only the 2nd level test, don't be proud. Go straight and turn left for 100 meters, there is the 3rd level." Shang Yanting had already put on a disguise mask, smiled at the person in front of him, and said in an elegant and humble manner, "Thank you, teacher." The 1st level tests the character, the 2nd level tests the strength, the 3rd level is the most important, the foundation. For warriors, there is a saying that one's foundation determines one's life. Chengdu College divides foundation into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. Among them, A is the best, and C and D are not eligible for admission in the traditional test. Shang Yanting met many people who had just passed the foundation test on the road. They were full of vigor and vitality just now, but now they look pale. Among those who have taken the foundation test, only 1 in 100 can reach B level. When Shang Yanting entered, there were only 2 disciples who had passed the 3rd level. They sat in the empty student seats and looked at the person who came in with curiosity and pity, as if they had already predicted Shang Yanting's fate. First, touch the bones. Shang Yanting's entire body of bones was checked by the teacher in the room. He glanced at the words, "intact bones, healthy body." The college teacher pointed to the square on the table without noticing. "Put your palm on it and mobilize your internal force." Shang Yanting did not move after hearing the words. He is now directly practicing spiritual power. It is not impossible for a high-level person to disguise himself as a low-level person, but he is not skilled enough. Shang Yanting has never tried this before. This behavior is extremely risky. He hesitated for a long time, making the college teacher next to him almost impatient, and then put his palm on the square. The square emitted green light under the stimulation of the internal force transformed by the true qi, and then turned into yellow, orange, and red, illuminating the examination room red. Foundation Test A grade. Passed. A rare second-class candidate since the test craze. The academy teacher, who had a cold face, smiled a little. Go and apply for the admission card, and there will be seniors to take you through the admission process. Although he said you, he was actually talking to Shang Yanting. The other two freshmen who had been in the test room for a long time breathed a sigh of relief and left behind Shang Yanting. Hello, brother. I'm Wu Changqiu. I'm Li Yan. Shang Yanting nodded slightly. I'm Yan Qing. The two took the initiative to talk to each other, and they chatted very speculatively along the way. But most of the time, Shang Yanting was the one who listened, giving the two the illusion that he was gentle and approachable. Brother Yan, your little beast looks really strange. Wu Changqiu noticed the little raccoon in his arms and reached out to touch it. The face of the genius fellow student with a good personality in front of him changed. Wu Changqiu looked into his dark eyes and suddenly did not dare to stretch his hand forward in the air. My little beast is timid and fierce, and it's not suitable for others to touch it. Shang Yanting used his arm to block the little raccoon and explained softly. Wu Changqiu looked over again, and the fellow student in front of him had a gentle look in his eyes, as gentle as jade. Oh, Brother Yan is quite loving. He retracted his hand, thinking that he had seen it wrong. After successfully entering the academy, Jia Xitong no longer paid attention to Shang Yanting all the time. Carrying a huge debt, she had to start grinding talismans. In addition to the raw materials related to 50,000 talisman papers, she still had 11 explosion talismans, 5 solidification talismans, 29 Juyo talismans, and 7 upgraded versions of Mixu talismans. According to the preciousness, the Mixu talisman cannot be used to pay off debts. The explosion talisman must be kept for self-defense. Now that Shang Yanting already has a Yaojin weapon, the solidification talisman is the least useful talisman. There are 26 Juyo talismans that are old versions and can only heal skin injuries. The other 3 are upgraded versions, which can not only heal external injuries, but also replenish true energy and spiritual power. Jia Xitong sorted out her small treasury, and then took 5 solidified talismans and 26 old versions of Juyo talismans to pay off her debts. The moment she applied for repayment, the 31 talismans placed in front of her disappeared, and at the same time, a system prompt sounded. You have currently repaid 31 1,000. This month, you still have to repay 246 talismans and 20 talismans from Wanbao Pavilion. Jia Xitong took a deep breath when she thought of this. She didn't expect that she would be a worker after traveling through time. Fortunately, her success rate has increased again. The original probability of 1 success in 100 was successfully increased to 1 success in 80 while practicing with Shang Yanting. Now she also has a pen made of holy bamboo and martial arts level monster hair. This pen is extremely comfortable to use. The scarce spiritual power in her body can finally flow from her body through the pen and inject it into the talisman paper, and then return to her body to form a closed loop. The success rate directly gave her a success rate of 1 success in 50. Jia Xitong suddenly understood why martial artists wanted good weapons. It has been half a month since the school was opened. Jia Xitong spent all her time drawing talismans except for Shang Yanting's practice. As of today, she has successfully drawn 100 new versions of explosion talismans, 50 new versions of blessing talismans, and 20 new versions of solidification talismans. At this rate, she can pay off this month's talismans in advance and make a small profit. The pressure of repaying the debt has been reduced, and she took the time to look outside. Half a month has made Shang Yanting a standard lone ranger in the school. He goes to class alone, goes home alone, eats alone, and even the 2 students who just entered the academy and showed kindness to him have thrown themselves into the arms of the new small group, and he is the only one living in the dormitory. Her host seems to be isolated. Isolation is the beginning of school violence. Jia Xitong is not afraid that Shang Yanting will be bullied. After all, among this group of martial arts disciples, it is good enough that he does not bully others. But she is worried that Shang Yanting will have psychological problems. Mutual help between strangers is the first step to friendship. Jia Xitong looked at Shang Yanting, who was taking a martial arts theory class, and noticed a student half a meter away from him scratching his head because of a noun, so he gave him a long-lost assignment. Hello, host. Your next task. Help the students next to you who are troubled by knowledge. Reward, Explosion Talismans 1. When the inner disciples of Chengdu College first entered the college, they were called trainees. They had to undergo special martial arts theory learning and examinations. Only by passing the test could they become formal students and be assigned to the major peaks of the college. The theoretical examination took a maximum of 3 years, and if it exceeded, they would be declared unqualified. Therefore, every year a large number of students were persuaded to leave the college because they failed the theoretical course for more than 3 years. At this time, the tall and strong young man next to Shang Yanting was frowning and biting the pen. Looking at the exercises in front of him, his expression was like constipation. Niu Chuan also passed the traditional test. His strength test and foundation test were very high, but he was stuck in this martial arts theory study for 2 years. As a student who came from a small town, he was best at herding sheep since he was a child. He could not read a few words, so learning these things was too difficult. The Sea of Qi is different from the Sea of Consciousness. It is located in the Dantian. It is most important in the martial arts stage, focusing on internal force training. Shang Yanting's voice solved his troubles at the right time, and Niu Chuan showed gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Yan. Yan, classmate? He was stunned for a moment when he saw who was explaining the questions to him. At the beginning, Shang Yanting's gentle temperament also attracted many people to interact with him. However, as they gradually got along, obvious sense of boundaries made people unconsciously keep a distance from him. Everyone said that Yanqing was gentle and elegant, but it was difficult to open up to him. Niu Chuan didn't think so. To be honest, he was a little afraid of him. It was the kind of fear that a little sheep had when seeing a beast. Obviously, the other party was not as strong as himself, but he inexplicably felt that if he accidentally made him angry, the other party would slap him to death. His sixth sense was particularly accurate. From childhood to adulthood, he avoided many dangers because of this keen sense. After entering the academy, he hasn't had such a strong sense of crisis for a long time. However, when he saw Yanqing for the first time, his heartbeat accelerated and sweat broke out in his hands. Although the other party was smiling at him, Niu Chuan wanted to escape. He didn't expect that it was him who helped him solve his confusion. Niu Chuan, a man 190, centimeter tall and muscular like a bodybuilder, was tense all over and stammered, "Thank you." Shang Yanting glanced at his shaking right leg. "We are classmates. You're welcome." Jia Xitong looked at the friendly scene of classmates in front of him with satisfaction in his sea of consciousness. Congratulations to the host for completing this task. You currently have 1/500 explosion talisman. Please keep up the good work, host. Shang Yanting, who sat back in his seat, paused. Pay off debts? What else can he do if he doesn't pay off debts? After all, the landlord has no surplus food. Jia Xitong looked at her account book. Host dear, you still owe me 499 explosion talismans, 160 blessing talismans, and 100 solidification talismans. I haven't counted the talismans sold to Liang Ting. Shang Yanting frowned slightly. So when I haven't paid off these debts, you won't provide me with talismans, right? Jia Xitong was about to say yes, but she felt that it seemed a bit inhumane, and it would dampen Shang Yanting's enthusiasm for completing the task. In view of the reality of the host's poverty, you can repay the debt intermittently. That is, every time you repay a debt, you can get a real talisman the next time you complete a task. After she finished speaking, she looked at Niu Chuan next to her. At this time he was bending over, and the 1.9-meter tall big man was curled up under the short table to help another classmate pick up something. The other party thanked him, and Niu Chuan showed an honest smile on his face. Giving the host a friend with good moral character is an important step to prevent him from having extreme thoughts and become a kind and upright protagonist. She felt that Niu Chuan was a very good classmate, with clear and calm eyes and a body full of muscular muscles that looked very safe. Next, I will issue you the second task. Gain the friendship of classmate Niu Chuan. Reward upgrade, Explosion Talisman 2, Blessing Talisman 2. As soon as the voice fell, Niu Chuan's back collided with the table with a bang, and an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly hit him. Theoretical exams are held twice a year, at the end of June and the end of December. Niu Chuan has failed 5 exams. If he fails the December exam again, his student status will be revoked. In order to support him to become a warrior, his family has used up all their savings. He is the only hope of the family. There is only 1 month left before the exam. Niu Chuan spends all his time memorizing books, except for eating and sleeping. Looking at the theoretical points in the book, he remembers them but forgets them after class, and his emotions are on the verge of collapse. He bit the tip of his pen and looked at the test he had just done. Except for the first few correct answers, there were a lot of wrong questions at the back. He accidentally caught a glimpse of the scary classmate at the next table. Niu Chuanchuan was so envious of the perfect score test. He struggled in his seat for a long time, and finally his urgency to learn martial arts overwhelmed his fear. Yanting. Niu Chuanchuan mustered up the courage to ask for help. Can you help me see where these questions are wrong? Wow! Jia Xitong heard this in her sea of consciousness and couldn't help but sigh at Shang Yanting's good luck. Shang Yanting had never done the task she assigned, but she didn't expect Niu to deliver it to her door. Dear host, please seize the opportunity to complete the task. Shang Yanting paused with the pen in his hand and looked up at Niu Chuanchuan. Which one do you want to ask? As soon as the voice fell, the nearby students looked at the two of them involuntarily. Although Yanqing was usually gentle and polite, giving people a sense of approachability, once someone asked for help, he would refuse in a gentle and unquestionable manner. Niu Chuanchuan didn't expect Shang Yanting to actually help. For an entire afternoon, Niu Chuanchuan listened to Shang Yanting's story and felt that he really understood a lot more. Not only that, Shang Yanting also circled a lot of content in his martial arts theory books and test questions. It is impossible for you to finish reading all the books at your current level. If you want to pass the theory, you must master all of these. Jia Xitong watched the whole process and was stunned. She didn't expect to see a top student marking the key points for a poor student in another world. Niu Chuanchuan is a poor student, but he is an honest and obedient poor student. He read the knowledge points that Shang Yanting drew for him in the morning, evening, while eating, and before going to bed. Occasionally, if there is something he doesn't understand, he will have the courage to ask. A month passed in a flash. On the day of the exam, all trainees need to participate. Like the modern college entrance examination, the teacher in charge of the invigilation came into the room with a large stack of test papers and distributed them to each candidate. When it was Niu Chuanchuan's turn, the invigilator looked at him and said, "Come on, young man." This was already the 6th time he had seen him in the examination room. When Niu Chuanchuan got the test paper, his hands were shaking and his head was sweating. He was so nervous that he felt that the only test paper was left in the world. The moment he finished the test paper and walked out of the examination room, his mind was blank. Until the cool breeze outside blew, his feverish mind was cleared. Martial arts theory is so difficult. Yes, I didn't finish it because the time was too short. Have you finished the second to last argument? This is my 3rd time taking the theory test, and I still can't pass it. Like ordinary students, martial artists also like to check their answers after the test. When Niu Chuanchuan heard their discussion, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have answered all the questions, and the second to last argument was not written randomly. The content on the test paper was all in the content that Yan helped him circle. Niu Chuanchuan stood at the door in a daze. Maybe? I can really pass this time. He waited anxiously for 7 days, and he had nightmares every day. He either dreamed that he wrote the wrong answer, or that he forgot to write his name, or that he accidentally lost the test paper and got a 0. Finally, the time came to announce the results. All the trainees got up very early that day. I went back to find the answers and calculated the scores. I may not pass this time. I know I can't pass even if I don't get the answers right. I'm so desperate. I have to take the exam for the 4th time. What if I don't pass the 6th exam? Several trainees who had taken the exam several times complained bitterly, and then they noticed Niu Chuanchuan standing on the periphery with a nervous look. Everyone knew that if he failed the 6th exam, he would be expelled. Several trainees looked at each other and walked towards him. Student Niu is fine. It doesn't matter if you don't pass the exam. There is more than one way to success in the world, which is to take exams. Yes, yes. They were all wanderers in the world, and Niu Chuanchuan was the worst. Several trainees comforted him. Niu Chuanchuan was surrounded in the middle. He wiped the sweat off his clothes with his big hands and said thank you to his kind companions. The red list of the exam was finally brought out under everyone's expectation, and everyone rushed forward. Niu Chuanchuan squeezed to the front with his body shape, his eyes wide open and his neck stretched, ignoring the shove of the people behind him and his eyes fixed on the red list. Niu Chuanchuan score 79, 2nd grade. Passed. He passed. Niu Chuanchuan rushed out of the crowd and ran to a mountain with fewer people, shouting, expressing the pressure in his heart for so long. Several instructors who had just comforted Niu Chuanchuan looked at each other at this moment. The person who comforted him passed with a high score, while they all failed. They felt a little complicated. Of course, Shang Yanting passed too. Score 98, first grade, first place. While everyone was still immersed in the scores, he had already started to pack his luggage and prepared to report to Tianyuan Hall. Knock knock. The knock on the door suddenly sounded, and outside the door was Niu Chuanchuan, who had vented his anger. To be honest, the sense of danger that Shang Yanting gave him had never disappeared, but after this exam, Niu Chuanchuan's feelings towards him were not only fear, but also a little admiration. Student Yan Qing. Niu Chuanchuan stood at the door of the room a little stiffly. What? Thank you for your help, Student Yan Qing. Niu Chuanchuan took out something wrapped in craft paper from his sleeve. I don't have any valuable treasures. This is a specialty I brought back from home. I hope you can accept it. Shang Yanting took it from him. You're welcome. Yes, the review points you gave me are very useful. Several of my friends would like to see them. Can I ask? The friends he mentioned were the ones who comforted him before, but they all failed. After the results were released, several people stopped Niu Chuanchuan and asked him to honestly explain the secret of success. Knowing the whole story, they were particularly envious of him for getting help from Shang Yanting, and wanted him to share the key points that Shang Yanting had drawn. But he couldn't give Yan's things to others privately, so he asked when he gave the thank you gift. It's up to you. Thank you, Yan. Niu Chuanchuan bowed respectfully to Shang Yanting, said goodbye quickly, and ran away quickly. Shang Yanting walked into the room and looked at the gift in his hand. Do I count Niu Chuanchuan's friendship now? Yes. How can I not count it after giving him a gift? Jia Xitong was very satisfied that Shang Yanting could lend a helping hand to his classmates and generously gave him a corresponding reward. In fact, Shang Yanting not only gained Niu Chuanchuan's friendship. Unknown to them, every time Niu Chuanchuan shared the key points of the exam, he would tell the instructors that this was Yan's summary to help everyone for free. To a certain extent, Shang Yanting did gain a good reputation among the instructors of the group of poor students. All students who pass the theoretical test will go to Tianyuan Hall. Here, they will be assigned to various peaks to learn from masters until they are promoted to martial arts masters. Of course, not all students are assigned. There are also students who are so outstanding that they are fought over by major peaks. At this time, students have absolute initiative. As a student with top 3 strength, foundation, and comprehension, 3 peak masters now extend olive branches to him. Dear host, who do you choose? There are 4 peaks in Chengdu College and 3 of them want to snatch him. Jia Xitong looked at the 3 applicants. No one Shenyang Peak. The peak master is in the early stage of martial arts, occupying the best mountain with complete training facilities, and currently developing rapidly. Number 2 Tianwu Peak. The peak master is in the middle stage of martial arts. The mountain is average, but because of strong strength, there are many disciples under him. Number 3 Qingshuang Peak. The peak master is in the early stage of martial arts, without a good mountain and no good strength. The master himself may also know that he has nothing to show for himself, and he is a runner-up among the 3, very Buddhist. In the original book, the male protagonist chose Tianwu Peak, because in front of strength, appearance is nothing. I choose Qingshuang Peak. Which of the 3 peaks is the least competitive? Everyone stared at him in shock. Even the head of Qingshuang Peak, Luan Zhenfeng, scratched his ears, wondering if he had misheard. Young man, are you sure? The leaders of the other 2 peaks looked at him. They have already chosen. Are you forcing them to change? Luan Zhenfeng quickly pulled him over to prevent the top student from running away and stamped him with his peak seal. Oh no, the plot started to collapse again. Jia Xitong looked at this slightly fat and extremely flexible peak leader and didn't understand why. She didn't understand and Luan Zhenfeng didn't understand either. On the way back to the mountain, Luan Zhenfeng finally couldn't help asking, Disciple, why did you choose Qingshuang Peak? Was it because of simple personal worship and saw the future development potential of Qingshuang Peak? He just wanted to praise the boy for his good vision, because the largest collection of books in the entire academy is in Qingshuang Peak. Shang Yanting said realistically that he came here for the collection of books. That's also a good vision. Luan Zhenfeng nodded. Then you have chosen the right person. The entire library is under my management. Ordinary disciples can only open the 3rd floor, but my disciples can see the 4th floor. He touched his long beard, and his long sleeves fluttered in the cold wind, looking a bit like an immortal. No matter how good a teacher is, the content of his teaching is what he has changed after understanding. There are hundreds of opinions from hundreds of people. If you want to understand the most accurate knowledge, you must read the original works. He laughed a few times, humming a little tune as he walked forward. In the academy, Disciples are also divided into levels. The lowest is the outer sect trainee, followed by outer sect disciples, inner sect trainees, inner sect disciples, peak master's personal disciples, and dean's personal disciples. Although Shang Yanting was favored by the 3 peak masters, he was just an inner sect disciple because he had just arrived. Qingshuang Peak has 200 outer sect disciples and 40 inner sect disciples, making it the peak with the least people. Not only is there the least people, but also the poorest. This can be seen from the room of the inner sect disciples. This is a single room. As soon as you enter the door, you can see a table with books on the legs and a kettle without a lid on it. Apart from these 2 things, there is only a bed. Fortunately, the quilt is new. Jia Xitong controlled the little raccoon to walk around the whole room. The view is wide and the ventilation is good. The cold wind from the mountain blew her chest hair through the unpapered windows. Shang Yanting turned around and saw his little beast standing upright with his forehead drooping. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm looking at my own chest hair," Jia Xitong replied. "Today, the northwest wind is blowing on Qingshuang Peak. The temperature on the mountain is lower than that at the foot of the mountain. This house cannot be moved in directly." Shang Yanting found tools to repair the window, and Jia Xitong asked him to take out all the things he had bought before. She turned out the quilt she brought from Zhaocheng and spread the tiger skin on the bed. After fixing the bed, there are also souvenirs she bought. Shang Yanting ate up all the beautiful snacks, but the various small bottles were still there. She put them on the table and arranged them in a square in the middle of the table. There was also a giant straw raincoat. This straw raincoat played a great role on the way, but it was really super big. In order to put it, Jia Xitong chose 2 walls. Shang Yanting, who was repairing the window, heard his system. "Host dear!" The little raccoon dragged the straw raincoat that was many times bigger than it and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Shang Yanting looked away. It was a waste to spend precious time on meaningless events. Half an hour later, the giant straw raincoat was nailed by Shang Yanting. It was divided into 2 halves symmetrically in the middle and exaggeratedly occupied 2 walls. Jia Xitong called it the artistic sense of spreading wings and flying high. "Shang Yanting, is it flying high enough?" "Yes, yes." Jia Xitong nodded with satisfaction. "By the way, can we bring Xiao Huihui up?" Xiao Huihui is the ordinary skinny horse bought from Zhaocheng. Now that they have arrived at Chengdu College and stayed, the horse has no use value, but the little beast in front of him put its front paws on its chest and looked at him beggingly. Shang Yanting pursed his lips slightly and looked away after a moment. "In a few days, I will ask someone to send it up from the bottom of the mountain." "Oh yeah!" The little raccoon twisted excitedly twice, and the appearance of its fur being bald and dense in some places looked very funny. After entering the 4 major peaks, the disciples' activities are relatively freer. Except for the occasional lectures by the peak master and other teachers, the rest of the time the disciples practice on their own. The next day, Shang Yanting arrived at the library very early. There are 6 floors here in total. Ordinary disciples can only see the 3rd floor, and the direct disciples can see the 4th floor. The remaining 2 floors are not open to the public. The elders of Qingshuang Peak are very trustworthy. Although Shang Yanting is not a direct disciple, he gave him the right to go to the 4th floor. However, all spirit pets and pets are prohibited from entering the library, and the raccoon cannot enter. So Jia Xitong's soul returned to Shang Yanting's Sea of Consciousness, and he put the puppet into the Mi Shu Fu. As the largest library in the 4 peaks, the books inside are all-encompassing. Most of the books placed in the most conspicuous positions are some exercises, such as 7 Injury Fist, Death Leg, Mi Trace Body Method Scroll, Chimu Heart Sutra. In a more remote place, there are Yaojin Magical Instrument Identification Method, Essentials of Instrument Making, Qibao Scroll, How to Conquer Beautiful Female Cultivators. Jia Xitong looked at the books placed in the corner, but they were obviously read by many people, and turned yellow, and felt that this library was a little bit improper. Shang Yanting read 10 lines on the bookshelf at a glance, finished browsing the 1st floor, and walked towards the 2nd floor. "Host dear, what kind of body movement book are you looking for?" Jia Xitong used her Sea of Consciousness to scan the surroundings. "I feel that Yuanlong, Sword, Huansheng Shenyin, and Tianfan Buddha Axe are very good." Shang Yanting glanced at the books she mentioned, picked them up, flipped through them, glanced at them briefly, and put them back. A 3rd-rate body movement written by a 2nd-rate martial artist with an irrelevant name to deceive the newbies who are just getting started. How could the truly powerful skills be placed here? At least you have to go to the 4th floor to find qualified cultivation methods. Jia Xiaobai Xitong felt a little offended. Who would have thought that there would be clickbait in the world of martial arts? Then where can I find super powerful skills? I'm not here to find skills today. Shang Yanting continued to search around. When he didn't find a suitable target, he went directly to the 4th floor. Starting from the 4th floor, the collection of books became smaller. The reduced bookshelves made the 4th floor seem empty, and there were almost no people. Shang Yanting selected several books from them, all of which were books about weapon manufacturing, elixir refining, and other niche books. Host dear, do you want to change your major? Jia Xitong was stunned. Although the original novel rarely describes the upgrade process of the male protagonist, there is no doubt that he is a martial artist. If he changes his career to refine weapons or alchemy, the plot will be too broken. Does your puppet not want to grow hair? Shang Yanting has become accustomed to her occasional nonsense, so he sat down and read these books. The little raccoon does look miserable. Because it is a puppet, the small bite holes, bald hair on the body, and broken tail cannot be self-recovered. She instantly became quiet and read the contents of the book with Shang Yanting. 2 hours later, she gave up. The theoretical knowledge above is too troublesome. It feels like I have to relearn mathematics, physics, and chemistry. It is better to draw talismans. For a moment, Jia Xitong felt that all her talents were used to light up the skill of talismans. Shang Yanting spent a week looking for all the relevant books on the 4 floors of the library. There were very few records about puppets, and even if they were mentioned, they were only a few words. The content of puppets was too biased, but there were still 2 floors in the library. Do you want the last 2 floors? Luan Zhenfeng looked at his new inner disciple, Yan Qing. Have you finished reading all the books on the lower 4 floors of the library? My lord, I have no use for these books. Luan Zhenfeng frowned when he heard this. To be honest, he is the most amiable lord among the 4 peaks. If Yan Qing was facing the other 3 lords at this time, he would definitely be severely scolded. But he would also scold him. At such a young age, you are so ambitious because you have some talent. Luan Zhenfeng put his hands behind his back and snorted coldly. Those who practice martial arts practice their minds. I order you to copy all the skills and heart sutras on the 4th floor. After speaking, he left with a wave of his sleeves. The other inner disciples of Qingshuang Hall frowned and gathered around. Junior brother, what are you doing? You just arrived and are still a newcomer. If you have anything to ask, come and ask the senior brothers first. The ones who spoke were the eldest and second senior brothers among the inner disciples. Yes, Master has always been more soft-hearted. He hasn't been so angry for a long time. The last 2 floors of the library are not accessible to ordinary people. At least our peak has no chance. No matter how gentle and friendly Shang Yanting pretended to be, his indifference made it impossible for him to get along with others. While everyone was talking, he left early. Hey, why did you run so fast, little junior brother? The second senior brother found that he had left. Junior brother is a bit of a loner. He has been in the peak for 7 days and has not been anywhere except the library. The eldest brother put his hands behind his back and warned, everyone should care for fellow disciples. Although he is a loner, don't isolate or bully him. Based on the principle of caring for fellow disciples, can you lend me some money? At this time, a disciple said in the crowd, my cotton pants have been worn out. If I don't change them, my butt will leak. When the money was mentioned, the eldest brother's face changed. Get lost! Everyone knows that Qingshuang Peak is poor. It has been more than a month since I came to Chengdu College. According to the agreement, Shang Yanting has to provide Wanbao Pavilion with 10 Juyo talismans and 10 solidification talismans. Liang Ting's Wanbao Pavilion has opened a small branch at the foot of the mountain. The people from the branch came to pick up things with silver bills and brought Xiaohui up with them. Congratulations, young master, for successfully entering the inner gate of the academy. This is a gift from our boss. The steward took out a small square box and presented it with both hands. After Shang Yanting took it, he continued, it is difficult to go down the mountain from the academy, and you are also a VIP of our Wanbao Pavilion. If you need to go down the mountain to buy something, you can write a note, and we will send someone to deliver things to you 3 times a month. Liang Ting is worthy of being a businessman, and he is particularly good at dealing with people. He is now just an ordinary businessman who is well known in Zhaocheng and unknown in other places. He has no background and no backstage, and he is very enthusiastic about Shang Yanting, an inner disciple. Shang Yanting thanked him and said, then I'll trouble you, sir. With the help of Wanbao Pavilion, the raw materials for the system to make talismans are fully guaranteed. No trouble, no trouble. In addition, the weather is cold, so we have prepared some external items for you privately. The steward bowed to Shang Yanting and asked someone to put down the horse's food and warm clothes and leave. Jia Xitong, who was watching from the side, watched the whole process. Although there is a relationship driven by interests, it must be said that Wanbao Pavilion has made the road wider. After everyone left, Jia Xitong's soul entered the body of the little raccoon to check what Wanbao Pavilion sent. The boxes were full of daily necessities, especially several cotton-padded clothes made according to the clothes of inner disciples. The stitches were dense and the workmanship was exquisite. They were stuffed with new cotton, giving the bear a soft and warm feeling. In addition to the normal ones, she also found a very small cotton coat, which looked like a sleeveless vest, but with 4 holes. Jia Xitong took it out and compared it on herself, then stuffed the 4 legs into it one by one. Surprisingly, just right. Is this a gift for her? Liang Ting is too good at handling things. Although this is not the real her, it does not prevent Jia Xitong's favorability towards him from soaring. Shang Yanting looked at the little beast wearing clothes beside him. Do you like it? Let them make more next time. It's okay. Jia Xitong stood on tiptoe and looked at the small box in Shang Yanting's hand. Dear host, what's in it? As Jia Xitong looked at it, the small box was opened, and inside was a pill. Shang Yanting recognized it as the Qi Guan pill at a glance. From a martial arts apprentice to a martial arts realm, it is a threshold that many people cannot cross. Some people will try to use external objects to stimulate their potential, and the Qi Guan pill is the most important choice. Although the Qi Guan pill is not as rare as the Yaojin weapon, it is also extremely expensive, with a market price of 1,000 taels of silver per pill. There is also a note below. Brother Liang gives you a Qi Guan pill, wishing Brother Shang a breakthrough as soon as possible. Shang Yanting had never used any medicine from a martial arts apprentice to a martial arts realm before, and naturally he can't use it now. He put the Qi Guan pill into the Mixu Fu, and Liang Ting accepted his kindness. By the way, dear host, classmate Niu also gave you a gift. Because of Liang Ting, Jia Xitong suddenly remembered classmate Niu Chuan. Shang Yanting stood up after hearing this, and found a gift wrapped in craft paper from the cabinet. After opening it, there was a piece of wood inside. It was as long as a palm, very straight, with a small branch that looked like a Y. The branch looked like an ordinary branch. The only difference was that it smelled of a refreshing fragrance. Shang Yanting could smell the fragrance, but he didn't know what it was. Although Jia Xitong had no sense of smell, she had the Lu Ji. When the hairy claws touched this ordinary branch, the Lu Ji heavenly materials and earthly treasures had another page of content. Habits. Growing above the Chishui River, often guarded by Li Ju, the branches have a fragrance of their own. Function. Shaped like a cypress, the leaves are treasures. The trunk is not a treasure. The leaves are the treasure. Seeing Shang Yanting about to throw it away, Jia Xitong stopped him immediately. Dear host, if you don't want it, can you give it to me? Does this thing have any use? The trunk doesn't, but if it can grow leaves, it will. As a family member, Jia Xitong didn't lie to him this time. But how could this small branch grow leaves? Shang Yanting put it in front of her. Take it. It's good to follow the male protagonist. Jia Xitong found a beautiful little porcelain bottle for this small branch, filled it with water, and inserted the branch into. By the way, it grows in Chishui. According to the little raccoon's understanding, Chishui is red water. She added some cinnabar to it. I don't know if Longmu can survive. Anyway, it won't lose if it dies and it will gain if it lives. I haven't seen Niu Chuan for a long time, and I don't know if he is okay now. Niu Chuan is not okay now. When he was in Tianyuan Hall, he was assigned to Tianwu Peak. He imagined that he would enter Tianwu Peak to receive the guidance of the Peak Master, practice hard, learn advanced skills, and return home to bring honor to his family. However, after just 1 month, he found out that the inner disciples were not as simple as they wanted to teach trainees. There is only one Peak Master of Tianwu Peak, but he has many inner disciples. In order to compete for skills, resources, and the attention of the Peak Master, the disciples in the Peak secretly work hard and scheme against each other. The old disciples can't stand the new disciples. The disciples with slow practice speed can't stand the excellent disciples. The disciples of Tianwu Peak all flatter the powerful, bully the weak, and fear the strong, envy the strong, and win over small groups, which is completely different from the atmosphere of Qingshuang Peak. Niu Chuan, a new disciple with outstanding qualifications, who is devoted to practice and has no background or small group, was soon targeted. At first, these people just sneered and did some low-level things to embarrass him. Niu Chuan is amazing. He has been promoted to the late stage of martial arts. It's a pity that you don't become the direct disciple of the Peak Master. Niu Chuan is going to the library again. You make us very unhappy. Niu Chuan, Remember to clean all the toilets in the peak. Although Niu Chuan is tall and strong, he has been gentle and honest since childhood. The consequence is that the bullying gradually escalates and becomes more and more serious. Everyone in the peak knows that a weak guy has come to Tianwu Peak, and anyone who is in a bad mood can point at him and curse him. Especially the 4 people who live with him are the worst, making him a human sandbag who can't fight back during training. Niu Chuan has found the peak master and teacher many times because of this kind of thing. But the peak master is busy with training and won't care about these things, and the teacher turns a blind eye. Originally a sunny and honest young man, now he has lost weight visibly. The fear and depression of his roommates in the room made him dare not go back, and even raised the idea of dropping out of school, which he had never thought of in the 6 exams. He didn't want to stay, and he would go anywhere. This thought grew like crazy, and suddenly Niu Chuan remembered the person that he admired and feared. It was a sunny day. Shang Yanting sat in the best light position in the library and copied the secrets of the martial arts. Outside the library was a wide bluestone platform where many people practiced martial arts. Outside the window, swords and knives were clanging and fighting was very fierce. "Brother, you stole the underwear I hung outside, right?" "Nonsense. How can a martial artist's business be considered stealing?" The second junior brother reached back at the eldest brother and tried to attack him. "Brother, you are shameless." "Brother, look at your actions and who you are saying is shameless." The eldest brother grabbed his evil hand with a decent face. "Not to mention that the cotton coat you are wearing was sewn by my brother for you." The voices of the 2 people talking kept coming, making Jia Xitong want to watch. Suddenly, the fighting stopped. The second senior brother's voice came from outside. "Junior brother Yan, someone is looking for you." The first time Jia Xitong saw him downstairs in the library, he found that Niu Chuan had lost weight. He had a scruffy beard and bags under his eyes. Seeing Shang Yanting, he unconsciously cast a hopeful look at him. "Student Yan, what's the matter? I want to ask if you can help me apply to transfer to Qingshuang Peak. I'm just a student. How can I help you change from a disciple of Tianwu Peak to a disciple of Qingshuang Peak?" Shang Yanting glanced over him, revealing a smile that did not reach his eyes. The great courage that Niu Chuan had mustered when he came suddenly disappeared. He did not know why Yanqing was willing to help him before, but this generosity seemed to have expired. When he left, Jia Xitong asked, "Why doesn't Niu Chuan want to stay in Tianwu Peak?" In the original book, Shang Yanting spent a long time in Tianwu Peak. "I don't know." Shang Yanting ignored the other party's abnormality and prepared to return to the library. Junior brother Yan. Before he left, he was stopped by 2 senior brothers. "The dean will give a lecture in the afternoon. Don't go up to copy the books. Go with us later." "Yes?" The second senior brother put away his sword and nodded. "Wait for me and my brothers to change clothes and leave." Before leaving, he reminded Shang Yanting, "Remember not to eat. Tianyuan Hall will provide free lunch." The dean of Chengdu College is the strongest person in the college. The monthly lectures are a benefit that only inner disciples and above can participate in. Every time the dean gave a lecture, the disciples of Qingshuang Peak came the earliest and in the most numbers, because the disciples had to eat coarse food every day at Qingshuang Peak, and only once a month could they enjoy a good meal. But they couldn't bring shame to Qingshuang Peak when they came. Everyone would wear their best disciple clothes, and except for eating meat a little faster, they were no different from the disciples of the other 3 peaks in other aspects. This led to the secret of Qingshuang Peak's poverty being well concealed. Only those who truly became disciples of Qingshuang Peak would know that Qingshuang Peak had a long-term financial deficit. When they arrived at Qingshuang Peak, they would join the big family of hard training. "Brother, come and sit here." The advantage of coming early is that you can occupy a good seat for listening to the class. The senior brothers took Shang Yanting to the middle with a sense of responsibility, and taught him the experience of occupying seats. "In a quarter of an hour, the people from the other 3 peaks will be here. Pay special attention to the disciples from Tianwu Peak. They are all like hungry wolves and can fight for a good seat. You sit here and don't move before the dean comes. In addition, the best seats in the front are for those noble children. Don't fight with them." Hearing the word noble children, Jia Xitong instantly thought of the 8 great families. Whoever is mentioned will come. After the hungry wolf-like disciples from Tianwu Peak came in, the disciples from the 8 great families strolled into the hall. The disciple uniforms they wore were all trimmed with gold threads and silver threads. They all looked proud and walked through the envious eyes of the disciples from other peaks. Jia Xitong saw Shang Moyan and Song Yuer among these people, as well as many people whose faces were familiar, but whose names he couldn't remember. Shang Moyan walked in front proudly, surrounded by the noble children around him, like a moon surrounded by stars. When passing by Shang Yanting, Jia Xitong happened to hear him talking to someone beside him. "Mo Yun, I heard that your cousin is about to become the dean's personal disciple. Congratulations." "Congratulations." Shang Moyun stretched out his hand to hook Song Yuer's shoulder next to him. "In the future, when Yuer marries here, we will all be a family." The man next to him smiled and nodded. "It's also fate for the two of you. If it weren't for you, Yuer would have almost married Shang Yanting, that ruthless guy. He is overestimating himself." Shang Moyan showed a trace of sarcasm in his eyes, and then walked arrogantly to the front. The other children of the noble families walking behind showed ambiguous expressions when they heard this. If Shang Yanting successfully went to Chengdu College, Shang Juming would not have been able to get the position of the dean's personal disciple. In order to make his son a personal disciple, Shang Mingyi did not hesitate to kill his own nephew. In order to stabilize the interests of the Shangmo family, the head of the Shangmo family saw that Shang Yanting's foundation was abolished, so he gave up Shang Yanting directly and watched his own grandson die coldly. Everyone knows the dirty things of the Shang family. But it's good that Shang Yanting died. He killed the most promising disciples of other families, so that the Shangmao family could still sit firmly at the top of the 8 major families, despite such a big fluctuation. If he were still alive, who wouldn't worry that he would be the next to die? These families sat down with smiles on their faces. They didn't know that the people they were afraid of were also sitting behind them. Shang Yanting didn't give them any eyes throughout the whole process. "Host dear, are you okay?" Jia Xitong looked at him in the sea of consciousness. "Yeah." Shang Yanting's expression was normal. This reminded Jia Xitong of the original work. The host deer also had this expression to destroy the entire continent. The dean's class ideology is higher than the practice method. The disciples below were confused, but no one dared to doze off. The afternoon passed quickly. On the way back to the peak, Shang Yanting suddenly asked, "Excuse me, fellow apprentices, how many direct disciples are there in the academy?" "Our peak master has 2 direct disciples, and the other peaks have a total of about 10. The second senior brother heard this and replied, "Direct disciples usually have a special place for them to practice, and we usually can't meet such senior brothers." As he said this, he suddenly remembered, "Don't you want the things on the ABC Novel website? Direct disciples are eligible to get the things on the 5th floor of the ABC Novel website." "Are you trying to trick junior brother Yan?" "Junior brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Being a direct disciple is not that fun." Before the second senior brother finished speaking, he was interrupted by the eldest senior brother. He leaned close to Shang Yanting's ear and whispered, "Our peak master. He smite disciples. Who of the 4 peak masters is the most smite disciple?" "Qingshuang Peak, Luan Zhenfeng." Any old disciple who has been in Chengdu College for a few years knows that if their peak master's direct disciple is accepted, one will die. There are a total of more than a dozen direct disciples in Chengdu College, and none of them is from Qingshuang Peak Master. Before, there were people who didn't believe in evil and became disciples of the Peak Master, but they died in an outing mission not long after. Then the reputation of the Peak Master who killed his disciples was confirmed. It was also because their Peak Master stopped accepting disciples. Qingshuang Peak lost its core attraction and leading disciples, resulting in Qingshuang Peak ranking the lowest among the 4 peaks every year. It was a vicious cycle, getting worse and worse. "What about the dean's disciples?" Shang Yanting continued to ask. "The dean's disciples." That was even more hopeless. There are only 2 ways to become the dean's disciples: born in one of the 8 great families and become the most talented one in the 8 great families, or get first place in the year-end competition. There are 2 types of year-end competitions: single-player competitions and 4-peak trial competitions. First place means getting first place in the single-player competition, first place in the single-player competition of the 4-peak trial competitions, and first place in the group competition of the 4-peak trial competitions. For so many years, there has been no such god. What's more, their peak, well, it's already very good to get 3rd place. Is that so? Shang Yanting thanked the 2 of them. "Thank you, senior brother, for clearing up my doubts." After meeting the 8 great families, Jia Xitong thought Shang Yanting would take some revengeful actions, but she thought too much. The male protagonist's ninjutsu is first-rate, and every day he still practices martial arts and checks in at the library. Her life is richer than his. As a soul that does not need to rest, Jia Xitong will first change a cup of clean cinnabar water for Lang Muji every morning, and then take out her special comb to carefully take care of the few hairs on the raccoon. Finally, feed her pet, Xiao Huihui. Every night, Shang Yanting will prepare the best hay for the horse. Then the next morning, Jia Xitong directly manipulates the raccoon to carry a small basket out. However, today, Xiao Huihui is gone. In the distance, the horse that has broken free from the rope is running wildly. Behind it is a large group of chasing disciples. Catch it! Wow, it's so fat! No way, it ran away. Let's have a snack for lunch. A group of martial artists who had not eaten meat for a few days had green eyes, as if they saw a piece of moving fat meat. Jia Xitong's small basket on his paw was startled to the ground, and he turned and ran into the house. Host, help me! Third junior brother, you flank from the left. Fifth junior brother, you block from the right. The eldest senior brother was not there, and the second senior brother calmly directed the junior brothers. A few minutes later, the junior brothers who came to support each grabbed a horse's foot and carried it back. Her pet. Jia Xitong rushed over anxiously on all fours. The next second, she was caught in a sack. She fell into a trap. What luck today! I caught 2 prey early in the morning. The second senior brother took the little raccoon and retreated, his smiling face almost wrinkled. Everyone, set up the pot and light the fire. Senior brother, Shang Yanting quickened his pace and blocked the way of several people. Junior brother, you are here too. We haven't had prey in Qingshuang Peak for a long time. Let's go. Let's have a good lunch today. The second senior brother shouted enthusiastically. Shang Yanting did not move and looked at the little raccoon in his right hand. This is not prey, but the little monster I signed. Contracted monsters. Rare but not non-existent. The second senior brother's body stiffened when he heard this. He wanted to eat someone else's monster in front of his master. This is so embarrassing. He quickly replaced the little raccoon and praised it, by the way. This little monster is so cute. Shang Yanting hugged the little raccoon and looked at the big horse that had been put on the back. Senior brother, this is also mine. The atmosphere suddenly changed from awkward to more awkward. The junior brothers behind felt that the heavy meat on their shoulders seemed to be flying. The senior brothers were reluctant to let go. Shang Yanting smiled gently. Senior brother? For some reason, the second senior brother felt sinister when he looked at the junior brother's smile. Yes, I'm sorry, junior brother. The second senior brother turned around and asked the junior brothers behind him to put down the horse. All the work was in vain. Several people came excitedly, but left disappointed. The atmosphere was extremely tense when they left. The young senior brother who was walking at the back secretly turned his head to look at Shang Yanting. They didn't start to discuss until they were far away. The way junior brother Yan laughed just now was a little scary. I think he might be angry. He almost ate his horse and monster. I would be angry too. But don't you think junior brother Yan is difficult to get along with, especially just now? That feeling was so weird. Okay. The second senior brother interrupted the conversation of the 4 people. Junior brother Yan is a loner. Everyone should come less in the future and don't bother him. Don't learn from Tianwu Peak to confront each other and have no feelings for fellow disciples. On the other side, Jia Xitong also felt that the big mistake just now made the atmosphere weird. Host dear, is it not good for you to be like this just now? She had noticed that Shang Yanting was even more lonely in the peak than when he was a trainee. Although the senior brothers in the peak are very enthusiastic, no one will always be warm to the cold butt. The friends that he had made had also gone to Tianwu Peak, and Shang Yanting was now indifferent to them. She, Jia Xitong, was doing the work of a fake system, but she had the heart of a psychology teacher. Hello, host. You have a new task, to bridge the psychological gap with the senior brothers and establish good friendships with more than 10 senior brothers. Why do you always like to issue such tasks? They almost ate you and you still want to please them? Shang Yanting pursed his lips when he heard this. There was no hypocritical smile, and indifference was his real emotion. You said your task was to help me become a god. Can you become a god by doing these stupid things? He would not pay for any irrelevant people and things. Task completion reward, Mi Shu Fu 2. Shang Yanting hadn't been so fierce to her for a long time. He suddenly became irritable and scared her voice behind him. Then, the rebellious young man stopped talking. At noon that day, 10 fat sheep were driven up from the bottom of the mountain on Qingshuang Peak. In addition to the sheep, there was also a skilled chef who was driven up. The ignorant senior brother followed the chef to Shang Yanting's courtyard with his mouth watering, trying to cover up his intention of eating for free by pretending to go hiking and practice martial arts. However, after a while, he became dissatisfied with the chef's slowness and helped him to kill sheep, set up the pot, and light the fire, making Qingshuang Peak feel like the new year. In the entire Qingshuang Peak, only the second senior brother and his fourth, sixth, eighth junior brothers did not go. Although they did not go, they were well informed. Second senior brother, junior brother Yan, sent 10 big fat sheep. Second senior brother, the junior brothers were cheated away by junior brother Yan's mutton. Second senior brother, the eldest senior brother was cheated away by junior brother Yan's mutton. Second senior brother, the fourth senior brother and the sixth junior brother were also cheated away by junior brother Yan's mutton. How can this be? The second senior brother angrily slammed the table and took the only 2 remaining junior brothers with him. Let's go and take a look. The wind blew the aroma of barbecue. The brothers have already started eating. Jia Xitong lay in Shang Yanting's arms and saw the second brother and 2 junior brothers coming late. The 3 of them looked at the barbecue on the open ground, but they couldn't bring themselves to do it because of face. Host dear. Jia Xitong motioned Shang Yanting to go over. Shang Yanting has successfully established friendly relations with more than 10 disciples and completed the task, pretending not to hear. See, at this time she has to show up. Jia Xitong jumped from his arms, took a few pieces of barbecue from the chef, and held the plate in front of the 3. Is this for them to eat? The 3 looked at the raccoon, and then looked at Shang Yanting not far away. The second brother, who had put a sack on the raccoon not long ago, squatted down and pointed at himself, a little unbelievable. Are you going to give it to me? Jia Xitong nodded. The second brother looked at the little beast with a little bald hair in front of him and really felt how cute it was. He couldn't bring himself to let the monster deliver meat, and the junior brother was also very cute. Thank you. He knew that Qingshuang Peak was a friendly big family. You're welcome. Jia Xitong replied reservedly. Then the disciples around him were all quiet. Just now, my junior brother's magic beast seemed to speak? Not seem, I heard it too. They had all seen contracted magic beasts, but magic beasts that could speak. According to the records in various books, there were only saint-level magic beasts. As soon as these words came out, a group of people gathered around. Saint-level magic beasts, like saint-level warriors, are at the top of the pyramid. There are no 5 saint-level warriors in the entire continent, and no more than 5 saint-level magic beasts. Their junior brother actually has one. All eyes fell on Jia Xitong. After traveling through the book for so long, this was the first time she was watched by so many people. Jia Xitong found a tree stump, leaned her left front paw on it, made a tree-banging gesture, and generously let them look at her. Is it a saint-level monster? The eldest senior brother with the highest cultivation level came out of the crowd, wiped the oil on his hands on the trouser legs of the second senior brother, and carefully picked up the little raccoon to observe carefully. There is no spiritual power fluctuation on this little beast. The next second, Jia Xitong's vision changed suddenly, and she was taken back to Shang Yanting's arms. He looked at the people around him. Senior brothers? Sorry, we are just too curious. It's the first time I've seen the legendary saint-level monster. The junior brother just took it out casually. Isn't he afraid that others will snatch it? It's not a saint-level monster, just an ordinary monster. It can speak, but it's dull, and it grows in Jue Mountain. Shang Yanting saw their surprised expressions and explained, I just got one by chance to relieve my boredom. This explanation is obviously easier to accept than the saint-level monster. That's right. How can an ordinary disciple have a saint-level monster that even the dean doesn't have? But this is the first time I've heard of Jue Mountain. A senior brother who pays more attention to evidence said. Soon, another senior brother who was not particular about details refuted him. Aojin continent is so big, there are many places you haven't heard of. Jia Xitong was also very curious. When Shang Yanting walked out of the crowd, she asked in a low voice, Host dear, where is Jue Mountain? Nonsense, she widened her eyes. Is this also possible? Did they doubt it? Just a brief doubt. Shang Yanting looked at her, and she also looked at Shang Yanting. After a moment, she was the first to look away. How could dear be so boastful? Junior brother, the second senior brother, who had already integrated into the group, came over with a plate of meat. What happened before was just some small misunderstandings. I'm sorry that I almost cooked your monster. This is for... He looked at the little raccoon. System, its name. A gift from a thin barrel. The second senior brother handed over a small porcelain box. When he opened it, there was a milky white paste inside, which looked very much like baby cream. Second senior brother is willing to give his own snow cream? The people next to him recognized what it was at a glance. A small box of this thing costs 100 coins, and the second brother treasures it very much. If the eldest brother steals a little, he will chase him for a whole morning, but he didn't expect that he would take out such a big box today. The mountain is too cold. When I first came here, I always had frostbite on my hands and feet, so I always keep it ready. It can not only prevent frostbite, but also make the fur smooth. The second brother pointed to the frizzy fur on the raccoon. You can apply some on it after you give Xitong a bath at night. This is the first time someone has given her a gift since she traveled through the book. Jia Xitong stretched out her claws to take the snow cream, thanked him in return, and decided to write off the grudge that the second brother had set on her. Since the second brother has given one, I will give one too. Seeing this, the eldest brother casually cut off a piece of wood from the side and carved a small wooden sword with his precious fine steel sword. Since the eldest and second senior brothers have given gifts, I will give one too. The inner disciples of Tianqingshuang Peak, who look glamorous on the outside but are stingy on the inside, all donated generously. Although they were not valuable, they filled Shang Yanting's room. This is the friendship of give and take. Jia Xitong sighed while lying in a basket woven by a senior brother, a bony hand stretched out in front of her. Jia Xitong stretched out her paw and placed it in Shang Yanting's hand. She thought the male master wanted to hug her. Then her hand was snapped away. Mission accomplished. The implication is, it's time to give a reward. A meal of mutton won the goodwill of all the inner disciples in the peak. Although Shang Yanting still keeps to himself, everyone is more willing to take him with them than before. This is probably the way of the world. One day, 20 brothers took Shang Yanting, who was copying books every day, out of the library and told him a bad news with a serious look. Junior brother, the newcomer competition has been advanced. In order to take care of the new disciples, the singles competition of Chengdu Academy is divided into two types, the competition of ordinary disciples and the competition of newcomers. Among them, newcomers refer to martial artists who have been formal inner disciples for 3 years. Under normal circumstances, the newcomer competition will not start until 1 year after the recruitment, but this year it was advanced, which is extremely unfair to the new disciples. But what can be done about it? When the competition is held is not something they can control. Qingshuang Peak only recruited Yanqing, an inner disciple this year, and all the brothers expressed their concern. The eldest senior brother took out a piece of paper with a serious look on his face. This is what I have found out for you in other peaks. There are a total of 207 new inner disciples in other peaks, including 137 early and middle martial arts disciples. Let's discuss how to keep the 160th place and fight for the top 155. Seeing the senior brothers so serious, Jia Xitong thought they were going to do something big. Others were trying to keep the second place and fight for the first place, but when they came to Qingshuang Peak, it became 3 digits. The ambitions of the senior brothers are really unexpected. Theory is always theory. It's best to practice it. As a practical person, the second senior brother found the weakest junior brother 19 among the inner disciples to conduct a one-on-one test with junior brother Yan. Shang Yanting also stood up after hearing this. Since his hands and feet were healed, he hasn't fought with Wu Zheng for a long time. The two were in the open space without weapons. As a martial artist in the middle stage of the martial arts realm, senior brother 19 took an offensive stance against his junior brother in the middle stage of the martial arts realm. As the weakest inner disciple, he was finally bullied by a junior brother who was weaker than him. Senior brother, he would definitely show no mercy. The battle was about to start. Senior brother 19 was best at the 7-injury fist, and a set of boxing techniques, combined with internal strength, made him look very powerful. However, Shang Yanting had copied secret manuals in the library for a month. Senior brother 19 practiced the 7-injury fist, but he didn't practice it completely correctly. The third-rate technique, originally written by a second-rate martial artist, was turned into fourth-rate kung fu by him. It was no wonder that he became the bottom of the disciples. Shang Yanting quickly found the weakness of his technique and hit senior brother 19's abdomen hard. The force made his internal organs seem to be displaced, and he was pushed back a few steps in pain. His facial features twisted, and the disciples who were preparing to guide him were shocked and stunned. Senior brother 3. Junior brother Yan defeated junior brother 19. Senior brother 20. After 5 years, senior brother 19 is still the weakest in the whole peak. Senior brother 2 summarized, "It's really a bit embarrassing." Senior brother 19 was so angry that he wanted to cry. The 155th place is stable. Senior brother 1 was very satisfied with Shang Yanting's performance and waved to the junior brother behind him. 20. You and junior brother Yan try and strive to set a new goal. The mental and physical skills learned by each senior brother here come from the library. By then, Shang Yanting will have room to play the books he has copied for so long. When he faced his opponent, he almost completely predicted his prediction. Although senior brother 20 was already in the early stage of the martial arts realm, he could only tie with him. It's so powerful, let me try. After saying this, a disciple with patched clothes stood up. This is senior brother 11. He is also a poor senior brother with leaky pants, who often borrows money and never pays back the money he borrows. He is also the senior brother with the highest cultivation and the hardest work among the 20 inner disciples. The reason why his pants were showing his buttocks was because the only vital point of the Vajra indestructible divine art he practiced was his buttocks. However, all his pants were worn out, and he still hadn't cultivated the golden buttocks he had been dreaming of. As the poorest but strongest man in the whole peak, senior brother 11 was very curious about the strength of his new junior brother. Senior brother 11 was now at the peak of the martial realm and a half-step martial artist. He couldn't make up for the suppression of his level with just his bare hands and skills. Seeing that 11 won, the disciples who were watching breathed a sigh of relief. I said, if junior brother Yan could beat 11, it would be too scary. But junior brother Yan is also very strong. He can hold out for so long under 11. Maybe he can get into the top 10. There will be rewards for the top 10. If they get the reward, then they will eat for free. Hehe. I feel that the top 20 is no problem, but the top 10 is a bit difficult. 11 said about the previous fight. Junior brother Yan's skills are very powerful, but his cultivation is still too low. It is said that there are several martial arts masters in this freshman competition, and they are very strong. But the top 20, this is much higher than the top 155. The brothers who were originally worried about the last place with satisfaction. To be honest, the reason why Qingshuang Peak has become what it is now, in addition to the Peak Master's suppression of disciples, is also closely related to their attitude of being lazy. They are lazy, but it does not mean that Shang Yanting is lazy. There are still 20 days before the competition. He stayed in the late stage of martial arts for too long and needs to upgrade as soon as possible. In the following time, he did not go to the library again, but practiced in seclusion in his room every day. Jia Xitong also practiced diligently because of this. With the plug-in of Lu Ji, the most authentic practice method kept emerging in her mind, and the spiritual power in her body gradually became full. Jia Xitong made rapid progress. She felt that the small amount of spiritual power in her body was gradually increasing, like a part of her body, and she could control it at will. Not only her own spiritual power, she could even see Shang Yanting's spiritual power running in her body. In her eyes, Shang Yanting's body seemed to be dissected. His outline became transparent, and the distribution of muscles and human veins of various colors appeared in his body. The spiritual energy was glowing and flowing in his veins. After watching it for a long time, she found that Shang Yanting's spiritual power was much slower than other places when it was running in his chest, and there was a clear stagnation. Not only did she find it, Shang Yanting also felt this problem. He practiced Shuyuan Jue. This book is different from ordinary mental methods. It was very easy for him to break through the martial arts realm before, but now he is in trouble. Originally, using ordinary cultivation rules to go from martial arts apprentice to martial arts realm is just a final step, but he has been stuck here for more than half a month. Of course, there is no way to break through hard. Liang Ting sent him a solid pill. If he takes the pill, he has a 90% chance of upgrading from martial arts apprentice to martial arts realm. But forcing things to grow will always come at a price. The level catalyzed by the elixir is extremely unstable, and it is also very harmful to the body and addictive. It will be more difficult to break through to a higher level in the future. Perhaps you need to take more powerful elixirs continuously, or even no longer be able to rise, so you must not take it unless it is absolutely necessary. Just as he tried to gather his spiritual power again and tried to break through by force, he suddenly heard the voice of his system. Host dear, try to move the spiritual power in your chest 2 centimeters to the left, and then turn an inverted L. She remembered that when she was practicing, the spiritual power here operated like this. To be honest, Shang Yanting didn't understand what 2 centimeters and what L meant. Jia Xitong didn't know how to explain it in another language. She simply tried to call out a little bit of her own spiritual power, leaving the sea of consciousness and inputting it into his body. Finding that Shang Yanting's body didn't seem to resist, she directed the spiritual power to float to his chest. The tiny spiritual power demonstrated the route she said, and Shang Yanting's own spiritual power quickly caught up, the spiritual power just went around. The spiritual energy that was originally stagnant in the body found the correct entrance, and in an instant, a pool of stagnant water was revitalized. The barrier that Shang Yanting upgraded from a martial artist to a martial artist seemed to have broken a small hole, and the hole became bigger and bigger. He broke through. Jia Xitong was also surprised. She just felt that her mental method was similar to Shang Yanting's practice, so she tried it. Unexpectedly, the basic practice of Fuwu was inseparable. The book of scriptures was compiled by the system and the god of Fufa. As the most correct way to practice Fu, it corrected the unreasonable parts of the source of cultivation. Jia Xitong felt that the spiritual power in Shang Yanting's body surged from a small ditch to a small river and instantly swept away the little spiritual power she had divided. At the same time, the spiritual power in the sea of consciousness became abundant, and she had no time to think about it, so she seized the opportunity to concentrate on practicing. On this day, Jia Xitong directly upgraded from the early and middle stages of Futu to the late stage of Futu. The control time of the little raccoon puppet increased by another 2 hours, and the range of activity expanded to 100 meters around Shang Yanting. The most important thing is that the Talisman Book, which had not released new talismans for a long time, suddenly lit up. A new page was unlocked, and Jia Xitong turned it with great anticipation. Beginner's Edition. Beginner's Lightning. Throwing Method. Can draw out ordinary thunder, and the person hit will be paralyzed at the least, or faint at the worst. Requires cinnabar paper and genuine grass to make ink. The Lightning Talisman is another attack talisman after the Explosion Talisman. She still has a lot of cinnabar paper, so she only needs to find genuine grass. However, genuine grass, the things you need are getting harder and harder to find. From the cinnabar paper and rock ink that were available on the market at the beginning, to the magic beast blood and turtle shells that were needed later, to the dark mace and wenyao fish that were not cheap, the Qianyuan grass is now even more precious than before. The system is a treasure that attracts wealth, but it is also a place to spend money. If all talisman cultivators are like this, how much financial resources are needed to cultivate a great man? The reason why the talisman cultivation declined seems to have been found. Qianyuan grass is rare, and it's probably too late to ask Wanbao Pavilion down the mountain to look for it. Shang Yanting reached out and touched the little raccoon, then put it in the backpack. I'll find it for you after the freshman competition is over. Before the freshman competition, all the new disciples of the Four Peaks had to gather together and go to Lianshan Pavilion until the competition was over. Shang Yanting took a set of clothes and prepared to leave, which made Jia Xitong feel helpless. 4 mixufu? Can't they be used to pack some things? She climbed out of the backpack and packed the quilts in the room, the clothes in the cupboard, and the towels and basins for washing her face. Except for the big iron pot in the kitchen that couldn't be moved, she almost put the whole house in. As a result, 3 of Shang Yanting's 4 mixufu were stuffed full. Is that enough? Enough! Jia Xitong looked at the clean house and felt very satisfied. Then he saw the longmu branch placed in the middle of the table, picked it up with his claws, and placed it in the backpack. Host dear, let's go. Lianshan Pavilion is at the innermost of Chengdu College. The arriving disciples must first report to the steward's office. In the hall, the new students are basically in groups of 3 or 5, and Shang Yanting is alone. With the disciple uniform of Qingshuang Peak and the little beast on his back, he is particularly eye-catching. You are from Qingshuang Peak. The steward glanced at Shang Yanting, then threw him a wooden sign. There are too many new disciples this year, and there is no room for other places. You can live in the West Wing. The West Wing is located in the most remote part of Lianshan Pavilion. One of the wooden doors at the entrance is broken. The bed in the room is only a wooden board, which is covered with dust. In addition to a small wooden table and a broken kettle, there are no other living objects in the room. There is also a hole in the roof. The big hole and the broken door echo each other, and the cold wind blows in the room. This place is even poorer than the thatched cottage where Senior Brother 11 lives. The conditions in Lianshan Pavilion are so poor. Jia Xitong was shocked. Fortunately, they brought everything with them when they left Qingshuang Peak. The hard-working little raccoon used a feather duster to clean the dust on the bed. The feather duster swept the front, and the broken tail swept the back, which was very funny. Seeing this, Shang Yanting's gloomy expression after entering the house eased a lot. He took out the tools that could repair the house from the mixufu. After sweeping the bed, there was still dust on the ground and spiderwebs around. With such miserable conditions, I don't know how other brothers and sisters survived. Jia Xitong put his langmu branch on the table and said while wiping the dust on the stool, "Even the kettle is broken. Lianshin Pavilion is really poorer than Qingshuang Peak?" Shang Yanting glanced at the simple monster and knew that Lianshin Pavilion was not poor, but the person in charge was very snobbish and judged the situation. Among the 4 peaks, the best East Wing room was in Jinyang Peak, where the 8 great families were located, followed by Shenyang Peak and Tianwu Peak. As the only disciple of the worst Qingshuang Peak, he was naturally arranged to live in this corner. But he said nothing, and silently mended the broken wooden door. When it suffers more losses in the future, it will naturally understand the complexity of human hearts. They didn't tidy up the house until late at night, but they missed the dinner in the canteen of Lianshin Pavilion. Shang Yanting quickly finished the dry food brought from Qingshuang Peak and swallowed it with cold water. Jia Xitong sighed as he looked at it. Sure enough, the big pot should be brought, so there will be hot water. Shang Yanting ignored it, fetched spring water outside and quickly washed up and lay on the bed with cold water vapor. Even with 2 quilts, the cold wind blowing in from the gap of the wooden door seemed to penetrate everywhere and make people feel cold all over. At this time, the little beast suddenly got into the quilt and climbed onto his chest. Then he stretched out his limbs and flattened himself into a pancake. "What are you doing?" "I'm here to be your blanket." Jia Xitong made sure that the little beast was in the right position, and then his soul returned to his sea of consciousness. In fact, warming the feet is the easiest way to warm the whole body, but she is going to be a dragon-proud person in the future. Even if the other party is the male protagonist, warming the feet will never be possible in her lifetime. Wait for me to get you a hot water bag tomorrow, and you will be more comfortable when you sleep. Shang Yanting felt the heat on his chest that was higher than other places, and he didn't know how to describe the expression on his face. "I know. Go to sleep." The system's prompt sound is quite intuitive. Congratulations to the tasker for gaining 2 points of trust from the male protagonist. The current trust value is 6,500. The next day is the day of the newcomer competition. The competition arena is concave, and the surrounding raised areas are all audience seats, which looks very much like the Colosseum in ancient Rome. People can sit on the steps on each side, and the referee teacher in charge of the preliminary examination is sitting in the east. The order of the competition was determined by drawing lots, and it was divided into preliminary rounds, trial rounds, and finals. Half of the disciples were eliminated in the first round. The top 20 disciples were selected in the second round. The top 10 were selected in the third round. There were more than 200 disciples in the 4 peaks, and 4 matches were held simultaneously in each round. The preliminary round also took 3 days to complete. On the first day, Shang Yanting had a bye, and Jia Xitong watched the ring competition with him for a whole day. Most of the new disciples were still at the martial arts stage, and the slightly stronger ones were at the late martial arts stage. Basically, they fought with hand-to-hand combat, fighting with body movements, strength, and skills. Every punch hit the flesh, and teeth and blood flew. Not to mention the bruised and swollen noses and faces, there were many people who were beaten unconscious. They fight so scary. Until dinner time, Jia Xitong had not recovered from the previous game, and was ready to draw a few more Zhuyo talismans for Shang Yanting tonight. Just as she and Shang Yanting finished their meals in the kitchen and sat down, suddenly several people at the table next to them were discussing today's battle. Senior brother Lu Hao's demon fist is so powerful that it can actually punch through a wooden stake with one punch. The man wearing the Tianwu Peak disciple uniform replied, clenching his right fist and looking extremely excited. "Of course not." His companion next to him continued, "If this punch hits someone on the head, you can directly see the god of martial arts. Their Shenyang Peak should have the most people eliminated today among the 4 peaks." "What 4 peaks? How about 3 peaks?" The third person showed a trace of disdain on his face. "Is there only one disciple named Feng in Qingshuang Peak? I heard that person was driven to the abandoned West Wing by the steward yesterday, and didn't even dare to fart." Yes, it made me laugh to death. When mentioning this, the disciple on the opposite side slapped his thigh and said, "It is said that the disciple was very talented before, but he didn't come even when our peak leader wanted him. He is extremely stupid. It seems that he didn't play today, right?" "Yes, but according to the overall strength of their peak, he is not that powerful. Don't underestimate him. He has a contracted magic beast." "The magic beast that looks weird and bald, and he is held in his arms all day long?" After this, everyone at the table laughed. "Damn, he kept that thing as a contracted magic beast. You can tell at a glance that he has never seen the world." "What is it like to eat melons on yourself?" Jia Xitong, who lives in a beautiful, daily life, looked at the bald hair on her body with some resentment. The quality and aesthetic taste of these young people are really low. At this time, the few people who were talking suddenly felt a strong gaze. The voices of several people paused and turned to look to the side. The young man sitting alone at another table was staring at them with a smile. And next to him was the monster they laughed at. The three of them paused, and a feeling of shame and anger arose for being caught speaking ill of others. One of the men raised his head proudly and shouted at Shang Yanting, "What are you looking at?" Jia Xitong looked at the arrogant appearance of the three people. If she offended the male protagonist, she would have a narrow way. She thought these three people would be taught a lesson. Unexpectedly, Shang Yanting's expression did not change. "I wish the three of you all the best in the competition." After that, he took Jia Xitong away, which surprised Jia Xitong. The three were also stunned when they heard this. Damn, what does he mean? He must be alone and scared. He didn't get angry even when he was said like that. The only disciple of Qingshuang Peak is actually a coward. If that's the case, New Chuanchuan should also go to Qingshuang Peak. Then cowards will get together, ha ha ha. The arrogant laughter spread far in the kitchen, causing the people around who didn't know what was going on to look at him sideways. And also let the people who just left hear it. Before in Qingshuang Peak, Little Raccoon was praised by everyone. Now in the kitchen, Jia Xitong suffered a blow. Jia Xitong, who has always been confident in the cuteness of raccoons, fiddled with his fur in front of a bronze mirror for 2 hours for the first time. "Dear host, am I really bald?" Shang Yanting looked at her chest hair fluttering in the wind. Yes. Without any hesitation, it was really a double blow. Jia Xitong found the coat Liang Ting had given him and put it on silently, and his desire to remake the puppet increased a little bit. Seeing it look depressed with its tail drooping, Shang Yanting's originally hard-hearted heart softened a little. It's just bald, not ugly. Don't explain. She had no interest in today's competition until a familiar name was called during the game and she perked up. New Chuanchuan from Tianwu Peak versus Li Mu from Shenyang Peak. New Chuanchuan was also there, looked down and saw that all 7 players were present in the 4 competition fields except New Chuanchuan. New Chuanchuan? New Chuanchuan from Tianwu Peak. The referee teacher called out several times before New Chuanchuan stood out from a corner. He is thinner. Clothes that once fitted me now have sleeves and trouser legs hanging loose. His expression became dull and his eyes became gloomy and evasive. Although he was standing in the warm winter sun, he seemed to be filled with an unremovable gloom. During the game, his reactions were also slow. He was knocked down by an opponent of the same level after just a few moves. The loss was so predictable that even the referee couldn't help but frown. According to the information, this student has A-level gravity and foundation, and the strength of a late-stage martial artist, but he is so vulnerable. Seeing this, he waved his hand in disdain and said, "Next group." New Chuanchuan slowly got up from the ground, lowered his head and walked out of the ring. "The beating I received just now was much lighter than that from those people. They are becoming more and more terrifying. They required him to sleep no more than 4 hours a day, not eat enough, not study, and not be better than them. He felt like he was in the abyss and his future was dark. Only when he is alone can he have a little pitiful sense of security. New Chuanchuan, what are you doing standing here? The boss told you to get out of here." A horrible voice sounded beside him. New Chuanchuan felt cold all over. He was about to step into hell again with heavy steps when a familiar voice stopped him. "Classmate New Chuanchuan, can I talk to you privately when I have time?" It was Yan Qing. New Chuanchuan looked at the man behind him who once frightened him, and suddenly his dead heart beat. Faced with the urging of another person, he whispered, "I'll go right away." The man was stunned when he heard that. New Chuanchuan actually dared to disobey him. Looking at his leaving back, the man spat on the ground. "Damn it, I'll kill you when I get back." "Classmate Yan, please save me." In a deserted place, New Chuanchuan couldn't control himself for a moment. He knelt down to Shang Yanting. He couldn't stand this torture any longer. He just wanted to stay away from them. Jia Xitong was shocked by New Chuanchuan's kneeling. Didn't he just stay in Tianwu Peak for 2 months? He suffered so much torture that he seemed like a completely different person. What's going on? So miserable? Unfortunately, such a tragic scene could not touch Shang Yanting's heart at all. "Classmate New, if you mean leaving Tianwu Peak, I can't help you. If I don't leave, Liu Hao, Zhang Qi and the others will really kill me." Liu Hao, Zhang Qi? Jia Xitong felt very familiar when he heard the name. "Classmate New, this is just a small conflict between classmates. You should learn to solve it yourself." Shang Yanting looked gentle, like an intimate elder brother who enlightens his friends. You should know that everyone in the world bullies the weak and fears the strong. As long as you are ruthless, no one will dare to bully you. Niu Chuanchuan's face turned pale when he heard this. He had lost the ability to resist after being oppressed for a long time. I dare not. I can't do it. The worst outcome for you is death. What else is there to be afraid of? His voice was softer. So pick up the knife and kill those people, and you will be free. Niu Chuanchuan's head was buzzing after hearing these words. He kept repeating that sentence. I dare not. Shang Yanting looked at his cowardly and frightened appearance with cold eyes. You need time to think about it carefully. Come to the West Wing to find me when you have thought it through. He patted his shoulder lightly, his movements as gentle as an elder. I'll help you. When Niu Chuanchuan went back, he was in a daze and didn't even hear Liu Hao and the others calling him. When he came to his senses, he was pinned down by several people, with his hands and feet tied to the 4 pillars of the bed. The ferocious expressions of several roommates next to me made people feel cold. Damn it, you didn't listen when I told you, but you acted like a dog when others told you to. It's that guy from Qingshuang Peak. What? Can he save you? Don't talk to him, Zhang Qi. This kid just needs a lesson. Niu Chuanchuan closed his eyes reflexively when he heard that. They were going to beat him. The expected fist did not fall. Zhang Qi stood beside him and held down his palm. The other person took a strange iron tool, clamped his nails, and pulled them out with force. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. It's especially creepy at night. Damn, it's so powerful. Zhang Qi was so scared that he stood up, but at the same time he was a little excited. This kid usually doesn't even make a sound when he is beaten. This trick is really useful. He asked his companions to cover his mouth with a cloth to prevent his screams from leaking out. Then he picked up the pliers and reached for his next nail, pulling it out by the roots. His nails were sticking to the pliers with flesh and blood was flowing wildly on his hands. They laughed at the sight of Niu Chuanchuan twitching and rolling his eyes in pain. The 8 great families really have their own way of punishing people. This move will make him suffer so much pain that he will die. Let's see if he dares to disobey us in the future. By the way, isn't there a form of castration? This won't be too bad. What's wrong with it? You'll just become a eunuch, and you won't die. Being served by a eunuch is a treatment only for the royal family. Don't you want it? After they finished speaking, they looked at each other and laughed disgustingly. Amid the horrible laughter, Niu Chuanchuan, who was almost fainting from the pain, felt his pants being taken off by them. He was going to die. He will really be killed by them. Shang Yanting's seemingly gentle yet devilish words appeared in Niu Chuanchuan's mind. He would help him. At that moment, he didn't know where he got the strength from, and used brute force to break the rope, escaped from the house, and headed straight for the West Wing. He knelt down in front of Shang Yanting with a plop. "Student Yan, save me." His clothes were loose and his hands were covered in blood. Shang Yanting looked at his embarrassed appearance and laughed. The little raccoon lay on his legs and suddenly felt, shit, the host looks a little perverted now. Niu has lost so much blood. Why is he laughing? After being educated by your love, has it still gone astray? The raccoon was stunned. Shang Yanting poked the motionless raccoon next to him and asked slowly, "So have you made up your mind?" "I have." Niu Chuanchuan's lips turned pale due to excessive blood loss. He was shivering in the cold wind in his thin disciple uniform. He wants to live on his own. "Student Niu, I remember that you have reached the peak of martial arts?" "Yes." "That's right, I have a qi-reinforcing pill here." Shang Yanting took out a small box containing the pill. "I can give it to you." Niu Chuanchuan was a little bit unbelieving when he heard it. Although the qi-consolidating pill has various side effects, they cannot conceal its great effect on cultivation and its expensive price. Ordinary practitioners simply don't have the money to buy such expensive things. Just give it to him like this? Of course there are conditions. There is no such thing as a free pie in the world, right? Shang Yanting added slowly, "I want you to swear in the name of the god of martial arts that you will always obey me and be loyal to me." After that, he poked Jia Xitong again. "It's your turn. Teach him how to swear." "Why do you want me to teach you?" Jia Xitong was stunned. Why did he drag her into bullying poor Niu? "What do you think?" Shang Yanting asked back, choking Jia Xitong. The last oath, which was logically rigorous, flawless, and extremely long, left a deep impression on me. Between Niu and the host, who will she choose? It must be to help relatives. Jia Xitong really didn't expect that all the preparation he did when buying life insurance to avoid pitfalls would be used here. Shang Yanting felt better as he looked at the pale-faced Niu Chuanchuan. "Now let's discuss what we should do with your roommates." "Speak of the devil." Several of Niu Chuanchuan's roommates followed him, and the bloodstains along the road led them to the west wing. With a bang, the originally broken door was completely broken. 4 people rushed into the room and spat at Niu Chuanchuan, who was on the ground. Damn it, he dared to run! Are you looking for Qingshuang Peak? Sure, enough. Trash always gather together. Otherwise, why did you follow him to Qingshuang Peak? Liu Hao went up and grabbed Niu Chuanchuan's hair, looking at Shang Yanting with disdain. Didn't he come to you for shelter? What are you capable of? Brother Liu Hao, teach Qingshuang Peak a lesson. The other 3 disciples headed by Liu Hao showed excitement in their eyes. They were the ones who said that Jia Xitong was bald and ugly that day. As for the call of Brother Liu Hao, it finally awakened Jia Xitong's few memories of the original plot. In the original novel, Shang Yanting was assigned to Tianwu Peak when he entered Chengdu College. Among them, Liu Hao, Zhang Qi, and others are his roommates. Since the original work is a pornographic novel, it focuses on the emotional scenes and weakens the main plot, so their names are only mentioned briefly. Originally, he didn't appear in many scenes, and his presence was so weak that Jia Xitong almost forgot about it, etc. If Shang Yanting was supposed to be roommates with Liu Hao and the others, then now Niu Chuanchuan, isn't he replacing him? Jia Xitong looked at Niu Chuanchuan again. His bare feet were frozen black and his fingers were bloody. Liu Hao pulled his hair up hard, distorting his entire face. The big man who was strong, friendly, and honest before has now become thin and scared. Jia Xitong suddenly remembered that these disciples were secretly killed by Shang Yanting in the original novel. At that time, she just thought that the author was just describing the hero's cruelty. Now that I think about it, the hero in the original novel was only in the middle stage of martial arts at that time. Did he also have such an experience? Bang! Shang Yanting suddenly kicked Liu Hao away, interrupting Jia Xitong's memories. At this moment, he was no longer a mid-stage martial artist, nor was he a fish that could be slaughtered at will. As the strongest person among the few people, Liu Hao was stunned by the kick. His heart ached slightly from the powerful attack, and he instantly realized that he was no match for him. He is just a disciple of Qingshuang Peak, but he is so strong. Liu Haoqiang suppressed his surprise and pretended nothing had happened and stood up from the ground. The West Wing is a remote place, far away from the teacher. If the other party wants to harm him, they can do so without any scruples. Whatever he wanted to do just now, he was now worried about what Shang Yanting would do to him. Yanqing, right? You wait. He waved to the 3 companions beside him, signaling them to leave. As for Niu Chuanchuan, how long can Shang Yanting protect him? If you have the ability, never return to Tianwu Peak for the rest of your life. There were only 2 people and a bear left in the room. Niu Chuanchuan had not yet recovered from the fear just now, and was still shocked by Shang Yanting's kick. Jia Xitong found a cotton coat from the things he brought, and put it on poor Niu, and also gave him some painkillers. Niu Chuanchuan's body gradually warmed up. Looking at the strange little animal wearing clothes next to him, the complex emotions of grievance, fear, discomfort, etc. that he had accumulated for so long suddenly poured out like a flood. The bull shed tears. Thinking that the hero in the original novel might have received the same treatment, Jia Xitong suddenly felt distressed and sympathized with him. She took out the small handkerchief she carried with her and wanted to wipe his tears. "Don't you have hands?" A cold voice came, and Shang Yanting looked at Niu Chuanchuan expressionlessly. Niu Chuanchuan quickly took the thing from Xitong's claws and didn't dare to move, waiting for his order, fearing that he would be driven out. Shang Yanting didn't care about the wounds on his body at all. Instead, he asked him a question. "Did those people dare to bully me just now?" Niu Chuanchuan shook his head. "Why? Because they can't beat you." Shang Yanting chuckled when he heard this. "There are so many useless people in the 8 great families. Why don't they bully them?" How could the disciples of the 8 great families be bullied? They have powerful backers, and the rest of the people can't even curry favor with them. But I am different from them. Niu Chuanchuan looked at Shang Yanting in confusion. "Student Yan, what does this have to do with it? People like Liu Hao are just the bottom of the pile. 4 ants with little influence in the academy, banding together to find a sense of superiority from the weak." Shang Yanting looked at the tears on his face. "Why are you afraid of such people?" Niu Chuanchuan never thought that the person he feared the most would be described like this. "But are they talented? Do you have top-notch cultivation? Do you have a strong background? None at all. Even if they had any one of the 3, they wouldn't be running so fast today." Niu Chuanchuan had a complicated expression on his face, with a hint of enlightenment and a hint of astonishment. What about Yanqing? He has no backing, but he is extremely talented, cunning, intelligent, and has a ruthlessness that is extremely inconsistent with his appearance. Suddenly, Niu Chuan seemed to realize who he should be most afraid of. He looked at the pill in his hand, knelt on the ground, and performed the most respectful etiquette to Shang Yanting. "Thank you for saving my life, classmate Yan. I, Niu Chuan, am willing to be loyal to you forever." Shang Yanting glanced at his wound, with joy in his eyes. "A person needs to have his own edges and corners. I hope you can solve this little trouble." Jia Xitong was watching from the side and felt that the male protagonist's expression was even more perverted. Niu was obviously the friend she chose to help her inspire him to become a great and glorious male protagonist. But now Niu seems to have been led astray by the male protagonist. All the Niu had left, but she was still standing there. Until she was picked up by Shang Yanting, he frowned and asked, "What's with that expression?" "Can you tell the expression on the little raccoon's face?" Jia Xitong touched his furry face. "Do you think I'm vicious and scary?" He pulled the raccoon's hand away from covering its face and stared at it with his dark eyes without any warmth, as if he wanted to take its life. "Is it vicious?" Compared to Shang Yanting, those four are the truly vicious ones. Whether it is Niu Chuan or the male protagonist in the original novel, they should not be treated like this. She hugged Shang Yanting's big face and put her fur on him to warm him. In the system's heart, the host is neither bad nor vicious. It would be better if the method of helping others could be a little gentler. Feeling the fur against his face, Shang Yanting calmed down. The cold feeling all over his body gradually faded away, and he turned into the gentle and jade-like young man he used to be. He put the raccoon on the bed and walked to the wooden door that he had repaired with great difficulty but was kicked in again. It's cold in the mountains at night. "If the repair is not done properly, you won't be able to sleep tonight." The man who was now hunched over and repairing the wooden door suddenly didn't look like the world-destroying devil anymore. The host has changed a lot from the original. Jia Xitong jumped off the bed and ran outside to the stove that Shang Yanting had built with stones. "Then I will make a hot water bag for the host. Everyone in the world can call me vicious, spit on me for being cold-blooded, and fear me for being bloodthirsty, but you can't. Making a hot water bag is very simple. You just need to boil the water and then fill the cowhide bag with boiling hot water. And the more water, the better its heat preservation effect." Shang Yanting finished repairing the wooden door and went to bed, and his feet were scalded by the water bag placed at the end of the bed. That night, he had a hot water bag under his feet and a warm little raccoon on his chest. It was a rare and comfortable sleep, and he even got up late the next day. At this time, the kitchen was closed and the competition was about to begin. He was absent for the past 2 days, so it was inevitable that it would be his turn today. Shang Yanting ate the dry food taken out of the mi shu fu and took a large bowl of water handed over by Jia Xitong. It was still warm. He glanced at it casually and suddenly felt that the cowhide bag in little raccoon's hand was a little familiar. "Is this the water bag we used last night?" "Yeah." Jia Xitong poured the remaining water into the basin and let him use it to wash his face. "It's very clean." The fallen nobleman who used to be quite particular about life. Today is the last day of the competition. Shang Yanting was chosen to fight against a disciple from Shenyang Peak in the afternoon. He has now broken through the martial arts realm, and there is no suspense in defeating a mid-stage martial artist. The winners of the first round have all appeared, and the trial competition is about to begin. The preliminary round is to select half of the total disciples, and the trial round is to select 20 out of the 104 disciples. The difficulty has increased. Every disciple who wants to advance has to participate in multiple competitions. There are people who fail and miss the top 20, while there are also people who rush into the public eye like a dark horse with their own powerful strength. No way, the one from Qingshuang Peak won again. Right, he was facing brother Wang Yang, who had already participated in a rookie competition, and whose strength had now broken through the martial arts realm. Brother Wang Yang didn't come to participate in the competition during his 3-year rookie period, so he is aiming for the top 10. So the guy from Qingshuang Peak also broke through to the martial realm. In the entire newcomer competition, there were no more than 20 disciples who broke through the martial realm. Now one more has been added, which makes many disciples at the peak of martial arts feel overwhelmed. It seems that Qingshuang Peak has only 1 disciple in total. It is normal for him to break through the martial realm after all the strength of the peak is used to train him. Yes, that person entered the college with top 3 grades. I heard that the 3 peak masters were all vying for him at that time. In addition, the peak master has high hopes for him, teaches him personally, and feeds him with various treasures and elixirs. It is normal for a martial arts disciple to appear in a month. Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have gone to Qingshuang Peak as well. Before, he was a waste of Qingshuang Peak, but now he has become a good person of Qingshuang Peak. Everyone looked as if they would have been masters in the early stage of Wujing if they had chosen Qingshuang Peak. Shang Yanting sat alone in the corner to eat, as if it had nothing to do with him. Jia Xitong, wearing the same disciple uniform as Shang Yanting, sat next to him with her head held high. She looked unfathomable, and she did not lose the style of her system. It was afternoon. The sun was shining brightly today. Shang Yanting met a familiar opponent in the competition, Shang Moyan. Shit! Jia Xitong, who was squatting at the front, widened her eyes a little. Shang Moyan's luck, the male protagonist will tear him down. Shang Moyan was a little proud, because after Shang Yanting was abandoned, he was one of the descendants that the head of the Shang Mao family valued most. With the help of Shang Mingyi and Shang Jiming, his strength has greatly increased, and he has broken through the Wujing. He looked at the mediocre opponent opposite him. I heard you're pretty good, so come and give me a try. Shang Yanting's smile was extremely gentle. It's all a rumor. Please show some mercy, Master Shang. Tsk. Song Zhong snorted coldly, not associating the gentle young man in front of him with the once aloof Shang Yanting, and attacked him with his weapon. The weapons in the hands of the two men met, and with a clashing sound, sparks flew. Song Zhong narrowed his eyes as he felt the opponent's strength. Interesting. Master Song, you're welcome. The gentler the young man's smile was, the faster he attacked. Song Zhong used 7 moves in succession. His whole arm was paralyzed, and various cracks appeared on the knuckles. His face suddenly changed. He had met a tough guy. Shang Yanting would not give him time to react, and punched him hard. Severe pain in the abdomen. Song Zhong hurriedly pulled back, but was grabbed by the other party. A heavy blow on the temple. At that moment he had the illusion that the other party was going to kill him. Song Zhong had just passed the martial arts realm not long ago, and his cultivation was not stable yet. These fierce attacks made him lose his composure. Shang Yanting took advantage of the victory and fought with Song Zhong several times, making him breathless. As a disciple of the 8 great families, he could not be killed on the ring. Seeing his pale face, Shang Yanting threw him off the ring. Yan Qing, a disciple of Qingshuang Peak, won the 100-20 competition. Song Zhong's face was embarrassed. He was originally aiming for the top 20 newcomers. Cousin, Song Yor went down and helped the man up. Are you okay? Song Zhong had a dull headache and his eyes were bloodshot. However, when he saw Shang Moyan and others coming over, he pretended to be nothing happened and stood up. Cousin, I'm fine. It was really embarrassing to be thrown off the stage by an unknown kid in front of so many children from aristocratic families. He took a deep breath to relieve the pain in his temple and said, The opponent is a strong enemy, and he caught my weakness without paying attention. If you meet him later, be careful. Shang Moyan looked at Shang Yanting, who was about to step down, and snorted coldly. Don't worry, cousin. If I meet him, I will beat him up to vent your anger. The trial round of 100-20 also took 3 days. It was surprising that the dark horse from Qingshuang Peak made it all the way to the top 20, but the remaining 20 disciples were basically in the martial realm, so his presence was not the most conspicuous. 20-10. The number of examiners has been reduced from 4 to 6, and the format of the competition is still random drawing. There are 20 bamboo sticks in the bamboo tube in front of them, and each new disciple draws 1. The numbers 1 to 10 are marked on, representing the order, and those with the same numbers are opponents. Shang Yanting drew 7. Number 7, Yan Qing from Qingshuang Peak, Zhang Chushi from Shenyang Peak. When hearing the name of this girl, Jia Xitong was shocked. Sister Zhang Chushi, the second concubine of the male protagonist. She is also a new disciple, and she is talented, has high cultivation, and is beautiful. As soon as she entered the academy, she was pursued by many male disciples. She is the goddess of Shenyang Peak. In the original book, the two of them met during the trial of the 4 peaks later. An iceberg beauty and a fallen young man. In the crisis-ridden trial ground, a hero rescued the beauty, fell in love at first sight, and had a raging fire. Let's face it, she is a local dog. She loves to watch. Jia Xitong squatted in the front row where Shang Yanting often placed her. This place was closest to him, and he could see her as long as he raised his eyes. It was also the best view in the whole venue. Suddenly someone came from behind and lifted her up. Hey, I finally found it! A familiar, boastful voice sounded, and Jia Xitong turned around nervously to see the eldest senior brother's bright smile. Damn it! She thought there was a bloody plot that someone was afraid of the hero's strength and sent someone to kidnap her to threaten the hero to admit defeat in the game. She was shocked. Just when she was about to criticize the eldest senior brother, She saw that he opened his mouth, and there was a piece of lunch food stuck on his big teeth, and Jia Xitong quickly looked away. It's not just the eldest senior brother. All 20 intersect brothers from Qingshuang Peak came. They squeezed in the front and sat in a row with some excitement on their faces. "Senior brothers, why are you here?" Jia Xitong looked at them in surprise. "This place is far from Qingshuang Peak. It takes an hour to walk, and it costs 2 copper coins to ride the beast in the academy. The senior brothers don't seem like people who are willing to spend money. It's been a long time since our Qingshuang Peak has had a new disciple break into the top 20. When we are proud of this, we must come to cheer for the junior brothers." The eldest senior brother picked up Jia Xitong, touched her head and sat down. "Yes, let's cheer for our junior brother." The second senior brother followed closely behind and took out a cold steamed bun from his arms, broke off a small piece and handed it to Jia Xitong before eating. In order to come here, they walked for a long time and had no lunch. "Thank you." Jia Xitong took it and put it in her bag. The 11th senior brother, who had just taken out the same steamed bun from his clothes, glanced at the same mini-disciple uniform she was wearing, and then looked at his own disciple uniform. Even the clothes of Warcraft were better than his. 11th senior brother, why are you sitting down? Hurry, up and place your bets." The second senior brother looked at 11, who sat down and kicked him. It was not easy to come here, so he couldn't come in vain. Every year when the top 20 in the competition were shortlisted, the disciples would set up an underground casino. They would gather the copper coins they saved and prepare to bet all on the junior brother to win. They hoped that junior brother Yan could enter the top 10 and make them rich. Looking back at the field, Jia Xitong was looking forward to the spark of love between the host and the harem number 2 in the battle. In this case, fake system, real yellow powder showed a lewd smile. In her expectation, Shang Yanting reached out. The first intimate contact between the male and female protagonists made her eyes widen. Then, Zhang Chuxi was hit hard by Shang Yanting. The originally pink face turned pale in an instant, and there was a red color around her mouth that looked like blood. Jia Xitong couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat on his forehead. Be gentle, brother." Zhang Chuxi took out his long sword and snorted softly, attacking Shang Yanting. Shang Yanting drew out his fine steel sword to block, and the two got very close in the confrontation. They looked at each other. Feeling that love has finally come, the local dog reader wanted to scream. Before the scream started, it was stuck. Shang Yanting knocked the man down with a sweeping kick, and the cold sword pierced the sky and aimed at Zhang Chuxi's eyebrows. Zhang Chuxi stared hard on the ground, and Shang Yanting's sword was misplaced, inserted into her thick black hair and took away a long clump. She jumped up, and her hairband broke because of the sword, and her hair spread out. Appeared. Jia Xitong stared at the ring, waiting for the beauty to turn around in place. Her hair spread out like a fan to attract everyone's attention. Then she stopped, and the scattered, black hair fell by her ears, revealing a stunning glimpse. Just like all the costume idol dramas, Shang Yanting fell in love at first sight. Before Zhang Chuxi stopped, everything was as she expected. Just when Jia Xitong showed an expression of, as expected, the accident happened. Comrade Zhang Chuxi's dense hair was rubbed against the ground. 60% of the hair stood up under the blessing of static electricity in the winter. The cold goddess turned into Miao Mei or Mei Chaofeng in an instant. Not to mention attracting Shang Yanting, even the goddess's suitors choked when they saw this scene. Without any sympathy, Shang Yanting threw the goddess out quickly and accurately. Jia Xitong took a deep breath and felt that the reader's benefits were gone. The host really raised his sword and ruthlessly destroyed his marriage line. What's wrong with him being gentle? Could it be that the harem would affect his speed of drawing the sword? The 7th game, Qingshuang Peak Yanqing wins. As the referee announced, the disciples of Qingshuang Peak cheered excitedly, provoked the angry glares of the goddess's suitors who came to their senses. But so what? They, the disciples of Qingshuang Peak, entered the top 10 and made money. Hey! The brothers looked at Shang Yanting, who came down and surrounded him happily. Big brother. Shang Yanting looked at the little beast in his arms with his usual smile. The eldest brother understood instantly and returned the thin bucket to him. Junior brother Yan treasures his magic beast the most. Old 11 came back with the money they won from the bet, and everyone couldn't wait to take Shang Yanting away from the competition venue. How could such a mundane thing as dividing the money from the bet appear among a group of inner disciples with immortal demeanor? Everyone's goal is to find a deserted place to divide the spoils. Shang Yanting suddenly smiled when he knew it. My residence is quite remote. If you brothers don't mind, you can go there and sit for a while. Okay, It just so happens that we can take a look at how junior brother is living these days. All the brothers agreed immediately. Shang Yanting entered the top 10, and they won money again. Everyone was in a very good mood. They talked and laughed along the way, and didn't feel that Shang Yanting's residence was far away. Until they saw the west wing, their good mood came to an abrupt end. There were 5 houses in a whole row of wings, all of which were dilapidated, and the ones at the end had collapsed. Among all the rooms, only the middle one had a wooden door, and one of them was broken. Not to mention the inside, it was drafty everywhere. 5th brother, is this habitable? Junior brother Yan lives here? 7th brother, if the wind is stronger, it will be blown to pieces. Obviously, there are places for disciples to live in the other 3 wings. But the manager actually arranged us disciples of Qingshuang Peak here. It's really too much. 2nd brother, yes, this is not even as good as 11's doghouse. 11th junior brother looked at him. 2nd brother, be careful with your words. Everyone didn't care about the little gap at the back. They were all angry that Lianxin Pavilion was bullying them because there was no one at Qingshuang Peak. The eldest brother slapped his thigh in anger and didn't even share the money for the time being. 3rd junior brother, 4th junior brother, you go back and tell the Peak Master about this, and the rest of you follow me to find the manager of Lianxin Pavilion. A group of people holding weapons and looking aggressive saw this and hurried out from Lianxin Pavilion. You are disciples of that peak. What do you want to do? The eldest brother glanced at the thin man and snorted coldly, ignoring him at all, and walked straight into the back room. He kicked the closed door open with a bang and shouted sternly, "Who is the manager who assigned the disciples' residences that day?" The chief manager frowned slightly at the large group of disciples. This is Lianxin Pavilion. You are disciples of that peak, and you are making trouble here again. Are you blind to the marks on our bodies? The 2nd senior brother replied, Why are we making trouble? You should ask the manager who assigned the residences that day. As he said this, he sat down on an empty stool in the room. If you can't explain it clearly, our Qingshuang Peak's 20 inner disciples will leave. The chief steward saw them like this, and suddenly had a bad feeling. A new disciple came to Qingshuang Peak this year. What's the matter? He hurriedly asked his subordinates who was in charge of allocating residences for Qingshuang Peak disciples. At the same time, he showed a serious expression and greeted them. If you have anything to say, just talk about it. Making trouble and being so unruly. Do you believe that I will invite your peak master to come? No need for you to invite us. Our peak master may already be on the way. The 2nd senior brother sat in the front, showing a fearless and arrogant look. But you can invite all the other 3 peak masters and the dean. He was not scared at all. He felt that things were a bit tricky. Soon, the steward who assigned the rooms that day was called in. Seeing the current situation, his face turned pale. Seeing his appearance, the chief steward felt that things were getting worse. He looked at the middle-aged man with a cold face. Tell me, what did you do when you assigned the rooms that day? Sir, I just assigned the rooms normally. Hearing this, the sound of joints cracking rang out in the room. It was the 11th junior brother pinching his fingers. In addition, the eldest senior brother was sharpening his knife. The other disciples rolled up their sleeves. It seemed as if they were going to smash his back office room. The chief steward frowned immediately and kicked the man. You bastard! Tell me the truth. What did you do? Sir, I really just assigned the rooms. The young man was shocked by his behavior. But the other 3 rooms were full at the time, and I saw that the west room was still empty, so I arranged the new disciple to the west room. Heh. The 2nd senior brother sneered sarcastically. Manager, do you believe it? Of course, the chief steward didn't believe it. The man in front of him was his relative, who got in through connections. Usually, he was a little snobbish and loved money and power, but he would just give him a warning and let him go if there was no big problem. Who knew that today he would actually get himself into such a big trouble? Abusing disciples. And he was the only disciple of Qingshuang Peak. Isn't this a slap in the face of the master of Qingshuang Peak? The master of the 4 major peaks. Even if there was only one person on his peak, he was still the master of the peak. Second to none above 10,000 people, on an equal footing with the other 3 peaks. How dare he, a steward, do such a thing? If this matter got out of hand, not to mention the steward and himself, the entire Lianxin Pavilion would have to be replaced. Fortunately, this matter has not yet reached the point where it cannot be reversed. It can be big or small. The chief steward kicked the middle-aged man next to him hard, smashed the inkstone on the table on his forehead, and scolded, I trust you so much and entrust you with such an important matter. If the disciples of Qingshuang Peak hadn't come, How long do you want to hide it from me? He kicked a few more times to vent his anger, and by the way, pushed all the problems onto the middle-aged man, fearing that he would be endangered. Come here, take him away, and punish him severely. I will not have this manager in my back office room in the future. The middle-aged man's eyes showed astonishment and fear. He was about to beg for mercy when he was kicked again. The chief manager had someone cover his mouth and drag him out. After dealing with this manager, the chief manager showed a flattering expression on his face. I'm sorry to all the martial artists just now. I hired the wrong person. I will immediately have someone arrange the best room in the East Wing for that brother. Humph, my junior brother has lived in that broken place for so long because of you. If we hadn't found out, how much suffering would he have to endure? The second senior brother sneered. You want to use a house to get rid of us now? It's too late. The chief manager wiped his forehead. Then what do you want? The second senior brother raised his chin. First, change the place. Second, you must compensate and... In addition, you must compensate. As soon as the second senior brother finished speaking, the other brothers nodded. Yes! The general manager looked at the second senior brother. How much compensation do you want? How much? This question stumped the brothers. The second senior brother turned his head and looked behind him, and the eldest brother showed 2 fingers. He instantly understood the meaning of this gesture. 2 tails. But wouldn't 2 tails be too much? Make it seem like they, Qingshuang Peak, are blackmailing people? The second senior brother looked at them lacking confidence, and the eldest brother replied with a look that said, Don't worry, you have to have a bigger picture. Okay. The second senior brother took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then held out 2 fingers, at least 2. 2,000 taels of silver. Before he finished speaking, a gentle voice behind him answered first. Second brother's hand was as if he had been electrocuted, and he retracted it in a flash. 2,000 taels of silver, Junior. Brother Yan is blackmailing me. All the senior brothers and even the butler felt weak in the knees. Everyone, I have been in Lianshan Pavilion for so many years, and all my savings added up are less than 2,000 taels. All the senior brothers shut up their microphones and looked at Shang Yanting. Shang Yanting replied, Then let's wait for the Peak Master to arrive before deciding. What will happen if the Peak Master comes? The chief steward, who was pinched at the vital point, sweated on his forehead. I only have 500 taels of silver, you see. Shang Yanting looked at him with a smile, unmoved. The chief steward's face became more and more ugly. The sarcastic disciple just now was just showing off, but now this smiling tiger is hurting him. 500 taels of silver, that is money that most people can't earn in their lifetime. Although he is the chief steward of Lianshan Pavilion, there is not much oil and water here, and 800 taels of silver is already his biggest limit. If it is added, he would rather be beaten and expelled from the academy. The chief steward stated the bottom line he could accept, and hated his relative in his heart. Shang Yanting would certainly not be aggressive. 800 taels of silver, plus in the name of taking care of the junior brothers, Lianshan Pavilion provided free accommodation and food for 20 senior brothers during the rookie competition. The disciples of Qingshuang Peak made a fortune. Everyone came angrily and left with smiles. The East Wing is the best room in the Lianshan Pavilion. To express his apology, the chief steward assigned a row of rooms to them. A group of disciples suppressed their excitement and went in with a calm and indifferent look. After the chief steward left, they revealed their inexperienced appearance. I didn't know there was such a good place in Lianshan Pavilion before. This quilt is made of silk, right? I want to sleep naked today. Wow, this room is so beautiful. If you use these silk cloths to make clothes, calm down, these things cannot be taken away so as not to bring down the reputation of our Qingshuang Peak. The eldest senior brother always reminded everyone to maintain the image of Qingshuang Peak, and then happily asked everyone to share the money. Of course, this money was not paid by the general manager. After all, it was compensation for the younger junior brother. They shared the money they won from the previous bet. The total bet was 40 coins, and they earned 800 coins. Each of the brothers who invested in the game could get 80 coins, and the brothers who got their share felt that their pockets were heavy. As for the younger junior brother, who had a huge sum of 800 taels of silver, everyone was at ease and prepared to slaughter him when they returned to Qingshuang Peak. When junior brother Yan was around, every day was like the new year. Late at night, the brothers all went back to their rooms. Although they moved to a large house that was not leaky, Jia Xitong still prepared a hot water bottle for Shang Yanting. Shang Yanting's feet were scalded by the hot water bottle. He moved his lips, looked at the monster lying on his chest, and finally said nothing. Host dear, Have you found that the brothers from Qingshuang Peak are very nice? Jia Xitong took the lead in bringing up the matter when he saw that he was hesitant to speak. Shang Yanting recalled those fools when he heard this. Simple thinking, kind-hearted, easy to use, and finally slowly gave an objective evaluation. Not bad. Hard-mouthed host, dear. Having had various experiences of increasing trust points, Jia Xitong mistakenly thought that Shang Yanting's answer was a tsundere with a sharp tongue and a soft heart. He thought he had taken another big step forward in influencing Shang Yanting to become a great and glorious male protagonist. The newcomer competition ended and entered the final chapter of the two-person final. The prizes for the top 10 were also announced at this time. The 10th to 7th place can all receive a reward of 100 taels of silver. The 6th to 4th place can each receive a cultivation method treasured on the 6th floor of the library. The top 3 rewards are the most eye-catching. The 3rd place is a shining gold weapon, Yellow Tiger Thorn. The 2nd place is a shining gold weapon, Resurrection Killing Stick. The 1st place can get a shining gold armor set, Purple Gold Heart Armor. Jia Xitong also just realized that not all the golden artifacts were the same. They were graded because of the different casting masters and the different materials used. For example, the Yellow Tiger Thorn was an entry-level artifact. The Resurrection Killing Stick was an intermediate one. The golden artifact, Chanyuan's sword that Shang Yanting bought at the auction, was also between the entry-level and intermediate levels. The armor set was a special type of golden artifact. Because it used more materials and was more difficult to make, even if it was inferior, it was more precious than the medium-level golden artifacts. So when everyone heard about the weapon rewards for the top 3, they were all shocked. You know, many martial artists never have a golden artifact of their own in their entire lives. For this newcomer competition, the Academy actually made such a big investment. Many disciples regretted that they were not able to make it to the top 10. The spread of the news also attracted a large number of old disciples to come and watch the game. The audience stand that was empty yesterday was now full, and the gambling game set up by the disciples privately was in full swing. Among them, the favorites to win the championship are Zhu Hongshu, a disciple of Shenyang Peak, and Wang Defy, a disciple of Tianwu Peak. The two are evenly matched and have both reached the middle stage of the martial arts realm. Another favorite candidate for the top 3 is Shang Moyan. He has a strong momentum. Almost all the disciples of Jinyang Peak know that he will win the top 3 in the new disciple competition and then become the direct disciple of the Peak Master. As for Shang Yanting, although he is also very eye-catching, he is still in the second line in terms of traffic and popularity. Host, you have to do your best today. Jia Xitong cheered with his claws. The disciples of Qingshuang Peak behind him were the same. They nodded seriously. Come on, just do your best, don't be too stressed. Jia Xitong watched Shang Yanting go to the ring, just like sending a child to the battlefield. Obviously, they have experienced it many times, but this time it feels very different. After blessing, the senior brothers of Qingshuang Peak prepared to bet. Everyone basically spent 20 coins to buy Shang Yanting to enter the top 5. The second senior brother, who put away the money and was ready to bet, suddenly glanced at Jia Xitong, who was sitting upright in the backpack before leaving. Xiaotong, do you want to play? He didn't know why he asked a magic beast, but if it really understood what he meant, he could give it a copper coin to play with. The second senior brother thought generously. Yes. Jia Xitong nodded and then took out a neatly folded silver note from his small pocket. Face value, 50 taels. This was folded by Shang Yanting for her and put in her pocket. It is private property. I want to buy the host to win. Looking at the silver note that Jia Xitong took out, the senior brothers were quiet for a while. The junior brother was richer than them, and they could accept it. But the junior brother's magic beast was richer than them, which was too uncomfortable. The second senior brother was stunned for a moment, but still took the silver note. He should have known not to ask. At this time, senior brother 11 quietly sat over and quietly moved the backpack containing Jia Xitong to the side. Xitong, senior brother wants to discuss something with you. Ah? You also know that senior brother is extremely talented, but his life is difficult. Senior brother 11 said earnestly, Xitong, can you invest 200 coins in senior brother, and I will return it to you when senior brother becomes rich in the future. Senior brother 11 accidentally heard the conversation between the two, and moved Jia Xitong back to the middle with a cold expression. 11, you are a little bit like a senior brother. Dong, a dull drum sound below began. Everyone cast their eyes below. At this time, there were 2 men of similar body shape and age in the center of the ring. The battle between the 2 sides was very fierce, which surprised the brothers around them. This year's new disciples are very good. You have reached the martial arts realm at a young age, and you have rich combat experience. A group of people watched the competition below intently, occasionally commenting on the moves of both sides. Jia Xitong listened at the side and felt for the first time that he understood the moves and routines of the martial arts practitioners below. Finally, it was Shang Yanting's turn in the afternoon. When he went on stage, he unexpectedly met an old acquaintance again, Song Yuer. To be honest, Jia Xitong was a little bit unbelievable when she saw her. After all, she was so weak. How did she get into the top 10? She didn't rely on strength, but on manpower. There is a bug in the lottery for the competition. Everyone has a certain probability of drawing a strong or weak opponent. Whenever she draws a strong opponent, a disciple of the Song family will exchange the lot in his hand with her. She successfully made it to the top 10, and that was with the escort of many children of the Song family. There is a reason for this. The head of Jinyang Peak promised the head of the Song family that as long as Song Yuer enters the top 5, she can become his direct disciple. And now she is only one step away from being a direct disciple. Song Yuer looked at the disciple of Qingshuang Peak in front of her and bowed slightly to him. I am Song Yuer from the Song family. I am honored to learn from you. I hope you will show mercy. Her movements were gentle, and her voice was soft and sweet, which made people feel pity for her. The battle seemed to have not started yet, but Song Yuer had already used her ultimate weapon. Thinking that she had overcome all the obstacles, this weak appearance helped her a lot. At this time, Shang Moyan's voice came from outside the ring. The boy on the stage, if my fiancé gets hurt, you will be in trouble. Oh, the people around him sighed with ambiguity when they heard this. Song Yuer, who was standing on the stage, blushed immediately. Brother Mo, Yun, don't joke. The competition must be done with all our strength and fairness. After she finished speaking, she saluted to Shang Yanting with a blush on her face and whispered, The one below is my brother. He is eager to protect me. I hope you don't mind, senior brother. After she finished speaking, she stuck out her tongue, looking very cute. Hetui Jia Xitong in the male protagonist's Sea of Consciousness has seen through everything. Song Yuer wanted to distance herself from Shang Moyan and tell Shang Yanting that she is still single, hinting that he should be sympathetic to her and have a chance to go further in the future, right? With this method, she can only deceive the losers who don't know the truth. At this moment, the original fans just want to sigh that Song Yuer is worthy of being the female supporting role with the most black fans in the whole book, and the only one who has not been included in the harem. It's so poisonous and stupid. The two confronted each other head-on. Song Yuer's weapon is a long whip. The long whip made a twitching sound in the air and attacked Shang Yanting fiercely. In the audience seats around, watching Song Yuer's attack, some people couldn't help but exclaimed, I didn't expect that Jinyang Peak has such a powerful female disciple. This set of whip techniques is really powerful. She looks good too, and is comparable to junior sister Zhang Chuxi from Shenyang Peak. Speaking of this, the disciples who had seen junior sister Zhang transform into Mei Chaofeng in a second suddenly looked a little embarrassed. I remember that the last time junior sister Zhang Chuxi fought against this Qingshuang Peak disciple. Will this time? Before they had time to think about it, a scream came from the field. Song Yuer was whipped hard by herself, and the disciple's clothes on her body were torn, revealing the white cotton inside. The skin under the clothes was even more painful. Miss, Song, are you okay? Shang Yanting stood not far away and looked at her with a concerned smile on his face. Song Yuer didn't know why. She felt the other party's disdain. After all, she was born into a wealthy family and was called a child of destiny since she was a child. The anger of being offended rose from the bottom of her heart, and she injected her inner strength into the long whip in her hand. 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips. Every time, the opponent was able to dodge from her hands. Song Yuer was so angry that she used all her strength to whip again. At this time, Shang Yanting suddenly drew out the fine steel sword, and the long whip was wrapped around the blade and turned straight towards her. The sharp thorn hidden in the front of the whip stretched out and slashed towards her neck. Ah! Song Yuer threw away the long whip and squatted down. The sharp thorn slashed across her forehead. A wound went through her left forehead to the right hair. The skin and flesh turned outward, deep enough to see the bone, and a lot of blood flowed to her eyelids. The little beauty was extremely terrifying at this moment. What's the point of the competition? Song Yuer couldn't help screaming. Her face! The doctor of the academy arrived immediately, and Song Yuer was taken away in a mess. Asshole! Seeing his woman injured like this, Shang Moyan was like an angry lion. He drew his sword and walked onto the stage. Yan, I'm going to kill you! How dare you! Seeing the examinees making a scene in the examination room, The teacher in charge sternly stopped them. The martial arts test was not a small fight. Getting injured was nothing. As long as it did not affect martial arts and life, everything else was allowed. What's more, they were watching from the sidelines, and the disciple on the stage was just injured by mistake. Shang Moyan's face turned pale when he heard this. I want to challenge him. This is a newcomer, competition. The examiner frowned and was very displeased with his attitude. Shang Moyan took out a token from his waist and threw it on the examiner's desk. The token was shining with gold and the word Shang Mo was engraved on it. The faces of several teachers who saw the token changed, and even the examiner was not as majestic as before. Several examiners discussed in private, then looked back at the people on the stage. There is no duel in the newcomer competition, only a competition. Since you have objections, I will allow you to have an extra test. Shang Moyan smiled grimly when he heard this. Yanting, right? I'm going to tear you apart. One is ruthless, and the other is angry for his beloved. With the mentality of watching the excitement and not minding the big things, the discussion in the audience suddenly became intense. Who do you think will win? Is there any need to guess? It must be Master Shang Moyan. The lackey who knew the inside story said proudly, Master Shang broke through the martial realm a month ago and has been receiving strict training from the family since he was a child. Compared with Master Shang, the disciples of Qingshuang Peak are like one on the ground and the other in the sky. Nearly more than 90% of the people outside the field bet on Shang Moyan to win. On the field, Shang Moyan rushed up with a weapon. Picking, chopping, stabbing, every move was brutal and familiar. These are the martial arts techniques of the Shangmo family, and Shang Yanting has already mastered them by heart. It can be said without hesitation that he can find at least 3 weaknesses the moment Shang Moyan makes a move. Shang Yanting dodged his attack with a cold face. Wow, this Qingshuang Peak guy actually put his hands behind his back and didn't make a move. He's so arrogant. The voices of the onlookers reached the ring, making Shang Moyan feel humiliated. He urged the internal force in his body and slashed at Shang Yanting. Clang, a crisp sound of swords and swords meeting, and sparks even flew at the contact point. Die! Shang Moyan's tyrannical voice roared in his ears, and suddenly a pair of dark pupils stared at him like a venomous snake. A dignified young master of the Shangmo family, is this all you can do? Shang Moyan was stunned. The next second, a sword pierced him from his waist and abdomen. No one expected that the change would be so fast, and a red line of bright red blood spurted out. Fuck, awesome! The disciples in the stands exclaimed, not even seeing how Yanqing drew his sword. Young master! The sidekicks of the Shangmu family stood up one after another. Oh no! The teachers sitting in front all changed their expressions. If anything happened to the Shang family's people, how would they explain it? 2 teachers rushed to the stage and carried Shang Moyan away to the infirmary. The remaining examiners scolded in front of all the teachers and students. Bold disciple. He injured 2 fellow disciples in a row. He is cruel and brutal. I declare that this disciple's ranking in the competition will be cancelled. Hearing this, the people below whispered, this disciple is so pitiful. He finally squeezed into the top 10 and even had a chance to get into the top 3, but his ranking was cancelled. It's true that people from the 8 great families can't be messed with. Who can I blame? I can only blame myself for not having a good family background. The examiner ignored the words below, walked to the ranking with a brush, dipped the tip of the brush into ink, and was about to erase the 2 words Yang from the public notice board. Shang Yanting looked at all this with a blank expression, and there was only shallow sarcasm in his eyes. So angry. Jia Xitong felt a breath stuck in her throat, and she wanted to throw out all the explosive talismans she had saved. Wait! A shout came from the sky, and a figure descended from the sky in the spotlight. Let's see who crosses out the ranking of my Qingshuang Peak disciples. It was the Peak Master. The rookie competition actually alarmed the Peak Master of Qingshuang Peak. The examiner who was about to cross out the name paused and froze in place nervously. Zhenfeng? Another voice descended from the sky. The person who came had white hair and a youthful face and was wearing the holy robe of the Holy Capital Academy. It was the dean of the academy, and behind him were the peak masters of the other 3 peaks. The dean and the peak master. The rookie competition actually brought together all the big guys in the academy. The dean looked at Luan Zhenfeng. As the master of a peak, how can you do this recklessly? According to regulations, the rookie competition is under the sole responsibility of the teachers. Other academy personnel have no right to interfere, not even the Peak Master, to prevent the use of power to undermine the fairness of the competition. As the Peak Master, how could he set such a bad example? I don't want to come, but if I don't come, my only new disciple will be bullied. Luan Zhenfeng glanced at the examiner coldly, and several teachers were nervous and sweating. Zhenfeng, the examiners are all following the rules. Don't break the rules just because you only have one disciple. The head of Tianwu Peak heard this. The head of Shenyang Peak nodded in agreement. The master of Jinyang Peak was pulled aside by his disciples to talk quietly. When he heard that the two injured in the finals were both from his peak and were from noble families, he frowned and looked at Luan Zhenfeng with anger. 2 disciples of my peak were injured by your disciple. You should discipline such a vicious disciple. Master Jinyang, you don't need to worry about what my disciples are like. Seeing this, Luan Zhenfeng sneered, Dean, since you are here, please judge. My only good disciple has just come to Lianshan Pavilion and was assigned to live in a remote place. Now his grades have been cancelled unreasonably. How come my position as the master of the peak is useless? As he spoke, the pressure of Wu Zong's strength suddenly spread. The disciples around were pressed to the ground by the huge force, and even several teachers looked painful. The faces of the masters of the other 3 peaks all changed. Suddenly, the masters of the peaks were on the verge of a fight. All right! The dean finally got angry, and the power from the king of martial arts dissolved the pressure. You are the masters of the 4 peaks. Please be aware of your identities. After that, he looked at the examiners and the head of the Lianshan Pavilion next to him. I will treat all the disciples of the 4 peaks equally and follow the rules. You will go to the punishment room to receive the punishment and the 4 peak masters, and I will be the examiners for the finals. Jia Xitong watched the whole process. It seemed that he scolded everyone, but in fact, the dean was quite partial to Qingshuang Peak. Shang Yanting saw that the farce was over and prepared to return to his seat. Before he left, he was stopped by Luan Zhenfeng. Are you confident in the next game? Fair enough. To outsiders, Luan Zhenfeng patted his shoulder with a kind look, but in fact, he whispered in his ear, What do you mean by fair enough? Give me 200% of your effort. If you can't make it into the top 3, I will lose face. He touched his cheek after he finished speaking, and then added, If I lose face, you can wait to be punished when you go back. Luan Zhenfeng suddenly regretted not teaching this kid well, but when the other 3 peaks looked over, he held his head high, shook his wide sleeves and sat down confidently. Shang Yanting defeated 2 people at once, and he was already in the top 5. Among the remaining 7 people, the disciple who was supposed to play against Shang Moyan was lucky to have a bye, and 3 more disciples were selected from the other 6. The top 5 were freshly announced. In addition to Shang Yanting, the other 4 are Zhu Hongshu from Shenyang Peak, who has the most popularity, Wang Defa from Tianwu Peak, Liao Kong, the lucky Shenyang Peak disciple, and a Jinyang Peak disciple. Now it's 5-3. Originally, they were supposed to draw lots to choose opponents and buys, but Shang Yanting had already played 2 rounds and got a bye. This round, Zhu Hongshu will play against Wang Defa, and Liao Kong will play against the Jinyang Peak disciple. The most anticipated match is the match between Zhu Hongshu and Wang Defa. I thought the 2 would meet when they were competing for the first place, but I didn't expect them to start fighting so early. The battle between 2 masters in the middle stage of martial arts realm was extremely powerful. Amidst waves of exclamations, the 2 men's hidden cards gradually emerged. As time went on, Zhu Hongshu's attack gradually fell into decline, and Wang Defa seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Just when everyone thought the outcome had been decided, Zhu Hongshu's momentum surged. He actually leveled up. Zhu Hongshu advanced from the middle stage of the martial realm to the late stage of the martial realm in one fell swoop during the battle and finally turned defeat into victory. Even the head of Shenyang Peak, who was sitting in the examiner's seat, couldn't help but nod his head. He was a genius in martial arts. As Zhu Hongshu was the only disciple in the late martial arts realm, everyone felt that there was no doubt that he would be the first place in this competition. The winner of the other game was Liao Kong. The top 3 included 2 disciples from Shenyang Peak and 1 disciple from Qingshuang Peak. Neither Tianwu Peak nor Jinyang Peak, who were originally the favorites to win the championship, made this rookie competition extremely unexpected. In the past, Qingshuang Peak had always been at the bottom, but today it was their turn. The 2 peak masters sitting in the examiner seats had dark faces, but the game goes on. Shang Yanting versus Liao Kong. Liao Kong's strength can only be considered average among the top 10. The reason why he was able to defeat the disciples of Jinyang Peak in the last round was because he used his trump card and caught the opponent off guard. Now he has no trump cards left, and his strength is not as good as Shang Moyan, so there is no doubt that he will lose. Qingshuang Peak, now in the top 2. The brothers from Qingshuang Peak, whose goal was to be in the top 20, felt as if they were dreaming. Now, do you still want to bet? The second brother patted the eldest brother sitting next to him and bet on junior brother Yanting. If he wins, he can get 20 times the money, but victory is unlikely. Bet! They bet all the way here and made a small profit of a few hundred coins. The eldest brother generously took out 10 cents and said, "You have to trust me at a time like this." Second brother, "Is my junior brother worth 10 cents? He looked at the little raccoon in the basket on the ground, the biggest winner of their Qingshuang peak. Brothers, 2 cents turned into 100 cents. The 50 taels in the thin barrel have accumulated to 500 taels, and this is the result of conservative investment by the second brother after it fell asleep. Xitong, how much did you bet the last time? The second senior brother touched the puppet's head, then took out a silver note of 50 taels. Since you don't say anything, then senior brother will bet for you, 50 taels. Of course, Jia Xitong couldn't speak now. She was in Shang Yanting's sea of consciousness. If Shang Yanting wins again, he will be able to possess the set of golden armor, but the enemy in front of him is 2 levels higher than him. The war is about to break out. Zhu Hongshu is not only strong, but also cautious. Even though Shang Yanting was much weaker than him, he attacked with all his strength from the beginning and did not give him any chance. But he still used the tricks from the secret book in the library. Shang Yanting responded flexibly, with his figure appearing as double. Even the dean praised him. This disciple has achieved extremely high levels of physical skills. Seeing that he could not match Shang Yanting's physical skills, Zhu Hongshu quickly changed his fighting style and used internal force. The internal strength of a person in the late stage of martial arts can suppress a person in the early stage of martial arts. Shang Yanting took the 2 punches he attacked with, and because of his surging internal strength, he suddenly took 2 steps back. Competition rules. If one party gives up, admits defeat, falls to the ground, or is knocked out of the ring, the other party wins. Shang Yanting bent his knees, quickly stabilized his lower body and stopped his steps that were about to leave the ring, then did a front flip and returned to the center of the ring. The basic skills are really solid. Some of the disciples watching couldn't help but sigh. With this basic skill alone, it is no wonder that he can stand out among many disciples in the early stage of martial arts. So what if he has a good foundation? Cultivation is the core of martial arts. Another disciple shook his head. The gap in cultivation is too big. Unless he has a golden grade weapon, there is no chance of winning. Just when everyone thought Shang Yanting would lose, a huge sword energy descended from the sky. The breastplate in front of Zhu Hongshu was torn, and a long wound was cut on his chest. The wooden stake behind him was split in half, and a 3-finger-deep crack appeared on the bluestone ground. A golden weapon? He actually has a golden weapon. Everyone's eyes widened. Damn, could he be a disciple from some big family who is training in a low-key manner? A golden weapon is expensive and hard to come by. If you are not a cultivator from a big family, how could you possibly have one at such a young age? The disciples watching the scene instantly felt that they had discovered the truth. No wonder the Peak Master came all the way to support him. On the other side, with the shining golden weapons to make up for the shortcomings, Zhu Hongshu was defeated repeatedly. Not long after, he was swept off the stage by Shang Yanting's sword energy, and the outcome was decided. Oh, it was just that short! What a pity! The disciples who bet on Zhu Hongshu to win were all disappointed. Who would have thought that the dark horse from Qingshuang Peak would actually make it to the first place? Everyone shifted their attention to the sword in Shang Yanting's hand. The golden magic weapon was indeed powerful. On the other side, Zhu Hongshu found Shang Yanting after he got off the stage. Student Yan, I want to ask, is your cultivation really limited to the martial realm? He didn't think that his failure was only due to the Yaojin magic weapon, because during the confrontation he always felt that this was not the opponent's true strength. Especially in the later period, when he had broken through to the late stage of martial arts, his internal energy began to dry up. However, the opponent was still at ease, as if he had endless internal energy, which made people suspect that his cultivation level was more than what he showed. Zhu Hongshu's feeling was a little bit right. But compared with internal strength, the difference of spiritual power is not just quantity, it is a qualitative difference. The difference between a martial artist and a martial artist is whether or not one can cultivate and use spiritual power. Shang Yanting's current strength can be said to be close to that of an early martial artist. If he had not forcibly suppressed his spiritual power into internal strength in order to prevent others from seeing the peculiarity of his mental method, he would have won long ago. It's just luck. Shang Yanting nodded slightly. Thank you, classmate Zhu. Zhu Hongshu looked at his expression that didn't show any emotion, and found it hard to believe that he was telling the truth. The disciples of Qingshuang Peak in the surrounding audience stands began to celebrate before they even left. Qingshuang Peak has declined in recent years. Although they are trying to keep up appearances, they know in their hearts how much the teachers from the other 3 peaks and some powerful forces look down on them. He won first place in the rookie competition, and he did so in front of the 4 peak masters and the dean of the academy. Damn it, let me vent my anger. Even Luan Zhenfeng couldn't help but laugh, and he looked at the other 3 peak masters with a smug look. For a time, the 2 words Qingshuang Peak and Yanqing became the most talked about terms in the entire Shangdu Academy. Inside Qingshuang Peak, because Shang Yanting won steadily all the way, his fellow disciples made a fortune. Among them, the second brother, as the whole trader, achieved great results and earned 1 tael of silver for 2 copper coins. The eldest brother was the most cautious, so he only earned 500 coins. The one who earned the most was Jia Xitong. When she found that there were suddenly several more banknotes in her pocket and counted them carefully, she was stunned when she found that there were nearly $1,000. She has a lot of private money. For this, she also gave the second senior brother 5 taels of hard work fee, allowing the second senior brother to surpass the eldest senior brother and become the fattest person in the entire Qingshuang Peak, except for Shang Yanting. The second brother couldn't help but pick up Jia Xitong and wanted to kiss the little raccoon. Senior brother, please respect yourself. Shang Yanting took the raccoon back and put it in the backpack beside him. When they arrived at the compartment, the prize for first place had already been delivered. A set of golden armor appeared in front of everyone, with faint patterns on it. Wow! The senior brother's eyes were glued to it, and they couldn't help but touch it. Junior brother, put it on and let us see it. Jia Xitong nodded vigorously. Under the expectation of a group of people, Shang Yanting put on his armor. Colorful and handsome. Fuck! This is so cool. The eldest senior brother took out his fine steel sword, put the blade close to the armor and gestured, and just when he was about to hit his hand hard, he retracted it. It's better not to test the hardness of this armor. Either his sword or his armor was nicked, and he had no money to buy new ones. As long as junior brother Yan is at Qingshuang Peak, every day feels like New Year's Day. At Jia Xitong's request, the middle-aged chef and the 2 cows were driven up again. The aroma of barbecue wafted through the mountain, and all the brothers were filled with joy. Just when everyone was happy, a cough as loud as a drum was heard. You are so bold to blackmail the chief steward in Lianshan Pavilion and secretly participate in private gambling. Luan Zhenfeng walked over with an unhappy look on his face and immediately made the disciples dare not say a word. He swept his eyes across the crowd and finally stopped at Shang Yanting. Yanqing, follow me. The 2 of them left, leaving the other disciples stunned where they were. Why did the peak master call junior brother over alone? Is he going to accept junior brother as his personal disciple? No. The disciples who were guessing the possibility felt bad instantly. Don't be too happy and end up in sorrow. The peak master is a jinx to his disciples. Luan Zhenfeng, the master of Qingshuang Peak, walked in with Shang Yanting one after another. Luan Zhenfeng suddenly paused in the center of the main hall. Yanqing, you are a good disciple with excellent aptitude, comprehension, and talent. Thank you, peak master. But I will not accept you as my personal disciple. He continued, his expression becoming serious. You have a lot of hostility in your heart, which is reflected in every move. If you can't change your mindset, it will be very easy to go astray. Thank you, Peak Master, for your guidance. Shang Yanting replied indifferently. Luan Zhenfeng stared at his expression for a long time, and when he saw that he had no reaction, he sighed slightly. This boy looks gentle, but he is actually paranoid and murderous. I don't know why he developed this character, and it will be impossible to teach him well in a short period of time. The reason I called you here alone is for the 4 Peaks competition. He said with his hands behind his back, I want you to be the leader of Qingshuang Peak in this 4 Peaks competition. Peak Master, my disciple is still inexperienced and not suitable to take charge of the overall situation. If you can get in the top 2, I will allow you to go to the 5th floor of the library. As he said that, he looked at the little raccoon lying on Shang Yanting's arm. The injuries on your monster may have a way to heal it. I have to say, he is so capable, okay? Shang Yanting accepted the task. The 4 Peaks competition will be held in half a month. Your eldest senior brother has always been in charge of this event. Ask him to assist you. The eldest senior brother was demoted inexplicably. The eldest brother emoted for a while, then regrouped. The Four Peaks competition is a competition for inner disciples held every 4 years. Each peak sends 50 disciples to participate and search for holy city orders in the secret realm. After the trial, they are ranked according to the number of holy city orders they obtained. The secret realm is full of dangers, and the Four Peaks competition is much more difficult than the rookie competition, especially when Qingshuang Peak can't even gather 50 disciples. Humph, just change the person in charge. If these little brats are not given the opportunity to experience it, they won't know how hard it is to be the eldest senior brother. What is the content of this competition? The content of each competition is different. We can only know when the competition comes. What do we need to prepare before the competition? Prepare supplies for the trial. The secret realms are basically in the wilderness, and disciples can bring not only weapons but also food, water, and medicine. However, under normal circumstances, everyone travels light and no one really prepares for the competition like moving. Firstly, this will slow down the process, and secondly, the target is too large. Everyone's basic survival can be maintained by hunting in the jungle. Generally speaking, we can prepare it now. The eldest senior brother did not keep his previous experience to himself. According to past experience, many disciples' weapons have some wear and tear and need to be sent for maintenance. We can almost go down the mountain to prepare. It costs 500 coins to maintain a weapon each time. This is a huge sum of money for the disciples of Qingshuang Peak. In the last round, several brothers and sisters had not saved enough money, so they could only buy a whetstone and roughly grind the knives themselves. Today everyone has money, so they are looking forward to going down the mountain. The next day everyone got up very early and was looking forward to going down the mountain. The first stop is of course the weapons shop. Although polishing weapons is expensive, weapons are the lifeblood of martial artists, so everyone is willing to spend the money. The next step is to prepare your own supplies. Everyone will buy things that may be needed in a trial according to their own abilities. The eldest brother said to Shang Yanting and passed on his experience to him. Don't buy food. There are all kinds of edible wild animals in the secret realm. Mainly, you should prepare more various medicines for injuries and bruises, and anthelmintic powders. After that, the eldest brother also left to buy what he needed. Only Shang Yanting was left alone, carrying Jia Xitong and heading towards Liangting's Wanbao Pavilion branch. This was arranged by them yesterday to get the materials she needed to make the talisman. Qianyuan grass is rare and precious, but Wanbao Pavilion is still very capable. As soon as they returned to Qingshuang Peak, they sent someone to inform Shang Yanting that they had found the Qianyuan grass. As soon as Shang Yanting arrived at the door today, the manager of Wanbao Pavilion immediately came to greet him. "Mr. Yan, you're here. Congratulations on winning first place in the newcomer competition." They knew about the competition the day before today. You Wanbao Pavilion are well informed. The news that you won first place has spread throughout Chengdu College, the manager said with a smile, his attitude extremely attentive. Liangting had already told them that a martial artist with a promising future would most likely be their backer in the future. If he hadn't been stuck in Zhaocheng recently, he would have come to receive them in person. He waved his hand and asked someone to bring the Qianyuan grass. Each maid outside held a red box, and each box contained a plant. It can be seen that they are all well preserved. Even the roots and rhizomes are intact. There are a total of 10 plants here, and we used all our capabilities to find them. The steward introduced to Shang Yanting, "As a friend of our boss, we don't make any profit. The purchase price for each plant is 120 taels of silver, and the total cost is 1,1200 taels. It seems expensive, but it is indeed the lowest price. If sold in Wanbao Pavilion, each plant would cost at least 200 taels of silver. It looks expensive, but it is indeed the lowest price. If these Qianyuan herbs were sold in Wanbao Pavilion, each plant would cost at least 200 taels of silver." But at this time, Shang Yanting had a total of 900 taels of silver on him, including the 800 taels compensated by the general manager. As the saying goes, a penny can make a hero fall. Shang Yanting turned his head and looked at her silently. Jia Xitong took out several hundred lang silver bills from his pocket. Who would have thought that the system is even fatter than the host? She had more than just silver. After returning a month's supply of various talismans to the real system, she also saved a small sum of money. Among them, there are 22 Zhuyo talismans, 45 explosion talismans, 8 solidification talismans, and 9 mixu talismans, 2 of which are new. There are still 20,000 sheets of cinnabar paper left. If it weren't for the fact that her passive training time has increased recently, she might be able to draw more. Qianyuan Tao asked the manager of Wanbao Pavilion to find someone to make ink. After the next shopping spree, Shang Yanting had no money left. In the end, Jia Xitong followed the advice of his senior brother and prepared the best insect-repellent powder for him. There is no need for the golden wound medicine. It is not as useful as the talisman. However, Juyo Fu cannot cure typhoid fever. She also asked Shang Yanting to get some typhoid medicine at the pharmacy. It may still rain in the wild, and the giant straw raincoat is now spreading its wings. You also have to buy a straw raincoat and an umbrella. There are also thick cotton jackets to keep out the cold. The senior brothers were stingy and poor, and probably couldn't afford it, so she just placed an order for 20 people. You still have to cook in the wild. You need pots, bowls, ladles, basins, and seasonings. The poor host and his wealthy fake system were shopping on the same street. It was not until the surrounding merchants saw them approaching that they took the initiative to bring their products to them and began to sell them enthusiastically. These enthusiastic merchants actually include Wanbao Pavilion. She only spent 100 taels of silver on the supplies that piled up like a mountain. It's still a good deal. The Mixufu can't fit it. It can. Shang Yanting paused and picked up the little raccoon with one hand. Do you still have the Mixufu? Of course. There are still 9 left. Jia Xitong looked at him with innocence in her eyes. Shang Yanting felt a chill in his heart. The same is true. Even if it is a small animal, it will be selfish if it understands human nature. How can it be wholeheartedly for itself? There are no eternal partners in this world. All characters will eventually betray each other for their own interests. It would be better to kill it earlier so that it will never betray you. His pace became slower and slower. His breathing became heavier, and his fists clenched quietly. Dear host, do you want a mount? Jia Xitong's attention was attracted by a rhinoceros-like beast in the busy city ahead. The beast's limbs were as thick as an elephant's, and its back was wide enough to accommodate a bamboo chair. A hemp rope as thick as 2 fingers tied it to the fence, making a mooing sound. It is indeed a monster, a giant stone rhino. They have thick skin and flesh, eat a lot, and move slowly. They are generally used to carry people and goods over long distances. Don't you think it's really cool? It's bigger than the mounts of the disciples from the aristocratic families that he saw in Lianshin Pavilion. Shang Yanting's fingers trembled slightly. Why do you suddenly want to buy this? Because other people have it. The host must have it too. Jia Xitong hooked the corner of Shang Yanting's clothes with his raccoon claws and pulled him in front of the vendor, with his paws crossed and his eyes expectant. Ever since he was mistaken by the senior brothers from Qingshuang Peak, Jia Xitong never spoke in public to avoid being thought of as a saint-level contracted beast and causing unnecessary trouble. Everything is expensive in the world of cultivation. A tamed monster costs at least 700 taels. All of a sudden, her little treasury was emptied, and she was reduced from a single pauper to 2 paupers. The sound of the real system prompt came to my ears. The hero's trust value decreased by 10, and the current trust value is 55,100. Congratulations to the tasker for gaining 12 points of trust value from the hero, and the current trust value is, she is used to this rise and fall. By the way, what reward will the system give her when she maxes out the host's trust value? Suddenly, I remembered that I was actually looking forward to it. The disciples who bought good things in the afternoon gathered together and saw the giant beast that Xitong bought, and then 20 faces were stunned. Oh my God! This is great! The second brother turned his envious eyes to Jia Xitong. Xitong, I want to borrow a few hundred taels of silver from you. I don't have money. Jia Xitong patted the newly bought mount. I bought this. The giant beast of the junior brother was actually bought by the little raccoon. The contracted beast bought a mount for the master. How many good things did he do in his previous life to meet a contracted beast that made money for the master to spend? Such good luck. The senior brothers are jealous. The second senior brother asked quietly, Xitong, do you have any brothers or sisters? No. Shang Yanting answered first and gave him a warning look. The second senior brother instantly understood what he meant. The junior brother was a person who didn't like to joke, especially joke about his contracted magic beast. This time, everyone's pockets were very rich, and they not only prepared medicines for the trip down the mountain, but also bought new clothes. Junior brother Yan did not allow any magic beasts to covet him, but he didn't care about other things. After getting Jia Xitong's approval, they could modify the big guy they brought back. The fifth and sixth senior brothers showed their little hobbies at this time, reporting to the yard outside Shang Yanting's house on time every day, immersed in their hands. In half a month, the 2 of them made a large carriage with exquisite workmanship. Then, the truck for the trial is here. Jia Xitong bought it for Shang Yanting as a mount, but the mount turned into a truck. From the package of the eldest brother to the package of the 20th senior brother, although each item is not much, it is not a small amount when piled together. Especially, the eldest brother spread a lot of pancakes before leaving, enough for all the brothers to eat for 3 days. The supplies increased, and in the end, except for her puppet raccoon sitting on the back of the giant beast, everyone had to walk. But it was really good to have a truck. The trial field of the 4 peaks was not in the Holy City College, but in a remote mountain range. It took 2 hours to get there, but everyone arrived early this time. The other 3 peaks arrived one after another. Qingshuang Peak was like an invisible team before, but this time the team members rarely looked at them a few more times. These people are basically strong brothers from each peak, and there are also a few familiar faces. For example, Wang Defy from Tianwu Peak, Liao Kong and Zhu Hongshu from Shenyang Peak, and Zhang Chuxi, the host's own harem. She was wearing an emerald green training suit today, which made her look more beautiful among a group of gray disciples. After all, she was her second favorite harem. Jia Xitong looked at her and smiled foolishly. Then, a white brocade robe blocked her view. Looking up, the man looked steady and majestic, and his eyes and eyebrows were similar to Shang Yanting's original appearance. This is Shang Juming, Shang Mingyi's biological son, the current legitimate heir of the Shangmo family. He wore the auspicious cloud brocade robe of the dean's personal disciple, and the jade pendant on his waist was worth 10,000 taels. The sword in his hand was the top-grade golden weapon that Shang Yanting had in the Shangmo family, called Longyin. Just by that sword, Jia Xitong guessed who he was. He was surrounded by people at this moment, and slowly walked in front of Shang Yanting, looking down at Shang Yanting. "Are you Yanqing, the one who injured my cousin?" As soon as the voice fell, the people around him looked at Shang Yanting coldly. The brothers who were originally standing behind Shang Yanting stood up and wanted to block him, but were stopped. Shang Yanting looked at him for a long time and suddenly smiled. "Brother, is that what you want to say?" Shang Jiming frowned slightly. "I don't like the look in your eyes. There are many unpleasant things in the world, and you are a little hypocritical. Bold. How dare you talk to Brother Shang like that?" Several younger brothers looked over from the side, and before Shang Juming could speak, they opened their mouths and scolded. "You are just Qingshuang Peak. How big of a face do you think you have?" "What do you mean?" The brothers behind him stood up. "What's the matter with me? Qingshuang Peak? How big of a face do you care? Where did this mad dog come from to bite people randomly?" "Asshole," the other party drew his sword when he heard the words, and the brothers did not back down at this time. The atmosphere at the entrance of the trial instantly became tense. "Hu Qian, put away your swords." Shang Juming ordered his men to put away their weapons, and his eyes swept coldly over everyone at Qingshuang Peak. "Before the trial, we at Jinyang Peak will not harm fellow disciples of the academy. But I am the most protective of my fellow disciples. Since you have no regrets for hurting my brother, don't blame the swords for being blind during the trial." After saying this, he left arrogantly, leaving the disciples watching around to whisper. "Qingshuang Peak is finished now. The trial hasn't even started yet, and they've already offended Senior Brother Shang. Who told Yanqing to be so ignorant? He was in a rookie competition and injured young Master Shang and his fiancée, and he was so arrogant just now. It's not certain who will win or lose. Yanqing is the champion of this rookie competition. His strength is so terrifying that many old disciples here may not be able to beat him. Those are ordinary disciples you're talking about." Upon hearing this, the disciple next to him looked at him with contempt. Senior Brother Shang was the champion of the individual competition last year and the direct disciple of the dean. How could a rookie champion compare to his strength? What's more, Senior Brother Shang is a famous genius in the academy. He has reached the level of martial arts master before he even turned 30 this year. Yanqing wants to catch up with Senior Brother Shang? It will take at least 20 years. What's more, if he really waits for 20 years, how high will Senior Brother Shang have reached? When talking about Shang Jiming, the disciple's face was full of admiration. The disciples around him nodded quickly. How could a disciple who only won the newcomer competition be compared with the glorious and proud Senior Brother Shang? The whole Qingshuang Peak was in trouble. The disciples of the remaining 2 peaks were happy to see Jinyang Peak's hostility towards Qingshuang Peak. In order not to offend Jinyang Peak and Shang, these disciples all intentionally or unintentionally alienated the people of Qingshuang Peak. The most obvious manifestation was talking to them. The eldest senior brother thought that Qingshuang Peak had a good relationship with Shenyang Peak on weekdays. He wanted to get together and chat to improve the relationship as before, but as soon as he walked in, the small circle that had gathered together dispersed. He was so angry that he took 2 deep breaths. It was really too powerful. Because of Shang Yanting, the entire Qingshuang Peak was isolated. The next day, the trial competition officially began. Everyone arrived early in the morning, including Qingshuang Peak, which drove its magic beasts. For some reason, even the richest and most arrogant Jinyang Peak did not bring their own magic beasts this year. What's going on? The eldest brother who was holding the magic beast was confused. But when he saw the meaningful looks from the people around him, he raised his head high again. The teacher in charge of this trial came and stood at the entrance of the secret realm. There are a total of 5 levels and 10 trial cards in this trial. Find all the trial cards, or the trial will end after 15 days. The winner will be determined by the number of trial cards held by each peak. As he spoke, he hung up another map. There are many dangers in the dense forest. In order to protect your safety, teachers are stationed in all the places circled in red. Once you feel that you can't go on like this, go to the nearest place to find them. There are a total of 5 places with red circles on the map, evenly distributed throughout the map. After saying this, the trial teacher looked at the most conspicuous giant stone rhino in the whole venue, frowned slightly. Which peak's magic beast is this? Didn't we notify you yesterday that large mounts are not allowed in this secret realm trial? After the teacher finished speaking, the laughter of disciples from other peaks came from the audience. A Jinyang Peak disciple raised his hand directly. Teacher, this is the mount of Qingshuang Peak disciple Yan Qing. The teacher's face became even more unhappy when he heard this. The Qingshuang Peak disciples hurriedly put down the luggage on the magic beast. They brought too many things this time, and the packing was extremely messy. Are you still bringing the pancake? Where's the kettle? The fire starter? I can't find my anthelmintic. It was a mess. Okay? The trial teacher looked at the sun that had risen to the sky. All peak disciples will set off immediately. Those who haven't left within 10 minutes will be disqualified from the trial. Where is our magic beast? Jia Xitong pinched the corner of Shang Yanting's clothes and looked at the big guy he bought. Shang Yanting looked at the trial teacher. Sir, we didn't know that the new rule doesn't allow us to bring mounts. Can you take care of it for us? After that, he quietly stuffed something into the teacher's hand. The trial teacher took a look and put it in his pocket. There will be a special person to drive the monsters back. Come and take them after the trial. Thank you, sir. Shang Yanting bowed to him and led the others into the secret realm. Jia Xitong was a little surprised and communicated with Shang Yanting in the Sea of Consciousness. Host, what did you give to that teacher? She remembered that he was penniless. A Zhuyo talisman. Teacher, do you know what the Zhuyo talisman is for? Shang Yanting glanced at the little raccoon in his arms. When I supplied the goods, I asked them who they would sell them to. Zhuyo talisman and solidification talisman. Aren't martial artists the most needed? The teachers of Chengdu College and the wealthy children are their customers. This is also the main reason why Wanbao Pavilion opened at the foot of Chengdu College. The price of Zhuyo talisman and solidification talisman is not cheap, and the quantity is limited, and it is hard to find one. Each disciple has a map of the secret realm in his hand. The disciples of the 4 peaks prepared to separate as soon as they entered. Before leaving, the other 3 peaks remembered the ugly appearance of Qingshuang Peak before the competition and did not forget to mock it. My fellow disciples, this competition has not started well. From the looks of you just now, I wonder if you have brought enough things. The eldest brother looked at his fellow disciples who used to chat and laugh, his face livid. Don't bother you. That's right. The disciples of Jinyang Peak, who had not yet walked far, interrupted. Qingshuang Peak has junior brother Yan. Maybe they can make a comeback and win the first championship. From the last to the first, then we wait and see. At this point, a group of people couldn't help laughing. The disciples of Qingshuang Peak left angrily amid the laughter. For the first time, several senior brothers with more seniority regretted that they were too weak and couldn't stand up straight amid the laughter of the crowd and fight back with their junior brothers. After walking away, the eldest brother threw his backpack on the ground. We from Qingshuang Peak must be the top 2 this time. Right! Second senior brother's anger had already rushed straight to his chest. Kill them! Senior brothers, calm down. They are in the late martial arts realm on average, and there are many martial artists. 11th junior brother was relatively rational. We can't win a head-on fight. Bang! The eldest senior brother slapped 11 on the forehead. Is that what we mean? Find all the trial cards and throw them in their faces after the trial to humiliate them. Second junior brother, yes, humiliate them. 11th, okay, humiliate them. All the junior brothers except Shang Yanting plus Jia Xitong, humiliate them. The insult just now turned everyone's anger into strength. Second brother, 8th brother, 11th brother, and junior brother Yan, come and analyze the map, and the rest of you pack your bags and see what supplies we have left. The eldest senior brother was actually quite talented in leadership, and his instructions to everyone were very clear. There are 5 levels in total. We don't care about other peaks. We will act separately. Although the levels of this trial are brand new, the eldest brother is very familiar with the secret realm. It's not the kind of familiarity that can be memorized from a map, but he is familiar with all kinds of shortcuts and small paths. This is what he learned every time he led a team in order to survive to the end. He found a charcoal pencil and quickly drew on the map. There are 21 of us in total, divided into groups of 4, 4, 4, 4, and 5. I, the 2nd, the 8th, and the 11th will each lead a team. Follow the shortcuts on the map I gave you. As long as we don't rest in the middle, even if other peaks travel overnight, we can still be at least half a day faster than them. It would be best if we can get the trial card by then, but if not, forget it. Then we will meet up from west to east in a clockwise direction, and then everyone will share intelligence and look for opportunities to rob them. The eldest brother's eyes sparkled. 11 felt that the first half of the plan was pretty good, but there were 21 of them in total, and none of them had broken through to the martial arts master level except him. With such a level of skill, a team with at least 2 martial artists was a bit overwhelmed when they had to fight against 50 people. But such a plan was not bad. In the trial, time is money. If they could find 3 trial cards first, they would definitely not be at the bottom. Is everyone packed? The eldest brother looked at the other junior brothers. Junior brothers plus Little Raccoon. Packed, okay. The eldest brother waved his hand and said, divide the things into 5 equal parts. Everyone formed teams of 3, 3, 3, 3, and 4. Shang Yanting's team was actually a 5-member team, with the 5th, 6th, 10th, and 12th senior brothers, plus Jia Xitong, a total of 6 members. The others carried the packages. Shang Yanting held Jia Xitong, and everyone set out on a journey of dignity. Dear host, which part are we going to? Jia Xitong was busy packing things just now, and didn't know where they were going now. Raging Demon Mountain. Shang Yanting took the map, and ran through the mountains and forests according to the route drawn by the eldest brother. Hiss! Behind him, senior brother 10 suddenly snorted. Shang Yanting stopped in front. What's wrong? Nothing. I was bitten by a poisonous insect. Senior brother 10 silently touched the back of his neck, where a thumb-sized lump instantly grew. Don't you have insect repellent powder? I used it. But they didn't take several bottles of insect repellent powder before they left, so he wanted to save some and didn't use much. Shang Yanting looked straight at him, and seeing his evasive eyes, he threw a bottle of insect repellent powder in his pocket to him. Everyone check your body, replenish water, and set off immediately after 30 counts. They went from day to night. They shuttled through the mountains and forests all night, and when they were hungry, they ate a pancake made by senior brother on the road. In the morning, before dawn, they were almost there. Rather than calling this the Raging Demon Mountain, it is better to call it the Flaming Mountain or an ongoing volcano. Magma flows out of the crater, and magma splashes out from time to time. But not much flowed out. Most of the magma stopped flowing and solidified halfway up the mountain, giving people a feeling of hell. They approached. The unique sulfur smell of the volcanic eruption became stronger and stronger, and the temperature became higher and higher, accompanied by the roar of the Earth's crust being broken by magma. They finally reached the foot of the mountain. There was no one around. They should be the first to come. The 10th brother looked at the crater and swallowed slightly. Are we really going up? Of course. Shang Yanting took the lead and moved quickly up the mountain. Because of the volcano, the surrounding vegetation is sparse. The higher you go, the fewer plants there are. Most of the mountain is bald. The surface of the mountain is extremely steep, and there is no place to step in many places. The higher you climb, the hotter it gets. Several people have taken off their cotton clothes long ago. Now they are shirtless, and sweat all over their bodies quickly emerges and evaporates quickly. They have climbed almost 2/3 of the way. There is more and more magma flowing around. After the 4 brothers distributed the last water bottle, they ran out of water. Their throats were dry and smoking, and the large amount of water loss caused them to be seriously dehydrated. Brother? At this time, a furry claw appeared in front of them, with a water bottle as big as a raccoon hanging on it. It was really timely water. Brother 10 glanced at Shang Yanting, and when he saw that he did not stop him, he took the water. Thank you. The four drank half a bottle of water, adjusted their state, and continued to climb up. There was more magma around, and they were so close that it even splashed around or on their bodies. Everyone was more or less burned by the magma, especially Brother 12, whose clothes around his waist spontaneously caught fire. If he hadn't thrown away the clothes quickly, he would have been burned. "Hold on," Shang Yanting said, and he looked up. The trial card was found, about 10 meters away from them. The trial card actually emitted golden light and floated above the mountain, and below was covered with magma. How can they get it? The four brothers all looked embarrassed. If they had known earlier, they should have brought a long stick up. They would not go down and try again, would they? Just as they were struggling, Shang Yanting put down the little raccoon on his shoulder and said, "Stay here." He put on the golden armor, pushed the ground hard with his feet, and jumped up in the direction of the trial card. He jumped 5 meters. When he was about to fall into the magma, the golden sword in his hand suddenly appeared. He stabbed the ground to gain momentum and jumped again. He jumped twice in a row, and in the last sword, the Qianyuan sword went through the magma and directly pierced the pad ground. Fuck. To be honest, they were impressed by the handsome posture of the junior brother. Bang! The magma splashed again. Sparks splashed on the golden armor and the flames sizzled, but the armor was not damaged at all. It is worthy of being a golden weapon. The junior brother was so awesome. The magma splashed and Shang Yanting grabbed the little raccoon and jumped down quickly. Go! The senior brothers behind him were a little slower, but they followed closely. They ran all the way to the middle of the mountain, gasping for breath as they watched the lava flow slow down behind them, but cheered again when they saw the trial card in Shang Yanting's hand. They got a trial card the next day. Let's go find the others now. There were too many flames now, so they couldn't go up to find the second one. I bet we're the fastest. The brothers who got the first trial card were extremely excited. They didn't expect Brother Yan to be so awesome. Go up one more time. Shang Yanting and Jia Xitong went forward alone. There was only one flame mountain, and the two trial cards must not be too far apart. Can you put the puppet into your space? What? Jia Xitong's exploding hair blocked her vision, and the roar of the volcanic explosion was interfering with her hearing. Put the puppet away yourself. After saying that, he began to rush, going up against the magma. Jia Xitong instantly put away the little raccoon, and his soul returned to his sea of consciousness. With a wide field of vision, he saw that there was fiery red magma all around. He shuttled through the sea of fire. The splashing magma stuck to the armor, and the high temperature made it sizzle. The time of moving forward was very short, but it seemed very long. Finally, the second trial card was found. Shang Yanting came out of the sea of fire with a lot of black stones on his armor after the magma solidified. Junior brother is awesome. The four senior brothers stared at the trial card in Shang Yanting's hand, shocked and excited. Only Jia Xitong released her little puppet and tried to pull the armor off him. "Host, please take it off." Shang Yanting stretched out his hand and tore it off. The armor fell off with his clothes and flesh. He immediately turned into a bloody man. She knew that this golden armor was fireproof and it would not be heated. The four brothers were just busy with their happiness, and they took a deep breath when they saw the hideous wound. They hurriedly searched for medicine in their packages, and Jia Xitong fed them 2 Zhuyo talismans in one breath. Enough! Shang Yanting turned his head away when he was fed the third one, and then used his sea of consciousness to tell her a sad thing. "I only have 1 Mixu talisman left." "Ah?" The little raccoon was stunned for a moment. Shang Yanting silently took out a few Mixu talismans that were scorched and burned. The damaged Mixu talismans could not be used, and the supplies and talismans accumulated from completing tasks could never be taken out again. Shang Yanting lost so many things for 2 tokens. It was a big loss. If it's gone, it's gone. Your health is the most important. Jia Xitong comforted him, holding a kettle that was almost as big as himself to feed him water, and then used clean water to clean his wound and apply external hemostatics. Since being betrayed, the male protagonist, who hadn't suffered such a big loss for a long time, was depressed. He had a stern face when bandaging, a stern face when going down the mountain, and a stern face when hurrying on the road. Especially when looking at the 2 innocent tokens, it seemed as if there was some deep hatred, causing the other 4 brothers to walk cautiously all the way. It was really unexpected that Long Aochen, who was broken by the cold weather, would do something stupid one day. Walking numbly in the cold wind in a disciple's uniform with leaking cotton. So pitiful, and I want to laugh. Dear host, your next task. Lead Qingshuang Peak to the top 2 in the 4 Peaks competition. Rewards for completing the task: Mixu Talisman, Talisman 2, Explosion Talisman 2. After saying that, She silently took out a set of thick new cotton clothes from her small cloth bag. The body is the capital of the revolution. Wear clothes and don't catch a cold. Shang Yanting looked at the little beast in his arms and gently combed its fur that was burned by the fire with his fingers. The voice of the real system followed closely. Congratulations to the tasker for gaining 2 points of trust from the male protagonist. The current trust value is 69,100. Even worse than Shang Yanting was the 10th senior brother. His only clothes were burned, and he only had a thin inner garment on. He didn't feel anything on the Woyan Mountain just now, but now it was so cold that his nose was hanging long and his gums were shaking. 10th senior brother? Jia Xitong took out a thick new cotton coat and handed it to him. At that moment, the 10th senior brother felt that there was light behind the little raccoon. From the starting point to the furious Demon Mountain, the disciples of Qingshuang Peak arrived half a day earlier than the disciples of other peaks. They had already reached the top and got the token, and went down from the north side of the Demon Mountain. The disciples of other peaks were late and were climbing the mountain from the south side of the Demon Mountain at the foot of the mountain. The disciples of other peaks haven't arrived yet. The disciples of Tianwu Peak, who thought they had arrived first, were a little excited, and they climbed up the mountain with all their strength. According to the map, Shang Yanting is now heading to the next mission location, Thunderstorm Swamp. The big cake prepared by the eldest brother was eaten up in one day, and everyone had to hunt along the way to ensure food. At the same time, people can't rest all the time. In order to ensure sufficient physical strength, the speed of the 5-person team was reduced by half compared to the previous 2 days. On the 4th day of the trial, they arrived at the Thunderstorm Swamp. At this time, the disciples of other peaks, who were preparing to attack this place first, had already arrived. The entire Thunderstorm Swamp was shrouded in a thick fog. When you step into the thick fog, it seems like a different scene inside. It is extremely dark and humid inside. The dark clouds gathered above your head layer by layer as if they were about to press down. Thunder roared and lightning was looming in the clouds. They were surrounded by low bushes, and the ground was covered with yellow leaves, which looked ordinary. Where should we go to find the second brother and the others? The 12th brother wanted to go to the front to find out the situation, but was stopped by Shang Yanting as soon as he took a step. He drew out his long sword and stabbed it into the mud in front of the 12th brother. Without any effort, the long sword sank half into the ground. Do you dare to walk? The 12th brother quickly retracted his legs. He looked around and found a thick and long wooden stick to poke in various directions. The wooden stick sank more than a palm and did not move, and gradually he tried to find a way out. Several people formed a team, and while looking for people, they were also looking for trial cards. Soon they found signs of human activity. There was a large sunken mud pit in front of them, 1 meter deep. The surrounding soil was still very moist, and it was obvious that someone had just fallen into it not long ago. Could it be second brother and his team that fell into the mud pit? Senior brother 10 guessed pessimistically. Not necessarily. Let's be optimistic. Senior brother 4 was as steady and optimistic as an old dog. Maybe it was the eldest disciple of the Dean of Jinyang Peak. The other 2 junior brothers nodded in agreement. 4th brother is very insightful. Second brother's team did not fall into the swamp, but their luck was not very good. Although they arrived at the mission point the earliest, they did not find the trial card after searching for a long time. The disciples of other peaks had arrived a day and a half ago and had met them. Now they had no advantage at all. How about we give up here first? Senior brother 7 suggested. No. If the trial card was not found, it means there is still a chance. Moreover, the situation of other trial sites is unknown. If all teams give up when they see that the situation is not good, how can they win? Try to avoid disciples from other peaks and keep looking. 1. As long as they find a trial card, they will retreat. The second senior brother led the other 3 people in the swamp, carefully, but they still bumped into people from other peaks. Hey, we were just wondering who was sneaking around in the bushes. It turned out to be the people from Qingshuang Peak. The newcomers were wearing the best disciple uniforms of the 4 peaks, and it was obvious that they were disciples of Jinyang Peak. There were about 20 people in their small team, and it was obvious that they were also scattered to look for the token. Hey, there are only 4 people in total? You didn't split into 5 teams and went to each trial point? The disciple guessed their purpose and said sarcastically, Great, it seems that Qingshuang Peak is preparing to take the first place in the competition. After he finished speaking, the disciples behind him laughed harshly. The leader was Shang Juming's most loyal supporter, named Zhong Ling. The second senior brother's face darkened, and he was about to leave. Stop! After he finished speaking, the two Jinyang Peak disciples behind him blocked the way of the second senior brother and his group. What do you want to do? My fellow disciples, you have probably found the trial card after so long. Zhongling looked at them. Everyone who sees it gets a share. It's not too much to give us one from Jinyang Peak, right? We didn't find it at all. Second senior brother frowned. Besides, you have to be good at getting the trial card. Even if we found it, why should we give it to you? My fellow disciples, you really don't want to drink the wine. The two sides were on the verge of a fight. What else can they do? Fight! Even if they are few in number and weak in power, it doesn't matter. Salted fish is the style of their Qingshuang Peak, but being a turtle is not. 4 people fought against 20 people. Second senior brother's forehead veins bulged, and he used his fine steel sword as an axe to chop. The other side was obviously more in number and much stronger than them. The 4 people were quickly subdued and tied up with ropes. The injured Jinyang Peak disciples beat the 4 people violently. Damn it! You dare to hit me! After venting their anger, a group of disciples looked at Zhongling. Brother Zhong, how do we deal with these rubbish? Who knows if they have hidden the trial cards? Search them. Zhongling showed a disgusting smile on his face, and he signaled the people around him to strip the 4 people naked in the snow in winter. The second brother glared at them fiercely. Just wait! Our brothers from Qingshuang Peak will not let you go! Really? Where are they? Let them come! As soon as he finished speaking, a red piece of paper suddenly fell at his feet. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded, and the surrounding mud splashed like the way children fried cow feces during the Chinese New Year. The mud instantly stuck to the expensive disciple uniforms of the disciples of Jinyang Peak, especially Zhongling, who was covered with cow feces. Oh no, the mud was all over his face. There was a loud bang on the ground, and the savior made a brilliant appearance. The 10th brother was closest to Jia Xitong, and he seemed to see a red thing flying by in a trance. So what did the thin bucket throw just now? That scoundrel attacked secretly? Zhongling, who was covered in mud, shouted angrily. The majority bullied the minority. Is your behavior in Jinyang Peak a gentleman's behavior? After brother Qingshuang Peak finished speaking, Zhongling showed a sneer on his face. Bullying the minority with the majority? Do you think you can win in a one-on-one? The Thunder Swamp is only this big. While they were talking, disciples from other peaks heard the sound and came over. Brother Zhong, since the disciples of Qingshuang Peak are so confident, why don't you send someone to compete? Do they dare? Everyone knows that the disciples of Qingshuang Peak are not motivated. That's right. But they got the first place in the newcomer competition, and they are so proud of it. Think about how many times our other 3 peaks have won the first place in the newcomer competition. Humiliation. Extreme humiliation. Listening to these people's words, the people of Qingshuang Peak clenched their fists, and the feeling of powerlessness and anger that they were unwilling to accept surged in their hearts. In that case, why don't we have a fight? Shang Yanting suddenly said, interrupting the others. Zhongling stared at him for a moment, then agreed. Okay, 1 person from each peak will compete. After that, he drew out his long sword and pointed it at Shang Yanting. Who will you choose from Qingshuang Peak? Senior Brother 10, you go. Shang Yanting said indifferently. Senior Brother 10 is now in the late martial arts realm, and among all of them, his cultivation is the highest. However, Zhongling has already broken through to the martial arts master, and when he stood up, the disciples watching seemed to have seen the end. Senior Brother 10 was very nervous. He knew what level he was at, and looked at the bruised and swollen second senior brother with a look of help. Don't be afraid. Listen to my command after you go on stage. Shang Yanting was calm and inexplicably gave people a sense of security. Does this senior brother want to borrow the Yaojin sword? Zhongling narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly mocking but actually knocking. No need. Senior Brother 10's weapon is a 1000 Jin hammer, and the body skills he learned are mainly based on hammers. If he changes to other weapons, he will not be able to perform normally. He looked at Shang Yanting again. Although he was sent out by Mo Ming this time, since he accepted the challenge, he must go all out. I will try my best to lose beautifully. Shang Yanting held his left shoulder and whispered a few words in his ear. Senior Brother 10's eyes suddenly lit up. Shang Yanting withdrew his hand, and his tone was still flat. You have to win. Jia Xitong, who was standing aside, quietly put a solidification talisman on his hammer. When he found that the eldest brother was looking at him, he put his claws behind his back. Brother, don't be afraid. Senior Brother 10 saw the iron paper on his hammer. Although he didn't know what it was, he didn't tear it off. He touched the little raccoon's head and carried the hammer to the battlefield. Come on! He was ready. As a disciple of the 8 great families, Zongling's family skills are fierce and sharp, and his attack speed is agile, and he is good at swordsmanship. Senior Brother 10 practiced the giant soul hammer on the 4th floor of the library. Its strength lies in its power. Complex moves are often resolved by the most simple power. The two were equally matched in tactics. 12, who had the best relationship with him, was a little confused, seeing that his moves were clearly the same as before, but with some slight differences. When did Senior Brother 10 become so powerful? The other disciples also frowned slightly. They didn't expect that the disciples of Qingshuang Peak would have such strength. Finding that the body movement he used was not restrained by the opponent, Zongling changed his body movement. A swift attack immediately made Senior Brother 10 retreat step by step, revealing his true form. He used Shaoyang's slash, and his weakness is in his legs. Shang Yanting's voice sounded, "Senior Brother 10 can control it with the 4th move of your giant soul hammer." Jia Xitong found that the books he had copied in the library for more than a month were not in vain. He was like a walking dictionary, and he knew almost all the moves in the library and their weaknesses. What if he was one level higher? With an off-field commander, Zongling's body movement was suppressed by the opponent. Unfortunately, he still had a trump card to play. Zongling pulled from his waist and a soft sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This was a fine steel sword that was infinitely close to the level of Yaojin, with a sharp blade that could cut iron like mud. He looked at the big iron hammer that kept swinging in front of him and injected his internal force into it and chopped it hard. The weapon was gone. Let's see what he would use to deal with it. Just as he was waiting for the sledgehammer to break from the handle, his long sword made a crisp sound. Broken. His sword that was infinitely close to the level of Yaojin broke. A stunned expression froze on his face. The weapon that could break his sword? You actually used a Yaojin magic weapon. Look at what he said. If he hadn't bought it himself, Senior Brother 10 would have almost believed it. Don't blame the weapon for the person's failure. He hit Zongling hard with a hammer. The sledgehammer that condensed all his strength amplified and spread with 10 times the power, causing the ground to shake. The power was so great that Senior Brother 10 was dumbfounded. This seems to be an example of using Yaojin weapons. What happened to him? Just as he was stunned, there was a crackling sound not far away. The dark clouds above his head had gathered more than anywhere else at some point, and the lightning brewing in the clouds just happened to hit the junior brother from a certain peak who was watching the fun. The man didn't even have a chance to scream and fell to the ground. This was just the beginning. The lightning above his head kept falling and hitting the ground nearby. ZZ. Except for the 9 of them, the disciples from other peaks had basically all run away. Those who didn't run away were either smart enough to learn from Qingshuang Peak, or were trapped in the swamp, or were knocked unconscious. Help, help! Please give me a hand! Damn, my whole body is numb. The disciples, who were showing off their power just now, were in a miserable state. Do you want help? The good old man 12 stopped when he saw a disciple who was half trapped. When he was struggling to help or not, he was grabbed by the 2nd senior brother. Why should I help? Look at the wound on your face first. From now on, Qingshuang Peak and the other 3 peaks are irreconcilable. By the way, Junior Brother 10, have you been practicing secretly recently? He was so powerful all of a sudden. The other brothers stared at him with 8 pairs of eyes. You have a way to become stronger quickly, but you don't share it with me. Tell me what it is. I don't have any. The 10th junior brother raised his hand to show his innocence. I was able to tie with Zongling just now. I think it was because of Junior Brother Yan. It was Junior Brother Yan who told me the 2 shortcomings of my use of the giant hammer. The 10th senior brother said honestly, I followed Junior Brother's advice to circulate my internal energy and change the way of attacking, and found that it was really much stronger than before. Hearing this, everyone immediately remembered that during the battle, Shang Yanting saw through Zongling's weakness at a glance and gave Junior Brother 10 a lesson. Junior Brother, we have fought before. What do you think is my problem? Old 19 asked tentatively. He didn't believe that the new junior brother was so powerful. The focus of the 7 injury fist should be to train the wrist, but you trained it for the arm. You turned the 3rd-rate body movement into 4th-rate kung fu. Shang Yanting's true and venomous evaluation, you are not suitable for the 7 injury fist. The 4th floor of the library pavilion's trapped flame spear is more suitable for you. Old 19 was silent after hearing this. Especially his evaluation of 4th-rate kung fu was a bit hurtful. Senior Brother 10 didn't care about 19's feelings at all, and nodded vigorously to prove that Shang Yanting's point of view was correct. The Peak Master also said that the 7 injury fist is not suitable for Junior Brother. At that time, old 19 was not there, and no one dared to tell him directly, let alone a solution. Then, what about me? Old 20 also stood up and looked at him. Your swordsmanship is not bad, but your mental method is too poor. The 5 elements true secret is more suitable for you. 20 didn't know whether the mental method he mentioned later was suitable for him, but what he said before was right. He did feel that the mental method was an obstacle to his cultivation, and it was precisely because of this reason that he had stopped at the early stage of the martial arts realm for so many years. Junior brother, how do you know so much? He murmured. Don't you read the books in the library? Shang Yanting replied coldly. How could they not have seen it in their first year as disciples? Each of them was forced by the peak master to read the library for at least half a year. It was at that time that they found the techniques and body techniques that they were interested in. But who is as perverted as him and knows every book so thoroughly? The 4th brother coughed twice beside him. Junior brother, how about you look at me? The 2nd brother leaned over with a swollen face. Junior brothers, you should respect the old and love the young. Let junior brother Yan take a look at the 2nd brother first. 2nd brother, you are not old. You are just thick-skinned. 8th junior brother, what you said makes the 2nd brother angry. Several people rushed to get the junior brother to give some advice and almost quarreled. But the 10th senior brother looked at the unknown little raccoon next to him. The junior brother gave him guidance on the techniques, which can be explained by talent. But the fact that his weapons suddenly became more powerful cannot be explained at all. The only difference was that Xitong gave him a small note before he went on stage. Just when he was lying down to avoid the lightning, the small piece of paper spontaneously combusted in front of him. It would be strange if there was no problem. Thinking of how Zhongling pointed at his sledgehammer with a surprised face and said it was a shining gold weapon, it was impossible for even a master of casting to make a weapon that was already made of fine steel to shine gold. The bald figure of the little raccoon suddenly became mysterious. Xitong, senior brother, I want to ask you a question. You say? Senior brother 10 lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, Are you actually a monster that can only improve weapons? I'm just an ordinary little monster. Then my weapon just now. Solidification Talisman. It's sold at Wanbao Pavilion at the foot of the mountain of Chengdu College. A talisman. Costs hundreds of taels, senior brother. Let's forget about it. Jia Xitong told him with cold words that there is no superpower in the world, only money power. Wanbao Pavilion, Solidification Talisman, hundreds of taels of silver per piece, and it's not easy to buy. The poor and delayed information senior brother 10 was stunned, and his legs were shaking. Hundreds of taels of silver. When can I pay it back? Jia Xitong would not have thought of this, but since he mentioned it, go back and write an IOU and pay it back slowly. After saying that, she patted the honest man, senior brother 10, on the shoulder, and then returned to her biggest lender and host. Senior brother's plan was full of idealism. The experience of senior brother 2's team made them realize the disadvantages brought by the small number of people. At this time, the thunderstorm swamp no longer had an advantage. They were ready to quickly sweep here, and then enter the next trial point, but this is worthy of being a fantasy world. From the outside, the thunderstorm swamp was obviously not wide in area covered by thick fog, but the space inside was surprisingly large. Jia Xitong roughly estimated that the inside of the swamp might be as big as the town at the foot of the mountain of Chengdu College. Going deeper, the smell of rotting and fermenting of various animals and plants became stronger and stronger. Staying in it for a long time makes people feel dizzy. This is miasma. The 2nd brother took out a piece of cloth cut from clothes and motioned everyone to cover their mouths and noses. This can only temporarily defend against the gas. If you stay in it for too long, both humans and monsters will easily faint or even die. It is precisely because of this that they can only search in the depths of the swamp for half an hour every day, and then return to the edge of the swamp. After hearing what he said, the 10th brother couldn't help but look at the little raccoon. It didn't wear any protection. Compared with his current discomfort and depression, it was full of energy and spirit. Thinking of the mysterious life experience of junior brother Yan, and the fact that the small barrel can speak and has an intelligence that exceeds that of ordinary contracted beasts. Once the seed of doubt is planted, it will take root and sprout uncontrollably. When he looked at Jia Xitong again, the 10th brother seemed to see a layer of mysterious veil covering the little monster. This was their last time to hunt for treasure, and they stayed longer than before. Unfortunately, after an hour, they still found nothing. Let's go. It seemed that they had no chance to get the token of this trial field. When the time came, Shang Yanting made a prompt decision. Seeing this, Jia Xitong put down the leaves in her hand and returned to Shang Yanting to walk side by side with him. Suddenly, she felt that she saw a square, hard object. It was almost integrated with the withered and black leaves, and half of it was sunk into the mud. The little raccoon was on all fours, and the 20-centimeter sight height was just right for it to see. Jia Xitong held the exposed part of the token and pulled it back hard. There it was. She held the token with mud on it and looked at Shang Yanting. Shang Yanting, other disciples. Senior Brother 10 hid in the crowd with an expression of, "I knew it, and everyone is drunk, but I am sober." The demon beast Xitong is really hidden. This seemingly accidental coincidence must be a carefully designed one. Jia Xitong felt that among the enthusiastic gazes, there was an even more enthusiastic gaze. She looked up and happened to meet Senior Brother 10's eyes. Discovered! What a keen observation! Senior Brother 10 was shocked and quickly stabilized his expression. Jia Xitong didn't find Senior Brother 10's problem. After all, Senior Brother 10 suddenly owed a huge sum of money, which was a little difficult to accept. What's wrong? Shang Yanting felt that her eyes were fixed on one place for too long and looked in her direction. The 10th disciple of Qingshuang Peak. Instantly, his mind reviewed the memories related to him. When the system used the explosion talisman and the solidification talisman, he was a close witness and direct user. The system is at risk of being exposed. Did he notice it? Shang Yanting looked over again and his eyes changed subtly. I told Senior Brother 10 that the solidification talisman was bought at Wanbao Pavilion and he now owes me a few hundred taels of silver. He may feel a little uncomfortable now that he suddenly has a huge debt. Jia Xitong said happily. This familiar experience immediately choked Shang Yanting and made him speechless. He retracted his gaze and reminded him, "Don't mess around. There are a total of 10 trial cards, and they found 3 in just 5 days. According to past experience, 3 will basically secure second place. If they find 2 more, first place will definitely be theirs." In the dense forest, the second senior brother, who was sitting in front of the fire holding a map, couldn't help but sigh. The trials are always in these places every year, and the situation is different every time I go. I really don't know how the teachers do it. That's right. The fourth senior brother turned around and nodded, agreeing with what he said. He lowered his head and turned the rabbit in his hand, then raised the rabbit meat. It's roasted. Who wants to eat it? The rabbit meat was roasted to a crispy outside and tender inside, and the crispy skin was still dripping with oil. It smelled delicious, but in fact it didn't even taste like salt. The rabbit also had a kind of mutton smell, which was not as delicious as the pancakes made by the eldest senior brother. Unfortunately, the eldest senior brother had eaten all the pancakes. Jia Xitong squatted beside Shang Yanting and watched him take off his upper body clothes, revealing scars all over his body. Most of the burns on his body were scabby, but the skin around them was red and swollen. If he moved a little more, the wounds on the top would split. Just in case, she added water to the Zhuyo talisman and gave it to him to drink again. Then she took out the last pancake from her senior brother and secretly prepared a special meal for Shang Yanting. This is a unique care. Shang Yanting took the pancake and ignored the looks from the people around him. Shang Yanting was not the only one injured. The second senior brother lowered his head to look for medicine in his bag and found that all the blood-clearing and tendon-activating medicines were used up. He looked at the junior brother next to him and asked him to borrow some. Old 19 handed him his small medicine bottle and whispered, "Senior brother, please save some. We don't have enough medicine." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a noise not far away. Everyone on Qingshuang Peak picked up their weapons and stood up and relaxed a little after the newcomers left. They were not from Jinyang Peak, but from Shenyang Peak. Among them, Zhang Chuxi, Liao Kong, and Zhu Hongshu were the most familiar, and all 3 were defeated by Shang Yanting. It seems that the current situation is not too good. Fortunately, the Shenyang Peak was not unreasonable. The leading disciple bowed slightly to them and said, "Hello, fellow disciples. We are about to rush to the trial site. We found smoke from cooking here, so we came to take a look." As the saying goes, you should not hit a smiling person. The second senior brother returned a salute and returned to his previous position. "Second senior brother, why do you think they are here?" A group of people discussed quietly. "I don't know. They must have been to a trial site before," the second senior brother said and glanced at the people beside him. As long as the other party had no ill intentions, they would naturally not make things difficult. But forget about warmth and friendship. The 2 sides were far away and did not interfere with each other. After a good rest, we left. The next trial site was the Mazong Dustland. This was the only trial site that set up a teacher aid station inside. The outer perimeter was surrounded by yellow sand to form a thick wall like a barrier. Shang Yang Peak's goal was also here. However, the disciples of Qingshuang Peak, who already had 3 tokens, were quite confident. What if there were more people? Whether they could get the things in the end depended on their own abilities. As soon as they stepped into the yellow sand, the damp and cold, dense forest disappeared, and the sun was blazing in the sky. The yellow sand was flying all around, as if they had changed into a different world. A hot air came over them, dry and stuffy. Everyone looked behind them, and the wall of yellow sand disappeared, and the entrance disappeared. There was endless yellow sand in front, behind, left and right, as if they were in the center of the desert. What is this? How do we get out now? Everything stunned everyone. No wonder they had to set up a rescue station here. My fellow disciples, which way are you going? The second senior brother looked at the disciples of Shenyang Peak. To be honest, the senior brothers of Qingshuang Peak are a little bit angry when they see other peaks now. Even if they enter this weird place, they are unwilling to gather with disciples from other peaks. When they chose the direction, the senior brothers chose a completely opposite path. This is completely a desert. The high temperature has made everyone take off only their underwear, and the scorching sun makes people dizzy. This is the case with Qingshuang Peak, and the same is true for Shenyang Peak, which entered with them. After a whole morning of traveling, the senior brother who led the team asked everyone to rest here. A disciple said about what happened just now, "The people of Qingshuang Peak are so arrogant." Yes, they have low cultivation and poor equipment. Are they afraid that we will take advantage of them? Another young disciple followed up. It's not Brother Shang Jiming who thinks he is so popular. Okay, stop talking. The older brother interrupted them. Why bother so much? It's better to separate. Finding the token is the serious thing. After being exposed to the scorching sun for a whole day, even martial artists were exhausted. The temperature finally dropped in the evening. There was no vegetation around, so they could only rest on the spot. As the most senior disciple among all, the second brother frowned tightly. I haven't seen any animals all day. Not only were there no animals, but there was no water source. Everyone ate the remaining dry food, and only half a pot of water was left. In the middle of the night, they faced a bigger problem, the huge temperature difference between day and night in the desert. It was hot during the day and cold as a dog at night. The people who had no experience in the desert were confused by the extreme weather. They put on their cotton clothes that they had taken off and had to huddle together to keep warm. The next morning, the second brother, the fourth brother, and the old 19th brother all felt blocked noses, itchy throats, and slight coughs. In order to prevent everyone from worrying, everyone forced themselves to endure it. But the situation gradually became more serious. The trial token could not be found, the senior brothers could not find it, and the exit could not be found. The disciples, who had no preparation for the sudden desert, had eaten up the supplies they brought. There was nothing around except sand, not even an ant. Cough, 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 cough. Old 19th brother was indeed a weakling in Qingshuang Peak. When the typhoid fever became serious, he was about to cough out his lungs. Among all the people, only the 10th brother had some herbs in his package. There was no fire here, so the brothers with typhoid fever could only chew the herbs in their mouths. We must get out. Finding the token was a small matter. If they didn't get out, they would be in danger. But where is the exit? They even lost their sense of direction and ran around like headless flies. A senior brother suggested that they could judge by the stars and the sun. Good idea. The second senior brother praised first, then pointed to the sun hanging above his head. I used it to judge when I led the way before. But it was obvious that the sun here did not follow the law of rising in the east and setting in the west. I made a mark before going to bed last night. It set directly opposite me and rose from the left this morning. The sun did not even go in a straight line, and there was no reference at all. And we didn't find the rescue site, a disciple said faintly, making everyone suddenly realize that they were in big trouble. The only one who didn't feel anything in the whole audience was probably Jia Xitong. She didn't eat, and she couldn't feel the temperature, which was completely out of the normal needs of humans. She walked a distance every day, and the rest of the time she hid in Shang Yanting's sea of consciousness to study new talismans. She got 2 primary lightning-inducing talismans, and her life was so happy. Until just now, when she heard their conversation, Jia Xitong took out a Sinan from her exclusive small backpack. The crowd that was originally discussing which way to go suddenly became quiet. You actually have Sinan! Suddenly everyone felt that the bald raccoon was even cuter. Senior Brother 10 felt that Xitong was even more mysterious. More amazing things are yet to come. According to Senior Brother 10's incomplete statistics, on the way, Xitong took out 3 bags of water, 2 bottles of wind-cold medicine made into pills, and 2 roasted chickens and rabbits that were suspected to have been thrown away by everyone because they were not salty, and then picked up by it. The reason why they could be recognized as being picked up was mainly because there were still his teeth marks on the butt of the roasted chicken. But the backpack that Junior Brother Yan sewed for it was only the size of a fist. Where did all these things come from? Everyone should not just focus on eating. Open your eyes and look at the abnormality of Xitong. Senior Brother 10 felt that the brothers around him were so stupid, and he, who was smart, was out of tune with them. The sick brothers took the medicine, and everyone also replenished water and food, and everyone's condition was much better. Just as they were about to leave, a group of people suddenly appeared behind them. They were none other than the disciples of Jinyang Peak, who had just separated 2 days ago. They had already finished drinking all the water. There was no water source and no food. When they arrived, the disciples of Qingshuang Peak had just distributed the food. Looking at the bones that had been cleaned on the ground, these disciples who were quite proud before couldn't help swallowing their saliva. "Hello, fellow disciples." The leading disciple of Jinyang Peak was much more polite than before. "Excuse me, do you have any more food and water? We have been hungry for 2 days. Sorry, we just finished our food." In this situation, even if there is food and water, we can't just give it to people casually. The second senior brother asked someone to put away the remaining pot of water, looking helpless. Yuan Hanyi was choked. Being flattered for a long time made him have a very high self-esteem. It was impossible for him to ask others for a pot of water. Most of the other disciples looked down on Qingshuang Peak, let alone ask them. He changed the subject. "Have you found the trial card? You found it?" The second senior brother looked at them. Yuan Hanyi shook his head. No. In fact, not only did they not find the trial card, they didn't even find the exit. They didn't have the chance to give up this trial field, and they were wandering around for several days. After he finished speaking, he suddenly saw the new disciple of Qingshuang Peak holding the Sinan in his hand. He paused as he was about to lead the other disciples away. "Will you go together? Will you go together?" Yuan Hanyi knew what he meant by that. He just wanted to get their Sinan for free. "The brothers from Shenyang Peak have profound cultivation. We from Qingshuang Peak should not hinder you." The second brother refused tactfully and firmly, but unfortunately, the people from Shenyang Peak didn't leave. They fell not far from the disciples of Qingshuang Peak, and they even said that anyone could take this road. What could the little raccoon know about the grudge between them? She stood up with her hind legs on Shang Yanting's arm and her front paws on Shang Yanting's shoulders. Looking at the goddess in the crowd not far away, she felt pity for her. "Host dear, the pretty lady behind is so pitiful." Shang Yanting turned his head and glanced back, without changing his pace. "The heavy sword on her waist can beat you into a pulp. There is no need to say it so bloody." Just as the two of them were talking, there was a commotion behind them. The people from Shenyang Peak were slashing with swords and chasing something. When the disciples of Qingshuang Peak drew their swords and prepared to go over to take a look, they cheered. They caught a lizard. The lizard was 1/2 meter long, and it was full of bright red meat when it was peeled open, which made the hungry people excited. "Do you want to share some with the brothers and sisters from Qingshuang Peak in front?" Zhu Hongshu asked Yuan Hanyi. They did do something wrong before they came here, and now taking some things over can just resolve the conflict between the two sides. Unfortunately, as soon as this question came out, it caused dissatisfaction among many brothers and sisters. Why give it to them? Didn't you see how shameless they were just now? They are the most outstanding inner disciples of Shenyang Peak. Why should they please the group of people from Qingshuang Peak? Besides, there is not much lizard meat, and there is not enough for the disciples of their own peak. Zhu Hongshu looked apologetically at the disciples of Qingshuang Peak, who came to check the situation not far away, and everyone shrugged their shoulders. They had just eaten cooked rabbit meat and chicken at noon, so they didn't like this bloody thing. After a day of traveling, the desert was completely dark. The temperature here will drop to extremely cold within an hour, and everyone will stop traveling and sit together to keep warm. At this time, Jia Xitong will curl up the little raccoon into a ball before his soul leaves, hug Shang Yanting's hands, and become a hand warmer. Who wouldn't envy such an intelligent and useful monster? The brothers who were suffering from acidity every day closed their eyes and prepared to sleep, when suddenly a drop of water happened to hit one of them in the face. "It's raining?" As soon as the questioning voice fell, heavy rain came. "Get some water." Everyone got up at once, and the ground was filled with containers filled with water. The monks who had been thirsty for a long time even stood in the rain and opened their mouths to get some water, but soon they stopped doing that. The heavy rain soaked their robes, and the body temperature quickly lost when the cold wind blew. Not only that, the rain gradually turned into ice. First, the hailstones were the size of white sugar, then the size of soybeans, and then the size of eggs fell down. Happiness turned to sorrow. There was no place to hide at all. It was better to be hit by hailstones and have a swollen nose and face, but if you were hit by an ice block on your forehead, you would be finished. "Lie down in the sand and protect your head." Brothers kept shouting. For a while, the sound of falling ice cubes, screams, footsteps, and digging pits were mixed and chaotic. Shang Yanting was probably the safest among all the people. At this moment, he was covered by a big pot. Shang Yanting curled up in the big iron pot, and his ears were full of the sound of hail hitting the big iron pot, and occasionally accompanied by one or two screams. The instigator of all this was lying next to him at this time, with his furry head squeezed between his neck. "Are you cold?" Jia Xitong asked, shook his head slightly. "Not cold." He gently touched the head of the puppet in his arms with his forehead. "Where did you get the iron pot?" "Brother brought it." "Can't the mount be taken away?" When the brothers were packing things, she also packed some things they couldn't take away, and there happened to be this big iron pot. She originally wanted to use the big iron pot to hold rainwater, but she didn't expect to use it to carry it. Jia Xitong listened to the occasional screams from outside, felt a little distressed for the brothers, and then silently stuffed 2 more cotton clothes on Shang Yanting. The hail lasted for half an hour, and the heavy rain lasted until midnight. The night wind blew, and the wet disciples' uniforms almost froze, sticking stiffly to their bodies. Cough! Cough, cough, cough! Being hit by hail, drenched by heavy rain, and extremely cold, even the bodies of martial artists could not withstand it. And the sound of coughing came one after another. Everyone was pale, and some had colds and fevers. "Second brother, I'm so cold." "Me too, I miss the pancakes made by the eldest brother and him." "I kind of want to go back to Qingshuang Peak now." The sound of rain stopped, and the conversation became obvious, occasionally mixed with the sobbing of the macho man. Jia Xitong poked Shang Yanting next to him, motioning him to climb out of the iron pot. Looking at the still dark weather, Shang Yanting asked coldly, "What are you doing?" "Look at the senior brothers." She walked over holding his clothes. "Didn't you hear that some of the senior brothers are crying?" The originally fragile senior brothers choked immediately. "Junior brother Yan, are you okay?" The voice of the second senior brother sounded like a duck, and it sounded like something was wrong. It was pitch black all around, and little Raccoon felt that a fire was needed. Then she brought out a pile of wood, what the senior brothers left over from each fire, and with the efforts of Shang Yanting, the fire was lit. The moment the flame lit up, it illuminated the tear marks on old 19's face, the 10th senior brother with blood on his forehead, and a group of pale senior brothers. The duck voice couldn't stop the second senior brother's surprise. "Junior brother Yan, you actually have a fire!" Not only did he have a pot, but junior brother Yan was in the best condition among all of them. As for the group of sick and disabled senior brothers, the 10th senior brother was the worst. Not only was his forehead hit by hail, but he also started to have a high fever. What else can he do? Take medicine. She took out the wind-cold medicine prepared for Shang Yanting and fed each senior brother a pill. Everyone consciously sat together around the small flame to absorb this precious warmth. "Everyone, come and help. Put the pot on." Jia Xitong patted the big iron pot that had done a great job and instructed everyone to put the pot on the fire. Add water to the pot, add firewood to the fire, and then give each person half a big cake. These things appeared so quickly that everyone had not yet reacted and thought about where these things came from. The second brother took a bite in a daze and then was patted by Jia Xitong. "It's not for eating. Please break it into small pieces. It's so nice to have a pot and hot water. After breaking it into pieces, put them all in the pot." The big cake gradually expanded and churned in the hot water, and the fragrance of the noodles spread throughout the desert. The brothers and sisters of Shenyang Peak not far away were also cold and hungry. Looking at the flames in front of them and smelling the faint fragrance, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Present monologue. "Every protection of the system is stupid and funny, but I am addicted to this love. It's ready, it's ready." The brothers who were guarding the pot were already impatient to urge the meal to start. After Shang Yanting made way, everyone rushed forward. The entire venue of Qingshuang Peak was filled with the sound of people drinking soup and eating. The boiling hot soup went down the stomach and dispelled the coldness in the body. It was really fragrant and warm, and then sweating all over. Comfortable. The disciples of Qingshuang Peak all had happy expressions on their faces. They were roasting fire and drinking soup here, while the people of Shenyang Peak were still shivering with cold. One by one, they claimed to be genius disciples, noble and not asking for help, and their eyes could not help but glance at Qingshuang Peak, and there were bursts of saliva swallowing sounds around. I can't stand it anymore. Someone stood up and walked over shamelessly. This person was Zhu Hongshu. Thinking of the fact that they had met before, he bowed to Shang Yanting. Brother Yan, we have offended each other before. Can you let bygones be bygones and give us a share? Yuan Hanji followed behind at this moment, nodded slightly, without any arrogance as before. Shang Yanting looked at the two of them, smiled warmly, and refused very straightforwardly. Sorry, we don't have enough food either. Zhu Hongshu felt a little regretful, but not too surprised. After all, when they found the food, they didn't think of sharing it with Qingshuang Peak. Dear host, give them some, Jia Xitong said as he watched the two people return by their original way. Do you feel sorry for them? Shang Yanting looked at the little raccoon whose fur was scorched by the fire. His system was sometimes too soft-hearted. Not really. They were all young people, and they were martial artists. They wouldn't die from being cold or hungry for a few days, but it's better to resolve a feud than to make one. They didn't have any big problems, except being stupid and arrogant. We need to fight the real bad, guys, not push everyone to the opposite side. Jia Xitong thought of the scene in the original book where Shang Yanting went, and the people he met were either the harem or the enemy, and shook her head. I think the host is a super good person, worthy of being loved by many people. Stupid. Favors cannot be appreciated. Only strength can gain everything. Shang Yanting does not believe in repaying evil with kindness. But it says he is super good. A quarter of an hour later, everyone from Shenyang Peak was called over. There were not many pancakes left in the big iron pot, so they poured the water collected last night into it and boiled it for a while the fire was burning. On this day, all the firewood that Jia Xitong had collected before was taken out, and there were only 5 pancakes left and 8 typhoid pills. She took out 2 pills and threw them into the pot and cooked a pot of steamed bun typhoid pill soup for the disciples of Shenyang Peak. As for the last bit of food and medicine, no one else could give it except Shang Yanting. A bowl of soup made the disciples of Qingshuang Peak and Shenyang Peak get along harmoniously, and everyone laughed and forgot their grudges in the pot of soup. What surprised Jia Xitong the most was that Jiang Chushi actually found Shang Yanting. Brother Yan, the last battle left a deep impression on me. I wonder if I can ask you for some advice? This peach blossom came to her door. Jia Xitong rubbed his paws and looked at her with sparkling eyes. The little sister has a thin waist. The little sister has long legs. The little sister's sword, is also very heavy. I am not feeling well. I am afraid I can't spar with Zhang Wuyo. Shang Yanting refused without hesitation. As a goddess-level junior sister of Shenyang Peak, Jiang Chushi was embarrassed to say anything to him after being rejected like this, and sat back next to the flame. This made the little raccoon feel that the joy of traveling through the book was lost by half. Junior brother. The second senior brother gathered with Yuan Hanyi and Zhu Hongshu, and was waving to him at this moment. The two peaks exchanged the situation in recent days and found that everyone's experience was almost the same. In addition, Shenyang Peak noticed that they had been walking around the same place for 2 days, which was the main reason why they thought the desert was endless. Sinan was too important to let them get out of the place where they were walking around. In addition, everyone had drunk the hot soup medicine, and when the sun rose, they were ready to set off. On the way, Jia Xitong was surrounded by the senior brothers of Qingshuang Peak. The second senior brother asked in a low voice with a tortured look, "Xitong, how did you have so much food?" Now it's gone. The senior brothers were too good at eating, and the little raccoon waved his hand. "Where did you put the things, before?" The second senior brother picked her up and put his fingers in the small pocket on her back to explore. Then he touched a small bottle and a few pieces of paper with ghostly talismans. To be honest, this pocket couldn't even hold his fist, let alone a pot for dozens of people to eat. Second senior brother, it's super rude to rummage through other people's bags. Jia Xitong snatched back her things, pinched her small bag, and politely reminded him. Your second brother could be someone else. The second brother never considered himself an outsider until a pleasant voice sounded. Brother, don't you know that everyone has privacy? Do other people need to report to you if they have any treasures? Shang Yanting looked at him with a smile, and the words he uttered were as sharp as a sword. Brother, what do you want to do by asking? Can't the secret realm satisfy your curiosity? Otherwise, brothers, spit out what you have eaten, and let me show you where Atia is stored. Not to mention the second brother, the other brothers were scolded like grandsons. Obviously, they are the senior brothers, but after getting along for a long time, junior brother Yan inexplicably gives people a sense of majesty that is angry without being intimidating. Don't mess with Yanqing. Don't mess with Xitong even if you mess with Yanqing. Look there, a surprised voice broke the current silence. There is a small house not far away. The logo representing the academy is swaying under the eaves, and people are coming in and out around it. Teacher, teacher! A group of people quickened their pace and rushed towards them excitedly. The eldest brother and his group were also in the crowd. Everyone looked happy, but the three teachers and the disciples behind them looked heavy-hearted. Oh no, how come so many people came to this trial ground? Are the students the only ones trapped? The teachers are also trapped. According to the previous arrangement, the teachers need to send the disciples who gave up out of the secret realm. But a few days ago, the first disciple who gave up the trial appeared. When the teacher was about to send them out of the secret realm, he suddenly couldn't get out either, and all the previous routes were invalid. We have a Sinan. Why don't we try again? It's useless. The rescue center is also equipped with a Sinan, and its only function is to avoid going in circles. But no matter where you go, when you reach the end, you will return to the same place. There is no way to get out, and there is no way to communicate with the outside world. The most important thing is that more and more people are coming, and the stored food and water are getting less and less. There were more than 10 disciples who came to ask for help, and now there are so many more. Their food can't even last for 2 more days. Don't worry, dear host. I've left you 5 big cakes, Jia Xitong told him, quietly. Shang Yanting reached out and picked her up, pinching the little raccoon's mouth. After knowing this, everyone felt heavy, even more depressed than before. The hut couldn't accommodate too many people at night. Most of the disciples slept on the ground outside the hut. Jia Xitong returned to the Sea of Consciousness to draw talismans, picked up the pen, dipped the ink, and wrote with dragons and phoenixes. While concentrating, the statue next to him was faintly glowing with golden light. Shang Yanting also woke up. He found that the spiritual power in his body was flowing very fast. Anyway, he couldn't sleep, so he closed his eyes to practice. The spiritual power kept flowing around Jia Xitong and surging. The tip of the pen kept swimming on the paper, and the talisman gradually took shape under his hand. The spiritual energy flowed rapidly between the two people, and a very small part was absorbed by the statue next to him and was making subtle connections with somewhere deep underground. There is something unusual in the trial secret realm. The teacher, who couldn't sleep at all, felt the ground shaking. The noise was getting louder and louder, and almost all the disciples outside woke up. Then the ground began to sink. When the teacher ran out of the house, the ground sank instantly, and the yellow sand poured down to the lower place. Run, run! The teacher ran while urging the disciples to walk quickly. The disciples of Qingshuang Peak got up immediately, but found Shang Yanting sitting on the ground motionless. Junior brother Yan has entered a state of meditation. Entering a state of meditation is an extremely rare situation in cultivation, and the requirements are extremely harsh. Every time you enter a state of meditation, the speed of cultivation is 200% of the usual speed. The disadvantage is that if you don't end the state of meditation, you can't wake up. Many people can't enter a state of meditation twice in their lives, but he can enter a state of meditation in the secret realm. The eldest and second brothers looked at each other and carried him to run wildly. On the other side, Jia Xitong in the Sea of Consciousness drew talismans faster and faster, and the tip of the pen seemed to dance on the paper. This time it was not Shang Yanting who led her to practice, but she was leading the whole process. In the dark, something was affecting her and calling her. Boom! A violent roar came from her ears, finally interrupting this mysterious state. When she came to her senses, she had successfully drawn more than 40 talismans. Damn it! Jia Xitong was shocked by herself. She reflexively glanced at the statue of the god next to her and then worshipped superstitiously. Thank you, the talisman god, for your blessing. Now she has a total of 46 lightning-inducing talismans. Thinking of a poor host, she was going to find an excuse to give him 2. Just as she was thinking, happily, she suddenly found a light green fluorescent light like a ghost fire around her after she went out. What the hell is this? The secret realm collapsed. The teachers who were originally waiting at the foot of the mountain first heard a dull roar, and then the mountains within a radius of dozens of miles sank into the ground. The more than 200 inner disciples and dozens of teachers inside had not come out yet, and they were all stunned for a second. "Quick, go report to the dean. Quickly find the peak master," everyone panicked. The buried teacher and disciples were in chaos. "Where is this? Everyone, stop running around and don't touch the glowing things around you." Before the teacher could say anything, the raccoon had already touched it. Sizzle. Her claws scratched the wall and her nails burned like a match. Jia Xitong quickly blew it out. Shang Yanting, he patted Jia Xitong and stuffed her into the backpack on his chest. "Don't move." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a crackling sound all around. Countless small holes appeared on the wall, and small arrows shot out from the wall. "Hide!" The people who had originally gathered together were scattered by the rain of arrows. The moment Shang Yanting took Jia Xitong to hide in a corridor, a huge rock fell from the top of his head and blocked the entrance when they came in. Damn. At this time, there were only two of them, and the left, right, top, bottom, and back were all blocked. There was no other choice but to walk all the way to the end. Not far away, the road ahead was also blocked. Shang Yanting frowned slightly, took out his long sword, and tried to chisel through the wall in front of him. Jia Xitong took out the big iron spoon that she used to make soup for her senior brothers yesterday and stretched it to the wall. Now that she was here, the glittering powder she got off the wall could be used as a souvenir. When she received the souvenir, she suddenly found a protruding stone on the wall. "Host dear." She poked Shang Yanting's chest to signal him to look. Shang Yanting poked with the hilt of his sword, and the stone turned out to be movable, and he pushed it directly into the wall. Swish, swish, swish! Countless arrows shot out from the wall. If Shang Yanting hadn't dodged quickly, the raccoon would have turned into a hedgehog bear. After dodging the arrows, his feet were empty. The man and the beast kept falling, and the moment they fell to the ground, the hole above their heads closed immediately. "Host dear, why are you so reckless?" Jia Xitong took a deep breath. "The male protagonist is so rampant. Look around." Shang Yanting lifted her head and motioned her to look ahead and above her head. This place was extremely spacious. 12 giant stone pillars supported the interior, each with a 5-clawed flying dragon carved on it, extending all the way to the top, with 5 huge dragon heads drooping, as if looking directly at them. At the end of the 12 dragon pillars, there was a stone coffin. According to legend, in the ancient times of gods and demons, the fallen mighty left many treasures on the Ocean continent, waiting for the discovery of the destined people. Those who got the treasures could soar to the sky with them. Shang Yanting moved his fingers slightly, holding Jia Xitong and walking forward cautiously. Just when they were a few meters away from the stone coffin, a dragon pillar moved. The stone dragon suddenly soared into the air and turned into a golden dragon overlooking the mortals on the ground. The pressure comparable to that of the martial emperor spread, causing Shang Yanting, who only had the strength of the martial realm, to spit blood instantly. "Ant, this is not the place you should come to." This was a complete blow, and Shang Yanting couldn't even speak. The golden dragon stared at him with cold eyes and uttered a few words in a cold voice. "Anyone who enters the forbidden area will die." "Wait!" Jia Xitong crawled out from under Shang Yanting and opened her claws to block him. "Brother Shenlong, we went the wrong way. We didn't mean to disturb you. Who are you to ignore my pressure?" The golden dragon looked at her. What pressure was, she didn't know. She was just a little bald raccoon. As the descendant of a dragon, she was a little scared when she saw a real dragon for the first time. "Brother Shenlong, we know we were wrong. Sorry. Goodbye." She dragged Shang Yanting and wanted to run. "Anyone who enters the forbidden area will not live." The dragon caught up with them, and its huge tail slapped them. The huge gap in strength made Shang Yanting powerless to resist, and the inner energy in his body was even disturbed by the opponent's majestic spiritual power. He looked at the little raccoon in front of him, his eyes full of bloodshot. "Don't worry about me. She is not such an ungrateful person. System, help me!" Jia Xitong shouted the real system in her mind and threw out all the talismans she had saved. However, the explosion talisman was like a tickle on it, and the explosion had no deterrent effect. The lightning talisman. The prerequisite for the lightning talisman is the environment that produces lightning. There are no clouds in the underground palace, so its first appearance is extremely disappointing. A trifle. The golden dragon rolled over them, as if crushing 2 ants. Jia Xitong was so panicked that she even threw out the Talisman Book and the wooden statue in her system space. Then she saw the kind-looking statue glowing. Auspicious light. Snap, she was blown away by the dragon's tail. Damn it, damn it! Jia Xitong had thought that the Talisman God would save her, but she didn't expect the Talisman God to be hit by the dragon's tail. It lowered its head and stared at her with golden eyes. "Those who dare to offend the dragon's power will be killed." Jia Xitong covered her eyes with her front paws. Just when she thought that the puppet she bought with 10,000 talismans was going to be finished, a figure blocked her way. At some point, Shang Yanting stood up and slashed at the dragon with the Qianyuan sword in his hand. The Qianyuan sword broke the moment it touched the dragon, and Shang Yanting was also blown away, directly hitting the stone coffin in the front. His head was hit hard on the coffin, and dark red blood flowed from under his head, and he fainted. According to the original novel, the hero has the law of immortality, but she is already in it, and can't be as calm and natural as before. What's more, the hero's harem is about to die, so it's hard for people to be sure that he can survive at this time. Shang Yanting. Jia Xitong ran towards him. She ran in front, and the dragon's tail behind her swept over at a very fast speed. That tail was determined to beat her to death. A huge phantom appeared behind her, blocking the golden dragon's attack. The god of talismans. The golden dragon recognized the golden phantom at a glance, and its head was slightly lowered. The next second, it rushed up and turned into nothingness. This was the second time she saw the phantom of the god of talismans appear. Jia Xitong bowed very devoutly. "Thank the great god for saving our lives. I will burn some incense for you when I go back." When she raised her head again, the statue had disappeared, and the wooden sculpture fell not far away. She hurried over to pick it up, and found that the wooden sculpture was much darker than before. The appearance that looked like it had been polished for 10 years had lost its previous texture, and there were also slight cracks on the base. It seemed that the great god's appearance was not cheap. She carefully took back the wood carving and the thrown Taoism book. Just as she was about to pick up the lightning-inducing talisman scattered around, she suddenly saw a glowing leaf. Not a leaf, but a dragon scale. The golden dragon scale was slightly cool to the touch and felt heavy, like a piece of pure gold. She was about to bite it, and the system that had been pretending to be dead suddenly appeared. Congratulations to the tasker for obtaining the Earth-level magic weapon, Golden Dragon Scale. Attached with a wisp of Golden Dragon Soul, it can summon a Golden Dragon Soul body with the cultivation level of a martial king to fight. Duration, half a quarter of an hour. Restriction 1, can only be summoned once a month. Restriction 2, summoning the Golden Dragon Soul will squeeze a lot of the tasker's spiritual power. According to the current tasker's cultivation level, using it once will cause the tasker to sleep for half a month and cause a drop in cultivation level. Earth-level magic weapon. Summon a golden dragon of the martial king level to fight. Jia Xitong was shocked when she heard the introduction. You know, apart from the 2 lowest levels of the martial arts chain, martial arts apprentice and martial arts realm, martial arts masters and martial arts spirits can already be teachers in the academy. The peak master is Wu Zong, and the dean is Wu Wang. In this way, she can be more powerful than the peak master. Even if there are restrictions in the back, it does not hinder the awesomeness of the weapon. Jia Xitong held the golden dragon scale for a long time without thinking. Make a fortune! On the other side, Shang Yanting heard an ancient and dull voice. "Young man, you awakened me. Who are you?" "An unknown casual cultivator who wants to impact the highest position." After tens of millions of years, the old man finally waited for the destined person. This voice has experienced the precipitation of the years, and slowly said in his ear, "Are you willing to become my disciple and inherit my last wish 1,000 years ago?" "What last wish?" "Practice to the highest realm and break through to become a god." The old man's voice sounded, which startled Shang Yanting. Becoming a god, this is what the system also said. "What should I do?" "It's very simple. You just need to accept my inheritance." The old man's voice was a little excited. "I will give you a lifetime of knowledge. With your foundation of marrow cleansing and rebirth, you will definitely achieve great things in your lifetime." After that, a surge of vast energy rushed into Shang Yanting's sea of consciousness. Is it really an adventure? The moment this strange energy entered Shang Yanting's sea of consciousness, it exposed its purpose, to seize the body. "Haha, I've waited for so many years, and finally I got a good skin." The best foundation, excellent talent, and young body are the best places for his soul. When his soul rests in this body for decades, he will return to the peak of cultivation. "Boy, you can go with peace of mind. I will take care of you to live well in this world." Before he finished speaking, this person was immediately counterattacked by Shang Yanting. How could he, who is so cautious, not be on guard? However, the person opposite was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years relying on his soul. Shang Yanting's will was ultimately at a disadvantage. The 2 souls were fighting for this body, and the old monster occupied it for longer and longer periods of time, until another soul appeared out of thin air. Jia Xitong and Shang Yanting's sea of consciousness were closely connected, and she could quickly sense any abnormality in his sea of consciousness. What would happen if a talisman cultivator only cultivated her soul? That is, it would be more powerful than an ordinary soul. With the old man's soul unprepared, Jia Xitong mobilized all her spiritual power to suppress him. Two souls attacking a newly awakened one, no matter how powerful they still need a recovery period. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Shang Yanting's soul began to counterattack, tear apart, and devour. The old monster's soul only left a scream before disappearing. It's actually two souls in one body. The newly awakened soul turned into energy in the sea of consciousness and was swallowed by Shang Yanting. Jia Xitong felt that he was also forced to eat two mouthfuls, and fragments of the old man's memory flashed in his mind. This man's name is Dong Fuzi, a martial artist without a sect or school. The 1,000-year wait was fake, and the treasure hunt 100 years ago was real. This place was previously guarded by the soul of a dragon, and he was sent directly here. However, he has a strange way to escape, retaining a wisp of soul hidden in the coffin, waiting for the opportunity to seize the body of the unlucky person who accidentally entered this place. Shang Yanting almost became the unlucky person who was seized. However, he swallowed Dong Fuzi's soul, which was a blessing in disguise, and his soul was strengthened unprecedentedly. A man and a bear looked at the closed coffin in front of them at the same time. The owner of this underground palace was inside. "Host dear, come on! Host dear, push harder!" Shang Yanting worked hard, and Jia Xitong cheered him on. Shang Yanting was almost possessed, and the blood on his head had not yet dried. It was really hard for him to push a boulder weighing hundreds of pounds by himself without any rest. After a long time, there was a sound of rubbing of boulders, and the coffin lid was finally opened. The owner of the coffin turned into ashes the moment it was opened. Jia Xitong only saw a bright yellow sleeve disappear. In addition to two books lying in the coffin, there was also a yellowed note in the middle. Everything is difficult to have in ancient times. Does choosing one of the two mean that you can only choose one? Jia Xitong stared at the two books with wide eyes. One is Extreme Yang Buddha Palm, and the other is Heavenly Demon Puppet Technique. She suddenly remembered that in the original book, Shang Yanting accidentally obtained a move that fell from the sky during the Four Peaks competition, which was the Extreme Yang Buddha Palm. In the original novel, this plot is interspersed with a lot of exciting stories about the male protagonist and the harem. The storyline is off, but it seems not completely off. She watched Shang Yanting stretch out his hand and then chose Heavenly Demon Puppetry. The moment he picked up Heavenly Demon Puppetry, Extreme Yang Buddha Palm turned into ashes and disappeared. The storyline is off again. The storyline is off again and again. This sentence was the only thing left in Jia Xitong's mind. It was a long time before she noticed the word puppet on the cover of the book. She looked at Shang Yanting and found that he was opening the secret book at this moment, looking at the record on it very seriously. The content on it was about puppets. As the one who has always paid, she was suddenly cared for by the person she cared about. Jia Xitong suddenly felt a little embarrassed, rubbing her paws, and asked, "Host dear, you chose this secret book because of me? Otherwise?" Hearing this somewhat arrogant answer, Jia Xitong giggled for a moment. "Then when you have mastered the puppetry technique, can you make two puppets for me? I want a puppet with 8 hands and a human-shaped puppet. Only children make choices, but adults want them all." She held her face and immersed herself in beautiful imaginations until Shang Yanting grabbed her hind legs and lifted her up. "Let's put the puppet thing aside for now. Can you explain to me the talismans scattered all over the floor?" There were more than 40 talismans scattered on the floor. When Shang Yanting had the most talismans, all kinds of talismans added up to no more than 20. His face was particularly cold now, like a class teacher who caught a cheating student. Jia Xitong was stunned. What happened at this moment fully described what it means to be overjoyed and then sad. "This is all the talismans I have now." Jia Xitong kicked her hind legs like a rabbit. After Shang Yanting put her down, a bear picked up the talismans on the floor. During the process, there was a system broadcast of trust value -1 + 1 1 + 1 until she picked them all up and folded them. Shang Yanting looked at the stack of talismans in her claws, his face darkened. Feeling a little guilty, Jia Xitong took 2 talismans from the talisman and gave them to him. Shang Yanting took them and still had a cold face. 2 more. Shang Yanting took them and still had a cold face. 1 beast and 1 person, 1 gave, 1 took, repeated back and forth 4 or 5 times. Looking at the remaining talismans, Jia Xitong was reluctant to part with them. She put the talismans back into her bag awkwardly. "Host dear, the system family has no surplus food. You still owe me 759 talismans." Shang Yanting held a small stack of talisman paper and patted her head. Although he still had a sour face, his trust value fluctuated and finally became 80. Let's go. Wait. Jia Xitong walked around the heavy coffin and stretched out his hand to measure the length and width of the stone coffin. What are you doing? We've come here with great difficulty. Let's take some souvenirs back. In the underground palace, apart from the 12 dragon pillars, there was only the sarcophagus. If you can't take the dragon pillar, can't you take it away? Jia Xitong took out the only talisman that was not filled with anything and tried to stick the Mixu talisman on the sarcophagus. It's in this. Shang Yanting took a deep breath and was about to teach it a lesson when the underground palace suddenly began to tremble. The trembling became more and more intense, and cracks began to appear in the 12 dragon balls. This place is going to collapse. Come here. Shang Yanting grabbed the little raccoon, stuffed it into his chest, and looked around for an exit. At this time, the masters and deans of the 4 peaks outside the secret realm were all present. Luan Zhenfeng frowned and made a gesture with his hands. A huge formation appeared above the secret realm, selecting disciples scattered everywhere to show the way, and rescued countless disciples trapped in the mountain. It was also at this time that Luan Zhenfeng showed off his skills to everyone. Who would have thought that the leader of Qingshuang Peak, the weakest among the 4 peaks, was actually a master of formations? The entire formation of the secret realm was led by him. Even though the dean was helpless against the formation, he rescued most of the disciples, leaving the last disciple of Qingshuang Peak unfinished. However, at this moment, the formation was abnormal. The ground shook again, and the second collapse began. The formation that was originally running well suddenly stopped, dealing a heavy blow to Luan Zhenfeng, who was performing his power. He suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Junior brother, the dean with white hair and a young face beside him, quickly reached out to support him. The formation has changed. No one is more familiar with the formation of the secret realm than him. This place was discovered by the first principal of Chengdu College by chance. He noticed that there was an extremely strong spiritual power underground, but he could not find the secret after countless explorations. Such a powerful spiritual power would be wasted if it was not used. So he invited the most powerful evaporation method at the time and designed a trial field based on the mysterious spiritual power. The formation had been used for so many years without knowing its source, and the thing that Luan Zhenfeng was most worried about happened in his lifetime. The mysterious spiritual power suddenly disappeared, not to mention that the formation could not be supported. Even the ground began to sink. The trial field became a cemetery where people were buried alive. Fortunately, most people were rescued, and only a dozen people were not found. The dean and the other 3 peak masters were relieved. Peak master, the brothers and junior brothers are still inside. There are still a dozen people missing. I know where they are. The disciples of Qingshuang Peak all gathered around Luan Zhenfeng, holding the map they left before. The disciples of other peaks looked at them with mixed emotions. They also wanted to save their fellow disciples, but who dared to hold their peak master and not let go? Don't worry, the dean and I and other peak masters will rescue the rest. After saying that, he looked at the dean, shouted in a deep voice, "The 4 peak masters will follow us to rescue people." The 5 people took off at the same time, flying in the air, and rushed to the trial field pointed out by the disciples of Qingshuang Peak. On the other side, Shang Yanting was holding Jia Xitong and running in the collapsed corridor. The cave entrance collapsed behind them and almost buried them several times. Finally, they saw the light. When Shang Yanting took the last step, his expression became more solemn. There was a cliff in front of him, and the ground had disappeared. The back had also collapsed, and the place where they stood was the last piece of land. At this moment, a strong echo came from the sky. "Are the disciples of Chengdu Academy here?" "Yes." This tiny voice was disturbed by the sound of the ground sinking, and even if he shouted at the top of his throat, he couldn't hear it. "There is salvation." Jia Xitong suddenly had an idea and took out a lightning talisman. In the sky, clouds suddenly gathered, and a thunder sounded above them. Boom! A bolt from the blue. After the first one, the second one followed. The third photo, the fourth photo, lightning flashed continuously, and a small figure could be vaguely seen in the dusty area. "I see, disciples below. Stop!" Jia Xitong did not stop until a shout came from the sky. A man with an afro flew out from the flying dust. His originally white brocade robe had turned yellow. His gray hair had exploded. His face was all white and black, like he had crawled out from under a stove. It was vaguely recognizable as the dean himself. The dean was very angry, but due to his status, he could not curse. He grabbed Shang Yanting, frowned and looked at him twice, then flew into the air, ready to throw this unlucky disciple down the mountain. "Dean, there are us! Teacher, we are here! Dean, help!" Waves of excited shouts rang out from the eldest brother and his friends who had separated from Shang Yanting. Shang Yanting fell to the bottom, and they happened to be on the upper level. The voices of the eldest and second brothers appeared, waving excitedly at the dean who had flown up, and became even more excited when they saw Shang Yanting next to the dean. The four peak masters came down upon hearing the noise. "The missing disciples have all been found. Junior brother, senior brother, Teacher Wang." Everyone was very excited, and the foot of the mountain became a large-scale family recognition scene. The roar of crustal movement sounded, and the secret realm of the academy that had been used for hundreds of years completely sank into the ground today. There were loud noises in the area of dozens of meters, and the scene of the ground sinking was shocking. Will there be another four-peak competition in the future? Does this year's four-peak competition still count? Everyone's eyes were a little confused. This year is the last time for the Secret Realm competition, and the selection will still be based on the original rules. The dean put his hands behind his back, and his explosive hairstyle could not destroy his majesty. "Disciples of the Four Peaks, take out the trial cards you found." Most of the disciples of Shenyang Peak were trapped, and they only got one. The disciples of Tianwu Peak found two. Jinyang Peak was probably the luckiest. They were just about to go when turmoil occurred, and they found three on the periphery. Only Qingshuang Peak was left. As we all know, Qingshuang Peak is the weakest every year, and most of their disciples were trapped in the secret realm and almost lost their lives. Old 11 took out a trial talisman from his pocket. It was so dangerous this time, and it was already very good that he didn't get 0 points. Who is the champion can be seen at a glance. Then the first place this time is Jin. Wait! Just as the dean was about to announce the results, Shang Yanting interrupted him, and then took out 1, 2, and 3 trial cards in front of everyone. Qingshuang Peak actually has 4 trial cards. The head of Qingshuang Peak couldn't help but open his mouth into an O shape. The dean looked at the disciple in front of him, stretched out his hand to stroke his frizzy beard. "I remember you are this year's new disciple?" "Yes." Shang Yanting nodded slightly, and his unyielding look made the dean nod. "Zhenfeng, you have a good disciple." Everything is finally over. Shang Yanting suffered heavy losses in this battle trial. He only had 1 Mixu talisman left of his previous accumulation, and the Yaojin sword was broken. He only exchanged for a book on the heart of puppetry, and after devouring the inexplicable soul power, his cultivation increased to the middle stage of the martial realm. Now most of his talismans were given by Jia Xitong, including 2 Mixu talismans, 2 Zhuyo talismans, 2 explosion talismans, and 10 lightning talismans. Weapons: a pair of shining gold armor, a pair of fine steel armor, and a fine steel long sword. Mental skills: cultivation source Jue and heavenly demon puppetry technique. Warcraft, giant stone rhino. At the same time, he still owed a huge amount of money for 659 talismans. Jia Xitong was also sorting out her own things. Compared with Shang Yanting, although her explosion talisman was used up, she had a lot of gains. Just 1 earth-level magic weapon, the Golden Dragon Scale, was a huge profit. Moreover, there were 16 Juyo talismans, 6 solidification talismans, 8 Mixu talismans, 32 lightning talismans, plus a heavy coffin and a large spoonful of glowing phosphorus soil. After returning to Qingshuang Peak, Jia Xitong was in a good mood, humming a little tune while taking care of her things. First, the phosphorus soil. She found a pot to put it in. From the secret realm to Qingshuang Peak, it was still glowing when it was put in the pot. She tried to put a few vegetable seeds in it, but after the seeds spontaneously combusted for the 3rd time, she gave up the idea of growing things. The second was the stone coffin. The stone coffin, which had been there for thousands of years, had a thick layer of dust. Jia Xitong had wanted to clean it, but she didn't expect that the dust on the coffin was thicker than senior brother 11's face. After asking Shang Yanting to help clean it, but being rejected, she had to move the stone coffin outside the room. The stone coffin was deep and large, just right for a feeding trough. As soon as it was filled with grass, the giant stone rhinoceros and Little Gray immediately surrounded it and ate quickly and deliciously. Perfect! Junior brother, junior brother. Senior brother 2 came to call them all the way. The reward for the first place in the Four Peaks competition has arrived. As a peak that has always been at the bottom, this is the first time they have received the first place reward. Although everyone was very curious, considering that 2 of the 4 trial cards were obtained by Shang Yanting in the lava, and 1 was picked up by Little Raccoon, everyone resisted opening the prize box and waited for Shang Yanting. The box was opened under everyone's expectation, and 2 white stones were placed inside. It's actually a spirit stone. The eldest senior brother called out instantly. Spirit stones, as the name suggests, are crystal stones containing spiritual energy. This is a training resource that can only be used when you reach the martial arts master level. It is rare and precious. In the martial arts world, there is a saying that 1 tael of spirit stone is worth 10 taels of gold. The academy is really generous. It actually gave 2 fist-sized spirit stones directly. Everyone's first reaction was to get rich. The second reaction was to look at Shang Yanting. Even if it was a low-grade spirit stone, it was not something that ordinary martial artists could see. But when the landslide occurred, the eldest senior brother and the second senior brother saved him and fled. Although Shang Yanting was in a state of meditation at the time, he also knew it. Split it equally. Really? Originally, everyone planned to let Shang Yanting take 1 piece alone, and it would be fine if the 20 of them could share one. Everyone was very poor, and the resources for cultivation were extremely scarce. At this time, everyone did not refuse, and all accepted it with a thick face. Old 11 used his internal force to shatter the 2 spirit stones, and then the eldest senior brother divided them into 21 small piles as fairly as possible. There will still be differences in the weight of spirit stones of uneven sizes. The eldest brother gave the largest share to Shang Yanting, and the second largest share to the 11th brother, who found another trial talisman, and then distributed the shares according to the merits. The brothers who had no merits also had a share. After all the disciples who participated in the search for the token were distributed, each person chose a share according to the seniority of the mountain they entered. He kept the least for himself. To be honest, the disciples of Qingshuang Peak are so harmonious, which has a lot to do with the eldest brother's way of dealing with people. Jia Xitong was silently praising the eldest brother in her heart, and suddenly a piece of spirit stone was stuffed into her arms. This was the largest piece of spirit stone Shang Yanting got, the size of his thumb. She looked at him while holding the spirit stone. "You also have a share," Shang Yanting said concisely. In fact, the soul body cannot absorb the energy in the spirit stone. Every time Shang Yanting practices, she will practice passively. She can't use this. But this is a gift from the host after all. Thank you. She accepted the spirit stone and put it in her pocket happily. Qingshuang Peak won first place again in the 4 Peaks competition. The century-old secret realm suddenly collapsed, and this year is the last secret realm competition. The leader of Qingshuang Peak showed his power and turned out to be a hidden master of formations. Yan Qing, a new disciple of Qingshuang Peak, found 3 trial talismans and was praised by the dean himself. Qingshuang Peak made a strong breakthrough in these 2 competitions and stood directly at the forefront of the discussion of Chengdu Academy. Qingshuang Peak, which was about to become an invisible peak, was constantly mentioned, and various small things were also dug out. I heard that during the college competition, the new disciple of Qingshuang Peak was bullied by the manager of Lianshan Pavilion. His senior brothers rushed to the manager of Lianshan Pavilion and almost demolished his house. Wow, this is too united. It would be great if I could have such a senior brother. Isn't the leader of Qingshuang Peak also very protective? During the competition, he came to Yanqing regardless of the rules to uphold justice. I also want to have such a master and senior brother. Qingshuang Peak's reputation suddenly improved. Many people envied it and even wanted to come to Qingshuang Peak. Calm down and don't listen to others' words. Someone also said in a reasonable manner, "Don't you know that Yan Qing's identity is mysterious? He has good strength and brings his own Yaojin magic weapon. He can get such treatment when he goes to Qingshuang Peak, but it doesn't mean you can." Junior brother Yan, who was hotly discussed by the college, is studying puppetry. Junior brother Yan's system is obsessed with breeding. Every morning, when the first rays of sunlight came in, Jia Xitong would first replace the langmu branches on the table with a cup of fresh cinnabar water, and then carry a small basket to prepare grass for the horses and the stone rhinoceros. Perhaps because they were the only 2 animals on the entire mountain, and they ate and lived together, they established a deep friendship and wanted to include Jia Xitong, who fed them as a 3rd member. "Thank you." Xitong took the grass that the stone rhinoceros brought to her and shared it, and then put it back. "I am a puppet now. I can't eat." After saying that, she felt something was wrong. "I am not a puppet, and I don't eat this kind of thing. I'll tell you quietly, I'm a person." She and the stone rhinoceros talked to themselves, and the rhinoceros, who failed to show goodwill, ignored her and kept licking the bottom of the sarcophagus. The mud on it was licked clean by it, revealing a white texture the size of a fingernail. "What is that?" Jia Xitong climbed in by the head of the stone rhinoceros and reached out to touch the place that it licked through. "It looks a little familiar." She took out the spirit stone she received a few days ago for comparison, and felt that this thing was whiter like jade. If you don't understand something, go find Shang Yanting. She led him over and pointed to the exposed part of the sarcophagus. Is this a piece of jade? If it is really a piece of jade, such a big piece of jade. The three words "get rich" played repeatedly in Jia Xitong's mind. I can try to change him a new weapon. Shang Yanting squatted beside the sarcophagus and inspected it for a long time. He went to get water and wiped the licked part more clean. The milky white texture was bright and moist, without a trace of impurities, like the best mutton fat jade. But this is not jade, it is a spirit stone. It is a high-grade spirit stone that he has never had before. Just like the classification of weapons, spirit stones are also divided into different grades. One medium-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones of the same size, and one high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 medium-grade spirit stones of the same size. The better the spiritual stone, the more helpful it is for cultivation. It is said that a palm-sized medium-grade spiritual stone can directly improve a martial artist at the martial arts master level to a small realm. How much help the top-grade spiritual stone can help cultivation is something that only martial artists at the martial arts master level know. Even in the 8 great families, no more than 2 top-grade spiritual stones can be produced. It is so precious and rare that any small piece of top-grade spiritual stone can be sold for hundreds or thousands of gold at an auction, but it is being fed to horses and cows by the little raccoon in front of him. Does it know the value of what it picked up? If I stopped it from bringing the things back at that time, would this huge top-grade spiritual stone be buried in the ground forever? Even though Shang Yanting had seen a lot of storms, he couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. It's really magical. Host dear? Jia Xitong looked at the stunned Shang Yanting and poked his trouser leg with his claws. What's wrong with you? Why is he looking at a food trough and making people look stupid? This coffin, can you give me a small piece? Shang Yanting was silent for a long time before speaking. He is only at the martial realm now, and he does not need top-grade spiritual stones for the time being. However, the higher the level of cultivation, the higher the spiritual energy required for the surrounding environment, and the purer the spiritual energy required. Therefore, in the world of martial arts, even if a casual cultivator has a high talent, he will be restricted by the environment in the later stage, and the masters often have a powerful force behind him. If he wants to cultivate to a higher level, and wants to become a martial master or a martial king, he must have a large amount of spiritual stones to support him. With such an opportunity in front of him, he had to ask for it. If you want it, just take it. Jia Xitong said very generously, but you have to find me a new feeding trough. This is not a feeding trough, it's a whole piece of top-grade spiritual stone. Shang Yang scraped off the dust on another place, revealing the same milky white coffin underneath. If the entire coffin is top-grade spiritual stone, then its value may be equal to the wealth accumulated by the Shang family over the past 100 years. Wow! Jia Xitong excitedly exclaimed. She is now a puppet. Without food, sleep, or perception, cultivation still depends on him. What's the point of taking so many spirit stones or money? And the host also gave me his biggest spirit stone. She took out the spirit stone that Shang Yanting gave her. Compared with the top-grade spirit stones, it had many impurities and little spiritual power, like a piece of inferior, milky white stone. But Jia Xitong felt that it looked very good, like a piece of crystal. Idiot! Shang Yanting was silent. When he didn't speak, Jia Xitong looked at the shape of the coffin and suddenly had a bold idea. Host, have you ever tried to take a bath in a bathtub of top-grade spirit stones? Shang Yanting, who was originally in a complicated mood and felt that he owed her. In the end, the male protagonist Long Aochin still couldn't escape the fate of washing the coffin. Because it is extremely precious, it cannot be washed openly, and water must be carried bucket by bucket to the stable. The cow and horse locked in it were also bathed because of this. In their house at night, the coffin made of top-grade spiritual stone was filled with hot water, and the quality-conscious little raccoon sprinkled fresh flower petals inside. She was floating on the water while Shang Yanting was soaking underwater. Jia Xitong doggy-paddled to Shang Yanting's side. Because of the river crab mode, she was shamelessly close to the naked male protagonist. Host dear, do you feel extravagant? Shang Yanting did not feel extravagant, but only felt absurd. However, during the bath, the mist rising around him carried a trace of diluted spiritual power, close to his skin, passed through his pores and silently moisturized his body. Even without practicing, his spiritual power began to rotate on its own, giving people an extremely comfortable feeling. Shang Yanting could not help but hum softly, causing Jia Xitong, who was applying soapberry shampoo, to pause. The host deer seemed to have made a bitter sound just now. Jia Xitong, whose mind was full of yellow little waste, covered his eyes with his paws, and his sight emerged from the gap, staring straight at him. What next can I see without paying? To be honest, she had only read a pornographic book called Aoqian Shenmo, and had not even had time to touch a serious. Her spiritual world was quite pure. Suddenly, Shang Yanting wanted to perform on the spot. Oh, so shy! The host really didn't treat himself as an outsider. She was in a very agitated mood, so agitated that the real system came out to remind her. Hello, Tasker. Please remember your mission. Influence the male protagonist, reverse the ending, save the world, and start by being a great and glorious time traveler. Got it. Jia Xitong nodded perfunctorily, still staring at him without blinking. What will the host, whose cheeks were flushed by the steam, do next? Just as she was imagining, the bear was picked up. Host, aren't you going to soak? Yeah. He picked up a soft cloth to wipe Jia Xitong dry, and then put on his own clothes. Although the coffin has developed a new use, it is not necessary to soak in it all night. Enough is enough. There is a long way to go. He carried Jia Xitong to the desk and took out the ruler and the ball of thread. Stand up straight. Stretch out your claws. Lift your head and expose your neck. Jia Xitong stood up obediently and cooperated with the command. When she was told to stretch her neck, she stretched her neck. When she was told to stretch her claws, she showed her claws. My dear host, do you want to make new clothes for me? It happened that she had worn her old clothes for a long time and had several holes burned by the lava. No. Shang Yanting's flat voice told it that it was overthinking. He had recently watched The Art of the Puppet and was slightly inspired, so he was ready to try making puppets. It happened to be a reference object, so he used it for comparison. But after a moment, he looked at the clothes on its body that had already exposed the cotton and said, I will buy it for you tomorrow. The next day, the little raccoon got a brand new gray-green disciple uniform. Jia Xitong sat in Shang Yanting's arms, watching the vendors coming and going at the foot of the mountain. They walked to Wanbao Pavilion. After a month, the shop of Wanbao Pavilion was bigger than before, and there were more customers inside, which was a huge contrast with the deserted shops around. Seeing Shang Yanting, the steward came to him from a distance, his face almost wrinkled with smile. Mr. Yan, you are here. Shang Yanting nodded slightly at him. I want yellow elm and ice silk. Do you have them here? The yellow elm shop has it. As for the ice silk, the boss seems to have some. Liang Ting had already told him to try his best to meet Yanqing's requirements. Wanbao Pavilion has been traveling around for so many years and has seen all kinds of strange treasures. Wait for the boss to send someone to report to me, and I will send someone to inform you. How about it? Thank you. Jia Xitong looked at the steward with a smile on his face and couldn't help but sigh that Wanbao Pavilion has a big pattern and a wide range of paths. In Qingshuang Peak, the second brother finished his practice at the door of the library. He put away his sword and turned around to look at the sky. The sun was setting in the west, and it was already dusk. However, behind him, more than a dozen brothers were still working hard and sweating, with no signs of stopping their practice. It's getting late. I'll go back and rest first. The second senior brother closed his sword and prepared to leave. He stopped again after walking a few steps. Practicing martial arts is not something that can be done overnight. Senior brother knows that everyone wants to become stronger, but haste makes waste. After the 4-peak competition, the disciples suddenly became extremely hard-working. But how can this be done? Sooner or later, the body will be exhausted. He said earnestly, you should also rest early. This made the other disciples feel complicated and a little moved. Everyone was bullied a lot in the trial competition. Why were they bullied? It's because they have few people and low cultivation. Although they won the first place this time, Qingshuang Peak is still criticized for its strength. Everyone is holding back a breath and wants to practice and become stronger. In the past, we slept until the rooster crowed 3 times before getting up. Now, if everyone gets up a quarter of an hour later than other senior brothers and rests for an extra cup of tea, they will have a strong sense of guilt. Although the second senior brother is a little bit timid, he is really thoughtful and warm-hearted. The eldest brother nodded slightly, and the look he gave the second brother was not only disgust, but also touching and gratified. Yes, it's getting late. Everyone go and rest and continue tomorrow morning. The eldest brother has spoken, so how could everyone not listen? Everyone looked at their companions around them, then put away their weapons and left in a group. Until late at night the moon was shining high, and the mountain peaks were rustling in the bright moonlight. A figure secretly pushed open the door without making any sound and sneaked to the practice place. The bright moonlight illuminated the smug smile on his lips. This person was the second brother. Resting is impossible. He will only sleep for 2 hours a day, practice secretly, and crush them to death. Just as he drew his sword and was ready, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside the practice field, and he was so scared that he ran to hide in the bushes next to him. Looking outside through the leaves, the person who came was actually the fourth brother. Humph, little bastard. He is usually very cunning, so we can't trust him too much. The second brother's eyes, which were not big to begin with, narrowed into a line, and he was thinking about how to get out so that he could catch him and give him a good beating. Just as he was thinking carefully, he felt something poking his spine. He turned his head back and happened to meet the eyes of the fifth brother, the seventh brother, the 11th brother, and the 19th brother. Everyone squatted in a row in the bushes. I don't know how long they have been hiding here. Everyone's expression was a little awkward. The second brother, who was the first to fight against involution, had a blank mind at this moment. He looked at the sky, then at the ground, and after a long time he said, "I just came out to pee and got lost in the dark." After that, he went out shyly, scaring the fourth brother who had just arrived. Then the 5th, 7th, 11th, and 19th brothers all came out. "Go back, what are you practicing in the dark?" "Yes, my legs are numb from squatting. My eyelids are almost glued together and now I just want to sleep." That night, the involution group was defeated by their own people. If you don't go to bed early at night, you can't be woken up during the day. When the eldest brother supervised their martial arts training the next day, the 6 people who ran out to curl up last night were still asleep. The 10th brother looked at the closed doors and shook his head, put on his clothes, and walked in a completely different direction from the training ground. He was going to find Xitong. Shang Yanting's residence was the most remote from them and had the largest space. When he arrived, he saw Xitong wearing new clothes looming in the knee-high bushes. It had just finished feeding the horse and the boulder rhino and suddenly raised its head in his direction. "So sharp!" The 10th brother exclaimed in his heart, then slowly walked up to it and took out a folded wool handkerchief from his pocket. "He is here to pay back the money." He asked someone and found out that a shop called Wanbao Pavilion at the foot of the mountain was indeed selling a talisman that could enhance weapons. This talisman could directly upgrade ordinary fine steel weapons to the level of shining gold, but the price of one piece was 300 taels of silver. Although it was expensive, it was snapped up. Wanbao Pavilion only sold 18 pieces a month, and the reservations were already scheduled for the second half of the year. In the second-hand market, the price of this talisman soared to 500 taels of silver, and it was in short supply. 500 taels of silver. Senior brother 10 took a deep breath and carefully unfolded the cloth in his hand. There was another piece of cloth wrapped inside. There was another piece of cloth after unfolding it. Under the wrapping of 3 pieces of Russian cloth, a silver note of 500 taels of silver revealed its true face. 500 taels of silver. No wonder Senior Brother was so cautious. Jia Xitong was slightly surprised. "Senior Brother 10, where did you get so much money?" As far as she knew, Senior Brother 10 didn't even have assets of 5 taels of silver. "I sold a little bit of spiritual stones." Senior Brother 10 scratched his head with his hand. 500 taels of silver. He had never seen so much money in his first half of life. But didn't Qingshuang Peak take first place? The small amount of spirit stones each of them got was worth at least 10 gold, 1,000 taels of silver. So he sold half of it, just enough to return it to her. "Ah, this!" Hearing the explanation of the 10th senior brother, it was shocking. Spirit stones are not only expensive, but also very rare. As a person who needs to practice, he shouldn't sell them. Jia Xitong sighed at the honest look of the 10th senior brother, took the banknote and then took out 2 new solidification talismans from his pocket. "Take it." How could it still have it? This generous move made the 10th senior brother suddenly stunned. Didn't his friend from Shenyang Peak say that it was hard to get a talisman and it was difficult for the disciples of the aristocratic families to buy it? Xitong sold 2 at once, which means that it is more powerful than the disciples of the aristocratic families. I don't have any money." The 10th senior brother shook his head. The treasure that can turn fine steel weapons into shining gold weapons is certainly coveted, but his family background is there. No need to pay. After all, she sold it to Wanbao Pavilion for 200 taels of silver per piece, and the 10th senior brother certainly couldn't rip him off if he gave him 500 taels of silver. Jia Xitong waved her hand, especially generously, but reminded him, "Don't tell Yanch that senior brother held 2 solidification talismans in his arms, feeling a bit like dreaming. He came in a daze and went back in a daze. At noon, his new friend from Shenyang Peak came to see him again. The disciple looked at the 10th senior brother's dull look and stretched out his hand to wave in front of him. "Why are you upset about the 500 taels of silver?" The disciple patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be sad. The silver will come back after it is gone, and honesty and trustworthiness are qualities that cannot be bought with money. I am willing to make friends with you because you are a real person." The 10th senior brother was hesitant to speak. Because he had promised Xitong that he could not tell anyone about the 2 solidified talismans he had obtained for nothing. He just lowered his head and shook his hands, feeling happy and suffocated. "Oh, it's okay." The disciples of Shenyang Peak saw his depressed look and pulled him up. "Come on, I'll treat you. Brother will take you down the mountain to have a couple of drinks." On the other side, Jia Xitong told Shang Yanting the important news he had learned from the 10th senior brother. "Our talismans can be sold for 500 taels of silver. If they directly take the talismans to the academy to buy and sell, they can earn more than double the price. But it will be a loss if they put them in Wanbao Pavilion. But this will attract attention." He already knew the price of talismans in the academy, but what would be the consequences of exposing that he and the system were the source of the talismans? Would someone use tough means to threaten them to hand over all the talismans? Would someone force them to hand over the production methods? Would anyone doubt his identity? Although selling directly in the academy could earn more money, it also required taking more risks. "Our goal is to become stronger. Money and resources are just tools in the process," he said, and touched Jia Xitong's head. "Leave money-making to professionals. Liang Ting is a smart man. He knows how to do it." Alas, being touched on the head by a handsome man is really unbearable. Jia Xitong flattened on his chest. "Anyway, it doesn't cost much money, so let him do it." Shang Yanting has been practicing very hard recently. She often enters a state of meditation for half a day or a whole day. The happiest thing for her every day is to gain experience. During the 4 Peaks competition, she was still in the middle stage of the Futu. However, in just 1 month, she has reached the late stage of the Futu. She is only a little bit away from breaking through the Fu realm. Others work hard every day, but she can practice while lying down. After a short rest, he took out the low-grade spirit stone issued by the academy. Spirit stones are usually only tried to be absorbed when they become martial artists, but due to the special mental method of Xuanjue, the spiritual energy in the surrounding environment recently cannot obviously supply his cultivation speed, so he is ready to try in advance. He held a marble-sized spiritual stone in his palm. When spiritual power circulates through the Ren and Du meridians, it is called the small circulation. When spiritual power circulates through all the tendons and meridians, it is called the big circulation. For ordinary people in the martial realm, it is already very good to be able to circulate 2 small circulations in a whole day of internal force cultivation. It takes more than 10 small circulations to run a big circulation. Shang Yanting's cultivation speed is 3 times that of ordinary people. When the spiritual power circulates in his body to the 2nd small circulation, the spiritual stone begins to glow. There is a constant supply of spiritual power through the spiritual stone, which is much richer than capturing the scarce and discrete spiritual energy in the surrounding environment. A whole night has passed. He has been practicing without sleeping at all, but he is more energetic than sleeping all night. The spiritual power of the spiritual stone in his hand has disappeared, and it becomes powder with a light pinch, but the spiritual energy in his body is much more accumulated than a week of practice. Jia Xitong also gained a lot this night. The soul body has reached the peak of cultivation. There is a feeling that he is about to break through. This feeling of freeloading is so good, the spiritual stone is really a good thing. If today was not the day to go to Wanbao Pavilion to get something, they would have continued. Before going down the mountain, Jia Xitong adjusted his clothes in front of the blade of his fine steel long sword. "Dear host, I found that our house is still short of a mirror. There is not even a mirror at home. Life is really too rough." Shang Yanting glanced at it. "Don't you feel that you are becoming more and more conceited? It is obviously a bald monster, and it's fine to put on clothes but also apply some vanity cream. You are becoming more and more rough." Jia Xitong shook his head and retorted seriously, "This is the pursuit of quality of life." Today there are a lot of people gathered at the door of Wanbao Pavilion. Several young men in the middle stood in front of the door of Wanbao Pavilion and made a scene. "I, Liu Yang, will stand here today and will not leave. You Wanbao Pavilion must give me an explanation. Young man, if there is anything, let's go into the house and talk it over." The manager of Wanbao Pavilion made an invitation gesture. "What do you mean by nice talk?" One of the men pushed him away and took out a piece of red paper from his bosom. Everyone, come and take a look. This is the solidification talisman that Wanbao Pavilion sold to me for 300 taels of silver. It is said that it can turn fine steel weapons into golden magic tools, but it is a fake. Impossible. The manager argued with him. Young man, don't slander me. The most important requirement for Wanbao Pavilion to do business is honesty. It is absolutely impossible to buy fakes. Moreover, the solidification talisman and the blessing talisman are their business cards for entering Chengdu College and the foundation for their foothold among many shops. Every talisman was delivered by him personally. How could it be possible to sell fakes? The manager carefully looked at the other person's appearance. Several of them were unfamiliar. They were not his customers at all. He looked around at the people around him again and saw several familiar faces in the crowd, mixing in and making trouble. It is said that colleagues are enemies. I am afraid that several shops around saw that Wanbao Pavilion's business was too good and deliberately invited people to make trouble to destroy their reputation. He turned around and asked the clerk to get the roster of talismans for sale. We have a record of every talisman we sell. What's your name? Otherwise, we can help you check it. What are you checking? You guys just want to deny it. The man pushed the manager down and rushed into the store with his men to smash it. Several of them were warriors, with the cultivation level of mid-stage martial artists. How could a group of ordinary people be their opponents? The manager panicked and tried to stop them, but was thrown out together. Dear host, they are bullying that uncle. Jia Xitong pulled Shang Yanting's collar, reminding him that it was time to do something brave. Shang Yanting, who was like a wooden man, moved, and a group of people were beaten out after a while. The red talisman paper fell to the ground, and Jia Xitong picked it up curiously to take a look. The lines on it were sloppy, and the quality of the paper was also very poor. It was not drawn by her at all. She handed the talisman to the manager of Wanbao Pavilion. The manager took it and took 2 deep breaths in anger. This is not what I sell at all. We in Wanbao Pavilion have always been upright. What do you mean upright? If you say it's true, it's true? A voice suddenly interrupted, and the crowd that was originally crowded made way. Shang Moyan, who had been recuperating in Jinyang Peak for more than a month, walked out slowly. When he saw Shang Yanting in front of him, a hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. He hurt him and Yuer. He robbed them of the first place in Jinyang Peak. Now he is here to ruin their business. What a narrow road for enemies. He pointed at the few people lying on the ground and lied with his eyes open. Bullying a group of ordinary people in public? You people in Wanbao Pavilion are so arrogant? Jia Xitong looked at the expression on his face. To be honest, he looked arrogant at this moment. I can testify that there are fake talismans among the things you sell. Shang Moyan raised his right hand and said loudly to the onlookers around him, Didn't you say that they didn't buy anything from you? Let's see if I, Shang Moyan, am on the list. After he finished speaking, there were whispers around him. His surname is Shang. There are not many people with the surname Shang these days, and coupled with the Jinyang Peak clothing he was wearing, everyone instantly guessed his identity. Is this the son of the Shangmu family? He is so rich, it is impossible for him to frame someone. So there's really something wrong with this Wanbao Pavilion? The crowd, who were originally just eating melons and guessing, began to discuss, and their hearts gradually leaned towards Shang Moyan. Shang Moyan was indeed a customer of Wanbao Pavilion. He had visited Wanbao Pavilion many times to buy talismans. The steward would even reserve a talisman for him every month for this purpose. The steward couldn't figure out how he had offended him and let him frame Wanbao Pavilion in public. Such a despicable method. Shang Yanting knew too well what Shang Moyan wanted to do. You opened Shunbaolu and Jin Yushuan. Why do you still come to buy things from Wanbao Pavilion? Shang Yanting mentioned the 2 names, which immediately changed the expressions of Shang Moyan and several people in the crowd. The others were also stunned. Jin Yushuan is right next to Wanbao Pavilion, and Shunbaolu is on another street. What they have in common is that they both sell items needed by martial artists. From materials to weapons, from medicines to exercises, they are all sold. The business of Wanbao Pavilion is highly overlapping, and it is a naked competitive relationship. However, the waiters of these 2 shops are arrogant and look at people. The quality of the things inside is average, and the price is much more expensive than Wanbao Pavilion, so that the business is getting worse and worse. When Shang Yanting mentioned it, the onlookers found that the 3 large gold-plated characters on the plaque of Jin Yushuan were stamped with the seal of the merchant. Passers-by just thought that Shang Moyan was seeing injustice, but now they feel that his motives are not so pure. Shang Moyan immediately retorted, You are trying to divert attention. Am I really diverting attention? Shang Yanting asked back. If you destroy Wanbao Pavilion, Won't the only shops left at the foot of Chengdu College be the merchants' shops? If you are more ruthless and swallow up Wanbao Pavilion, all his future sources of goods will be yours. At that time, won't you have the final say on how much and how to sell things? His 3 sentences tore off Shang Moyan's fig leaf, and the onlookers instantly sobered up. Great! In this way, wouldn't they be the ones who suffer if Wanbao Pavilion collapsed? They are such bad merchants. They are so rich, but they still want to dominate the market. What are Jinyushuan and Shunbaolu? The last time I went there to buy something, the manager looked down on me. Yes, I also bought herbs with worms in Jinyushuan, but Wanbao Pavilion never has them. What's so great about merchants? This is Chengdu College. The crowd was talking in private, making Shang Moyan embarrassed for a moment. Yanting, don't slander us. Do you know the consequences of offending our merchants? Even if it was Chengdu College, the dean had to give face to their merchants. How could he, an unknown soldier, dare to shout at him like this? Shang Yanting looked at his angry look with unusual calmness. Whether what I said is true or not, everyone will make their own judgment. No one has ever dared to go against him like this. If today's incident just passed like this, their merchants would lose face. Shang Moyan took out his disciple token from his bosom and raised it towards him. I want to challenge you. Chengdu Academy has a rule about disciples. Every inner disciple has the right to challenge others once a month. If the challenged person has not been challenged in the previous month, he has no right to refuse. There will even be teachers from Chengdu Academy as judges in this kind of competition. If I win, you must apologize to our merchants in front of the inner disciples of the 4 peaks, and crawl under my crotch. What if you lose? Then I will admit that Wanbao Pavilion did not sell fake goods. Wanbao Pavilion does not need you to admit it, the manager said stubbornly at this time. Shang Yanting looked at him. You tell everyone in front of the disciples of the 4 peaks that you are a waste and get out of the ranks of inner disciples. You are the fucking waste. Shang Moyan seemed to be hurt, and his emotions became extremely intense. Go to Lianshan Pavilion tomorrow and compete in public. Shang Jr. brother, calm down. The follower next to him quickly pulled him back and persuaded him. Shang Moyan was no match for Yan Qing in the rookie competition. How could he possibly win after just recovering from his injury? They felt that Shang Moyan was so angry that he got himself into trouble. Of course not. One of the rules of the challenge is that when an obviously weaker person challenges, they have the right to choose the method of competition. The moment Shang Yanting agreed, Shang Moyan smiled triumphantly, and his eyes suddenly turned to the little raccoon in Shang Yanting's arms. The object of our competition is our respective contracted beasts. When the time comes, we will sign the life and death agreement, and it doesn't matter whether we live or die. Yanqing, you should be ready. What? Her? Jia Xitong was stunned. Shang Yanting's originally indifferent expression gradually solidified, and there was uncontrollable anger in his eyes. Shang Moyan looked at his expression at this moment and laughed triumphantly. Do you really think I'm stupid? Idiot! He had long known that Yanqing was cold and weird, but he was extremely caring for a little beast that didn't even have any cultivation. Dare to mess with me. I will tear your little beast to pieces tomorrow. Shang Yanting wanted to tear him to pieces right now. Jia Xitong grabbed his clothes. Host, calm down. You can't reveal your identity now. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Now they have the capital to diss Shang Moyan, but they don't have the capital to confront the family behind Shang Moyan. The situation is stronger than the person. They can only watch him leave with a smile on his face. On the way back, Shang Yanting didn't say a word when he arrived at Qingshuang Peak. Host dear. Jia Xitong looked at his taciturn appearance, silently hugged his hand, and accompanied him like this. After a long time, he finally spoke. I won't go to fight tomorrow. Shang Yanting rubbed her head, and it was obvious that he had made a choice. Of course not. If she didn't go to fight, he would have to kowtow. Don't worry, I'm super awesome. When I win, let him kowtow to you. The news that Shang Moyan sent a challenge letter, with the help of some people with ulterior motives, spread throughout the entire Chengdu College overnight. The Lianshan Pavilion's ring was full of disciples who came to watch the fun. The senior brothers from Qingshuang Peak all arrived after hearing the news, and couldn't help looking at Jia Xitong. Why are you messing around? The barrel is so small, how can it fight other monsters? Or let's admit defeat. The senior brothers were talking to each other, as if there were 100 ducks around, and all they said was nonsense. Of course not. Shang Moyan was worried that they would give up halfway, so he deliberately spread the news so that they would have no way back. Jia Xitong stayed up all night yesterday. Although she only had cultivation but no martial arts, she had 10 explosion talismans, 32 lightning talismans, and the golden dragon scales she got during her training. Now she had a pair of king bombs in her hands. She climbed onto the ring by herself. In the empty arena, the size of the little raccoon seemed a little small. On the other side, an iron cage over 2 meters long and covered with black cloth was carried up by 10 strong men. The dull sound of landing indicated that there was a big creature inside. Shang Moyan personally lifted the black cloth, and the onlookers exclaimed. It turned out to be the iron-backed flame lion. This is the magic beast that the clan leader sent all the way to the academy for Shang Juming to tame. Shang Juming borrowed it before he could fully tame it. Compared with the giant body of the lion, Yanqing's magic beast was as small as an ant. Isn't it funny that such a small magic beast competes with a lion? I didn't even feel any fluctuations in spiritual power or even internal power from it. It's actually wearing clothes. It doesn't look like a contracted beast, but more like a woman's pet. Several Jinyang Peak disciples discussed in a low voice in their seats, and their laughter was full of pride and disdain. I think he might as well beg for mercy immediately. The hearts of the senior brothers of Qingshuang Peak in the stands were all twisted together. It was the most torturous thing to destroy the most important thing in front of him. Shang Moyan looked at Yanqing, and a trace of revenge flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand high and then clenched it. Seeing the signal, the subordinates quickly released the iron-back flame lion. Roar! The irritable lion rushed out the moment the box was opened its mouth, and tried to swallow the small piece of meat in front of it. Jia Xitong ran around the ring wildly, relying on his agile posture and flexible movement to dodge the lion behind him. The senior brothers of Qingshuang Peak in the stands were extremely nervous. Suddenly, they heard harsh words. "Bite it to death! Bite it to death! Damn it!" They frowned and looked in the direction of the sound, just in time to see Shang Moyan gritting his teeth in his seat, without the demeanor and manners of a child from an aristocratic family. The senior brothers of Qingshuang Peak all hardened their fists. Shang Yanting's dark eyes were staring at him, and his expressionless look was extremely creepy. On the court, the lion behind her almost bit her several times. Jia Xitong's claws produced an explosive talisman, and she threw it fiercely at it. Boom! An explosion sounded under the lion's feet, and the explosion frightened the iron-backed flame lion and made it flip sideways. This little demon beast is quite capable. This move aroused some interest among the people in the stands, and the lion, which was suddenly injured by the explosion, roared. The aura of the martial artist spread instantly, shocking the people around. You know, generally speaking, the demon beast of a martial artist is more powerful than the martial artist's martial arts. The people who originally thought there was a chance felt that the little demon beast was completely finished. Jia Xitong took out 5 explosive talismans in one breath and threw them fiercely at the lion in front of him. The power of the explosion should not be underestimated, and the lion's skin and flesh were immediately torn apart. But the black armor on its back protected its most important part. The enraged lion opened its mouth wide, and the high-temperature flames sprayed towards Jia Xitong. Its clothes were burned, its fur was also on fire, and the ring was filled with a burning smell. A live, roasted monster. Too cruel. Some female disciples couldn't bear to watch. Shang Yanting sat expressionlessly in the stands, watching the fire-breathing lion and the raging flames. If Jia Xitong was here, she would definitely notice that something was wrong with him, but she was in the competition now. This was a puppet she had exchanged for 10,000 talismans. Fuck you! Jia Xitong rushed out of the flames, grabbed a handful of talisman paper, and threw it at the lion in front of her. The moment the talisman paper touched the lion, it turned into ashes and scattered, and then the sky darkened. The clouds gathered and pressed down at an incomprehensible speed. It was as if a rainstorm was coming. Then, lightning fell from the sky and hit the iron-backed flame lion. The iron-backed flame lion screamed and ran wildly on the ring, but the second lightning quickly fell and hit it again. The first and second lightning can be explained as accidents, but then came the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. In just half a quarter of an hour, a total of 17 thunderbolts fell, all hitting the iron-backed flame lion. They saw with their own eyes that the iron-backed flame lion went from being majestic and awe-inspiring to a ball of black charcoal. Its entire body was charred, and when the last thunderbolt fell, it was no longer able to run, and it trembled weakly. The winner and loser have been revealed. Shang Moyan couldn't believe it. The martial artist-level monster actually lost to a pet that was nothing. Now that the iron-backed flame lion has become like this, how should he explain to Shang Juming? Just when Shang Moyan was distracted, all the people from Qingshuang Peak had blocked him. Shang Yanting walked over slowly, looking at him with extremely cold eyes. "You should fulfill the bet." There is still a bet. Thinking of the bet he had made before, Shang Moyin felt a chill on his back. What? You were so arrogant just now. What's wrong now? Tell everyone in front of the 4 peaks that you are a waste and get out of the ranks of inner disciples. The second brother stopped him. Hurry up, weren't you so arrogant just now? The companion next to Shang Moyin stood up. You people from Qingshuang Peak should not go too far. We are going too far? This was agreed before the competition. The second brother's mouth was particularly good at retorting. Do you people from Jinyang Peak have guts? Are you a man? Do you know what it means to be brave and responsible and be willing to accept defeat? Jinyang Peak was speechless. At this time, all attention was on them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shang Moyin blushed and said, I, Shang Moyin, am a waste. Shame, anger, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions surged in his heart, and he turned around and was about to leave. Wait and get out of the inner disciples. The second brother reminded him, without the title of inner disciples, this is a greater insult. Shang Moyin gave his second senior brother a fierce look and wanted to take note of him. I will give you an answer after I send the iron-backed flame lion to be treated. Yes. Speaking of the iron-backed flame lion, he suddenly remembered the thin barrel that was burnt on the ring. Jia Xitong had just done something bad and closed the mouth of the iron-backed flame lion and found that the attention that had been attracted away had returned to her again. What? Was it discovered by everyone? Jia Xitong put her hands behind her back, widened her eyes, and tried to act innocent. After the 17 Thunders split the martial artist-level monster into almost black charcoal, this burnt little beast became scary in the eyes of others. Sure enough, Yanqing's contracted beast is not ordinary. My God, those 17 thunderbolts just now really scared me. Didn't you notice that it was burned for so long that its skin was burnt but it didn't scream? It's definitely playing the pig to eat the tiger. I'm so curious about the real strength of this beast. I don't know, but it must be higher than the early stage of the martial artist. What kind of beast is this? The winner of this time instantly became the focus of discussion among the disciples. When the people from Jinyang Peak dragged away the iron-backed flame lion, Shang Yanting took Jia Xitong away first. Does it hurt? No. Jia Xitong shook her head. Host dear, you forgot again that the little raccoon is a puppet. The first battle made her very excited and nervous, and she felt a sense of accomplishment when she defeated the iron-backed flame lion. Was I very powerful just now? Mighty and majestic? Yes. Shang Yanting used a towel to clean the dust on its body and check the damaged parts. Jia Xitong twisted her body a little excitedly and asked again after watching Shang Moyin's back as he left, Did he apologize to you? Did he kneel down? His bet is that if he loses, he will shout that he is a waste and his status as an inner disciple will be revoked. Shang Yanting added, Stupid. You are stupid, Jia Xitong retorted, but when she saw Shang Yanting smearing the cream on her right paw, she took the initiative to stretch out her left paw. Are you happier now? Shang Yanting paused while wiping it and nodded slightly at the expectant eyes of the little raccoon. Yeah. Congratulations to the tasker for gaining 5 points of trust from the male protagonist. The current trust value is 85,100. The system sound rang unexpectedly, startling her. It's already 85 points. The little raccoon couldn't help twisting twice. Host dear, I am so happy now too. But this happiness only lasted to Qingshuang Peak. When it saw what it looked like at this moment in the mirror it bought yesterday, it was first startled and then depressed. Ugly, really ugly. The little raccoon, which was originally just a little bald, is now completely bald, with only a few stubbles of hair left. The skin on its back is burnt and hard. The ugly and cute little raccoon, which was not very good looking in the first place, is now just ugly. Ugly, scary. Oh, my hair! Jia Xitong felt uncomfortable. The little raccoon without hair was really ugly. The puppet couldn't grow new hair. She hugged Shang Yanting and howled for a long time. Not only could the puppet not grow hair on its own, it also had no tears. I'm sorry, I will replant your hair. You must help me replant the hair, repeatedly reminded him, and she felt better when she thought of the monster that was also hairless. At this time, Shang Jiming of Jinyang Peak was furious when he saw the magic beast being sent back. Such a precious magic beast has become like this after only 1 day out. Do you know how difficult it is to capture a martial arts master-level magic beast? Shang Moyin stood aside, looking at the furious Shang Jiming and dared not speak. The iron-back flame lion has no internal injuries. It is mostly frightened and external injuries, and it will be fine after recuperation for a few days. The veterinarian who came to treat it told the results of the examination, which made Shang Jiming's face slightly relieved. By the way, the veterinarian added before leaving, didn't the young master completely subdue the iron-back flame lion before? Now that it is frightened, it is a good time to tame it. If the young master takes some time to accompany it, it will definitely be loyal to you in the future. Shang Yanting nodded slightly when he heard this, and then left Shang Moyan to see the injured iron-backed flame lion. At this time, its body was covered with medicine, and it lay very quietly in the stable. He reached out his hand towards it, and the iron-backed flame lion did not dodge or growl. It was indeed much more docile than before. Shang Yanting took out fresh meat to feed it, and gently stroked its charred head. At the same time, he became curious about the magical beast that could kill the iron-backed flame lion. What kind of magical beast was that little beast? Gurgle. In the quiet stable, an unknown sound interrupted his thoughts. Gurgle. Another sound. The sound came from the lion's belly. He leaned closer to hear it more clearly, and suddenly the gurgling sound turned into puffing. It was a loud and smelly fart. Shang Yanting, who had always been a nobleman, had never experienced this before, and his brows were all frowned. He hurriedly stood at the door of the stable and breathed in fresh air. At this time, the iron-backed flame lion's stomach was overloaded, and then it burst out and rushed straight to the door. Shang Yanting, who was standing at the door, was sprayed all over by the iron-backed flame lion. The servants who came to feed his mount, his friends who came to visit him, and passers-by who passed by the stables, saw it. Shang Yanting's face turned pale and blue, blue to purple, and purple to black, and he looked like a pallet. Time went back to daytime. While everyone's attention was diverted, Jia Xitong pried open the lion's mouth and fed all the laxatives that she had prepared for Xiao Huihui, which were about to expire, to the iron-backed flame lion. She originally just wanted to play a prank, but she didn't expect that horse laxatives would work so well with lions. The next day, the news that the Shang family's son was sprayed with shit spread throughout the Chengdu Academy, but the culprit was hiding his merits and fame. Shang Yanting was almost mad, and he never left the house from that day on. Shang Moyan seemed to have become invisible, and no one could hear from him anymore. Everyone was waiting for Shang Moyan to announce that he would voluntarily give up his qualification as an inner disciple, but Shang Yanting was suddenly called away by the dean alone. The masters of Jinyang Peak and Qingshuang Peak were present in the Tianyuan Hall. The dean sat in the hall and looked at the disciple who walked in slowly. "Disciple Yanqing, do you admit your fault? I don't know what I did wrong." Luan Zhenfeng frowned slightly and gave him several glances. Unfortunately, this wink was thrown to a blind man. The reason why he was called here today was that the head of Jinyang Peak reported the recent events to Tianyuan Hall. You hurt my disciple and forced him to leave the sect. Now he has been harmed by you, and his cultivation is unstable, and his inner demons are reborn, and you still don't know your fault. The head of Jinyang Peak shouted angrily, obviously coming to settle accounts with him. Shang Yanting refuted clearly. Shang Moyan was the first to provoke the competition, and he also proposed the bet. I hope the dean and the peak master can see clearly. If you didn't provoke first, how could he make a bet with you? The peak master of Jinyang Peak counted the differences between the two. Shang Moyan respects teachers and is diligent and studious. It is impossible for him to be expelled from the inner sect. On the contrary, you rely on your talent to bully your classmates and push your luck. If you admit your mistakes in front of the dean, I will forgive you. Shang Yanting straightened his back. You are confusing right and wrong. I am not wrong. Dean. The peak master of Jinyang Peak frowned and looked at the dean. The dean raised his hand and signaled for silence. I already know. Disciple Yanqing made the first mistake and was punished to go to the punishment hall to reflect on his mistakes for 7 days. Hearing this verdict, Jia Xitong was stunned. It's okay for the peak master of Jinyang Peak to protect his shortcomings, but why does the dean favor Shang Moyan? If they just go and ask, they will know the whole story. Now that Shang Moyan was not expelled from the inner sect, Shang Yanting was also punished? Jia Xitong looked at the dean. She had thought he was a good dean before. She looked at Luan Zhenfeng again. He just stood there quietly with a complicated expression, but did not say a single fair word for Shang Yanting. A dean and 2 peak masters, after an absurd verdict, made a disciple who had done nothing wrong except a punishment he should not have accepted. The punishment hall was gloomy, with occasional screams. It was obviously used to punish disciples who made mistakes. Shang Yanting was thrown roughly into a small room with no windows on all sides and only 2 small ventilation holes. Once the iron door was closed, it was dark inside, cold and damp. The sound of mice rustled. There was not even a stool in the room, and the straw on the ground was covered with mouse droppings and bedbugs. Host kiss! I'm so angry! Jia Xitong finally couldn't hold it anymore, and her breath was about to explode in her chest. It's obviously their fault, but they bully you! The dean won't help you, and the peak master won't help you either. It's obviously their fault. Oh, I'm so angry. She kept repeating this sentence beside her, and she really wanted to grab their collars and beat up the three of them. Host kiss? Jia Xitong hadn't heard Shang Yanting's voice for too long, and couldn't help but call him. Yeah, his voice sounded, but no emotion could be heard. Are you cold? Not bad. Are you angry? Not bad. Jia Xitong didn't believe that he answered not bad every time. Really? Are you angry too? Shang Yanting didn't really have much anger, because when he was called alone, he had expected everything. The other party was from the Shangmu family and had a close relationship with Chengdu College, and he was just an ordinary disciple. In reality, fairness and morality must give way to rights and interests. People without value and bargaining chips will be abandoned first in the choice. After a few days of peaceful life, he almost became as naive as the system, thinking that justice would be found in another place. What he really has is only this bald, stupid system. 7 days of confinement. The teacher of the punishment hall will deliver meals once a day. The rest of the time, there is no light or sound in the small room. It is extremely terrifying to stay in such an environment for a long time. Jia Xitong was worried that Shang Yanting would have problems with his mood. In addition to practicing, she would tell him stories every day. At first, she told jokes and fairy tales, but he was not interested and his attitude was perfunctory. This attitude aroused Jia Xitong's competitive spirit, and then she began to tell him horror stories. All kinds of horror, all kinds of reversals, all kinds of horror when you think about it carefully. Jia Xitong finished telling all the horror stories she had seen in her life, and successfully attracted Shang Yanting's interest. After telling today's stories, Shang Yanting prepared to rest. Jia Xitong's soul entered the little raccoon, suddenly jumped into his arms, and then pulled his clothes to get inside. Shang Yanting grabbed her neck and pulled her out, his head full of black lines. What are you doing? Jia Xitong dug his claws in the air twice. I want to sleep next to the host. You are a system. You don't need to sleep. But it's so scary for me to be alone in the sea of consciousness. She was scared by the ghost story, she told. As soon as Shang Yanting fell asleep, she felt that there were scary ghosts around her. The confinement time became less painful under Jia Xitong's jokes, and the 7 days were up soon. After leaving the confinement, Luan Zhenfeng went to see him for this. Thank you for your concern, Peak Master. Shang Yanting acted elegantly and politely, and there was no resentment, but Luan Zhenfeng could feel that he was more indifferent than before. Things related to the family were not something he could interfere with, but Luan Zhenfeng felt guilty because he failed to protect the disciples in his own peak. He sighed and took out an old bronze key from his sleeve. This is the key to the 6th floor of the library. You are gifted and have a promising future. Don't get stuck on one thing. Keep this key well. When no one is around, go to the 6th floor. There are the best books in the academy. Shang Yanting took it with both hands. Thank you, Peak Master. Seeing him like this, Luan Zhenfeng wanted to say something else, but he didn't know how to say it. Guo Wei Yao. He couldn't help but shook his head and left in silence. The brothers who were originally guarding the door all rushed in after the Peak Master left. Junior brother, are you okay? Jinyang Peak is so disgusting. I used to think that the people in Jinyang Peak had a bad attitude and were extremely arrogant, but now I hate them very much. Everyone in the room talked to each other. Jia Xitong nodded when he heard this. Yes, they are so shameless. I have an immature suggestion. The second brother raised his hand and motioned for everyone to look over. How about we find an opportunity to go to Jinyang Peak and secretly teach Shang Moyan a lesson? Jia Xitong's eyes lit up. Ambush him on the road he must pass and put him in a sack? Shang Yanting carried Jia Xitong back and interrupted their heated discussion. The academy has a close relationship with the noble families, which is not something that we ordinary disciples can shake. Brothers, forget it. Don't get into unnecessary trouble because of me. Shang Yanting sincerely advised everyone to be harmonious. Everyone listened in the room for a long time, but they couldn't remember clearly what was said in the end. Anyway, when they came out, everyone hated Jinyang Peak. Jia Xitong's mind was also buzzing. Dear host, what did you say just now? Shang Yanting patted the little raccoon's ears, as if to pad out everything she had just heard. I didn't say anything. Don't believe anything. In the following time, Shang Yanting really didn't cause any trouble for Jinyang Peak. Every day, he either practiced martial arts and studied puppets in the house, or went to the library to visit all the places on the 5th and 6th floors that were not open to the public. The news that Yanqing was punished for confinement outside Qingshuang Peak had already spread in the academy. The other Peak's disciples figured out the whole story from the angry words of the Qingshuang Peak brothers. It turned out that the disciples of Jinyang Peak were the ones who couldn't be provoked the most. It turned out that geniuses were worthless in front of power. The 8 great families were actually the controllers behind the Chengdu Academy, especially since the protagonist of the incident had been hiding in Qingshuang Peak and no longer appeared. Everyone believed that this incident really dealt a huge blow to Yanqing. Niu Chuan, who was concentrating on practicing martial arts, suddenly received a message from Shang Yanting. After leaving Lianshin Pavilion that day, he didn't dare to go back to the dormitory and stayed in the grove for many days. Until the chi-boosting pill he took effect, he broke through the martial realm in one fell swoop. Then, he killed Liu Hao and the others, according to Yanqing's words. It was really as Yanqing said. The academy didn't even want to care about the death of a few insignificant disciples. He was freed, but the price was to abandon his former kindness and bury a deeper fear in his heart. But he knew very well that if he didn't choose to listen to Yanqing, he would be the one to die. He always felt that Yanqing was a more terrifying person than Liu Hao and the others, and was definitely not as described in the rumors. The gratitude and fear of Shang Yanting intertwined, making Niu Chuan extremely odd. "Student Yanqing, what do you want me for? I heard that you have an autonomous association in Tianwu Peak. I hope you can join this autonomous association." Me? Niu Chuan was stunned. The autonomous association is a special product of their Tianwu Peak. The reason is that there are too many disciples in Tianwu Peak. The Peak Master is obsessed with cultivation and doesn't care, and there are too few teachers to manage. Over time, a group of students founded this organization. But this organization is not to maintain the fairness and justice of Tianwu Peak, but those who join this organization can be the first to get various benefits. It is not easy to join the autonomous association. Either rely on connections, or have the ability to break through the martial arts master, or challenge the original members to squeeze out the old members. Niu Chuan rarely contacts this organization. There is no connection, and his current strength is only average. Don't worry about your strength. This is for you. Shang Yanting took out 2 unsigned mental methods and moves. You don't need to practice the martial arts and mental methods you practiced before, and focus on these 2 books in the future. Niu Chuan took the secret book and took a quick look at the contents of the 2 books. It turned out to be a top-notch mental method and body method. I hope to hear good news from you within 2 months. Shang Yanting patted his shoulder encouragingly. His eyes were obviously gentle, but Niu Chuan felt an invisible sense of oppression. Niu Chuan shuddered suddenly under his gaze. "Student Yan, I will try my best to squeeze into the Self-Government Association. It is a must." Shang Yanting emphasized to him, "Don't make me wait too long. Staying up late to write secrets for your good friend. Cheering up for your good friend. Is this the pure friendship of the host? How can student Niu Chuan deserve such care from the host?" Jia Xitong, who was watching the whole process, had a very thick filter and automatically interpreted Shang Yanting's behavior as cold on the outside, but kind on the inside. If he puts this thought into chasing girls, oh, forget it. She comforted herself not to ask for too much. In addition to Niu, he also made an appointment with Liang Ting. After the incident in Wanbao Pavilion, the steward immediately wrote a letter back to Zhaocheng, and Liang Ting came all the way for this. As soon as they arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion, they heard Liang Ting's angry voice. "I told you to keep a low profile and make appropriate concessions, but did you take my words as wind?" Wanbao Pavilion can be a local tyrant in Zhaocheng, but it is just an earthworm in Chengdu College. Businessmen like them who have no background are most afraid of people with power, not their peers. Aristocratic families are power, and high-level martial artists are power. If they make any real moves, Wanbao Pavilion will not be able to bear it. "Boss Liang." Shang Yanting stopped when he heard his hysterical scolding. He touched the hairless raccoon in his arms and reminded him, "It's Master Yan." Liang Ting's originally extremely angry expression instantly turned into enthusiasm. He went out with a smile to welcome him in. "Thank you so much for the last time with Wanbao Pavilion." The skill of changing his face in this second is worthy of the accomplishment of the future #1 businessman in the world. "Really?" Shang Yanting looked at him, "But I heard that Boss Lang was very angry just now." Lang Ting's face was instantly filled with sorrow when he heard this. "To be honest, our Wanbao Pavilion is just an ordinary store. Now that we have offended merchants, I am afraid that we can't continue to operate." Shang Yanting would not believe it. A person who can make a living in Zhaocheng, even if his power is not as strong as the 8 great families, is not as weak as he said. "Boss Liang, I am here to discuss cooperation. Shang Yanting interrupted him. Don't you want to have a place in Chengdu College and the entire Dongshu country? I just want to be an honest businessman. Liang Ting looked like a good citizen. Yan is here to discuss cooperation sincerely. Since Boss Liang is not interested, Yan will take his leave first. Shang Yanting hugged Jia Xitong and prepared to leave. Wait. Seeing that he was about to leave, Liang Ting immediately stopped complaining and winked at the manager beside him. The steward immediately understood and took away all the people around him and gently closed the door. What do you mean, Master Yan? Does Boss Liang want to do business with Chengdu College? Do business with the college? Liang Ting repeated his words. Of course he wanted to. If Wanbao Pavilion could get on the good side of Chengdu College, it would soar to the sky. But Chengdu College and the 8 great families have close cooperation, so it is impossible for others to interfere. Master Yan, don't joke with me. Boss Liang, you know, I'm not kidding you. Shang Yanting leaned against the wooden chair slightly, calm and confident. If I wasn't prepared, I wouldn't come to you. No. Liang Ting shook his head repeatedly. This is too risky. He just wanted to carefully accumulate his family assets and expand their Liang family's industry bit by bit. If he went against the 8 great families, they might want to kill Wanbao Pavilion. Our store is small and can't stand such trouble. If you don't provoke the noble families, do you think they will let you go? Shang Yanting was not annoyed when he saw his firm refusal. He took a sip of the tea in front of him. The 8 noble families are linked together. You dare to open the Wanbao Pavilion under the Chengdu College, and they will notice you. Do you think the noble families will let a potential competitor develop under their noses? When you came to Chengdu College, they probably also contacted the mayor of Zhaocheng. Shang Yanting knew too well what the noble families would do. In order to consolidate their position, they will eliminate all threatening opponents. After he said that, he looked at Liang Ting, whose face became embarrassed. I will give you 2 days to think about it. If you don't reply, I will find a new partner. Liang Ting is not Niu Chuanchuan. It is not easy to convince him. After Shang Yanting talked to him for the first time, he did not express his opinion. But he sent someone to rush back to Zhaocheng at that time. 2 days later, Liang Ting sent someone to the mountain to invite him. The actions of the noble family were exactly as Shang Yanting had expected. The people of the noble family had already contacted the mayor of Zhaocheng and were preparing to open a shop in Zhaocheng. Not only that, the mayor had not accepted the gift he had sent. He wanted to keep things quiet, but the other party wanted to destroy his roots. Liang Ting was a smart man. He knew what the consequences would be if he left it alone. This time, only he and Shang Yanting met in a very secretive room. There were people guarding outside the room, and he personally invited people to take a seat. Mr. Yan, I am willing to consider the cooperation you mentioned before, but I want to hear your plan. On the 3rd day of next month, I want you to go to Chengdu College in person to represent Wanbao Pavilion in competing for next year's material supply. Anyone who does business knows that the material supply of Chengdu College has always been carried out within the 8 major families. If he wants to compete, isn't that declaring war on the noble family in front of everyone? Are you serious? Liang Ting frowned. Mr. Yan, the family has cooperated with the college for many years. Can you be sure that if I compete, the college will let me provide supplies for next year? It's not a question of whether there is a chance or not, but there is no possibility of success at all. I will provide you with the best bidding environment. You only need to gather the best teachers and abacus masters. Calculate the lowest price you can afford. Write the most impressive application, and then wait for his notice. Shang Yanting said slowly, and his calm words always made people want to believe. But I can't trust you now. Liang Ting is a master who doesn't show his eagle until he sees the rabbit. Boss Liang, you have called me Mr. Yan for so long. Have you forgotten my real name? At the Zhaocheng auction, he didn't change his appearance, let alone his surname. The most amazing thing about Liang Ting is that he can control his curiosity and not pry into other people's affairs. When Shang Yanting said his surname was Shang, he called him Mr. Shang. When Shang Yanting said his surname was Yan, he changed to Mr. Yan. People who pretend to be confused when they know the truth are often the smartest people. Boss Liang, you do your business, and I'll take my revenge. We have a common enemy, so we are the best allies. Liang Ting did have a vague idea of Shang Yanting's identity, but when he heard him admit it himself, his expression changed. Cooperate with him or tell the Zha family this secret in exchange for benefits? 2 choices emerged in his mind, and the latter was obviously easier. If you are considering how much benefit you can get by handing me over to the family, I suggest you prepare a coffin for yourself. Shang Yanting seemed to be able to read his mind and said what he was thinking. A family can kill their own children and grandchildren for profit. He is an outsider who has nothing to do with them. After knowing the family's secret, he still wants to get benefits? This will only bring disaster. Liang Ting is a smart man. When he heard Shang Yanting say this, he knew he had no way out. Okay, I will cooperate with you. Since there is no way to avoid it, you can only face it. In a person's life, that time is not a gamble. Either step to heaven or step to hell. Liang Ting talked with Shang Yanting for a long time. When he saw them off, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The next few days would be the most difficult for Wanbao Pavilion. Convincing Liang Ting was the first step. A few decades ago, the cooperation between the 8 great families and Chengdu College was not as close as it is now. After becoming the young master, Shang Yanting used various methods to make the 8 great families and Chengdu College inseparable. Now he wants to cut off the connection between them with his own hands. Supporting a substitute is the easiest way. After more than a month of rumors fermenting in the academy, most of the disciples have heard about the information that the 8 great families are superior to Chengdu College. The disciples in Jinyang Peak, who were already superior because of their status, became more arrogant and more arrogant with the blessing of the messages. Not to mention looking down on the disciples of ordinary peaks, they even looked down on teachers with slightly lower cultivation. This made the disciples of other peaks and some teachers very unhappy. But this is not enough. Shang Yanting is ready to add fuel to the fire. It was rare for the sun to appear over the mountains in the early morning of winter. It had not yet risen completely, but it had dyed the sky red. The dean got up early and headed for the cabinet. Today was the time to discuss the expenses of the disciples for next year. On the way, he happened to meet a group of disciples practicing martial arts below. They were already here at dawn, so they must have gotten up very early. Seeing that the disciples were so eager to learn, he could not help but nod. However, there were some problems with their swordsmanship. As the dean, he was about to show up to help them correct it, but several disciples were already preparing to put away their swords. It's getting late? Let's go back quickly. Is it late now? The dean was stunned when he heard this. Most of the disciples were probably just preparing to practice martial arts at this time. So what happened to these disciples? Alas, such a nice place. It's a pity that I can't use it for the whole day. Another disciple couldn't help but sigh while packing up his things. If I were also a disciple of Jinyang Peak, I wouldn't have to get up early to fight for a place. What are you thinking? It doesn't work even if you are a disciple of Jinyang Peak. You must be a disciple of the 8 great families. Yes, if you are a disciple of the 8 great families, you can practice wherever you want. The whole Chengdu College is yours. Hearing the words of several disciples, the dean frowned. When did Chengdu College become the 8 great families? Of course, he would not take the jokes of several disciples seriously, but his good mood for the day was ruined a lot. Just as he was about to leave, a group of people suddenly walked towards here. Hey, which peak are you guys from? Don't you know that this is our territory? A group of people pushed and shouted at the disciples who were practicing martial arts in the early stage. They were the disciples of Jinyang Peak. Brother, look at their eyes just now. They occupied our territory and dared to stare at us? What a joke. Who do they think they are? That's right. If it weren't for the support of our 8 great families, would there be the current Chengdu College? Asshole. The dean was about to scold him when the teacher who came to pick him up came running over. Dean, what are you doing here? The people from the 8 great families are almost here. Let them wait when they arrive. The teacher kept talking about the great families, as if he was afraid of offending them, which just hit the nail on the head. The dean swung his sleeves, not caring whether the time was up or not. He was rarely on time, and arrived late after everyone else had arrived. He looked at the people in the Tianyuan Hall, the Shang family, the Song family, the Li family, the Yu family. He suddenly realized that he was looking for a business to supply materials for next year. But the 8 great families were all here, and there was no one from the other businesses. Dean. The merchant representative saluted to the dean and said with a smile, "We have already discussed that the materials needed by the academy next year will be provided by our merchants. As in previous years, we will prepare the best food, clothing, housing, and transportation for all disciples, and the prices will be much lower than the market price." After that, he handed the booklet in his hand to the dean. "Please take a look." "Have you discussed it?" The dean took the booklet and threw it aside. "Who did you discuss this with?" After that, he looked at the academy's manager. "Why are there only the 8 major families? Have you compared other businesses?" "Dean, this was our decision last year." Nonsense. Is this a decision? It was clearly discussed by the 8 major families and then notified to him. Since when can the noble families interfere in the affairs of the academy? The dean was so angry that he vented his anger in front of the noble families. In the past, dozens of businesses bid at the same time. How come there are only 8 left now? What about the other businesses? The steward was shocked by the sudden temper of the dean and hurriedly said, "There is another business called Wanbao Pavilion. We missed it. Where is that Wanbao Pavilion? It should not have left yet. Let's go and invite it now." It's not that they missed it, but that they deliberately crossed him off the list. The businesses in the past were also crossed off in this way, so there are only 8 noble families left. But the dean turned a blind eye to it before, so why did he suddenly bring it up now? On the other side, Liang Ting and the steward were waiting anxiously. When the manual he submitted was withheld, his mood was up and down. Now he was rejected, which made him feel uneasy and sweat all over. Is this Mr. Yan reliable? Boss Liang? Someone suddenly called him, and he looked up quickly. The manager, who was indifferent just now, was now smiling and welcoming him to Tianyuan Hall with a warm attitude. Liang Ting saw people from the 8 great families and the legendary dean in Tianyuan Hall. He handed the quotation and introduction book in his hand to the dean in a daze. For the same thing, he offered the lowest price. He answered every question of the dean in a clear and logical manner. He even brought some samples and showed them to the dean for personal inspection. Let's look at the 8 great families again. Only the merchants had a quotation book, and the others had nothing prepared. Did they really think that his Chengdu College needed to rely on the 8 great families? This was a provocation to the majesty of the college. The dean got angry and directly pointed out the supply of materials for next year to Wanbao Pavilion. When Liang Ting walked out, his eyes were erratic, and his feet felt like he was stepping on cotton. He never thought that he could get the order from Chengdu College so easily, and it was personally assigned to him by the dean. He thought of Shang Yanting, who spoke to him that day. It can be said that he has great means. After returning to Wanbao Pavilion, he immediately sent someone to secretly invite Shang Yanting. The people outside had already prepared a carriage, and Shang Yanting went up with the little raccoon in his arms. Jia Xitong, who was drawing talismans on the road, was suddenly called out by Shang Yanting. "What's the matter? How many talismans can you provide at most in a month?" How many talismans can she provide at most in a month? She is now a peak talisman disciple, and her success rate in drawing talismans has reached 1 success for every 40 talismans. However, because cultivation and other miscellaneous things will take up most of her time, she can only draw 12 talismans at most every day. 9 of them have to be returned to the real system, and 3 can be kept, which means 90 talismans a month. Dear host, what are you doing? There are too few talismans in Wanbao Pavilion. I want to increase it to 50. He discussed things with and even praised the bald raccoon to the sky, almost making Jia Xitong think that the hairless raccoon was really good-looking. Shang Yanting tapped the table with his fingers and was not impressed by what he said just now. Starting next month, I will provide you with 25 solidification talismans and blessing talismans each. Really? Liang Ting was surprised when he heard it. These talismans are so popular that they only worry that they don't have too many. But you need to listen to me about how to sell this talisman and who to sell it to. The smile on Liang Ting's face disappeared. Why? Because I want you to completely replace the 8 great families, not to steal their business. The cooperation between the 8 great families and Chengdu College is in all aspects, penetrating into every student and teacher, and even controlling the mountain. To destroy the family, they must be completely separated from their backers. Don't you want to surpass the 8 great families and become an existence that they cannot shake? Now is just the beginning. As long as you have enough ambition and cooperate with me, you will be the #1 merchant in Dongshu country in the future. Shang Yanting's words made Liang Ting both scared and excited. After Shang Yanting left, he walked around the room several times, wanting to vent but restraining himself. Half a day later, he called his steward. In the future, whenever there is news from Master Yan, report it immediately and try to satisfy him no matter what he says. In addition, the disciples who have reserved the talismans before will be refunded. Who to sell to and how to sell it will be up to his arrangement. Sell to whom? Sell to New Chuanchuan. Shang Yanting gave him 2 months to get into the Autonomous Association, and he succeeded in 1 month. The second step is to become a senior and core figure in the Autonomous Association. The enthusiasm of ordinary disciples for solidification talismans is unimaginable. What? You can actually buy solidification talismans? The boss of Wanbao Pavilion is my friend. Niu Chuanchuan said according to the reason taught by Shang Yanting, but I can only buy a few from him. Only? The disciples of the Autonomous Association who heard this were all blown up. Do you know that solidification talismans are hard to come by here? I don't care. You must help me get one. When a person who has a channel to buy solidification talismans at normal prices appears, his status rises because of his role. Niu Chuanchuan, who was originally excluded, was successfully accepted by the people of the Self-Governing Association. On the other hand, the disciples of Jinyang Peak suddenly found that Wanbao Pavilions sold them fewer and fewer talismans, and even cancelled many of their orders. In connection with Shang Moyan's false accusation against Wanbao Pavilion, many disciples blamed this incident. Why did Shang Jia's mistakes affect them? He always gets the benefits and harms other families. Last time Shang Juming was sprayed with shit by the monster, he was furious with them. The Shangjia brothers are children of aristocratic families. Could it be that they were adopted by the aristocratic families? The disciples of the aristocratic families, who were not very united to begin with, were quite depressed and complained about the two brothers. Wanbao Pavilion is resisting the pressure from the aristocratic families. Other plans are being carried out quietly, and the people who are planning behind the scenes are now busy practicing. The spiritual stone coffin has a very good effect of practicing. In just 2 months, Shang Yanting's cultivation level has gone from the middle stage of the martial realm to the late stage of the martial realm. He is preparing to retreat and break through to the martial master level. He is about to reach the level that others cannot reach in several years and half a year. However, it is extremely dangerous for a martial master to break through. If you are not careful, it will at least bury hidden dangers for the subsequent cultivation, and at worst, it will lead to the destruction of all cultivation. If 50 out of 100 people can reach the martial realm, less than 10 of these 50 martial realms can break through to the martial master level. Even though he had this experience once, Shang Yanting still attaches great importance to it, and sets aside time just to break through. Jia Xitong has also reached the peak of the talisman disciple a long time ago. She is ready to lie down when Shang Yanting breaks through to the martial master level. However, although it is retreat, the martial realm and martial master still need to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate. The hard-working little raccoon has to prepare food for the cows and horses outside, as well as for Shang Yanting. The spirit stone coffin must also be taken out and wiped for use. At this time, these spirit stones cannot be used directly. The only way is to absorb the energy in them by relying on the flow of water. Shang Yanting poured buckets of warm water into the coffin. Jia Xitong dug a hole under the spirit stone coffin. When Shang Yanting filled the bathtub with water, Jia Xitong's fire pit was almost ready. As soon as Shang Yanting soaked in, she lit the fire below. 3 large wooden sticks were set up to ensure that the flames would not stop and that the water would not cool down over time. It was a bit like boiling Shang Yanting, which was a bit strange. Shang Yanting did not speak, but his expression was disgusted. It's a bit strange, but it works. Jia Xitong was particularly good at comforting people, and then stood on the edge of the coffin and dived into the water in the posture of a diving team. The splash was huge, splashing the face of the person opposite. Cultivation is to let the internal force or spiritual power run countless small and large circles in the body. A small circle is the internal force or spiritual power running a circle in the Renandu meridians. A large circle is the internal force or spiritual power running a circle in all the meridians in the body. Every time the spiritual power runs through 10 small cycles, it can run through 1 big cycle, and the strength will be enhanced by 1 point. It is already very impressive for an ordinary martial arts cultivator to run 2 small cycles in a whole day. Shang Yanting is twice as fast as others. With the help of the top-grade spiritual stone, he can run 5 small cycles a day. Although Jia Xitong practices by lying down, he still works hard when he should. Occasionally he takes a short break, just to add a few pieces of firewood to the spiritual stone bathtub. Shang Yanting gradually entered into a state of concentration during his practice. The cultivation of the martial arts stage moved slightly, and the spiritual power was approaching the critical point of the martial arts master. At such an important moment, he suddenly heard all kinds of chaotic voices. So what if I did it? Yanting's cultivation is now completely useless. He has no value in training. Father, you should take a look at Juming. He is also a hard-working child. The scene of Shang Mao's mansion appeared in front of him. His uncle stood in his grandfather's study and admitted his behavior without any regrets. The grandfather, who was originally furious, calmed down when he heard that he was not worth training. He sat back in his seat and asked Shang Mingyi to bring Shang Juming. the scene switched to the mansion of young Master Shang Mao. They took away the weapons he had used since he was a child, took away everything, and drove him to the side yard. People who used to be respectful to him showed disgusting faces. Then the assassination began. When he had no way to avoid, he found the head of the Shang Mao family. He begged him to save himself at the door. The lights in the house were on, but no one responded. Shang Mingyi destroyed his hands and feet, eliminated all his loyal servants, and forced him to the cliff. I killed your parents in the same way. Your grandfather also forgave me, just like he tacitly agreed that I would destroy you that day. Relevant content kept appearing in his mind, and Shang Yanting's breathing began to become rapid. The blood began to flow backwards, and the spiritual power began to become chaotic. Shang Yanting's consciousness was dim at this moment. The Shang family's mansion, Shang Mo's family head, Shang Mingyi, Shang Juming, his parents, various people appeared in his mind. Anger, hatred, extremism, bloodthirstiness, all kinds of emotions gushed out, and he was about to explode. Jia Xitong, who had just returned to the Sea of Consciousness, saw that the originally pure white spiritual power was turning red. Wow, the spiritual power will change color after upgrading to a martial artist. It was not mentioned in the original book. Hello, Tasker. Your current task is protect the male protagonist and prevent him from being possessed by the devil. Task success sign. The spiritual power turns back to normal pure white. Task reward, 1 bottle of red water. Ah, you said it earlier. She went out to add fuel to the fire. How did things develop to the point of being possessed by the devil? Her soul returned to the little raccoon, and she reached out to pat Shang Yanting's face, trying to wake him up. Her face was red and it was useless. The other party is possessed by the soul. It is recommended that the tasker go to the Sea of Consciousness to find a way. Sea of Consciousness. Jia Xitong's soul moved with her heart and returned instantly. This place has been occupied by blood-red spiritual power, violent and brutal, attacking his sea of consciousness and body. Whenever she gets close to Jia Xitong, these spiritual powers will rush towards her. At this time, she will use her own spiritual power to disperse it. Although her cultivation is still very low, it is still no problem to bully this kind of lone spiritual power. She will crush one by one when she meets one, but there are more blood-red spiritual powers around. In the middle of the Sea of Consciousness, the blood-red spiritual power formed a thick cocoon. She stretched out her hand, and the spiritual power on it corroded her soul body with a sizzling sound. However, inexplicably, she felt that Shang Yanting was inside. These spiritual powers were sticky and thick like black blood, and it seemed that she could smell its fishy smell when she touched it. Host, kiss! Jia Xitong shouted inside, and her body was also squeezing inside. Dark and cold. You are just a waste. What's the point of doing so much for the Shang Mao family? You are still abandoned like a dead dog. I killed your parents too. Only my children can be the successors of the Shang family. Countless noisy voices poured into his mind, and there was a very small voice faintly. Host dear. Shang Yanting opened his eyes suddenly, and his eyes were already blood-red. Host dear, where are you? This voice appeared more and more often and became more and more obvious. He wanted to stand up and find it, and suddenly realized that he had fallen into a thick abyss like a sea of blood. Can it find itself? Will it save itself? It won't give up on itself, right? It shouldn't give up on him, right? It will give up on him. No one is worthy of trust, and interests will destroy everything. No one will really care about him. The emotions in this world are all hypocritical. Shang Yanting's heart is shouting wildly at this moment. He expects that voice to find him and save him, and he also hopes that the voice can't find him and give up on him. He is going crazy. Host dear? Jia Xitong used a lot of strength to squeeze into the bloody cocoon. After walking for an unknown amount of time, she finally found him. At this moment, Shang Yanting was soaking in a pool of blood. His lower body had merged with the blood, and his face was ferocious and scary. She was frightened for a moment when she saw him, but she recovered quickly. Why didn't you pay attention to me just now? Jia Xitong touched the blood in front of him, and when she stretched out her hand, she found that her hand had turned into a raccoon's claw. Why did she become like this? In the male protagonist's Sea of Consciousness, you will become his inherent image of you in his subconscious. The real system explained it very positively this time. Can't you get up? She stretched out her claws. Don't be afraid, I'll pull you. Shang Yanting looked at the hairy claws gathered in the air. As long as he pulled it lightly, it would fall into the stinking blood pool with him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed its claws. 1, 3, go! Jia Xitong pulled him up hard. His weak body made his strength very weak. Even with his spiritual power, it was still weak. I can't get up. She studied the blood pool in the Sea of Consciousness. Once these things stick to it, it can't be removed. Go. Shang Yanting gave it another chance. He stared at it with his deep red blood eyes and said the same words as when he fell off the cliff. I won't blame you. But this time it was different. He would blame. If it dared to leave, he would kill it. At this moment, Shang Yanting's trust value dropped to 0. Jia Xitong jumped into the blood pool with a thud, swam in it and approached him. Why did you jump in? Shang Yanting's expression became a little unacceptable. Because you don't leave. Jia Xitong swam twice, and the blood on her body became heavier and heavier, and she began to sink. First the hind legs, then the belly, about to sink to the front paws. Shang Yanting looked at her quietly. You will die like this. No. Jia Xitong raised his paws and raised his head as much as possible. This is the sea of consciousness of the host. You will not let me die. Looking at its solemn look, Shang Yanting's outstretched hand suddenly stopped. What if I really don't save you? Then I will never meet the host again in my next life. Swish! She was picked up by her 2 paws and thrown not far away. Jia Xitong stood up and patted the sticky blood on her body. She stretched out her paws again. Shang Yanting looked at her. Go! Shang Yanting still looked at her. I know you can walk out by yourself. Jia Xitong squatted in front of him, and Shang Yanting still didn't move. She looked into his eyes and suddenly couldn't help but say, Host, whether you believe it or not, you are the one I love most in this world. You hurt yourself like this, I feel very uncomfortable. This is a kind of love that transcends dimensions, the reader's love for the protagonist. If she had a chance to go home, she would definitely try every means to catch the author of a Ochin demon god. She pinched the man's neck and asked him to rewrite the article, give Shang Yanting a good family, and give him a complete and beautiful future. Finally, he reached out his hand. The raccoon's furry claws pulled him out effortlessly. Shang Yanting walked through the black blood and walked to her side. The man and the bear slowly moved towards the cocoon. It was obviously a thing of unknown origin, but it was the source of all his sense of security. At the moment of breaking the magic cocoon, he felt redemption. Before the light enveloped, he looked at the little beast next to him. Suddenly he found that what he was holding tightly in his hand was another white and tender hand. Just when he wanted to see clearly what was standing next to him, the light completely enveloped him, and the breakthrough was now. The coffin under him was absorbed crazily by him. The continuous intake of spiritual energy from afar made his tendons and veins expand again. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. The spiritual power rushed through his veins like crazy, and circulated 4 small cycles in his body at a very fast speed. Boom! The spiritual power spread around Qingshuang Peak with him as the center. This scene of breakthrough directly woke up all the brothers and peak masters who were sleeping late at night. Fuck! Brother 19 widened his eyes. Junior Brother Yan is too amazing. As a poor student, he put on his shoes and couldn't wait to see the scene of the martial artist upgrading, but was grabbed by the eldest brother who walked to the door. The risk of martial artists breaking through is very high. During the period of Junior Brother Yan's breakthrough, no one is allowed to interfere. He called everyone out in the middle of the night and then gave each person a lantern. 5 people in a group guard the 4 entrances of Qingshuang Peak, and outsiders are not allowed to enter Qingshuang Peak tonight. Shang Yanting broke through all night. Jia Xitong also broke through, and she is now in the realm of Fu. There will be no restrictions on controlling the little raccoon in the future. It can be said to be a double happiness. The only minor flaw was that Shang Yanting was burned on his thigh. It should be because she turned up the fire too much last night, and Shang Yanting's thigh was just above the flame, so he was burned with blisters. If I don't wake up, are you going to stew me? I'm sorry, Jia Xitong said embarrassedly. She really didn't mean it, and took out the burn medicine and handed it to him. You wipe it for me. Shang Yanting turned over with his thigh in front of her, with large blisters and redness on it. Hiss! She got out of bed and found a needle for sewing and mending in the cabinet. After heating it with fire and disinfecting it, she picked open the blisters on it. Blood mixed with clear tissue fluid flowed out. Jia Xitong looked at Shang Yanting. Do you feel pain? No. At this moment, his mind was replaying the scene in the sea of consciousness. That hand? Is that a system? What exactly is a system? He looked at the little raccoon who was applying medicine to his wound, and remembered the words in Tianxia puppetry. Puppets are dead things. Use soul power to control them. System. He was about to speak when there was a knock on the door outside. The cold wind and cold moon, the brothers who had been guarding all night, came early. When Shang Yanting changed his clothes and opened the door, a group of people rushed in. Junior brother! Junior Brother Yan! Junior Brother! It has only been half a year since he became an entry-level disciple, and his cultivation is faster than riding a flying horse. He is the disciple who took the shortest time to cultivate to the level of martial artist in Chengdu Academy. He is a well-deserved genius. It makes Qingshuang Peak proud. Everyone was so excited. I wonder if the people from Jinyang Peak dare to argue rudely now. So what if the aristocratic family is powerful? Even if the school favors the aristocratic family, they should consider whether to provoke a promising disciple. Shang Yanting smiled at them. Thank you for your concern, brothers. Jia Xitong took out a piece of private money from his bag. It's such a good day. Let's treat everyone to meet. Great. Can you call 2 of my friends from Shenyang Peak? I also have friends in Shenyang Peak. I also have a friend in Tianwu Peak. Everyone couldn't help wanting to show off to others, but they were also worried about eating the raccoon into bankruptcy. Okay. Jia Xitong took out another piece of private money. On this day, the chef's partner, and twice the sheep were driven to Qingshuang Peak. How rich is Xitong? This is the unsolved mystery of Qingshuang Peak. The 10th brother touched the 2 solidified talismans under his disciples' clothes, the inner layer and the interlayer. It made him the richest among the 20 brothers. Jia Xitong couldn't eat or smell, but this didn't affect her happiness at all. Suddenly, the system's voice came to her ears. Congratulations to the tasker for completing the task. Stop the male protagonist from becoming a demon. System reward to the tasker for completing the task. Gain the male protagonist's trust value of 1,100. System reward lucky wheel. What? She knew the first reward, but what about the second one? When did Shang Yanting's trust in her become 100? Jia Xitong looked at Shang Yanting in the crowd with sparkling eyes. It felt like a dream. The real system also felt like a dream. Before Jia Xitong, they had arranged a large number of taskers to try to capture Shang Yanting. 90% of these people died when they first met the male protagonist. 9% died when the male protagonist's trust value returned to 0 and was killed. Some died for various reasons. Only she, a person who seemed to have a bad brain, pretended to be a silly and sweet tasker of the system and successfully brushed the trust value to 100. At that time, the male protagonist's stats fluctuated greatly, and he even fell to 0. But in just a few minutes, he went from 0 to 50 to 80 and then directly broke through 100. It made it difficult for a real system to work, but the task still had to be done. Congratulations on completing the first stage of the task. Now I will introduce you to the details of the task and the system execution method. The ultimate task: assist the male protagonist, Shang Yanting, to become a god and prevent the male protagonist from destroying the world. Backup execution plan: kill the male protagonist, Shang Yanting, and prevent the male protagonist from destroying the world. The highest level of the task: prevent the male protagonist from destroying the world. System execution method: in order to complete the final task, the system will quantify the male protagonist's good and evil value. In order to achieve the salvation ending, the system will always monitor the male protagonist's good and evil value before the male protagonist becomes a god. The male protagonist's good and evil value is normal at 9 and 100. From now on, every time the hero's good and evil value exceeds the highest value before, the tasker will receive a lucky wheel reward. The system will consider the tasker's task successful in the following 2 situations. 1. The hero gives up the act of destroying the world after becoming a god. 2. The hero's good and evil value exceeds 100 in the middle of the task. Please note, if the hero's good and evil value falls below 100, the default task will fail, and the backup execution plan will be activated immediately. The tasker must kill the hero within 3 days, otherwise the task will be considered a failure and the tasker will die. The cold system voice sounded at a long speech, awakening Jia Xitong's memory of making a strategy. She looked at Shang Yanting, who was listening to them in front of the senior brothers, smiling. So what is his good and evil value now? Current male protagonist's good and evil value. What? Jia Xitong couldn't help shouting. Is there something wrong with your system? My host is such a good person, but his good and evil value is negative. Negative is fine, but ton is 77? Why don't you just use 100? You did it on purpose, right? Can I sue you for defamation? Her questions were fired out like a machine gun, making the real system almost lose confidence, and it went to confirm again. Tasker, please calm down, there is no problem with the data. On the other side, Shang Yanting noticed that Jia Xitong was looking for a corner by himself, sometimes confused, sometimes irritable, and his mouth opened and closed, so he walked over. Who are you talking to? Ah? Jia Xitong was stunned, and the system was silent. I'm not talking to anyone. She thought of the good and evil value that the system had just mentioned, and still couldn't believe that Shang Yanting's good and evil value was so low. "Host dear, let's play a game." "What game?" "I ask you questions, and you answer them." Jia Xitong introduced him. "If you can answer each question within 3 numbers, you will get a mishufu as a reward." "Then tell me?" "Okay." Seeing that he had taken the bait, Jia Xitong began to ask quickly, "What is 1 + 1 equal to?" 2. "What is the name of our pony?" "Little Gray." "One day, Senior Brother 11's pants leaked again. What would you do?" "Change him a new pair." "If one day the Peak Master was walking on the road and suddenly a carriage hit him and broke his leg, what would you do?" "Find him a doctor." "If there was a bird on the side of the road with a broken wing, what would you do?" "Save it?" Jia Xitong was relieved. She said that Shang Yanting didn't grow crooked. The garbage system misleads the students. "Host dear, I like you the most." Jia Xitong couldn't help but say. He is her favorite male protagonist in all the novels she has read. Shang Yanting's mouth curled up slightly. His pupils reflected the bonfire behind Jia Xitong as if filled with light. Jia Xitong spent money that day but bought happiness. At night, she took out the red water she received as a reward and carefully compared the system version of the red water with the homemade version of the red water. The system version of the red water is a little redder and has no impurities. She also held the 2 kinds of water to Shang Yanting to smell. "Host dear, what is the difference between these 2 kinds of water?" The result was that there was no difference. It seems that there are still some similarities. Jia Xitong took out the Longmu branch inside and inserted it into the real red water. The trust value of the host deer in her is 100 points, and she also has a lucky wheel. She hummed a few words in a particularly good mood, which attracted Shang Yanting to look over at her. A bald little beast was twisting its butt in a swaying manner. Shang Yanting looked at the little beast in front of him and remembered the hand he had seen before. Could the system also be a person? Is it a man? Is it a woman? How old is it? He suddenly called her. "Ah?" Jia Xitong turned her head to look at him, and a crisp voice sounded at the same time. "What are you doing, host?" It was a little coquettish. If it was really a person, it should be a girl. That hand lingered in his mind, until Jia Xitong's voice sounded. "Don't look at me like that. My face is like a red apple." Along with the singing, the little raccoon's butt was twisting rhythmically. In an instant, the lively and lovely image of a woman constructed in Shang Yanting's mind collapsed, leaving only this pair of bald butts. "By the way, how is the puppet hair transplanted in Tianxia puppetry?" He turned to study puppetry. On the other side, Jia Shang called out the real system after fiddling with her Langmu branch. "What is the lucky wheel?" The lucky wheel is divided into 5 categories: weapons, skills, body skills, elixirs, and rare treasures. The system will set corresponding rewards for players based on the current development of the player. Rewards are divided into good and bad according to the difficulty coefficient of the task and the score of refreshing the male protagonist's good and evil value. You currently have a chance to play the lucky wheel. Do you want to use it? Yes. With her answer, an illusory light and shadow appeared. She reflexively looked behind her. Such a large pattern, can't Shang Yanting see it? Everything in the system is only presented to the host. No one else can see the system except her. The lucky wheel began to spin wildly and stopped immediately when she called for it to stop. Congratulations on obtaining the treasure. Level sub-earth level magic weapon. Function can be large or small, supported by the user's spiritual power, can travel in the water, can also shuttle in the clouds, and travel thousands of miles a day. When everyone was crazy about the Yaojin magic weapon, Jia Xitong already had 2 earth-level magic weapons. If she didn't know that Shang Yanting was the male lead, she would have mistakenly thought that she was the protagonist. Shuiyun boat soon appeared in front of her. Initially, it was only as long as a chopstick. It was meticulously carved with various complex dark patterns on it. Can it become bigger by inputting spiritual power? Jia Xitong stretched out her claws to try, but stopped quickly. If it became bigger, wouldn't Shang Yanting catch it? But there will always be a time to be discovered in the future. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to hide it from Shang Yanting. After all, he gave her 100% trust. Slowly inject spiritual power. Boom! The wooden boat, which was only as long as a chopstick, instantly expanded dozens of times, knocking things in the room to the ground, almost bursting the house. Jia Xitong was trembling with fear while holding the Langmuji, and the Chishui was almost overturned. Shang Yanting was squeezed into the corner by the bow. He looked at the boat that suddenly appeared in front of him. "What's going on?" "This is my new mount." Jia Xitong leaned on the side of the boat and looked inside. The boat was 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. There were unknown flying birds carved on the head and tail, and 9-headed beasts were painted on the hull. There was also a roof in the middle, and the space inside was not small, which could squeeze about 3 people. She withdrew her spiritual power, and the boat automatically shrank. Jia Xitong learned how to use the Shuyan boat without a teacher, and then invited, "Do you want to take my boat? I heard it can fly." Can it fly? When a martial artist cultivates to the level of martial spirit, he can fly with a flying tool. But magic tools that can fly directly are extremely rare, and they are objects that people fight over if they are taken out. If you get a treasure, you should hide it. Idiot. He looked at Jia Xitong, who was eager to try, for 2 seconds, then took the bear in one hand and the boat in the other to take her out. It was already night. Shang Yanting led her further and further away. Suddenly, many common plots in immortal cultivation literature appeared in Jia Xitong's mind. Poor cultivators envied the magic weapons of Krypton. Gold cultivators secretly killed Krypton gold cultivators and robbed them of their things. Host, you won't kill the bear for a boat, right? Shang Yanting didn't know that she was in such a rich mood at the moment, and waited until she was far away from other disciples before putting it down. Killing people for treasures is not uncommon even in the academy, and he was more cautious than Jia Xitong. Try it. The Shuyan boat grew larger again under the urging of spiritual power. The two boarded the boat, and the Shuyan boat flew up under the control of spiritual power. 100 meters above, the cold wind was howling. Sitting in the Shuyan boat, an invisible barrier enveloped them, and it felt like walking on flat ground. It used to take several hours to go around the academy on foot, but it only takes 1 stick of incense to use the Shuyan boat. It is fast and comfortable, but the only drawback is that it consumes too much spiritual energy. It was the first time she knew that after the spiritual energy was used up, the soul would become so weak and powerless. She couldn't even control the little raccoon, so she went back to her sea of consciousness and lay down. Fortunately, she had reached the talisman realm, and her spiritual energy was not only more than before, but also recovered faster than before. Not only that, after the upgrade, the success rate of drawing talismans has increased to 1 in 20. If she didn't practice, she would be a ruthless talisman drawing machine. On the other side, Liang Ting of Wanbao Pavilion secretly ran over and cried, "Mr. Yan, Wanbao Pavilion is about to fail." The 8 great families continued to put pressure on Wanbao Pavilion and suppressed the price. Now all his former business partners know that Wanbao Pavilion has offended the 8 great families, and they no longer associate with him. Wanbao Pavilion can't get good things in now, and things can't be sold. The foundation of his 3 generations of Liang family is really going to be ruined by himself. Can't you hold out for 3 months? Oh my God, I can't hold out for a month. Lung Ting wiped his sweat with a handkerchief. Most of his hair has turned white in recent days. Shang Yanting frowned. He knew the strength of the family, but he didn't expect that Wanbao Pavilion was so weak that it couldn't hold out for 3 months. Do you have any more talismans? This was the only thing they could sell. Liang Ting came to see him just to grab this last straw. Jia Xitong, who was grinding talismans, paused when she heard these 2 words and saw Liang Ting's bitter face. The kid is still very lucky. She just upgraded and she has been grinding talismans every day these days, and her wallet is very fat. Host, ask him how many he wants. How many do you want? The more talismans, the better. He can sell as many as he wants. But he didn't dare to say this. 50 Zhuyo talismans, 150 solidification talismans. The lion opened his mouth. Shang Yanting looked at him after hearing this. I should be able to do it if I try hard. After all, the success rate of drawing talismans has increased so much. Jia Xitong is very generous this time. At this important moment, she, the little raccoon, has to take action. Liang Ting got the promise and was satisfied with getting a bunch of talismans. When he went back, his steps became stronger. Didn't the noble family suppress Wanbao Pavilion so that their things could not be sold or sold at a loss? The first step Liang Ting took when he returned was to raise the price of all other items. When the steward heard Liang Ting's arrangement, he suspected that he was crazy. The second step was to change the way talismans were sold. Except for the 20 talismans left for the classmate Niu from Tianwu Peak, everyone who wanted to buy talismans had to match goods. The talisman was still 300 taels of silver per piece, but he set a threshold for buying talismans. If you want to buy a solidified talisman, you must buy 50 taels of silver and other items in their store. If you want to buy a Zhuyo talisman, you must also buy 30 taels of silver and other items in their store. As soon as this rule was announced, customers started to curse. Swindler! Not only does he sell the talismans at such a high price, but he even has to buy other things in his shop to be eligible to buy them. Buy a hammer, I won't buy it. After cursing, what can he do? He still has to deliver the goods. If he is late, the goods will be gone. The enthusiasm of ordinary martial artists for talismans is simply unimaginable. Liang Ting is indeed a business genius. The talismans of Wanbao Pavilion have been sold, and other goods have also been sold. On the contrary, the goods of other shops have been sold at a low price and lost money, which has not affected the business of Wanbao Pavilion at all. A small shop has repeatedly offended the aristocratic families. Shang Mingyi, who is in charge of the business of the merchants, was angry and sent a letter to Shang Juming overnight, asking him to find out who provided the talismans to Wanbao Pavilion. Who provided the talismans? Shang Juming only needs to check carefully to find out that Wanbao Pavilion is very close to Yanqing of Qingshuang Peak. Shang Yanting knew that the source of the talisman could not be concealed for long. Recently, in addition to the solidification talisman and the blessing talisman, he also found all the materials for Jia Xitong to draw the Mixu talisman. Every day Jia Xitong drew talismans and felt that he was a tool. At the beginning of the month, Shang Yanting went to the Qingshuang Peak Hall with a box. The eldest brother who came to collect the monthly disciple supplies was stunned when he saw Shang Yanting. Junior brother Yan basically would not take the initiative to come to the main hall. Peak Master. He nodded slightly to Luan Zhenfeng in front of him. Luan Zhenfeng had some complicated feelings for this talented disciple. What are you doing here? Give a gift. Shang Yanting handed over the box. Luan Zhenfeng opened the box and put a talisman inside. This thing reminded him of the solidification talisman and the blessing talisman that were popular in the academy. Can it turn fine steel weapons into golden magic tools? Can it heal external injuries? Luan Zhenfeng looked at the disciple in front of him and wanted to laugh. How could he, a martial arts master, need these things? But after all, it was the first gift from a disciple who was not close to him, so he did not refuse it. He even picked up the talisman paper and took a closer look. Just as he was about to say a few polite words, the magic weapon on his thumb suddenly disappeared. Where is his magic weapon? Luan Zhenfeng looked around, and the magic weapon appeared again in an instant and hit his lowered head. No. Luan Zhenfeng picked up the magic weapon and re-examined the talisman in front of him. What is this? Shang Yanting, Mixufu, which can store some dead objects. Space magic weapon? Luan Zhenfeng showed a hint of surprise. Are there space magic weapons in Aochin continent? Of course there are. However, those are all made by casting masters, extremely rare and as precious as Earth-level magic weapons. You will give it to me? Yes. Shang Yanting nodded slightly. Why? Such a precious thing, even he can't take it out casually. Because I have gained a lot of experience recently. I have made a lot of Mixu Fu. Shang Yanting said calmly, and then took out 3 wooden boxes like magic. Respecting teachers is the duty of disciples. Please give the remaining 3 to the Dean, Shenyang Peak Master and Tianwu Peak Master. It would be fine if you took out 1, but now you took out 3 at once? It seems like there are a lot of space instruments. Wait, you said these were made? Luan Zhenfeng asked. Are you a Fu cultivator? You can say that. Then those Fu talismans buried outside are related to you? They flowed out from the hands of disciples. After listening to him, Luan Zhenfeng felt sick. There has been no Fu cultivators in Aochin continent for a long time. When was the last time he saw a Fu cultivator? 20 years ago, and the other party couldn't even draw an attacking Fu, and he made a fake Fu. Standing in front of him was a genius who broke through to the level of a martial artist in 3 months, and could also draw a space instrument and a dual cultivation of martial arts and Fu. The brothers who were originally receiving monthly wages were also stunned. A talisman costs 300 taels of silver. Now that hateful profiteer has to match the goods before he can buy it. If these talismans all came from their junior brothers, how rich must their junior brothers be? While the others were in a daze, Luan Zhenfeng took Shang Yanting away. Such a powerful disciple must naturally be shown to the dean and then trained well. The dean took the talisman and looked at it carefully again and again. Young man, did you really draw this? It was drawn by the little raccoon next to the young man. Shang Yanting nodded slightly. The secret of the system cannot be exposed. The dean, then draw another one. Dean, making a talisman requires the right time, place, and people, coupled with special skills and brushstrokes, and using specific talisman paper and ink to make it. Shang Yanting answered humbly and very methodically. The dean stared at the talisman intently and put the books on the table into the talisman according to the introduction. He couldn't help but nod. Although the academy has many treasures, the only space magic tool is an iron box. The iron box is as big as a table and can only hold objects that are twice as big as it. This light talisman not only has a large space, but is also easy to carry and more practical. He looked at the remaining 2 wooden boxes. Who are these 2 for? The master of Tianwu Peak and the master of Shenyang Peak. Oh, just the two of them? The dean asked casually. Luan Zhenfeng on the side also suddenly realized, no Jinyang Peak? My disciple's ability is limited, and I only made 4. Whether it is limited or not remains to be investigated, but the dean is very satisfied with this rare genius who can practice both martial arts and talismans. Seeing that the time is ripe, Luan Zhenfeng said with a smile, "Brother, you see that my disciple has good talent. If he is left in my hands, he will be buried. Why don't you accept him and teach him well?" He brought Shang Yanting here for this purpose. If a genius wants to develop, he must first have a good backer. It is better to be the dean's direct disciple than to be his direct disciple. Although his senior brother is not a good person, he is protective of his shortcomings and loves talents very much. A disciple who is better than Shang Ming. The dean has long wanted to accept a disciple, but Luan Zhenfeng has never mentioned it. At this time, he did not refuse and asked kindly and cordially, "Are you willing to be my disciple?" Shang Yanting glanced at Luan Zhenfeng next to him, then folded his hands and bowed to the dean in front of him. Disciple greets the master. Big news! In addition to Shang Ming, the dean has accepted Yan Qing as a direct disciple. Chengdu College cannot keep secrets. As soon as Shang Yanting left Tianyuan Hall, the news that the dean accepted a disciple spread. Tsk, Yan Qing is too amazing! Shang Ming and Yan Qing, who do you think will be more powerful in the future? Nonsense! It must be Yan Qing. Shang Ming was accepted as a disciple because of his family status, while Yan Qing relied purely on his strength. As expected of the winner of the rookie competition and the Four Peaks competition, he is now a seed-level figure in Chengdu College. Shang Ming passed by and listened to the waves of envy from the crowd, and the smile on his face froze. It took him 28 years to eliminate the obstacles and become a genius-level figure of the 8 great families and even the entire Chengdu College. What virtue and ability did Yan Qing have to want to be on an equal footing with him in just a few months? He glanced at these low-level disciples indifferently and turned back to Jinyang Peak. "Young master, we have found clues about the Wanbao Pavilion's talismans." His subordinates hurried over to report, "We found that Wanbao Pavilion has close ties with Tianwu Peak, Shenyang Peak, and Qingshuang Peak, especially Yan Qing from Qingshuang Peak. They seem to have known each other from the beginning." The next moment, Shang Moyan ran in. "No, need to guess. The Wanbao Pavilion's talismans were given by Yan Qing. Today, he admitted that he is a talisman cultivator and gave 3 Peak Masters magic weapons, but not to our Peak Master." The Peak Master was very angry about this matter and took his anger out on the disciples in the Peak. The person who has been providing talismans to Wanbao Pavilion did not even dare to reveal his identity. The family guessed that he was an unknown and unnamed little person. Once such a person was found, he would either be coerced or bribed to work for the family or be rooted out. He was not a threat at all. Before today, Yan Qing was indeed like this. He had some talent but no backing and could be manipulated by others. But today he became the dean's personal disciple. The leaders of the 4 Peaks were called over to witness and publicly announced that he could not be touched in public. Everything became extremely frustrating. Shang Ming immediately wrote a letter back to Shangmo City, asking his father and the head of the family to find a solution. Information and discussion take time. During this period, the shops of the family at the foot of the mountain were almost unable to operate. On the other hand, Liang Ting not only ran the shops at the foot of the mountain prosperously, but also got Qingshuang Peak as a backer through Shang Yanting. In addition, Zhao Cheng is also his old nest, and he has 1,000 connections with all aspects. He went back to stabilize the city lord, and took the opportunity to win a few allies. On the other hand, Jia Xitong, who stirred up the whole big event, was hiding his merits and fame at this time. In addition to drawing talismans and practicing every day, he would take care of the small animals on the mountain. Occasionally, he would act as a psychological teacher and listen to the conversations of his senior brothers. "I'm stupid. I'm really stupid. Why didn't I think that junior brother Yan was actually a talisman practitioner, and the talismans down the mountain were actually sold by him?" Senior brother 19 was so angry that he pounded the ground. "I actually believed that I spent 20 taels of silver on the black market and bought a fake talisman. It was really stupid. She wanted 200 taels to sell it to the middleman." Jia Xitong looked at senior brother 19, who was excited and foaming at the mouth, so he scooped a spoonful of mountain spring water to moisten his throat. "Thank you. I feel much better after talking about it." Senior brother 19 took a sip, then touched Jia Xitong's head. "This is senior brother's secret. Don't tell others." After saying that, he placed a claw next to Jia Xitong. Senior Brother 11 is the one who comes most often besides Senior Brother 19. His daily worry is how to make money. Bucket, how can Senior Brother be so poor? Alas, my sleeves are worn out. Today's lunch was pickled, vegetable steamed buns. I wanted to add a meat dish, but I found that I had no money. Jia Xitong would enter the sage mode at this time, because she had already lent 300 taels of silver to Senior Brother 11. Senior Brother 11 always lent money and never paid it back. Finally, I know why the other Senior Brothers were indignant and told him to get out of here as soon as they heard Senior Brother 11 was borrowing money. Senior Brother 11 did not borrow the silver from her, but took away the fried melon seeds left by Junior Brother 19. He ate and took them at the same time, which was outrageous. Jia Xitong condemned Senior Brother 11 in her heart and suddenly hugged her from behind with one hand. Shang Yanting took her outside. "Host dear, where are you going?" "Niu Chuan asked me to meet." He and Niu Chuan have been in close contact recently. Niu Chuan was already waiting at the small pavilion outside Qingshuang Peak where they often met. "What's the matter?" Shang Yanting just walked in to ask, and Niu Chuan stabbed him with a long knife. Niu is not the real Niu. Several killers appeared in the woods behind him at the same time. They all used killing moves, 3 in the late martial arts realm and 2 in the early martial arts master realm. While Shang Yanting was dodging, the little raccoon was taken away by them. Before others found out, he quickly jumped into the jungle, leaving only one sentence. "If you want to save this little beast and your 19th Senior Brother, come to Long Xiaofeng alone at 3 o'clock the next day." It was a mystery. Looking at the outfits of these people, he knew who they were. Shang Yanting stood there with an uncontrollable, killing intent. On the other side, Jia Xitong felt dizzy, and she was in the hands of a stranger. Fortunately, she had broken through the Fu realm, otherwise they would not be able to take the little raccoon away. She wanted to kick this person away and run back, but she didn't expect to hear the name of the 19th Senior Brother. "By the way, can the little raccoon still return to Shang Yanting's Sea of Consciousness if it is here?" She thought to herself and instantly returned to Shang Yanting's Sea of Consciousness. "Host dear. System? Hey, I'm back!" Jia Xitong's voice was a little surprised and proud. Unexpectedly, her soul body switched back and forth between Little Raccoon and Shang Yanting's Sea of Consciousness without paying attention to the distance. Suddenly, she felt that the 10,000 talismans were worth it. Those kidnappers have never failed so badly in their lives. Jia Xitong laughed at them and said to Shang Yanting, "I will follow them to see where these people are going. You ask the Senior Brothers and the Peak Master to rescue Senior Brother 19. Senior Brother 19 was really a bad person. He just talked to her in the morning and was kidnapped in the afternoon. Will you be okay? Compared with old 19, he cared more about Jia Xitong. "If I have something to do, I will run away." Jia Xitong replied, not to mention that they kidnapped a puppet, and Little Raccoon was fearless. After reporting safety to Shang Yanting, she returned to the Little Raccoon puppet. At this time, one of the kidnappers noticed that Little Raccoon was motionless. His limbs were stiff and his belly did not rise or fall at all. "Hey, look at this thing, it won't die, will it?" His companion picked up the raccoon and happened to meet Jia Xitong coming back. She suddenly opened her big eyes and looked at him. "Fuck!" His companion was shocked. "This is a weird thing." He took her to a shabby thatched house and threw it at the people tied up inside. Brother 19 was unconscious at this time. His face was bruised and purple, and the blood under his nose was particularly obvious. He looked beaten badly. These people stayed in the house and chatted in front of them. Can the people we kidnapped really lead Yanqing to Long Xiaofeng? Who cares? Anyway, our mission has been completed. Jia Xitong secretly listened to their news and kicked Brother 19 to wake him up. Brother 19's pupils dilated when he saw it. He struggled violently, then attracted the attention of the people in the house and was beaten again. After the beating, the kidnappers tied his rope tighter. "Be honest." "He is in a miserable state." Senior Brother 19 interpreted Jia Xitong's speechless look as fear, and he whispered to comfort him, "Don't be afraid, Senior Brother 19 will protect you." "Senior Brother, don't try to be brave at this time." Jia Xitong looked at the sky, took the opportunity to report the situation to Shang Yanting's Sea of Consciousness, drew a few talismans in his Sea of Consciousness, and waited until late at night before returning to the Little Raccoon. Fake System Real-Time Management Master twisted his body flexibly and bit the ropes that trapped his hands and feet. Then he untied the rope on old 19 and squeezed his arm hard to wake him up. Hiss! Senior Brother 19 woke up and found that he had been untied, but there were 7 big men in the room guarding them. "Xiaotong, wait a minute, run first. I'll cover you." Don't bother, Senior Brother 19. Lie down. Jia Xitong pressed his head, and then took out the explosive talismans she had stored. 2 was a little too little, and 4 was a little too much, so she asked for 3. Boom! The already dilapidated house collapsed instantly, and the kidnappers were blown away in their sleep. Let's go! Jia Xitong reminded the stunned Brother 19 to run. Knowing that he had short legs and couldn't run fast, he rode on his shoulders and grabbed his hair to prevent him from falling. Brother 19's reaction was still quite fast, and his running speed was no less than that of the stone rhinoceros. Someone! They ran away! There were more than just that group of people guarding them, and the robbers had more accomplices than expected. In the dark, they didn't know the route and were soon caught up. Brother 19 was ready to fight them with his bare hands, but Jia Xitong patted his big head and told him to calm down. He threw out the explosive talisman and the lightning talisman, and the martial artists who came up were injured and disabled one after another. Xitong, you are so powerful. Brother 19 was stunned. It's okay that Brother Yan is strong, but the magic beast he raises is also so strong. Just when he thought that Xitong was going to be invincible, Jia Xitong told him a terrible news. Brother 19, please run faster. I have used up all my means of attack. In the past few days, she has been busy with the Zhuyo talisman, solidification talisman, explosion talisman, and lightning talisman that she had stockpiled before. Brother 19 heard it, and the people chasing behind also heard it. You have hurt so many of my brothers. Let's see where you can run. The remaining accomplices of the robber blocked them, looking at Brother 19 and Jia Xitong with hatred. I will cut you into pieces. They rushed up. Brother 19, run to the left. I will catch you even if you run to the sky. The robber swore a poisonous oath, and then was thrown in the face by the red talisman. The group of people who were frightened by the power of the talisman avoided it again and again, and when they found that these talismans had no effect at all, they shouted and chased after it. Xitong, what did you throw at the end? Brother 19 looked at the papers and felt a little familiar. The blessing talisman and the solidification talisman. Brother 19 slipped the one that costs 500 taels on the black market? He couldn't help but raise his voice. 500 taels for a talisman? They have been doing this business for more than 10 years, and the total amount they have saved is not even 500 taels. The robbers who were chasing them stopped suddenly and rushed back. This is the power of Krypton gold. Brother 19 was also injured by mistake. Now all he could think of was the solidification talisman, 500 taels. The blessing talisman, 500 taels, and a lot of 500 taels. Just now, he used a lot of courage to restrain himself from turning back to rob. But as he ran, he started crying. He often saw others solidifying talismans, but he didn't have any. He finally saved 20 taels of silver, but he was cheated. He mustered up the courage to complain to Xitong, but was put into a sack on the way and beaten black and blue. Just now, he watched many talismans pass by him. Are there 10 talismans? There should be more. He can't earn so many talismans in his life. Xitong threw them all away at once. Senior Brother 19 couldn't help but collapse. Why can a monster have so many talismans? Jia Xitong grabbed Senior Brother 19's hair and saw some small drops of water passing through the corners of his eyes. Senior Brother 19, are you hurt? No. Then why are you crying? Senior Brother is not crying. Senior Brother is just smoothed by life. Senior Brother 19 showed a smile that was more embarrassing than crying. Xitong, it would be better if you had thrown 2 less just now. She seemed to know why Senior Brother 19 was crying. She took out some solidification talismans and blessing talismans, about 6 or 7. Come on, Senior Brother 19, when we return to Qingshuang Peak, this stack will be given to you. Senior Brother 19 was stunned. Can you not take a bunch at once, making these talismans seem worthless? They escaped, but got lost again. Jia Xitong returned to Shang Yanting's Sea of Consciousness and told him about their situation. Okay, tell old 19 not to come back yet. Shang Yanting looked very busy, meeting many people back and forth. Jia Xitong wanted to ask why, but still kept silent and prepared to go back to Little Raccoon. Be careful, Shang Yanting suddenly said. Yeah, I will protect Senior Brother 19. It's not about protecting others, it's about protecting yourself, he said helplessly. Don't think about others for everything, but if there is danger you can abandon anyone. Jia Xitong acted in a hurry. She only heard the first half of the sentence, not the second half. Because Jia Xitong and Old 19 successfully escaped, Shang Juming's plan failed for the most part. Young master, what should we do now? The subordinate asked. The disciple from Qingshuang Peak hasn't come back yet. Send more people to search everywhere. Also, send more assassins to Long Xiaofeng. As soon as Yanqing arrives at Long Xiaofeng, kill him immediately. Under the shadow of Shang Yanting, Shang Juming had developed a jealous character. He seemed to be in a good position on the surface, but in fact, he couldn't stand that someone was better than him, someone who would surpass him. He didn't agree with the plan of his father and grandfather Zhaoan, and the current development was just what he wanted. By the way, send the best assassin from our Shang family. People found outside are unreliable, and killing Yanqing must be foolproof. After saying that, he looked at Shang Moyan. Moyan, you take a team to search for the disciple and the monster from Qingshuang Peak. Get rid of the disciple and the hired assassins, and bring the little beast back secretly. Everything was going according to his plan. Shang Jiming looked out the window, which happened to be the direction of Qingshuang Peak. He survived Shang Yanting, so naturally he wouldn't let another Shang Yanting appear in Chengdu College. Long Xiaofeng. The moon is like a silver plate, and the sky is full of stars. On the cliff, more than a dozen people slowly came to the agreed location. In the dilapidated small temple, dozens of martial arts masters had already ambushed in it. The number of people who came was different from the agreed number, but thinking of Shang Jiming's order, no matter how many people came, they would be killed without mercy. Bang! The door of the dilapidated temple was opened. Dozens of killers came out one after another. The disciples who didn't know the truth died under the knives of these people before they could see clearly. The disciples behind screamed and retreated. How could a group of martial arts disciples escape the professional killers of the martial arts level? This is a massacre! Stop! Until a roar came. The leader of Qingshuang Peak fell from the sky. The strength of the martial arts master completely suppressed dozens of professional killers of martial arts masters. Seeing that the assassination was exposed, these killers bit the poison in their mouths at the first time, but Luan Zhenfeng was quick and caught 2 fish that slipped through the net. Peak Master, so many people died. The eldest brother who came late was shocked when he looked at the corpses everywhere. Looking at their familiar faces, they were disciples of Tianwu Peak. The news of the failed assassination soon spread to Jinyang Peak. The one who was killed was a disciple of Tianwu Peak, and the assassin was caught by Luan Zhenfeng? Shang Juming stood up from his seat abruptly upon hearing this. Are all the spies useless? Where is Yanqing now? Where is Yanqing? After tricking Shang Juming, Yanqing went to find his bald little beast alone. With Jia Xitong's system running both ways, Shang Yanting's search for people is still a bit difficult. Chengdu College is surrounded by mountains. With the help of Old 19, Jia Xitong barely knows that they are roughly in that direction and that mountain, but the specific location. Is there no sign where you are? Shang Yanting asked patiently. Does it count if there are 3 trees of the same size next to senior brother 19? Jia Xitong observed very carefully and recalled very seriously. One of the trees looks very much like a chair, and I tied a red handkerchief to the branch. There are thousands of trees in the mountains. How can he find them one by one? Finally, he came up with a solution. You ask Old 19 to wait by a river. There are only 1 or 2 rivers in the valley, which is easier than finding a tree as a mark. Yeah, okay. Jia Xitong looked around with Shang Yanting's eyes. The dark wilderness made people feel inexplicably scared. If you can't find it at night, you can come during the day. Brother 19 can still wander for a while. Safety comes first. Branches of the trees on the hillside blocked a large area of moonlight, and the cold wind penetrated the cotton clothes as if it was going to blow into the spine. The spoiled Shang Moyan was shivering with cold, and he just hoped that the killer could find the target quickly. There seems to be someone in front. The man in the gray disciple uniform was looming in the woods. 7 or 8 assassins were hiding in the dark and watching him quietly. Kill! Shang Moyan gave an order, and all the assassins rushed out. These were all the most powerful assassins of Shangjia, less than 100 in total, loyal to Shangjia and extremely valuable. So many assassins killed a disciple with low cultivation, which was a waste of talent. He thought it was a sure thing. The opponent not only avoided the assassin's surprise attack, but also killed an assassin they carefully trained in an instant. For Shang Yanting, he was too familiar with these assassins. These people were all extremely talented cultivators who were selected in their childhood and then forcibly catalyzed to the martial arts master level with elixirs. They were trained and taught in a closed environment and were cultivated into killing machines by Shang Mingyi since childhood. The assassins who were catalyzed to the martial arts master level had cruel methods and obvious weaknesses. Their overall strength was still far behind that of the martial arts master level cultivators. Moreover, Shang Yanting looked at Shang Moyan and put a solidifying talisman on the fine steel sword in his hand, with a cruel smile on his lips. Under the moonlight, the woods were filled with swords and sabers, and the stench of blood was everywhere. People around him fell one after another, and Shang Moyan's expression changed from calmness at the beginning to shock and panic now. "Yanting, my Shangjia has no grudges against you. Why do you always go against us?" Shang Moyan looked at the last killer falling, drew his weapon and confronted him, pretending to be calm, and said, "Do you know that no one who offends our Shangjia will have a good end?" Shang Yanting raised his sword and directly cut off the weapon in his hand. "What do you think my end should be?" The cold voice, the condescending attitude. Yanting was facing the moonlight, this figure, this action, and this suddenly familiar voice. Shang Moyan felt that he saw Shang Yanting at that moment. "You, who are you?" When he thought of the idea that just popped up, his voice was trembling. Shang Yanting did not answer, but used the Shangjia martial arts that he had long abandoned. Using Shangjia's martial arts to kill Shangjia's people was Shang Yanting's malicious revenge. Shang Moyan blocked these familiar moves, with endless shock and fear in his heart. Yanting was actually Shang Yanting. Shang Yanting was Yanting, the waste with a broken foundation and broken limbs, who should have fallen into the cliff and been eaten by wild dogs, is back. The fear of Shang Yanting accumulated from childhood to adulthood surged into his heart, 100 times more than before. He became completely without fighting spirit. He fled in panic. This waste who had lost even his foundation turned into a rare genius in 1,000 years and became a hot talisman cultivator. They had hurt Shang Yanting so much before. Would he still care about the blood relationship in the past when he came back? Shang Moyan wanted to escape and wanted to go back immediately to tell Shang Juming and Shang Mingyi about this. Halfway through, a tree trunk lying horizontally tripped him. Shang Yanting caught up. Watching him approaching step by step, Shang Moyan made up his mind. He would fight him. He mustered up the courage to rush forward, but he was stepped on before he could even take Shang Yanting's 5 moves, and then with a snap, Shang Moyan's leg was broken. In the empty valley, a shrill cry rang out. "It's so noisy." Shang Yanting stabbed his long sword into his mouth and gently hooked it, and his tongue was gouged out of his mouth. Shang Moyan's pants were soaked, and he felt that his death was coming. On the other side, Jia Xitong took Brother 19 to find a stream with flowing water. "Xitong, is the telepathy you mentioned really effective?" Brother 19 raised reasonable doubts with an inquiring attitude. He had never heard of a monster and its master being able to communicate over a long distance. "Don't worry." Jia Xitong patted his chest and assured, "You don't believe Yanting, but you don't believe me?" Brother 19 was choked. Was this the opposite of what he said? The water was flowing by the river. The cold wind made old 19 shiver. Jia Xitong looked at his mixu fu, which contained 2 spare winter clothes, and the leftovers that Shang Yanting had not finished last night. A moment later, old 19 got a thick winter coat and half a portion of rice. "Xitong, I found that you always have food and clothes." Last time during the training, it actually left the eldest brother's sesame cakes and leftover barbecue. "Of course, I always prepare spare food and clothing for Yanting." Jia Xitong replied that they were able to eat these things because of Shang Yanting. Senior Brother 19 thought about the leftovers and thick cotton-padded jackets with a strong sense of fireworks, and then thought about Junior Brother Yan, who was rich enough to rival a country and a child of destiny, and it was difficult to connect the two together. That's because you don't understand. The host had a very difficult experience. After he fell off the cliff, he lacked food and clothing. Before returning to the human town, he even drank muddy water and could not find prey and almost starved to death. From that time on, Jia Xitong was very worried that he would not have enough food and warm clothes. The leftover food would be put away. This habit was also left from that time. If she had half a big cake at that time, Shang Yanting would not be so hungry that he would eat the corpses of various animals. And it is really useful to bring more food and clothes. After all, Shang Yanting's affairs cannot be said casually. Jia Xitong just gave him a little reminder. "You really care about Junior Brother Yan." Senior Brother 19 couldn't help but say after hearing it. The ordinary master and the monster are like a tamer and a wild horse. The monster succumbs to the majesty of the master and submits to the contract compiled by the martial arts practitioner. It is a relationship of slavery and being enslaved. Who would be obsessed with this matter just because the master suffered a little? Xitong and Junior Brother Yan are the most special couple he has ever seen. That's not it. Jia Xitong raised her head proudly. "Host dear is the reason why I came to this world." As soon as she finished speaking, the voice of the real system rang in her ears. Please note that the male protagonist's good and evil value has been reduced by 2, and the current good and evil value is 79. This thing seems to be specially designed to destroy the atmosphere. What did Shang Yanting do to reduce his good and evil value by 2 points? She instantly transferred to Shang Yanting's sea of consciousness and saw Shang Yanting rushing through the jungle. He didn't do anything. The real system is simply wearing tinted glasses because he is the male protagonist. Jia Xitong was about to argue with the real system when she suddenly found that Senior Brother 19 was holding her and shaking her with a frightened face. A good little beast suddenly drooped its limbs and head and instantly lost all life characteristics. How much psychological trauma will it leave on its companions? Jia Xitong was busy checking to see that Shang Yanting was not disguised and scared Senior Brother 19, who was chatting. Xitong? Xitong, don't scare me! Senior Brother 19's mind went blank, and he even wanted to give it artificial respiration. Jia Xitong stretched out her left paw to hold his pouting mouth. Brother, don't scare me. What happened to you just now? Brother 19 was still immersed in the state of his death, and cold sweat broke out on his back. I was just telepathically communicating with the host. The side effect of this function is that it gives people a false impression of death. Oh. Brother 19 did not doubt it and patted her heart that was a little scared just now. Is Junior Brother Yan far from us now? Far? She just glanced at it, and it seemed that there was already a small river around him. It shouldn't be far. Jia Xitong thought of the good and evil value that was inexplicably deducted and looked at Brother 19 in front of him. Brother, what kind of person do you think the host is? Why did they suddenly talk about this issue? Brother 19 looked at the little beast in front of him and thought carefully. Junior Brother Yan is a genius who can learn everything at once. From the establishment of Chengdu College to the present, there has never been a second case of someone who has cultivated to a martial arts master in just a few months. He taught them martial arts more professionally than the teacher and the peak master, and he could also draw talismans, each of which was worth 100 silver coins. I really don't know what else in this world could be difficult for him. It's not about cultivation, it's about personality, Jia Xitong said. What do you think of his personality? Personality? To be honest, it's a bit stinky. Although he looks gentle and polite, he has a sense of alienation and majesty in his bones, and it's extremely difficult to talk to. To be honest, he is better when the system is with him. When he is alone, he has an aura that says, keep away from strangers. Although everyone doesn't say it, including the eldest brother, they are a little afraid of him. Senior Brother 19 looked at the system's claws together, eyes wide open, expectant, and the truth in his mouth choked. Junior Brother Yan is usually very good. Is that right? Jia Xitong was very happy to get the affirmation. The host is not only good-looking and talented, but also strong and hard-working, although sometimes a little arrogant, but kind and gentle. After understanding her description, Senior Brother 19 was moved. You really like Junior Brother Yan? Of course not. The voices of the two people were carried far away by the wind. On the other side of the river, Shang Yanting came slowly with a long sword stained with human blood. Hearing the conversation of the little raccoon, the bloodthirstiness brought to him by revenge gradually dissipated. System. Hostier, Jia Xitong looked at the person opposite with a little surprise. She thought that Shang Yanting would not come over until at least early morning. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he raised his internal force and jumped towards the 2-meter-wide river. The beast returned to its original owner. Senior Brother 19 returned the little raccoon to Shang Yanting very consciously. At the same time, he smelled the strong smell of blood on Shang Yanting. Junior Brother, what happened to you? He asked with some concern. The smell of blood was too strong, and he was worried that Shang Yanting would get hurt. I met a group of wolves on the road, Shang Yanting said calmly. They kept chasing me, but I cleared them all out, so they're not a problem. So that's it. After hearing this, Jia Xitong felt that she knew the truth about the deduction of the good and evil value. She quietly called out to the real system in her heart, and when it responded, she scolded it. Look at how you calculate the good and evil value. Shang Yanting didn't protect himself when he met a pack of wolves. Do you want him to learn from Sakyamuni and cut his meat to feed the eagle? Did you hear the evaluation of Senior Brother 19 just now? Everyone else praised Shang Yanting. Hurry up and add the good and evil value back. Jia Xitong looked like she was right and unforgiving. She was as gentle to Shang Yanting as she was cruel to the real system. The good and evil value increases or decreases according to the actions of the male protagonist, not according to the qualitative evaluation of others. Then, he didn't mean to chase the wolf pack. Are the wolves in Aotian continent also protected animals? The hero killed the supporting character, Shang Moyun, and the supporting characters, 6 merchant killers. According to the number, situation, and method of the supporting characters' deaths, the system judged that the hero's good and evil value was -2. Was it Shang Moyun who was killed? Jia Xitong, who was originally arguing with the real system, paused. According to the original work, Shang Moyun should still be able to jump around for a while, but he didn't expect that he would die now. But so what? Shang Moyun is not a good person. He and the hero have such a big hatred, and meeting alone is not a matter of life and death. Otherwise, what do you want Shang Yanting to do? Jia Xitong said strongly, your way of calculating good and evil values is wrong. This sophistry is actually very reasonable. The real system has begun to reflect on itself. Then, is it because there is a problem with the scoring standard of good and evil values that countless strategists have failed in the past? But it soon denied it. First, 99% of the taskers failed at the trust value level. Second, all the taskers who have their good and evil values reduced to -100 are killed by the hero without exception. The taskers, who can survive to the end of the original novel, can reduce the hero's good and evil values to -20 at most, and then die with Aotian continent. There is a high probability that there is nothing wrong with the good and evil values. Now this tasker's brain circuit is different from that of normal people. He insists on saying that there is a way without reason. As a high-level intelligence, it cannot be led astray. The real system no longer cares about her and just pretends to be dead. At midnight last night, more than 20 disciples of Tianwu Peak were killed or injured. The kidnapping incident caused a big fuss, especially when the 2 killers who were caught were found to be Shang Jia's people. So this matter would not end well. The Peak Master of Tianwu Peak rushed to Qingshuang Peak overnight, and the Peak Master of Jinyang Peak followed closely with Shang Juming. Although the Peak Master of Tianwu Peak usually does not care about the affairs between disciples, he was extremely angry when he saw the corpses of his disciples under the peak, and looked at the Peak Master of Jinyang Peak and Shang Juming behind him with a murderous look. Zhang Jinyang, in the territory of Shengdu College, your disciples dared to send assassins to harm dozens of my disciples. He is so brave. Faced with the questioning of the head of Tianwu Peak, Shang Juming was a little afraid. He hid behind the head of the peak without saying a word at this time, which was not the demeanor of an heir of a noble family. Master Liu, calm down. Long Xiaofeng has always been remote. Why would your disciples come here in the middle of the night? I think there must be something strange about this matter. Don't let someone take advantage of it. The head of Jinyang Peak stepped forward to help Shang Juming out and looked at Luan Zhenfeng, saying something meaningful. Usually, there was no one at Long Xiaofeng, so how come the disciples of Tianwu Peak and Luan Zhenfeng went there last night? Is it such a coincidence? Zhang Jinyang, I haven't blamed you yet, but you blamed me first. Luan Zhenfeng snorted coldly. Why did I go to Long Xiaofeng in the middle of the night? It's because you, a good disciple, kidnapped my disciples. You are making false accusations without evidence. Seeing that the dean had also arrived, Zhang Jinyang bit Qing Shuangfeng to death. You saved the people, and you caught the killer. The whole process was one-sided from Qing Shuangfeng. Don't you think it costs to wrongly accuse people these days? You are blaming others. Luan Zhenfeng was very angry when he saw him blaming others. If it wasn't for saving my 19th disciple, why would I go to Long Xiaofeng? You said someone kidnapped your Qing Shuangfeng disciples, but where are the kidnappers? Where are the disciples you saved? Zhang Jinyang was very eloquent, and he made Luan Zhenfeng speechless in 2 or 3 sentences. Lu Wu looked at Luan Zhenfeng, frowning slightly. What on earth is going on? The dean also looked at Luan Zhenfeng, who was so angry that he was stuck. Where is your kidnapped disciple? He didn't know either. Luan Zhenfeng was so angry about being wronged. Yesterday, all the disciples of Qingshuang Peak came to tell him that Lao Ju was kidnapped, and they asked him to go and rescue him for fear that Lao Ju was in danger. Qingshuang Peak didn't have any major incidents on weekdays. When he thought that someone was doing something to harm disciples within the influence of Shengdu Academy, he was so angry that he rushed there that night. Who knew that it was his own disciple who was not rescued, and Zhang Jinyang took the blame for doing a good deed. Zhang Jinyang was even more determined when he saw that he couldn't answer. It was you, Qingshuang Peak, who directed and acted it yourself, harming your fellow disciples. The whole peak was in collusion, trying to alienate the relationship between the family and the academy. Shang Jiming, who was hiding behind him, breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the crisis was over, he straightened his clothes and stood out from behind Zhang Jinyang. Respected Master, Master Liu, I have been in the academy for so many years and have always been upright. I would never kill my fellow disciples. Moreover, I don't know the assassins that Master Luan mentioned. Please be clear-headed, Master and all the masters. Give me a clean name and give Shang a clean name. He sent 2 groups of people last night. Even if Long Xiaofeng's plan failed, Shang Moyan should have killed the disciple from Qingshuang Peak by now. Now, as long as he follows the master and bites Luan Zhenfeng to death, this matter will be over. After thinking it through, Shang Jiming suddenly felt more confident and even spoke louder. Junior Brother 19? Junior Brother 19 and Junior Brother Yan are back? A surprised cry outside the door of Qingshuang Peak focused everyone's attention on the door. Old 19 is back, with a bruised face and wounds all over his body. Yanqing also returned with him. The moment the two appeared, they became the focus of attention, and Shang Juming's eyes were flustered for a moment. They are back, but where are the assassins they sent out? Shang Yanting glanced at him calmly, then bowed to the dean and Luan Zhenfeng. Disciple greets the respected master and peak master. Why did you two come back just now? Where did you go? Luan Zhenfeng asked impatiently. Peak master, I was knocked unconscious and tied up. Lao Shiju answered pitifully. Then I escaped to the forest and hid for a night until Junior Brother Yan came and rescued me. Who tied you up? I don't know. He shook his head honestly. Shang Yanting did not consult with him on the way back. How many people are there on the other side? What are their characteristics? There are only 7 or 8 people who kidnapped me, and there are many people guarding around. Most of them are in the middle or late stage of the martial realm, and there are also 2 people in the martial arts master realm. Upon hearing this, the leader of Tianwu Peak observed Laoju from head to toe. Your cultivation is only in the middle stage of the martial realm. How did you escape from these people? They also kidnapped Junior Brother Yan's magic beast. It was quite embarrassing to escape with the help of the small bucket, but the 3 peak masters and the dean were all there, and they all looked serious and cautious, so he didn't dare to lie. It was with the help of the small bucket that we barely escaped. The situation was very critical at the time, and we were almost caught several times. With his explanation, Jia Xitong instantly became the focus of the crowd. It? The 3 peak masters and the dean didn't believe it. Really, last time the small bucket defeated Shang Moyan's iron-backed flaming lion. I heard that the magic beast was scared to diarrhea that night. Lao Ju finished speaking, causing the surrounding disciples to laugh. Shang Juming's expression suddenly became very embarrassed. The dean and the other 2 peak masters didn't know that he was covered in feces, but Zhang Jinyang knew it very well. He took a closer look at the strange little beast, and then changed the subject. Your peak masters went to Longshao Peak to rescue you, and Yanqing went to Wangling to rescue you. How did they know where you were at that time? Thinking about it carefully, what Lao Juming said was full of loopholes. It's still because of the thin barrel. It has a special ability. No matter how far apart it and Junior Brother Yan are, they can still know each other's location. Nonsense! Zhang Jinyang said on the spot. I have never heard of this kind of magical beast. You actually made up such a low-level lie to deceive people. Luan Zhenfeng was not happy this time. Zhang Wuyo, you haven't heard of it before. Is it possible that you are ignorant? This was said very beautifully, blocking the head of Tianwu Peak and the dean who wanted to question it. If they also said they had never heard of it, wouldn't they also become ignorant people? Since you and your disciples are so confident, why not prove it to everyone? Zhang Jinyang, relying on his many years of experience, still did not believe that there was such a coincidence in the world. How to prove it? Put this beast anywhere in Qingshuang Peak. If Yanqing can find it within 1 stick of incense, I will believe that you are telling the truth. Chapter 86. Unraveling the Mystery or Interlocking Links. Listening to Zhang Jinyang's words, the smile on Shang Yanting's lips gradually disappeared. He hated this kind of language that treated the system as an object. Shang Juming received Zhang Jinyang's instructions and stretched out his hand to take Jia Xitong. Shang Yanting avoided his outstretched palm and said, "Let someone else come." He looked at the eldest senior brother standing aside. The eldest senior brother understood and took Jia Xitong away. Peak Master, the people of Jinyang Peak are not trustworthy, so let us do it ourselves. Juming, follow him, don't let them play any tricks. Zhang Jinyang didn't give the other party face when he saw this. Seeing them leave, Liu Wu hurriedly called his most favored disciple, Wang Defa, you go and watch them, and look carefully for me. The dean took a deep breath beside him. When did the relationship between the 3 peaks become what it is now? Jia Xitong did not speak a word during the whole process of leaving. The eldest brother did not chat with her and carried her directly to the kitchen. In fact, he was not sure whether Jia Xitong was telling the truth or a lie, so he deliberately let her go. This is the place that everyone goes to the most, and it is also the closest to the main hall of Qingshuang Peak. Shang Juming next to him would definitely not let him do this. Go further. Where do you say to go? The eldest brother warned him. Boy, this is our Qingshuang Peak's territory. Who do you think you are? Shang Juming didn't dare to say a word in front of the dean and the peak master, but he was extremely arrogant in front of other people. The identities of Shang Juming and the dean's direct disciple were the capital of his arrogance, and he would not take the two inner disciples seriously at all. In the end, he personally chose a place that was far away from the main hall and in a particularly remote location. In the main hall, as soon as Zhang Jinyang received the letter from the other side that said it was prepared, he immediately asked someone to light the incense. Then he snorted coldly, "Let's find it. In order to prove that we don't have any means, please go with me, Master and Peak Master." Shang Yanting turned to the dean and the other two Peak Masters. Since there are contracted monsters in the world that are in tune with human hearts, it's worth taking a look. Compared with Shang Juming's performance just now, the dean was more satisfied with Shang Yanting's behavior. Let's go together. A large group of people walked in the Qingshuang Peak. At this time, Jia Xitong had returned to Shang Yanting's sea of consciousness. While pointing the way for him, she chattered with him. Shang Juming is really good at hiding himself. Senior brother put me in the kitchen, but he insisted on finding a place farthest from the main hall. He has a smug look on his face. He doesn't look like an heir to a noble family. He is not even as good as your little finger. After saying that, she glanced at the fork in the road ahead and said, "Turn left." Shang Yanting chose the left side without hesitation, causing the people following behind to look at him twice. Is it really that magical? The incense in his hand had been burned for the most part, and they were getting further and further away. The three of them are also big targets. Do you want to search Qingshuang Peak? Zhang Jinyang pointed to the incense held by the disciple next to him, with only the length of a finger joint left. Time is running out. Can't we really not find it? The disciples from Qingshuang Peak and Tianwu Peak who followed couldn't help but worry. Even Luan Zhenfeng, who was very confident just now, began to look at Shang Yanting constantly. Only Zhang Jinyang was a little proud. We're here. Shang Yanting stopped at a deserted courtyard. There were dead branches and leaves everywhere around. The door of the courtyard was open, and inside were abandoned and messy benches and chairs. Even here, in such a large place, how long would it take to find it? Looking at the incense that was about to burn out, everyone felt that this was impossible. Under the gaze of everyone, Shang Yanting walked directly to an inconspicuous dead tree next to the courtyard. Yes, it's this tree. Jia Xitong instructed him to look up. Shang Juming is so cunning. He actually tied me up and tied me to a tree branch. This person has very bad character. Shang Yanting used his feet to gain momentum and stepped on the tree trunk to jump between the branches. The dense evergreen branches and leaves hid the entire body of the raccoon. With so many of them following, no one could see it. When Shang Yanting carried the monster down, it was still tied up with a piece of cloth in its mouth. Just because of this posture, Jia Xitong complained to Shang Yanting several times. It was found like this. Shang Juming was completely clever and made the people who followed him unable to refute the special ability of the monster. The three of them walked out of their hiding place in the courtyard. The eldest brother was delighted, Wang Defa was very surprised, but Shang Juming was the only one with a sullen face. It's amazing. Luan Zhenfeng couldn't help but sighed. And by the way, he satirized Zhang Jinyang. Some people are not only ignorant, but also like to judge others by their own standards. Zhang Jinyang was very embarrassed. But now it is not a matter of face. Shang Yanting and Old 19 have now been cleared of suspicion, so who kidnapped the disciples of Qingshuang Peak and killed all the disciples of Tianwu Peak and Longshao Peak? Report to the respected master and peak master. That day, someone pretended to be New Chuan Chuan from Tianwu Peak to meet the disciples, and many people in the forest ambushed and took the opportunity to snatch the disciples' magic beasts, and left a message. If you want to save Senior Brother 19 and the disciples' magic beasts, go to Longshao Peak at midnight yesterday. The disciple knew that he could not win, so he discussed with the eldest brother, and finally decided to ask the peak master to take action. Shang Yanting told the story exactly. The most terrible lie in this world is the one that is mixed with 8 points of truth. Old 19 also said at this time, the disciple was knocked unconscious and taken away while walking on the road. During the period, I woke up and heard their conversation. It was indeed said that I would be taken to Longshao Peak at midnight, but Xitong and I escaped in advance. At this time, some of the surviving disciples of Tianwu Peak also woke up. Disciple went to Longshao Peak because junior brother Nu said to go there to get talismans. Nu Chuan? After hearing this name twice in a row, Lu Wu realized that this was a disciple from his own peak. Where is he now? Junior brother Nu disappeared for a day and was found on the cliff yesterday. He broke his leg and was recovering. Wang Defa had a good relationship with Nu Chuan and went to see him before leaving. He stayed under the cliff for a night, so how could he tell them to trade talismans at Longshao Peak? Yes, we also find it strange. In the past, junior brother Nu would directly hand over the talismans to us. The injured disciple replied. Qingshuang Peak, Tianwu Peak, Jinyang Peak, the killer, Shang Yanting, Yanqing, Lao Shiju, Nu Chuan, disciples of Tianwu Peak, Wanbao Pavilion. Everything looks extremely complicated, like a conspiracy. The biggest suspect at this time is Shang Jia, because the person who was caught is Shang Jia's killer. But Shang Jia is closely connected with the academy. Why would he attack the disciples of the academy? Or is it really like what Zhang Jinyang said, that someone wants to provoke a conflict between the academy and the family? Just as the dean was thinking with a stern face, a teacher hurried over with a serious face. Dean, I found this in Jinyang Peak. Good night. Chapter 87, Subversion. The dean changed his face instantly when he took the letter and saw the content. Asshole! He slapped the letter directly on Zhang Jinyang's face. Zhang Jinyang was stunned by the sudden exposure of the dean, and he picked up the letter on the ground. My son, your father already knows about the matter of Wanbao Pavilion. Yan is young and a rough diamond. Tell him kindly and lure him with benefits. If he can do things for me, it will be great. If he is stubborn and helps the tyrant, he should be eliminated as soon as possible. Father has sent 30 martial artists to help you. There are also business forces in the academy, all of which can be controlled by you. Remember to avoid the eyes and ears of the school and burn it immediately after reading. After reading the letter, Zhang Jinyang's face changed. There are witnesses and evidence, and the evidence is as solid as a mountain. The killer was really sent by Shang Juming. Although the aristocratic family is closely connected with Chengdu College, this time the merchant killer is on the territory of Chengdu College, planning to kidnap the disciples of Qingshuang Peak and massacre the disciples of Tianwu Peak, acting arrogantly and without scruples. Shang Juming wanted to get rid of him if he couldn't win him over, without considering the feelings of his fellow disciples. Not only was the dean furious, but Liu Wu and Luan Zhenfeng also had black faces after reading the content. As the head of the aristocratic family, Zhang Jinyang felt like a thorn in his side. The dean looked at Shang Juming, who was standing beside him, and thought about how he had taken care of these aristocratic family children in the past. He also thought about the rumors he had heard that the academy was from aristocratic families, and his previously suppressed anger suddenly surged. Did the aristocratic families really think that the academy would not be able to survive without them? Humph. Take Shang Juming to the torture chamber and ask the head of Shenyang Peak and the managers of each pavilion to come. The dean of Chengdu College, the 4 peak masters, the pavilion masters and the stewards held a day-long meeting. The next day, many patrolling teachers were added to each peak of the college. The pavilion masters and stewards who managed the internal affairs began to be very busy, and many people were fired every day. The children of the noble families in Jinyang Peak were all in a panic, and the messengers and carrier pigeons returning to the 8 great families were about to break their legs and wings. Chengdu College is about to change. A large number of important things will be taken over by Wanbao Pavilion. Liang Ting was stunned by this huge pie that fell from the sky. Fortunately, Shang Yanting had told him before that he should prepare many things in advance, and even the manpower and materials from Zhaocheng were transferred here. Whenever he thought of this, he felt that Shang Yanting was really a prophet. No, he is not a prophet, but the mastermind behind the scenes. The traps are linked together and progressive, and all people, things and things are being used by him. Liang Ting was glad that he did not choose to flatter the 8 great families before, so that he could pick up such a big bargain today. In 7 days, Liang Ting took over most of the affairs of the original cooperation between the college and the Shang family. This kind of thing would be impossible under normal circumstances. But who asked the dean to make the order? All affairs involving the family were cut off with one stroke, and the cut was straightforward and swift. When Shang Mingyi hurried over, the foundation of his Shang family in the college had been pulled out, and the most core affairs had also been transferred. What about the 8 great families? What about their financial strength? In the Aochin continent, strength is the first. After Shang Mingi arrived, he handed in several visiting cards. Now the dean, the peak master, and even the pavilion masters and stewards below are unwilling to have much contact with him. Now that Shang family is about to lose the support of Chengdu College, the clan leader is furious with him. Shang Juming is still being punished in the torture room, and Shang Moyun has been missing for 7 days. Other families believe that Shang family created this crisis. If they cannot solve it well, they will face the criticism of the other 7 families. With such a mess, Shang Mingi's hair has turned white. He looked for all kinds of connections, but those who had a good relationship with him in the past and even flattered him avoided him. It was a foregone conclusion that the academy would draw a line between itself and the aristocratic family. Now all that could be done was to find Shang Moyun and rescue Shang Juming. After several days, Shang Moyun was finally found. His body was eaten by wild beasts in the barren mountains, and his identity was confirmed by the clothes he wore, the accessories he carried, and the broken weapons. The once glorious and arrogant young man of the aristocratic family died quietly in the wilderness, and there was not even a complete body after his death. The disciples who learned about this could not help but sigh. God has a good way and no one can escape. Shang Jia has brought this upon himself. That's right. After sending assassins to kill so many fellow disciples, the people of Shang Jia actually had the nerve to seek justice for Shang Moyun. What's the matter? Who can the more than a dozen lost disciples of Tianwu Peak seek justice from? The lives of their aristocratic family children are lives, but the lives of others are not lives? The academy did a good job this time. It was very tough. In the face of strength, the aristocratic families are not worth mentioning. No one spoke up for Shang Juming in the incident where everyone pushed the wall down. Jinyang Peak has now lost its former glory and its status has become awkward. On the other side, Liang Ting was in high spirits. He was busy trying to get close to the Holy Capital College, but he also did not forget to provide good services for Shang Yanting. Last time Shang Yanting needed yellow elm wood and ice silk, Liang Ting only gave him the ordinary ice silk he had in stock. In fact, he also had a box of top-grade ice silk worth 1,000 taels. This time, when he went up the mountain, he personally delivered the top-grade ice silk. The winter sun shone in and sprinkled on Shang Yanting, who was sitting at the table, bringing some peace and quiet. He was focusing on the yellow elm wood with his spiritual power, connecting the ice silk on the other side to the yellow elm wood. After obtaining the Tianxia puppet technique, he practiced hair transplantation for a long time, from the rough workmanship at the beginning to gradually becoming proficient until now he can transplant a perfect head of hair for the yellow elm wood. I'm going to replant your hair. Shang Yanting opened the top-grade ice silk and asked, "What do you want it to look like?" Jia Xitong, who was drawing talismans, rushed out instantly. Hair transplant? Of course, the more the better. Although she usually doesn't say it, she actually cares about her body. Jia Xitong told him her requirements very seriously. First, there must be a lot. Second, it must be soft. Third, it must have texture. Is it okay? Jia Xitong looked at Shang Yanting expectantly. Sure. Shang Yanting placed the bald raccoon in front of him and carefully planned what to do next. It will take about 3 days to repair it. During this process, you can't use this puppet. Yeah, no problem. Jia Xitong nodded vigorously after, listening. The beautiful image is worth waiting for. Except for the beginning when she watched for a while, she began to draw talismans later. The host personally replanted the fur on her puppet, so of course she needed to repay him with the best talismans. Jia Xitong decided to wait for him to finish the talismans, and then give him 10 talismans, and the previous debt would be reduced by half. The 3 days were soon up. Jia Xitong sorted out her battle record. 50 solidification talismans, 50 blessing talismans, 25 explosion talismans, 20 lightning talismans, and 1 mixu talisman. The solidification talismans and blessing talismans were given to Wanbao Pavilion. Except for the mixu talisman, the remaining talismans were used up during the escape. Now these 145 talismans are all her belongings. Apart from these, she was left with only 8 mixu talismans, a golden holy pen, a budless Langmu branch, a cracked wooden statue, a top-grade spiritual stone bathtub, and 35,000 taels of silver. Oh, she still owed the True System 9,722 talismans. Okay? Just as Jia Xitong was counting her belongings, Shang Yanting suddenly said, "The little raccoon has been repaired. Happy New Year. There is one more, later." Chapter 88, New Hair. Jia Xitong looked out expectantly. Just one glance, and she was stunned. Is the hair thick? Thick. Is the hair smooth? Smooth. Does the hair have texture? Not only does it have texture, but it is also very smooth. Everything seems perfect. But when all these things are put together and appear on a little raccoon, it becomes extremely strange. Especially this hair is not only silky and thick, but also very long. When it is still on the table, it looks like a wig. When it moves, it looks like a long flowing hair. The eyes were covered by the long hair. Jia Xitong ran 2 steps and bumped into the table leg. She rolled back, and the hair on her body was tangled together in an instant. Can you cut it shorter? Jia Xitong shook his head, trying to show his eyes, but failed. Shang Yanting took out a pair of scissors, combed the messy hair with a comb, and then used the scissors to cut the tuft in front of him with a click. The scissors broke. Oh. Jia Xitong was shocked. At this moment, he suddenly found that the Taoism book was emitting a light representing unlocking. Taoism book, heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Habits. Habits. Ice silkworms grow in places with extremely rich spiritual energy. Top-grade ice silk requires ice silkworms to spit out 1 inch every 10 years. Function. Ice silk is generally invulnerable to swords and guns, and is immune to water and fire. It can be used for refining magic pens, refining weapons, and refining puppets. Invulnerable to swords and guns, immune to water and fire. Jia Xitong looked at the introduction of the Tathagata, then looked at the ice silk, and then looked at the introduction of the Tathagata. Oh no, the little raccoon turned into a small wig. Who would have thought that the academic master would also fail? It's not a mistake, it's just too much better. How about I replant your hair? Shang Yanting looked at her dazed look and pursed his lips. How to replant? Jia Xitong asked. Destroy these ice silks and replace them with ordinary ice silks. Destroy? Wouldn't it be a waste of natural resources if they were destroyed? No, I feel. This is also good. Thousands of taels of silver worth of hair are on her. Jia Xitong felt that she didn't need to watch the road. Bang! She hit the pillar again. Let's do it again. Shang Yanting looked at her and silently picked up the tools. Host dear, how about you help me braid a braid? Jia Xitong suddenly thought of this good idea. Since it can't be cut off, it's always okay to tie a ponytail. After an incense stick, Shang Yanting's same white silk ribbon hairstyle came out, revealing her face and eyes. It looked a bit fashionable and a bit elegant in the mirror. I feel great. Jia Xitong stood in front of the bronze mirror and looked at herself in the mirror, and found that she actually looked a bit like a fairy. As expected, don't throw away the little raccoon that doesn't feel good. Tie a braid and it will look brand new. Host dear, can I go out like this? How can such a good-looking appearance be without an audience to appreciate it? Jia Xitong decided not to wear clothes for the time being. Shang Yanting put away the comb, looked at its eager look and nodded. Okay, but you can't leave Qingshuang Peak. Whoosh! After saying the word okay, she jumped out, and a voice of I know came from a distance. It really feels different to have fur or not. When running with fur, the wind resistance is a little greater. When Jia Xitong ran to the residence of Senior Brother 19, her soft hair was blown a little, and her whole body was twice as wide as before. Senior Brother 19 almost didn't recognize her. Xitong, you have a lot of hair now. Senior Brother 19 looked at her and said it after a long time. Yeah, it's newly planted. Jia Xitong showed him his current appearance from all angles, and then said hypocritically, it's actually not that bad. This fur only costs a few thousand taels of silver. Thousands of taels of silver? Brother 19's eyes suddenly changed in disdain. No wonder there are so many. He touched it, and the hair looked messy from the wind, but it spread out as soon as he grabbed it with his hand. Very smooth and slippery. Thousands of taels of silver worth of hair. Brother 19 secretly picked up 2 hairs and wanted to pull them off to collect. Then he used the 2 hairs to lift up the whole raccoon. Senior Brother 19, what are you doing? It's not easy to fall off. Senior Brother 19 cleverly changed the subject and pretended to be studying. It looks very good. Of course. Jia Xitong, who came here to show off, was satisfied with the compliment, and then took out 4 solidification talismans and 2 blessing talismans. Senior Brother 19, here. Senior Brother 19 was shocked when he saw what she had in her hand. He couldn't help but stretch his hand into the air and relied on reason and conscience to force himself to take it back. This is a talisman worth 300 taels of silver. 6 pieces is 1 to 800 taels. Xitong, you took out so many talismans. Is there anything wrong with Junior Brother Yan? He forced himself not to look over to prevent himself from being unable to resist this temptation. This is for you as agreed. Jia Xitong stuffed the talisman into his hand. We'll keep our word. Don't be polite. She came here mainly to show off, and secondly to give talismans. Okay, I'm leaving. She came quickly and left quickly. The raccoon with dense hair on the road was like a moving wig, and even its legs were almost invisible. She was also a competent broom. The places she walked by were very clean, and the dust was swept away. After returning to the room, the raccoon, whose legs were so swollen that he couldn't see them, pounced on Shang Yanting, and all kinds of small stones, fallen leaves, and mud fell on him. The ground was clean, but the body was dirty. She was out for a quarter of an hour and cleaned for 2 hours. The raccoon's hair is now particularly prone to hiding small things. Shang Yanting first used a comb to get the garbage hidden in its hair, and even combed out a copper coin. "I can pick up money when I go out. I'm so lucky today," Jia Xitong said with a smile, and then asked Shang Yanting to wash her and put the copper coins in a special money bag. She didn't like the raccoon after the hair was grown at first, and she kept it simply to avoid waste. But after a while, she is more and more satisfied with it. The more hair, the more hairstyles to try. The fur on her body was densely packed medicine. The news that Jia Xitong had a silky fur quickly spread throughout Qingshuang Peak, on the stone table outside the library. Everyone stopped reading and came to see her. The second brother kept stroking the little raccoon from head to tail with his hands, and he couldn't stop at all. Everyone surrounded it and touched it all over, and its fur was greasy. "Stop playing. Get ready. The brothers and sisters from Tianwu Peak will be here soon." The eldest brother looked at the group of people playing with the barrel and lost their minds, picked up Jia Xitong, and interrupted their large-scale bear stroking scene. "Look at what you are wearing. You were poor before, but now you all have a few spiritual stones. Can't you bear to make 2 new clothes?" After saying that, he looked at senior brother 11, who had the most patches in the crowd. "Especially you, dress well. Also, clean the visible places such as the living room and the avenue. In the afternoon, I want to see these places clean." Since the last 4-peak competition, Qingshuang Peak and the other peaks have fallen out. Their status has fallen to the bottom, and they haven't communicated with the other 3 peaks normally for a long time. This time, the other party came to thank them specially, so naturally they had to show their gestures. The disciples of Tianwu Peak came with a thank you gift and exchanged a few words with the senior brother, but their eyes were moving around, until Shang Yanting appeared. "Junior brother Yan." Suddenly, the smiles on the faces of a group of people became brighter, and they came forward to compliment him. It was not Qingshuang Peak that raised the status, but Shang Yanting. There are only 2 direct disciples in the whole academy, Yan Qing and Shang Jiming. Now that the academy has been alienated from the aristocratic family, Shang Jiming has also been disliked by the dean, and Yan Qing's status has naturally risen. There is no shortage of such people who are good at flattery and fawning. They were originally worried that Yan Qing would be arrogant and look down on them. Unexpectedly, the other party was gentle and polite. The people who came to flatter could not help but say a few more words, and even talked about things that others did not know. "Junior brother Yan, do you know that the academy actually sends one of the most talented disciples to study abroad every 10 years? "What?" "Really?" The disciple who knew the inside story whispered. "I have been in the academy for 20 years. How could I not know? It has been 9 years since the last time a disciple was sent out. I believe that the dean will select someone soon." "What will he learn outside?" the eldest senior brother next to him asked. "I don't know about that, but there will definitely be great development." The disciple said firmly, "The previous deans of our Chengdu Academy are all returned from external cultivation. And every dean, their cultivation is not lower than that of the king of martial arts. If there is no accident this time, it is very likely that Shang Juming will go. However, it is a question whether the title of Shang Juming's direct disciple can be kept. The next round of disciples going out to study is most likely Yan Qing." Jia Xitong lay on Shang Yanting's knees and ate melons quietly. In order to curry favor with the best disciples of the academy, the disciples of Tianwu Peak revealed the secrets of many years. Everyone speculated whether this was a danger or an opportunity amidst heavy doubts. The only one who saw through the truth was Jia Xitong, an original fan who looked like a raccoon but was smarter than ordinary people. They are talking about Dingchen Academy, a place that is many times more powerful than the Holy City. However, this is the place where Shang Yanting went after his revenge, where he met a gentle and talented woman, a hot and cool girl, an iceberg saint, and a cold teacher. The scene was hot and made people howl, and Jia Xitong's mind was full of imagination. But when she thought that Shang Yanting had rejected 2 girls in a row, she became rational again. The original is the original, and reality is reality. Shang Yanting has no idea of falling in love now, and it is immoral to open a harem. After accepting Shang Yanting as his own, Jia Xitong began to demand him with his own moral values. In Shangmo City, Shang Mingyi spent a lot of effort to get Shang Juming out of the academy's punishment hall. Shang family was exhausted by the successive blows. There was a knock on the door. The guard pushed the door open and saw the head of the Song family coming with Song Yuer, followed by porters with nearly 100 boxes. Head of the Song family. Shang Mingyi stepped forward to greet him. Why didn't you inform Shang in advance when you came from afar? Ahem. The head of the Song family coughed lightly, and when he saw the head of the Shangmo family, he bowed to him. Patriarch Shang, this time I came mainly for Yuer's marriage. Since Shang Yanting's accident, the marriage between the Song and Shang families has been changed to Song Yuer and Shang Moyan. Now that Shang family has made such a big mess and Shang Moyan is still dead, he is naturally here to cancel the engagement. Patriarch Shang, when I promised Yuer to marry my nephew Mo Yun, I wanted to make them a good match. Now that my nephew Mo Yun died young, I shouldn't have come to bother you at this time, but I love my daughter so much that I took the initiative to return the betrothal gifts. I hope you will be patient and accept the change. Patriarch Song said this beautifully. But last time Shang Yanting died, the Song family was worried about being rejected and came to ask for a replacement overnight. The two attitudes were completely different, and it was because their Shang family encountered trouble, and they were worried about being affected by them. But now the Song family can break away from the Shang family, but the Shang family cannot give up the power of the Song family. Clan leader Song, this matter should be discussed carefully. Clan leader Shang invited people into the mansion and said with a smile, the Song family and the Shang family have been like brothers for decades, and Yuer is like my granddaughter. How can I let her suffer any grievances? He ordered people to call all the young disciples of the Shang family. There are many talented people in my Shang family. Yuer, you can see who you like, and I will arrange a marriage for you immediately. Although there are many disciples in the Shang family, not all of them are Shang Yanting. Song Yuer was already very upset about being forced to marry Shang Moyan before. Now that the Shang family has no capital for the Song family to cling to her, she quietly pulled the sleeve of her father next to her. Haha, clan leader Shang, the matter of a big wedding is not a joke. Clan leader Song said slightly cautiously. Yuer has been engaged to Shang family twice. If it comes again, how will outsiders view my son? Shang family has caused other families to suffer with their own efforts. Other families have secretly planned to kick Shang family out of the ranks. This marriage must be cancelled. Shang Zhenyun's smile gradually faded. If this marriage is cancelled, Shang family will have one less ally. Now is the critical moment. We can't retreat. Juming, he snorted in a deep voice, and Shang Juming stood out from the crowd. Grandfather, you did something wrong and Yuer was wronged. A man should take responsibility for his actions. Are you willing to marry Yuer? Shang Zhenyun asked if he was willing, and Shang Juming knew that this was a must. Not only did he have to be willing, but he also had to coax Song Yuer to be willing. The smartest thing about Shang Juming was probably that he understood the facts. He looked at Song Yuer. Miss Song, I am willing to marry you. A modest gentleman, elegant and polite. Shang Juming was trained by Shang Mingyi to be the successor of a noble family since he was a child. He was directly targeted at Shang Yanting, and he was also quite handsome. Song Yuer liked Shang Yanting, so naturally she couldn't resist the low-profile version of Shang Juming. She looked at the Song clan leader with some hesitation. Daddy? Chapter 90. The original is the original. Reality is reality. The Song clan leader frowned. No, this marriage must be cancelled. They came here to draw a clear line between he and Shangjia. Clan leader Song, our Juming will be the clan leader in the future, and Yuer will be the clan leader's wife in the future. Shang Mingyi couldn't help but say. Shang Zhenyun frowned slightly when he heard this, but he also acquiesced. Clan leader's wife. It sounds very tempting, but the current clan leader's wife is very different from the previous clan leader's wife. Yuer and Shangjia are not destined to be together. Clan leader Shang and brother Mingyi are making it difficult for me. After he said that, the expressions on the faces of the young generation of teenagers became wonderful. They were angry that the Song family was not flattering, and then they cast a sarcastic look at Shang Juming. He did some bastard things to harm Shangjia, and when he was asked to cancel the engagement, he didn't want him. Let's see what prestige he, the future clan leader, will have in the Shang family in the future. Shang Zhenyun's face was extremely gloomy. Shang Mingyi's old face was almost lost. Seeing this, Shang Juming had to stand up as an heir. Uncle, Juming is not only the young master of Shang family, but also the direct disciple of the dean. Although he has done some wrong things, this is an undeniable fact. Every 10 years, the academy will send a disciple to study in a high-level institution where everyone is a martial arts master. If Juming can get this opportunity, he will at least start as a peak master in Chengdu College in the future. Now he must let the Song family see his value. The news that he had never mentioned to anyone was made public at this time, and everyone, including his father, looked at Shang Juming in shock. "Juming, why didn't you mention this to me? I only learned about this after I became the dean's direct disciple, and I didn't have time to tell you and grandfather. Martial arts master. A promising future." The originally determined Song clan leader was a little shaken. "But you sent people to massacre the academy disciples. The dean already hates you. How could he let you go?" The Song clan leader regained his reason and shook his head. "This matter is just a verbal statement, and it cannot be counted. If Yanting dies, then the person sent must be me." Shang Juming said firmly, "The dean will only send his personal disciples. So you sent someone to assassinate Yanting?" "Yes." Shang Juming nodded slightly. "In fact, the crisis of the family is planned by this person behind the scenes. He has an inexplicable hatred for us. If he is not eliminated, it will be a big trouble in the future." After that, he bowed respectfully to the Song clan leader. "I hope Uncle Song believes in the younger generation. I will treat Miss Song well in the future." The Song clan leader hesitated. Shang Juming looked at Song Yuer and smiled at her. Who can refuse a handsome, bright, and promising man? Song Yuer quietly pulled the sleeve of the Song clan leader. "Father." The Song clan leader was also shaken. "It is not appropriate to draw conclusions at this time. Let's talk about it again." Shang Yanting encountered problems in his cultivation in the academy. He has been looking for a suitable body technique. Since he was awarded the status of a direct disciple, he has searched all the library in the academy. The more he read, the more he felt that his body technique was not suitable. He is now practicing the silent sword. This technique is more than agile, but lacks murderous aura. Although it is the best part of all the skills, it is still not top-notch. Shang Yanting has now reached the level of a martial artist. His cultivation has improved, but his body technique cannot keep up. For this reason, he went to find the dean. "I hope the dean can solve my doubts." After listening to Shang Yanting's analysis, Lu Yun was really shocked. The disciple's talent is higher than what is circulated outside. If he is well cultivated in the future, he will definitely become a great man. But when it comes to body technique, he can't give him good advice because he practices with a gun. He pondered for a while. "You should practice the Tianyin sword technique first, and I will find a suitable body technique for you in the future." Jia Xitong listened to the side and felt that he was a bit empty. She looked at the dean, who was also looking at her at this moment. Shang Yanting stood there and let him look at him, but the hand holding the little beast clenched quietly. "Your little beast's fur is a little special. Report to the master. The little beast is bald for some reason. This is made by the disciple using ice silk." "You actually have this skill?" Lu Yun was a little curious when he heard this, and he reached out and touched the back of the little beast. There was indeed a faint energy of ice silk on it, and it was top-grade ice silk. This kid's origin is unknown, and the power behind him does not seem to be underestimated. Lu Yun retracted his hand and took out 2 pills from his arms. "One is Peiyuan pill. You have cultivated too fast, and your foundation must not be as solid as those who have practiced martial arts for many years. Taking it will stabilize your cultivation and calm your mind. The other is a pill for the magic beast. After eating it, low-level magic beasts have the effect of detoxification and strengthening the body." The dean was generous. A single Peiyuan pill is a sky-high price, a good thing that Liangting can't get. As for the magic beast pill, although it was given as a gift, it was also an extremely expensive pill. After returning to Qingshuang Peak, Shang Yanting put away the Peiyuan pill. "Dear host, don't you want to eat it?" Even Jia Xitong knew that Peiyuan pill was a good thing. Whatever others say is true. What if he didn't give Peiyuan pill? What if this is a deadly poison? Shang Yanting said slowly, and his calm tone successfully made Jia Xitong tremble. Just now, when she passed by the stable, could she dig out the pills she fed to Xiao Huihui and the giant stone rhinoceros? She ran out to see and found that the cows and horses had already started drinking water. The pill, which was the size of a marble and half of a beast, had probably reached its stomach. Seeing her appear, the 2 beasts looked up at Jia Xitong at the same time. "Forget it. Cultivating immortals is to go against the will of heaven." Seeing this, Jia Xitong grabbed 2 more handfuls of grass for them. Whether this medicine is real or fake depends on their luck. The reaction appeared at night. First it was Xiao Huihui, then the giant stone rhinoceros. Puff, puff, the 2 animals pooped all night. On the second day, the stable turned into a manure pit. The stone rhino and Little Gray broke free from the reins and collapsed outside the stable, exhausted. Jia Xitong, who had gotten up early in the morning to feed the horses and cattle, was carrying a basket. His first reaction was, "What happened?" His second reaction was, "How terrible!" Then he was thankful that Shang Yanting didn't take any random pills. The veterinarian followed closely at this time. There were also professionals who cleaned the stables with him. Where did these people come from? Jia Xitong spoke his mind. I called them. Shang Yanting appeared behind her, picked her up and held her in his arms. Jia Xitong shook his hair reflexively and covered his hands to block the cold wind outside. He heard the noise in the middle of the night and asked the people from Wanbao Pavilion on the mountain to go down the mountain to find them overnight. By the time you find out, they have already died. Shang Yanting was as sharp-tongued as ever, but Jia Xitong didn't mind and was very grateful to him. Thank you for calling the veterinarian in time, hoping that Xiao Huihui and the giant stone rhino would not be poisoned to death. Seeing Jia Xitong's nervousness, Shang Yanting looked at the doctors surrounding the cow and the horse. How is it? It's so hard to update the chapter in advance, but I made a mistake. Oops. Chapter 91. Mr. Yan, your two monsters are fine. More than fine. These two monsters are the healthiest of all the animals he has ever lived with. Then why are they having diarrhea? Shang Ting asked. The veterinarian thought for a moment. Sir, did you feed them anything special yesterday? Jia Xitong had been feeding them all along, and he looked at her. Jia Xitong stretched out her paw and gestured to the appearance of a pill. Shang Yanting understood. Yesterday it was for a pill specially for magic beasts. Legend has it that there is a precious magic beast pill called Qingxing pill. Magic beasts can strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives after eating it. The downside is that they need to excrete a lot of toxins, so they have diarrhea. The veterinarian speculated what kind of pill they probably took based on the situation of the two beasts. Then he felt sick all over. Qingxing pills are extremely precious and rare, and few people spend a lot of money to buy this kind of pill. Even if someone buys it, it is fed to high-level magic beasts at the martial arts level or above. The two in front of him, one is a low-level magic beast giant stone rhino used to transport goods, and the other is an old horse that is not even a magic beast. Good pills are wasted like this. I really don't understand rich people like them. After sending the veterinarian away, Jia Xitong finally let go of her worries. It's okay, it's okay. She ran to prepare some salt water and fresh hay for the cattle and horses that had been pulling all night. The giant stone rhino and Little Gray stood up when she approached and nuzzled her with their noses and heads. Emma really loved her. Is it done? Shang Yanting went into the house and came out with a long sword. Are you going somewhere? It is rumored that a sword saint passed by the foot of the mountain today. The saint in Sword Saint does not refer to cultivation, but a respectful title. Generally, people who are extremely knowledgeable in a certain field will use the word saint to show respect. For example, the medicine saint, the weapon saint, and the poetry saint. Shang Yanting has not given up on finding a suitable body movement. Since there is a chance, of course he has to ask for advice. The poetry saint at the foot of the mountain stayed in a bamboo garden. Many people heard the news, and when Shang Yanting went there were already many visitors standing outside the bamboo garden. A young boy came out of the house and said, "Everyone, my sword saint is not seeing guests today. Please go back." How can that be possible? We have come all the way here and have waited for so long. The sword saint should at least come out to see us. We can't leave without even seeing a shadow of a person. The visitors outside started to make a noise, and no one wanted to leave. The boy was somewhat helpless. A moment later, a slightly older boy opened the door and came out with a cup of tea in his hand. Thank you for coming from afar. The sword saint would like to meet 10 people with whom we are destined to meet. This is the hot tea we prepared for you. There are 10 cups with red bottoms. If you want to drink the tea in these cups, please come in. As soon as the boy finished speaking, the others immediately swarmed over and snatched the tea on his tray. In an instant, the tea spilled all over the floor. The cups with red bottoms were snatched away, and the cups with white bottoms were left on the tray. When Shang Yanting came forward, there were only 3 cups with tea left. Which one do you choose? Shang Yanting looked at the little raccoon in his arms. The one on the left. Jia Xitong pointed with his paw, and Shang Yanting picked up the teacup and slowly put it to his mouth. It seemed that he drank it all in one gulp, but in fact it was all poured out. The cup was turned over, and the bottom of the cup was red. Hey! Jia Xitong looked at him with an expression that was about to praise him. Visitors who have red-bottom teacups, please come in. The boy's voice interrupted Jia Xitong's words. Those who didn't get the red-bottom teacups sighed, and those who got the teacups hurriedly squeezed in. Even in winter, the bamboo forests around the bamboo garden are still lush and green. After entering the outer courtyard, there is another gate in the inner courtyard. The boy who led the way stopped and looked at Shang Yanting and another woman holding a red-eyed rabbit. The Sword Saint doesn't like furry monsters. Please send your contracted monsters to the wing room temporarily. We will take good care of them for you. Shang Yanting was a little unhappy when he heard this. There are so many rules before I even meet the people. It was like he was being mysterious and pretentious. He turned around and wanted to leave. Jia Xitong tugged at his sleeve. They had wasted almost a whole day trying to meet this swordmaster, and now they were here with just one last step. Go in and take a look first. What if the people inside are really powerful? Jia Xitong said to him directly through his sea of consciousness. I'll go somewhere else to have a look. The lady next to him also put down her snow rabbit with an unhappy expression. Shang Yanting and the others followed the big boy to the inner courtyard, while she and the other rabbit were taken to the small room at the door by the little boy. Bang! The little boy put them in and closed the door, locking it with a key. Jia Xitong was relatively calm, but the red-eyed snow rabbit jumped several times nervously. It was the only one in the room with Jia Xitong, and after it got scared, it took Jia Xitong as its target of attack. It was flexible and could spit out long and thin ice spikes from its mouth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 7 or 8 sharp ice spikes shot towards Jia Xitong and were completely blocked by her seemingly smooth but solid fur. What a rabbit with no lethality. If you stir-fry it with young ginger, chili peppers, and green peppers with hot oil, it will be delicious on the tip of your tongue. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The opponent's attack became more fierce. Since you are so belligerent, I will be rude to you. Jia Xitong stood up and slowly took out a chapter of Mixu Fu. Then, she took out a handful of fresh grass and carrots to feed Xiaohuihui and the giant stone rhino. The snow rabbit became even crazier after seeing the food. Jia Xitong, who originally thought that she could tame the snow rabbit with food, didn't expect that she would miscalculate. A little monster that couldn't even break the defense wanted to steal food. Jia Xitong rushed forward with the ice spikes, slapped the snow rabbit on the head with one claw, and then fought with it. The two beasts are about the same size, but the snow rabbit is actually more ferocious because of its natural wildness. But Jia Xitong's fur is thick, and the snow rabbit can't bite it. Jia Xitong relied on her own defense to turn the defeat into victory little by little, and then used violence and food in parallel to successfully make the rabbit submit to her feet. On the other side, Shang Yanting followed the big boy and just entered the innermost part of the bamboo garden. The swordmaster was putting away his sword at this moment. He looked at the people following the big boy and said, "Come in." There were fine wines and delicacies in the room, but everyone didn't come for food. "Senior Swordmaster, I heard that you are superb with your left-handed sword, so I came here to ask for advice." The only woman among the 10 people said anxiously. The Swordmaster nodded slightly. Meeting his fate, sit down and eat something first. Since he said so, everyone naturally couldn't refute it, and sat around the dining table one by one. Scene was rather awkward with 11 strangers sitting together. Shang Yanting followed the others and slowly sat down. His eyes swept over his hand holding the chopsticks. Chapter 92. Stand up, rabbit, stand up. At this moment, Jia Xitong was teaching Snow Rabbit outside the bamboo garden. Come and put your hands together to make a wish for prosperity, like me. Snow Rabbit was very cooperative. Seeing that it successfully completed a set of movements, Jia Xitong touched its head and then stuffed it with a handful of grass. Well done, you will perform like this for your master in the future. Snow Rabbit took the fresh grass and began to eat it crazily, as if it had not eaten for more than 10 days. Suddenly its nose moved, and its body became more and more stiff. It squeaked twice and fell stiffly. Dead? Jia Xitong looked at the grass in her hand. Aren't the cows and horses at home still alive and well? She rushed outside to find someone, but just as she reached the door, she heard a discussion outside. A childish voice whispered, "The incense has been on for so long, the 2 monsters should have fallen, right?" It was the voice of the little boy who brought her and the Snow Rabbit in. The amount of incense can be used to poison 2 cows, and it can't poison the 2 little monsters? Another big boy's voice sounded. Hurry up and get them out. Wait for the adults to clear the people inside and send the 2 monsters and Yanqing's body over together. What? Jia Xitong was stunned. She swept her eyes around the room and found the incense burner burning in the middle of the room. If she had a sense of smell at this time, she would smell a sweet and greasy fragrance. Remember that she is a puppet. The incense can be used to kill 2 cows, but it can't kill a raccoon. There is a problem here. She wants to find Shang Yanting. The sound of unlocking was heard outside. The moment the door opened, Jia Xitong's soul left the raccoon and returned to Shang Yanting's consciousness. The moment the line of sight returned to the sea of consciousness, it became 360 degrees. In the lobby, the dining table was smashed, dishes and soup were scattered on the tablecloth, and the surroundings were in a mess. The 5 visitors and the Sword Saint surrounded the 5 people, including Shang Yanting. Except for Shang Yanting, the other 4 people all had black lips, and black blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, as if they were poisoned. Jia Xitong, who originally came to report the news, was severely taught a lesson by Shang Yanting. You must be on guard against others. The current situation is 5 against 6, and 4 of them are seriously injured. Thinking of what she just heard, the other party must be going for Shang Yanting. She needs to return to Little Raccoon immediately and come back to help. The carriage is waiting outside. Hurry up. The 2 little boys each held a monster and walked very fast. After Jia Xitong returned, she was held tightly and could not run away, until suddenly she felt that she was placed on a wooden board. Now, Little Raccoon, charge! Jia Xitong rushed out like a bolt of lightning, startling the little boy who was about to put her in the cage. She ran away. Why don't you chase her? The boy shouted behind her, chasing after her relentlessly. She took out 2 Thunderbolt Talismans and threw them behind her. After a beautiful drift at the corner, she rushed directly to the door that Shang Yanting had just entered in Zhuyuan. The door was closed tightly, and the little raccoon pasted another talisman on it, and the door was directly blown open. Host dear, hold on. Jia Xitong is here. Shang Yanting can still hold on in Zhuyuan for the time being, but others may not. Drinking tea outside, plus the wine inside, mixed together, will cause people's tendons and veins to break, and their foundation to be gradually damaged. This is the top-grade poison that Shang Mingyi spent a lot of money to get before, and the last bit left was all used for them. At this time, the poison took effect, and the 4 people had no power to fight back at all, and could only be slaughtered. Swish! A long sword pierced the woman's heart, and the last real visitor died, leaving Shang Yanting alone to be attacked from both sides. The 6 people attacked together. At this moment, there was a loud bang in the sky, and the little raccoon made a brilliant appearance. Jia Xitong threw 9 explosive talismans in one breath, and the power of the explosion overturned the roof. However, with such a great power, no one was killed. Several people were well prepared, and at the same time gathered spiritual power to resist the power of the explosion. At the moment when the spiritual power overflowed, the 6 people were exposed as martial spirits. They are the elders of the Shang family. Although the academy cut off most of the Shang family's power, there are still spies left. It is no secret that Yanqing has not found a suitable body method. A little inquiry will reveal that today's Sword Saint is a trap set by them. Shang Mingyi personally invited the 5 elders of the Shang family to take action, and today Yanqing must be buried in the bamboo garden. Bold rat, why don't you surrender quickly? The so-called Sword Saint put his hands behind his back and looked down at Shang Yanting. You should know who is the rat. At the moment when these people attacked, he recognized the identities of several people through their moves. Shangjia people. Wuling is 1 level higher than martial arts master. At this time, Shang Yanting had to face 6 Wulings, and he couldn't beat them. If these people appeared here, there would be no chance to retreat unscathed. Shang Yanting could only delay time while talking to Jia Xitong in the Sea of Consciousness. Can you bring your Shuyan boat? I have it. Can I borrow it? Of course. Jia Xitong was not stingy with magic tools. She quietly handed the talisman containing the Shuyan boat to Shang Yanting. The movement was very small, but it was still noticed. Be careful, he is going to attack. The elder on the left shouted, and the 6 people attacked Shang Yanting together in the spirit of preemptive strike. It was said that it was late, but it was fast. The Shuyan boat he urged became larger in an instant. The hull shook slightly under the attacks of several people, but there was almost no sign of damage. Using the hull to block the attacks of several people, Shang Yanting flew away. He wants to escape. Several elders below discovered his intention. He can't be allowed to run away. This is related to the future of Shang Jiming and Shang family. Shang Mingyi made a strange hand gesture with both hands, and in an instant 2 blood-red lines shot out from his wrists. Long lines tightly wrapped around the hull, forcing Shang Yanting to be unable to leave. Above his head, the damaged longwood fell down, and when it touched the red line, the contact area was instantly rotten. The red line of such great power shocked Shang Yanting and several elders. Shang Mingyi actually knew such a weird trick? Shang Mingyi was also shocked. His bloodstring can corrode everything. Why is this flying magic weapon intact? This is Earth-level magic weapon? Shang Mingyi, who recognized the treasure in the sky, showed surprise and enthusiasm in his eyes. Low level? It turned out to be an Earth-level magic weapon. You know, in the whole country, only the dean of Chengdu College has an earth-level magic weapon. How could a disciple like him who didn't even reach the level of Wu Ling possess such a powerful treasure? Hurry up! The boat they used is a ground-level magic weapon, Shang Mingyi shouted, and the elders who were originally surprised at why his skills were so strange quickly focused on the wooden boat in front of them. Is it really a ground-level magic weapon? If their Shang family had a ground-level magic weapon, why would they have to worry about other families in the future? Chapter 93. Little Raccoon sleeps above the Yaojin magic weapon. There are also Fajin and Lingjin. So this is at least a Fajin magic weapon? Fajin magic weapon. Shang Mingyi was excited. You know, there are only a few Fajin magic weapons in the entire Dongshu kingdom. How could a disciple like him, who didn't even reach the level of Wu Ling, possess such a powerful treasure? Hurry up! The boat he used is at least a Fajin treasure, Shang Mingyi shouted, and the elders who were originally surprised at why his skills were so strange quickly focused on the wooden boat in front of them. Magical weapon above Fajin? Their merchant only had one gold magic weapon. If there was one more treasure, their strength would definitely increase greatly. The 5 people quickly jumped up, stepped on the bloodstring and ignored its corrosion, and quickly jumped onto the Shuiyun boat. The 5 people immediately scattered around Shang Yanting and above his head when they boarded the boat. The majestic spiritual power of the Wuling period disturbed the air, and the gust of wind attacked Shang Yanting's head, heart, neck, abdomen, and eyebrows. Shang Yanting used the Tianyin sword technique, and the spiritual power in his body was stimulated to the extreme. Only his phantom could be seen in the narrow boat. Shang Mingyi, who was below, saw that the 5 people had not taken him down immediately, and he snorted in a deep voice, and took advantage of the pulling force of the bloodstring to fly up suddenly. The bloodstring was retracted into his wrist, and a sharp force broke the wind, and the 5 fingers formed claws to clasp Shang Yanting's left shoulder. In an instant, Shang Yanting's left shoulder was soaked with blood, and the long, dark red thorn pierced his eyebrows. Shang Mingyi was fast, fierce, accurate, and merciless. The other 5 elders showed a hint of joy in their eyes. The mission was completed, and the magic weapon under their feet also belonged to them. At this moment, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. The golden dragon rose from behind Shang Yanting, stepped on the crimson air, glared, and the pressure of the king of martial arts spread to the surroundings. How is there a dragon? Under the dragon's might, the 6 people even forgot to attack, staring at the golden dragon in disbelief. Shang Yanting was also stunned. This dragon has been seen in the underground palace. He lowered his head and suddenly found that the little raccoon in his arms had his eyes closed, and there was a golden scale on his forehead. The golden light of his body and scales complemented the dragon. Roar! A dragon roar sounded, and the golden dragon rushed towards the 6 people with vast and majestic spiritual power. In an instant, the 5 elders were annihilated. Shang Mingyi panicked and gathered a layer of blood mist around his body to cover himself, but was still penetrated by the golden dragon. The golden light burned the dark red mist. Shang Mingyi didn't die, but his body began to rot. He screamed in pain, and his skin ulcerated like a zombie in a horror movie. What kind of evil method is this? Jia Xitong wanted to give Shang Mingyi another try, but his spiritual power was completely drained. Host dear, I can't hold on any longer. Before Jia Xitong finished speaking, he was forced to bounce back to Shang Yanting's sea of consciousness and fell into hibernation. The little raccoon's head drooped weakly, and the golden dragon scale fell into its arms. System, what's wrong with you? Shang Yanting kept calling her in his sea of consciousness. The soul that was extremely active in the past was now as silent as a pool of stagnant water. The cold wind passed through his hair, and the wind was sobbing. Shang Yanting stood for a long time with empty eyes. His fingers holding the little raccoon were trembling slightly, and a silent, extreme sadness spread around. Until Shang Mingyi's screams became louder and louder. The skin and flesh on his face had almost completely fallen off, revealing the muscles, pupils, exposed teeth and bones. His clothes were all wet, and his body was probably rotten under his clothes. He looked like neither a human nor a ghost. Shang Yanting looked at the corpses around him, threw the 5 elders off the suspended Shuiyun boat, and finally only Shang Mingyi was left. He slowly drew out his sword, and the sharp tip of the sword was against his throat. Are you going to kill him? No, that would be too easy for him. Shang Yanting slashed down with 2 sharp cuts, and Shang Mingyi's hands and feet were all chopped off. Ah! Shang will not let you go. Shang Mingyi, who was chopped into a human pig, screamed madly. What a coincidence! I won't let you go either. Shang Yanting stretched out his hands and placed his palms on his crown. A large amount of external spiritual power rushed into his sea of consciousness. Shang Mingyi's spiritual power, which had just been defeated by the Golden Dragon, could not protect his sea of consciousness at all. In an instant, the spiritual power leaked out and his sea of consciousness was shattered. He was useless, even more completely useless than a broken foundation. Shang Yanting stared at Shang Mingyi with cold eyes, and his tone was extremely cold. How does it feel to be a waste? My good uncle. Shock, disbelief, and fear. These emotions even exceeded his pain at the moment. You are Shang. Before he finished speaking, Shang Yanting cut off his tongue, blinded his eyes, and threw him off the boat, landing on the pile of corpses below. He glanced at the people below and flew away. In Qingshuang Peak, Shang Yanting searched through the puppetry secrets, but could not find a single word about the system in all the books. He didn't even know what the system was, so how could he cure it? Shang Yanting sat in the room for a long time, from dusk to late at night. The room was extremely quiet, and there was no raccoon chattering beside it. However, the dead branches on the table, the yellow elm wood that was wasted by the bed, the straw raincoat on the wall, the sound of cattle and horses in the stable, the hot water bottle at the end of the bed that should have been hot but was now cold, and even the tiger skin blanket under him. Everywhere was its shadow. However, the only person in the world who cared about him the most was gone. On Qingshuang Peak, the big rooster newly bought by the senior brother crowed for the first time, and the white belly just appeared in the east. The eldest brother just opened the door to feed the chickens when he suddenly saw Shang Yanting standing in front of the door. Junior brother Yan? Realizing that he hadn't washed his face, the eldest brother quickly pretended to yawn and wiped the eye mucus from the corner of his eye. Junior brother, why are you here so early? I'd like to trouble you to take care of the two beasts in the stable for a few days. Shang Yanting took out 2 silver notes after saying that. Hey, I'll help you take care of the monsters for 2 days. Why do you take the silver notes? The eldest brother waved his hand and noticed that he looked a little different today. Junior brother Yan, what's wrong with you today? The eldest brother shifted his gaze to his arms. The lively and clever little raccoon in the past was now wrapped up, with only the top of his head exposed. Senior brother, I'm going out for a few days. Shang Yanting didn't want to say more, and directly stuffed the silver note into his arms. I'd like to trouble you to take care of the 2 beasts in the stable. The Shang family has a secret. There is a ruin under the Shangmu city. Every head of the Shangmu family knows this secret, and they have never given up exploring inside. The ruins have 8 floors, and every time a layer of ruins is broken through, the Shang family can obtain a treasure. However, the ruins are mysterious, and after countless Shang family members have lost their lives, they have only explored to the 6th floor, and no one has ever really broken into the bottom. Crisis and opportunity always coexist, and he is now eager to become stronger. Shang Yanting flew in a royal boat, traveling 1,000 miles a day, and in just half a day, he arrived at the foot of Shangmu City. The ruins are secret, but who can know the location as well as he does? He arrived at the Shangmu forbidden area with ease, avoided the people guarding outside, and sneaked in quietly. Going into the secret realm alone. The Shang family has a secret. There is a ruin under the Shangmu city. Every generation of Shangmu family masters knows this secret, and they have never given up exploring inside. The ruins have 8 floors, and every time a layer of ruins is broken through, the Shang family can obtain a treasure. However, the ruins are mysterious, and after countless Shang family members have lost their lives, they have only explored to the 6th floor, and no one has ever really broken into the bottom. Crisis and opportunity always coexist, and he is now eager to become stronger. Shang Yanting flew in a royal boat, traveling 1,000 miles a day. In just half a day, he arrived at the foot of Shangmu City. The ruins are secretive, but who can know the location as well as he does? He arrived at the forbidden area of Shangja with ease, avoided the people guarding outside, and sneaked in quietly. Inside Shangja, Shangja sent out 6 elders of the bed ruling period, and 5 of them were dead when they were found. The only survivor, Shang Mingyi, now has his hands and feet chopped off. His cultivation is completely useless, and he has become a waste that is neither human nor ghost. Not only has he become a waste, he also needs people to serve him when he eats, drinks, defecates, and urinates, and he has gone crazy. Once someone comes to see him, Shang Mingyi will let out an ah-ah cry, and wriggle and struggle on the bed like a maggot. That look makes everyone who has seen him sick. Even Shang Juming only came to take a quick look once or twice, and that disgusting look was unbearable even for his own son. Later, no one came to see him. The people who took care of him became more and more perfunctory. The food changed from medicinal soup to soup, and then to cold porridge. The mist excrement was dealt with every day instead of every 2 or 3 days, or even 5 or 6 days. There were fewer and fewer persuasion in his ears, and more curses. Shang Mingyi tried his best to pass on the news that Shang Yanting was still alive to them, but he was horrified to find that he was abandoned. Shang Yanting could be abandoned, and of course he would be abandoned. What he couldn't accept the most was that he had done so much for Shang Juming, but he never saw himself again. Loneliness, anger, helplessness, and fear. He had nightmares every day. Sometimes he dreamed of Shang Yanting. Sometimes he dreamed of his sister. Sometimes he dreamed of Shang Juming, and even everyone in the Shang family. Waking up from nightmares every day, his body and mind were tortured doubly, and he would rather die than live. On the other side, Shang Yanting had already sneaked into the forbidden area and entered the ruins. The first 4 floors of the ruins were emptied by the ancestors of the Shang family for generations. The 5th floor of the ruins was guarded by a scorpion with the cultivation level of a martial artist in the early stage. It can flexibly drill into any place in the soil. Once stabbed by the poisonous needle on its tail, the lightest is broken hands and feet, and the worst is death. However, Shang Yanting is also in the early stage of martial arts at this time, so it is easy to deal with these earth scorpions. On the 5th floor of the ruins, there are still a few weapons and secret books that have not been moved away. Shang Yanting did not stay here, and went directly to the 6th floor. The 6th floor is the giant lizards in the early stage of martial spirit. If there is only one, then Shang Jia would have emptied this place long ago, so what would be left? There are a group of giant lizards here. As soon as he came down, hundreds of giant lizards with martial spirit strength blocked the entrance. It's creepy to think about it. It's here that everyone in Shangjia can stop so that they can't go to the next step. Yanting tried to break through. Countless giant lizards blocked his way and almost swallowed him. Fortunately, there seems to be some restriction here. Once you leave the range of the 6th floor, these giant lizards will not attack again. Breaking through by force is not working, so he looked at the top. Shangjia wants to take things out from the 6th floor, and they can only go from above. The soil above his head was scratched with dents. Shang Yanting put the raccoon into the Mixu talisman and pushed hard with his feet. He held the dents and moved forward. The corridor on the 6th floor is very long. The front is fine, and the dents on the back are getting older and fewer. Swish! Suddenly a long red object shot out from below. It was the tongue of the earth lizard. Approaching the entrance of the 7th floor, they began to attack. Countless tongues were extremely long and sticky, and more tongues attacked him as if to tear him off. Shang Yanting was getting more and more stuck on his body, and his hands could hardly hold the soil above. Below, several human bones were looming when the giant lizard moved, and that was the result of falling. Several pieces of soil fell from above, and his left hand really grabbed nothing. He attached a solidification talisman to the long sword, condensed his true energy, and chopped at these long objects. In an instant, green blood splashed, and the sticky places were corroded by blood. Shang Yanting endured the pain, inserted the long sword deep into the top of the soil layer, looked at the exit about 6 or 7 meters away, and jumped up. Finally, he made it. The narrow staircase leading to the 7th floor was right in front of him. The Shang family had sent out the most powerful masters to explore the 7th floor. However, all the masters sent out either died on the 6th floor or went to the 7th floor, and no one came back. They all died down there. No one knew what was hidden down there, and where it was called the Land of Death. Shang Yanting glanced at the long sword left in the soil layer, and then walked down without looking back. Going down the dark corridor, when he stepped into the 7th floor, his eyes suddenly became bright. A soft thing pounced on Shang Yanting and stuck tightly to his arm. A coquettish voice sounded, "Sir, you are finally here." Shang Yanting stretched out his hand to pinch the woman's neck. Click, the woman's head turned behind her, and then turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated with the wind. Then the surrounding environment changed. The surroundings were magnificent. The walls and floor tiles were all gold. The bed was made of top-grade spiritual stone, and there were dozens of huge night-shining pearls on the head, each of which showed its high value. On the desk were the best exercises and magical instruments with spiritual power flowing through them that could not be seen at what level. Shang Yanting's eyes were calm. The scene changed, and he sat in the position of the head of the Shang family. The 8 major families, the Holy City Academy, and even the royal family all prostrated at his feet. Endless power! Get out! Everything disappeared in an instant as Shang Yanting shouted loudly. Then a smooth little ball pounced into his arms, twisting in his arms like a hyperactive person. Host dear, why are you so sullen?" Host dear, play with me. Host dear. The little raccoon rubbed his soft fur in his palm, twisting his butt, regaining his former vitality. Shang Yanting's originally cold expression eased a little, and he gently placed his palm on the top of its head. Are you okay? I'm okay. The little raccoon lay down and showed him its soft belly. Host dear, let's stay here. I like it so much. What do you like here? It's beautiful here. As it spoke, the golden house that had disappeared before reappeared. Everywhere is shining with gold, and there are night pearls, and you have become a high official, and no one will bully us anymore. Okay, okay? At this moment, the little raccoon was a little unusually active, and its tail was shaking like a propeller, more dog-like than a dog. Okay? Shang Yanting reached out and touched the little raccoon in front of him and whispered, I like it very much, but you are not it. After that, he exerted a little force with his palm. Chapter 95, Jump Down? Shang Yanting paused, and when he heard the voice behind him, he jumped resolutely. The feeling of weightlessness surrounded him. The long tail of the female snake above swung down heavily, brushing Shang Yanting's cheek and leaving a blood mark. Then there was an angry roar of not catching anyone. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground. In the cold and dark environment, there was a musty smell that had been sealed for many years. Looking up, it was too dark to see the narrow cave entrance, and there was nothing to see inside the cave. At this moment, an old voice sounded. Young man, why are you here? Who are you? Who am I? The old voice suddenly laughed and then said slowly and heavily, The world has changed for so many years, and no one knows about me, Ban Qi. Shang Yanting did not answer, only to hear the old voice saying to itself, I was half a step away from becoming a saint, and I was so glorious. How could I have thought that I would end up like this, with only a trace of soul left? This is a familiar line. As the saying goes, every failure makes you wiser. Since the last time he met the soul of the wandering cultivator in the underground palace, Shang Yanting has been a little wary of it. But the other party didn't seem to want to let him go. I have waited for so long, and finally I have someone who has broken through the 7th level. I can be considered as a successor. Kneel down, young man, kowtow 3 times, and I will pass on my years of practice to you. What a familiar rhetoric. Shang Yanting secretly made a defensive gesture. Thank you, senior, but it's no use. The soul was stunned. He didn't understand why the other party was unwilling to do such a good thing. If it were pushed back 100 years, he would not beg him to do it. Unfortunately, now his only soul is about to dissipate. It is not up to him whether to do it or not. Suddenly, a white light appeared, and the phantom of an old man with completely white hair appeared. He put his 2 fingers together and pointed at Shang Yanting's forehead with infinite power. The blood-red magic power rushed into his body. In Shang Yanting's body, spiritual power and magic power were intertwined, as incompatible as water and fire. Why do you want to cultivate martial arts? The old man's disdainful voice sounded. Such a good seedling should cultivate magic. Look, I will purify your spiritual power and make you a good magic cultivator with a good family background. With the continuous input of magic power, his spiritual power was gradually swallowed up by the vast magic power, and his cultivation level continued to decline. Martial spirit, martial arts master, martial realm, the system was exhausted. Then the magic power occupied his body. Demon disciple, demon, magic master, demon spirit, demon sect. In an instant, the magic power in his body broke through the master level, and it rose to the middle stage of the demon sect before slowly stopping. The demon sect, the benchmark, is the strength of the martial sect. Shang Yanting was shocked, while the old man opposite him seemed a little regretful. You only have the strength of the demon sect. Young man, if you had come 100 years earlier, you could have directly broken through the Demon King now. His phantom gradually became transparent after the magic power was used up. Now I don't ask you to worship me as your master, but since you have accepted my favor, you must repay my favor. I want you to kill everyone with the surname Wanqi in the future. After saying this, he completely dissipated, and the surroundings were dark again. Wanqi. Looking at the entire Dongshu kingdom, there is no such surname. Shang Yanting clenched his hands, and he felt that the true energy in his body had never been so abundant. Thank you, senior. If I meet someone with this surname in the future, I will keep my promise. He looked at the place where the old man disappeared, bowed slightly to the void, and answered solemnly. Then, the soil around fell, making a rustling sound. Shang Yanting originally thought that this was going to collapse, but it was just a layer of soil falling off the wall. In the darkness, the martial arts moves painted on the wall with luminous paint were very obvious. He could tell from the marks on them that one was the 10,000 demon seal, and the other was the withered Zen slash. He had magic power and magic skills. Shang Yanting pursed his lips slightly. Could it be that God wanted him to practice magic skills? He opened his palms and gently stroked his arms. This was an action he often did when thinking, but this time he missed. Thinking of the puppet in the Mishu Fu that seemed like a dead object, his eyelids drooped slightly. After a while, the sound of martial arts training rang out in the empty cave. The 10,000 Demon Seal and the Withered Zen Slash were both extremely strange skills. The 10,000 Demon Seal, the palms formed seals to attack, and after the move, it seemed as if there were thousands of evil spirits howling with endless resentment. The Withered Zen Slash, both hands directly turned the magic power into sharp blades. Shang Yanting only used 3 layers of power, and the cave began to shake. Very strong. But in the Aochin continent, the magic cultivators were the ones that everyone feared. Terrified, and wanted to kill as soon as possible. If he went out like this, he would certainly be attacked by the crowd. What he wanted was for the aristocratic family to die without a burial place. A bold idea rose from his mind. Why can't magic power and spiritual power be cultivated together? As soon as this idea appeared, it continued to take root and sprout. In addition to practicing the 2 major moves, Shang Yanting tried to cultivate spiritual power in the rest of the time. The spiritual power was constantly condensed and then swallowed and dissipated by the magic power. Because of the constant internal struggle between the two, the body felt like being gnawed every moment. He made an extremely bold move, changing the exercises. After reading countless martial arts secrets in the library, he has become a very authoritative expert. All martial arts are based on the same principles and are supported by the most basic way of practicing breathing. The evolution of the exercises is nothing more than adding bricks and tiles to the foundation for decoration. Moreover, all the exercises did not appear out of thin air. It can no longer be said to be an improvement. It is completely a self-created mind method. The body is where he experiments. No, change it. No, change it again. No, change it again. His originally slender and upright body was riddled with holes by the trials. His body was like a skin bag that contained his soul. Everything was an external object that was useful or useless on his way to becoming stronger. It was very hard to defend the thesis today. The scumbag's wealth has been scolded all day, so there is only one update. Meeting in the ruins. Hello, Tasker. There is only death, no reincarnation. The cold words of the real system directly dispelled Jia Xitong's innocent dream. System, how many days have I been asleep? In the days without any reference, she felt that every second was like a year. It will take 3 more days for you to wake up. Shang Yanting started from scratch again in the ruins. Although the modified method can be used to cultivate both magic and martial arts, it requires more spiritual power and the speed of cultivation is slower than before. It took him half a month to go from the early stage of martial arts to the middle stage of martial arts. The poor spiritual power around him seriously hindered his upgrade. Until the top-grade spiritual stone coffin was taken out, the overly rich spiritual power could not be used directly, but just putting it next to it to absorb the spiritual energy scattered around would make cultivation more effective. Taking out this thing, he would think of the monster that was soaked in the coffin and sprinkled with petals. What exactly is the system? Shang Yanting took a deep breath and decided to find a way to save it after revenge. He didn't believe that such a magical and weird thing would disappear so easily. He was about to break through. Shang Yanting closed his eyes and the spiritual power around him gradually became violent and active. He gathered his mind and entered into a state of concentration. During his breakthrough, there was a movement above his head. The sharp voice of the 7th-level snake girl rang through the thick soil layer, accompanied by the scolding of swords and knives. "You heir, get down quickly!" With a shout, something fell. At the same time, people fell from above one after another. "You heir, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Where's Daddy?" "Daddy is here." "Grandfather?" "I'm fine too. It's dark here. Everyone be careful." "Juming, where's the night pearl?" The people who fell down were none other than Shang Juming, Shang Zhenyun, Song Yuer, and the head of the Song clan. Shang Mingyi's assassination failed, and 5 of the Shang clan elders died, which completely damaged the Shang clan. They had no choice but to pin their hopes on this mysterious ruins. In order to keep the Song family, Shang Zhenyun had to agree to let them come. After losing more than half of the Shang clan's masters again, they finally entered the bottom layer. This time they were really desperate, so even Shang Zhenyun followed, hoping to find something under the ruins that could bring the Shang clan back to life. Shang Juming took out the night pearl, and the light green light barely illuminated the surroundings. In an instant, the crystal-clear, spiritually powerful, top-grade spiritual coffin caught their attention. Top-grade spiritual stone. It was so big. Even if there was nothing below, such a treasure would be enough to bring the Shang clan back to its peak. or even more. Not to mention Shang Juming, even Shang Zhenyun, who had been the head of the Shang clan for many years, couldn't help but stare. "Congratulations, congratulations, Chief Shang." Chief Song almost couldn't open his eyes when he saw this, because before they came down, they agreed that no matter what treasures there were on the 8th floor, they had to split them 30% and 70% respectively. Such a large top-grade spirit stone, 30% of it belongs to the Song family. They were too happy too early, and only half a day later did they realize that there was someone sitting next to them. Who? The four took out their weapons and pointed them at Shang Yanting. Shang Jiming used the night pearl to get closer and shine a clear light on the other person's face. Yanqing! How could he be here? The four were as if they were facing a great enemy, until they found that the person opposite was motionless. He was in a state of meditation. So normally, although the cultivation level increases very quickly when entering a state of meditation, it is difficult to react to the outside world at this time. For this reason, martial artists usually find a very safe place, or even a place where there are people to protect them before they dare to do this. Shang Juming instantly felt that, God is helping me. Is he Yanqing? Shang Zhenyun looked at the man in front of him with his eyes closed and dressed in a messy way. This person gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The Song clan leader also curiously leaned over to see what the disciple who had caused Shang to be so miserable looked like. He was plain-looking, and he was a little disappointed when he saw him. Shang Juming had already walked in, with his long sword raised high. No nonsense, just want to kill him. Shang Yanting was no longer an ordinary cultivator. The moment he felt the murderous aura, he paused forcibly and dodged the long sword sideways. But the forced interruption of his cultivation caused his true energy to be lost. The moment he noticed his abnormality, Shang Juming was startled. Your cultivation has regressed? Shang Yanting looked at the four people indifferently. Shang Juming frowned slightly. He particularly hated this expression. Are you the one who made Uncle Shang and Brother Juming so anxious? You are about to die. Song Yer couldn't help but say, but you are a waste who is not even a martial artist, and you actually look at my brother Juming like this. After saying that, she leaned on the sarcophagus, her heartbeat speeding up. She had already begun to imagine killing Yanqing, carrying out the top-grade spirit stone, becoming the mistress of the Shang family in the future, breaking through the martial arts master and even the martial spirit, and being admired by thousands of people. Shang Yanting was originally going to break through the martial arts realm and then settle accounts with the Shang family, but he didn't expect that they couldn't wait to deliver it to the door. Grandfather, how are you? He raised his head and looked at Shang Zhenyun, who was only 5 meters away from him. Shang Zhenyun was shocked and surprised when he heard this, and even took a step back. You are Yanting? He is Shang Yanting? Shang Juming also had an incredible expression on his face. The Song clan leader and Song Yuer were confused. No wonder he wanted to defeat the Shang family by any means. Didn't my uncle tell you? Shang Yanting showed a cold smile. Oh, I almost forgot that he was cut off his limbs and his cultivation was wasted by me. He's already a waste. How does the Shang clan leader feel? Do you like this gift I gave you? Shang Zhenyun's body trembled slightly, feeling guilty and regretful, but more angry. So it was you who was behind all this. You killed your relatives and made Shangjia besieged on all sides. Do you still want to kill me and destroy Shangjia? How can you be worthy of me? How can you be worthy of your parents? How can you be worthy of the ancestors of Shangjia? Clan leader Song felt ashamed after hearing this. Thinking back to the time when Shangjia worked like a cow and a horse for Shangjia, he made Shangjia sit firmly in the hands of the 8 great families with his own strength. What was the result? Once a person's foundation is destroyed, he will be abandoned like a grass. If he were Shang Zhenyun, he would definitely not say such words about the things he did, but he will cut the grass and eradicate the roots. The two sides have already broken up completely, and the former blood relatives are now in a situation of no end to life. From the complete destruction of the foundation to the direct disciple of the Dean, he has no cultivation and has turned Shangjia and even the 8 great families upside down. If he keeps it, there will be endless troubles. Shang Zhenyun thought so too, so he wanted to get rid of this traitor for Shangjia. Juming, kill this rebellious son for me. Shang Yanting was only a martial arts apprentice now, and his advancement was interrupted. Shang Juming felt that killing him would be easier than crushing an ant. Thinking of what he had just said, he held the knife with both hands and chopped off Shang Yanting's arm. He wanted to chop off Shang Yanting's limbs, just like he insulted his father, and let him die a miserable death. Chapter 97, Massacre. Reappearance. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Shang Yanting waved his arm and the powerful magic power blew away all 4 people. Kill me, relying on you? You practice magic? Shang Yanting said in disbelief. With just one move, he felt the other party's terrifying strength. The Song clan leader, who also found the huge difference in strength, secretly thought it was not good. So what if Shang Yanting's foundation was destroyed before? Such a genius has achieved such a powerful strength in a short time. If Shang Yanting had spent more energy and didn't do things so drastically, how could he become like this? Think about how prosperous the business world was when Shang Yanting was there. How miserable the business world is now. He couldn't help but blame Shang Yanting for his short-sightedness. Among the 4 people, Shang Yanting, the most powerful one, was only in the late stage of Wuling, while Song clan leader was in the middle stage of Wuling. It is so difficult to rise from Wuling to Zong that many people are stuck at this level all their lives. Half a step away, the difference is huge. 100 late Wuling cultivators can't beat a cultivator in the early stage of Wuzong. Direct crushing. Seeing that the situation was not good, Song clan leader immediately begged for mercy. Yanting, I am your uncle who has watched you grow up since you were a child. Your uncle is completely unaware of the internal struggle of your Shang family. For the sake of our years of friendship, can you let your uncle and Yu'er go? He pushed Song Yu'er, who was hiding behind him. We can discuss your wedding with Yu'er later. Uncle doesn't want to give you all the top-grade spirit stones. In addition, Uncle is willing to use the power of the entire clan to help you sit firmly on the position of the head of the Shang family and become the head of the 8 great families. So what if he is a magic cultivator? He is a magic cultivator. Such a terrifying genius. Isn't it better to choose him than to marry your daughter to Shang Jiming? Songyear lowered her head and dared not look him in the eye. She had once been ignored by Shang Yanting for her love. After Shang Yanting was deposed, she not only followed Shang Moyan to humiliate him, but also secretly sent people to torture him. Shang Yanting looked down at the middle-aged man who was bowing his head to please him, and then slapped him. The surging magic power quickly shattered the Song clan leader's internal organs, and Song Yu'er next to him also died in the impact. Her wide eyes were full of anxiety and fear. Only Shang Zhenyun and Shang Jiming were left. Do you really want to kill me? I am your grandfather. Think about who brought you up since you were a child, who carefully cultivated you since you were a child, and who gave you everything 20 years ago. Am I wrong? Everything I did was for the Shang family and for everyone in the Shang family. If necessary, not only you and your parents, but even I can sacrifice for the Shang family. Am I wrong? I am not wrong. Shang Zhenyun gradually became hysterical, trying to push all the sins onto Shang Yanting, stirring up his memories and guilt. Shang Juming was quietly retreating at this time, trying to escape. Shang Yanting waved his arm and threw Shang Juming, who wanted to escape, to the ground, with his palm facing down. There was no trick, just magic power made him suffer from internal injuries. You. Shang Zhenyun watched Shang Juming die in front of him, his lips trembling slightly. Even if you kill Shang Juming, kill me. Even if you become the new head of the Shang family, after you die, do you have the face to see the ancestors of the Shang family? With strength, you can step on all those who were once high and mighty. The people you once admired are now as weak and humble as ants under your feet. He tried to use the family affection and family that he once thought was extremely important, but now worthless, as a threat. Shang Yanting looked at Shang Zhenyun at this time, and felt that his respect for him in the past was extremely ridiculous. Why should I face them? They will come down to accompany you soon. At that time, the Shang clan leader will confess in front of your ancestors how he ruined the Shang family's foundation for hundreds of years. The cruelest way to retaliate against a person is to destroy his most important thing. Everything he cared about was destroyed, so why should he care about others now? Curse. The 70-year-old, once high-ranking clan leader was like a shrew, his mouth full of vicious curses. You are just like your damn mother. I should have killed you in your cradle. You are a demon who is condemned by both heaven and man, and whose heart is not right. I don't have a descendant like you in Shangjia. You will not die well. Shang Yanting used the 10,000 demon seal on him. Countless evil spirits appeared in the black fog, and the evil spirits changed into various human faces to wrap him tightly. Shang Zhenyun's original curse turned into a scream, and he would die under the cannibalization of 10,000 ghosts. What if he does not die well? What if he is condemned by both heaven and man? Compared with becoming a saint or a Buddha, he wants to make the entire Ouchin continent a hell. Shang Yanting's black hair moved without wind, and the whole person slowly rose into the air and floated in the center of the cave. The ruins shook instantly and began to collapse. The monsters on the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors fled one after another, and a large number of those who failed to escape were buried underground. Then a crack appeared in the ground. All the children of the Shang family were waiting for the return of the clan leader and the young master on the periphery. Seeing such a big commotion, they thought they had encountered some adventure below. They looked down with both caution and expectation, and saw the figure below slowly rising. Someone shouted in surprise, "Here it comes!" Then, they welcomed the god of death, screaming, crying, despair, running. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. The disaster of the Shang family has come, and no one survived. The people in Shangmu City listened to the wailing from the city lord's mansion all night. No one dared to approach the city lord's mansion, and the bloody smell spreading in the air could be smelled from a very far distance. A large number of people packed up their belongings overnight and wanted to escape, but the guards guarding the city gate had already died, and the city gate was tightly locked. Shang Yanting wanted to turn the entire Shangmu City into purgatory, and it would be their turn soon. Chapter 98, Holding You in My Arms. The cold wind was biting, and the people's screams of fear were in my ears. Shang Yanting was on top of a tall building, his mind in the darkness. He looked forward with lifeless eyes, and the magic power in his palm had gathered. The 10,000 demon seal was about to be pinched out, and the demonic energy would transform into thousands of evil spirits, pulling the people of Shangmo City into the darkness. Shang Yanting slowly formed the seal, and at the last second he suddenly heard a familiar full of vitality and vitality. "Dear host." Shang Yanting paused, and when he looked up, the expression on his face was even dull. He was clearly in the dark and blind. But he saw a person in the endless darkness. Her hair was disheveled. She was dressed strangely. She smiled brightly, and her whole body was glowing, as if she could pull people out of the darkness. She opened her arms and rushed towards him passionately and fiercely. "Host dear, my system is back." She came very close to him, her slightly fleshy cheeks pouting, and a small red mole just happened to be born at the end of her eye, which was very obvious against the milky white skin. The face is slender, and the eyes are soft. This poem suddenly appeared in Shang Yanting's mind. The hand that had already made the seal loosened, and he involuntarily opened his arms to meet the person. At the moment of contact, the figure disappeared in front of his eyes, and Shang Yanting returned to the darkness. And in his hand, there was a furry thing, a little raccoon. Jia Xitong, who had no idea, rolled twice in his palm. She couldn't be his jewel in the palm, but she could be his bear in the palm. "Host dear, did you miss me during my 1-month sleep?" Shang Yanting felt the real touch of the fluff made of ice silk in his palm, and he felt as if he was in another world. "No." His voice was a little hoarse, and he said it softly and slowly. The memory and shock of the scene just now were still in his mind. "You're lying. You must be worried sick because of my sudden disappearance, right? You must miss me a lot, but you're just being stubborn." Jia Xitong, who had been holding back for a month, was very talkative and was very excited to meet her friends again. "Let me see if you've lost weight." "Shit!" Jia Xitong glanced up and saw Shang Yanting's chin was so thin that it was unrecognizable. In just 1 month, he went from a healthy man with a strong physique to a producer. Not only was he thin, his dark eyes looked forward. He was also blind. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in his ears. "Current male protagonist's good and evil value. Please note that if the male protagonist's good and evil value exceeds -100, the mission will be judged as failed. Shang Yanting has lost weight and is blind, and the system's good and evil value has dropped to -91. She was only unconscious for a month. What happened? Let us out! Help! Can someone open the door? Don't steal my things! Don't touch my child!" The cries of the refugees came from the tower, and Jia Xitong's attention was temporarily distracted. "What are they doing?" "They want to go out." "If you want to go out, go out. Why are you crying?" "Yeah." With this sentence, the iron lock on the city gate cracked. All the people who were blocking the door rushed out, scrambling to run out, as if there was a ghost in the city. "Current male protagonist's good and evil value." The voice of the true system sounded again. In view of the incorrect calculation method of the good and evil value of the true system, Jia Xitong planned to study it carefully when she had time. She jumped into Shang Yanting's arms skillfully. "Let's go, host dear." "Where are we going?" "See a doctor. Don't you want your eyes?" "If you don't see a doctor if you are blind, are you going to sit here and starve?" Thinking that he was blind, Jia Xitong quickly found a rope from the Mixu Fu, let him hold one end and put the other end in his mouth. "Slow down, don't let go." After that, she led him down, stumbling along the way, but at least it was safe. The city was extremely desolate. All kinds of shops and inns were not open, and the doors of every household were closed. There were also pedestrians on the road, either preparing to flee with their families or robbing. Jia Xitong almost didn't recognize that this was Shangmu City. After walking for a long time, she found a clinic. The door of the clinic was closed. Jia Xitong knocked for a long time before it was opened. The old man inside opened the door a crack, looked outside, and immediately closed it. "The shop is closed today. Please go somewhere else. If one place is closed, everything will be closed." Jia Xitong looked at Shang Yanting, who was standing in the back and was very silent, and then looked at the century-old brand with a loud sign, and finally chose to let the store owner down. She jumped up suddenly, gathered her weak spiritual power into her legs and kicked them hard. Boom! The wooden door collapsed, and the old doctor's terrified expression was at the door. "What's wrong?" Shang Yanting frowned when he heard the sound. "It's okay, the doctor opened the door for us." Jia Xitong bit the rope and brought Shang Yanting in and said politely, "We are just here to see a doctor. We don't mean any harm." The old doctor looked at the talking monster and the bloody man behind it, his legs shaking a little. "We will treat you right away." The old lady in the room was calmer. She asked the helper in the house to reinstall the door to prevent anyone from breaking in again. Then she took out the doctor's tool and patted the old doctor on the back to signal him to stop hiding and be tough. Qi and blood are too weak, and liver fire is too strong. The young man's spiritual power is disordered, which compresses the tendons and veins, so he will have symptoms of blindness. The old doctor analyzed it very professionally. In summary, Shang Yanting was obsessed with cultivation, which caused the spiritual power in his body to be disordered and compressed a certain nerve which led to blindness. In addition, he was a little malnourished. The old doctor prescribed him some tonic medicine. "Can the eyesight be restored?" Jia Xitong was still quite concerned about this. "Fortunately, you went to the doctor early, and the possibility of recovery is still very high." The old doctor nodded. "This requires young people to sort out their spiritual power by themselves. If you can calm down the disordered spiritual power within a month and then take medicine to clear your mind and brighten your eyes, the problem should not be big." "Thank you." As expected of a century-old brand, Jia Xitong felt a little relieved. She took out a silver note of 50 taels of silver from the Mi Shu Fu. After leaving the pharmacy, she stayed in the inn in the same way. People came and went in the inn. Jia Xitong learned from the words of these people that the Shangmao family was exterminated overnight. The robe on Shang Yanting was originally a gray disciple's robe, but it was stained black by blood. She thought it was the original color when she walked along. She didn't even notice the strong smell of blood, which made the old doctor close the door as soon as he smelled it, and asked other customers in the inn to stay away, and even the robbers outside to avoid it. The Shang family was all dead, and Shang Yanting was covered in blood. Considering that his strength has greatly declined and his eyes are blind, so, "Dear host, did you kill the Shang family?" "Yes." It's not surprising that the good and evil value is reduced. It's really a system, but it's very saintly. System. Please wash your eyes with disinfectant. The male protagonist wants to destroy the city. Chapter 99, another harem over. According to the male protagonist's revengeful character, the Shang family will definitely not have a good ending, but Jia Xitong didn't expect that they would suffer earlier than described in the original book. It's okay, they deserve it. Jia Xitong came over, climbed on him and gave him a comforting sticker. The little raccoon puppet has always been well protected. Shang Yanting was filled with the smell of blood, but he could still smell the fragrance of the soapberry opposite. He remembered the previous glimpse and asked a long question. "System. Huh? You are? What?" Before he finished speaking, the little raccoon in front of him screamed, "Tell me how lazy you are. How long has it been since you changed the human skin mask?" Jia Xitong pinched the human skin mask that had just been removed with his claws, and underneath was his flushed face. If the mask is not removed for a long time, there is a risk of disfigurement. No, he is already disfigured. There are large red allergic scars on the forehead, corners of the eyes, and jaw, and there are a lot of small pimples on his face. Even if he is the ceiling of appearance, he can't be ruined like this. Jia Xitong hurriedly covered his face with a warm cotton towel. "I was only away for a month. How come you have problems everywhere?" She felt like an old mother taking care of a rebellious son, and she would have to use the spirit coffin to watch over him while he was practicing. Jia Xitong planned in her mind, and then searched through her few rare Mi Shu Fu. "Host dear, where is the top-grade spirit stone bathtub?" Silence. Continuous silence. The little raccoon took a step, back holding the Mi Shu Fu. "Host dear, don't scare me. I left it in the merchant's forbidden area." Jia Xitong took a breath of cold air. If he could get rid of such a big spirit stone bathtub, Why didn't he get rid of himself? The little raccoon was almost angry and his hair was about to fall off. Who would have thought that the male protagonist would be so troublesome? Shang Yanting stood up and said, "I'll go get it back." The little raccoon looked at him sternly, but seeing his lifeless eyes, she automatically imagined his pitiful appearance and finally couldn't hold back. "Forget it, we've been in the forbidden area for so long. It doesn't matter if we spend half a day." She asked the waiter to bring hot water, and it took half an hour to wash him clean. Then she watched him drink 2 large bowls of old chicken soup, eat half a roast goose, 5 lychees worth 2 taels of silver, and a bowl of boiled medicine. After he couldn't see anything, Jia Xitong took care of him. Shang Yanting once again had a new hot water bag, which was still hot enough to make people shrink. The little raccoon beside the bed pulled back the quilt and crawled in. "Go to bed early today, and let's go find a spiritual stone bathtub tomorrow morning." The little raccoon's chattering voice filled his ears again. Shang Yanting hugged it, and his mood was calmer than ever in this month. "Yeah," he responded softly. The candles in the room had gone out. The occasional noise downstairs did not seem to disturb his sleep. Jia Xitong heard the regular breathing next to her. Shang Yanting fell asleep, but she could not sleep. The top-grade spirit stone bathtub was lost, this prodigal son. As soon as he fell asleep, Jia Xitong climbed out of the bed. She checked that the door was locked and then climbed out of the window. Relying on the route she remembered, she walked around for a long time before finding the Shang family. This place had just been bloodbathed, and there were no living people except the corpses. The moonlight shone on the corpses, and the huge Shang mansion was extremely gloomy. The carrion crows stood on the dead branches or beams and croaked. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew, and the curtain behind her was lifted high, which scared Jia Xitong. "I'm not a human, I'm a raccoon, and raccoons don't encounter ghosts." "I'm a raccoon, a puppet raccoon, and raccoons don't encounter ghosts. I'm a raccoon, and raccoons have a dragon, so raccoons don't have to be afraid of ghosts." She repeated this sentence in her mind, and then ran quickly towards the Shangjia forbidden area. There were more corpses in the forbidden area. All the corpses were running out, and their faces still retained the fear of the time. Jia Xitong held the golden dragon scales tightly in her hands, as if the dragon could give her strength, and quickly rushed to the torn, huge crack in the middle. It was pitch black inside, and the moonlight couldn't shine in at all. She moved a stone and threw it down, and it took at least 3 seconds before she heard a thump. "This hole doesn't look shallow." According to Shang Yanting's description, the spirit stone was buried at the bottom of the pit. Such a deep hole, most people can't go down, and after making sure that it won't be secretly taken away, she prepared to go back. At this moment, a shadow suddenly enveloped her, hissing. The sound of the python sounded, which made people shudder. She was lifted up by a huge snake tail, and turned her head to face a pair of terrifying vertical pupils. "Food! Oh my God!" Jia Xitong clenched the golden dragon scales, and she was ready to sleep for another month. At this moment, a figure came towards the moonlight and twisted the vertical pupil head 180 degrees. "Oh my God, it's even more terrifying." When Jia Xitong was picked up, she was so scared that her whole body was trembling, and she kept getting